The Indian national movement was Introduction. The Indian national movement was undoubtedly one of the biggest mass movements modern society has ever seen. It was a movement which galvanized millions of people of all classes and ideologies into political action, and brought to its knees a mighty colonial empire. Consequently, along with the British, French, Russian, Chinese, Cuban and Vietnam revolutions, it is of great relevance to those wishing to alter the existing political and social structure. Various aspects of the Indian national movement, especially Gandhian political strategy, are particularly relevant to these movements in societies that broadly function within the confines of the rule of law, and are characterized by a democratic and basically civil libertarian polity. But it is also relevant to other societies. We know for a fact that even Lech Walesa consciously tried to incorporate elements of Gandhian strategy in the Solidarity movement in Poland. The Indian national movement, in fact, provides the only actual historical example of a semi-democratic or democratic type of political structure being successfully replaced or transformed. It is the only movement where the broadly Gramscian theoretical perspective of position was successfully practiced a war in a single historical moment of revolution, but through prolonged popular struggle on a moral, political and ideological level, where reserves of counter-hegemony were built up over the years through progressive stages, where the phases of struggle alternated with passive phases. The Indian national movement is also an example of how the constitutional space offered by the existing structure could be used without getting co-opted by it. It did not completely reject this space, as such rejection in democratic societies entails heavy costs in terms of hegemonic influence and often leads to isolation, but entered it and used it effectively in combination with non-constitutional struggle to overthrow the existing structure. The Indian national movement is perhaps one of the best examples of the creation of an extremely wide movement, with a common aim in which diverse political and ideological currents could exist and work and simultaneously continue to contend for overall ideological political hegemony over it. While intense debate on all basic issues was allowed, the diversity and tension did not weaken the cohesion and striking power of the movement. On the contrary, this diversity and atmosphere of freedom and debate became a major source of its strength. Today, over 40 years after independence, we are still close enough to the freedom struggle to feel its warmth, and yet far enough to be able to analyze it coolly, and with the advantage of hindsight. Analyze it we must, for our past, present, and future are inextricably linked to it. Men and women in every age and society make their own history, but they do not make it in a historical vacuum, de novo. Their efforts, however innovative, at finding solutions to their problems in the present and charting out their future, are guided and circumscribed, molded and conditioned by their respective histories, their inherited economic, political, and ideological structures. To make myself clearer, the path that India has followed since 1947 has deep roots in the struggle for independence. The political and ideological features, which have had a decisive impact on post-independence development, are largely a legacy of the freedom struggle. It is a legacy that belongs to all the Indian people, regardless of which party or group they belong to now. For the party, which led this struggle from 1885 to 1947, was not then a party but a movement. All political trends from the right to the left were incorporated in it. What are the outstanding features of the freedom struggle? A major aspect is the values and modern ideals on which the movement itself was based, and the broad socio-economic and political vision of its leadership. This vision was that of a democratic, civil libertarian and secular India, based on a self-reliant, egalitarian social order and an independent foreign policy. The movement popularized democratic ideas and institutions in India. The nationalists fought for the introduction of a representative government on the basis of popular elections, and demanded that elections be based on adult franchise. The Indian National Congress was organized on a democratic basis, and in the form of a parliament. It not only permitted but encouraged free expression of opinion within the party and the movement. Some of the most important decisions in its history were taken after heated debates and on the basis of open voting. From the beginning, the nationalists fought against attacks by the state on the freedoms of the press, expression, and association, and made the struggle for these freedoms an integral part of the national movement. During their brief spell in power, from 1937 to 39, the Congress ministries greatly extended the scope of civil liberties. The defense of civil liberties was not narrowly conceived in terms of one political group, but was extended to include the defense of other groups whose views were politically and ideologically different. The moderates defended Tilak, the extremist and non-violent congressman, passionately defended revolutionary terrorists and communists alike during their trials. In 1928, the Public Safety Bill and Trade Disputes Bill were opposed not only by Motilal Nehru, but also by conservatives like Madan Mohan Malaviya and Mr. Jayakar. It was this strong civil libertarian and democratic tradition of the national movement, which was reflected in the Constitution of Independent India. The freedom struggle was also a struggle for economic development. In time, an economic ideology developed, which was to dominate the views of independent India. The national movement accepted with near unanimity the need to develop India on the basis of industrialization, which in turn was to be independent of foreign capital and was to rely on the indigenous capital goods sector. A crucial role was assigned to the public sector, and in the 1930s, there was a commitment to economic planning. From the initial stages, the movement adopted a pro-poor orientation, which was strengthened with the advent of Gandhi and the rise of the leftists who struggled to make the movement adopt a socialist outlook. The movement also increasingly moved towards a program of radical agrarian reform. However, socialism did not, at any stage, become the official goal of the Indian National Congress, though there was a great deal of debate around it within the national movement and the Indian National Congress during the 1930s and 1940s. For various reasons, despite the existence of a powerful leftist trend within the nationalist mainstream, the dominant vision within the Congress did not transcend the parameters of a capitalist conception of society. The national movement was, from its early days, fully committed to secularism. Its leadership fought hard to inculcate secular values among the people and opposed the growth of communalism. And, despite the partition of India and the accompanying communal holocaust, it did succeed in enshrining secularism in the Constitution of Free India. It was never inward-looking. Since the days of Raja Ram Mohan Roy, Indian leaders had developed a broad international outlook. Over the years, they evolved a policy of opposition to imperialism on a worldwide scale and solidarity with anti-colonial movements in other parts of the world. They established the principle that Indians should hate British imperialism but not the British people. Consequently, they were supported by a large number of English men, women, and political groups. They maintained close links with the progressive, anti-colonial, and anti-capitalist forces of the world. A non-racist, anti-imperialist outlook, which continues to characterize Indian foreign policy, was thus part of the legacy of the anti-imperialist struggle. This volume has been written within a broad framework that the authors, their colleagues, and students have evolved and are in the process of evolving through ongoing research on and study of the Indian national movement. We have in the preparation of this volume extensively used existing published and unpublished monographs, archival material, private papers, and newspapers. Our understanding also owes a great deal to our recorded interviews with over 1,500 men and women who participated in the movement from 1918 onwards. However, references to these sources have, for the ease of the reader and due to constraints of space, been kept to the minimum and in fact, have been confined mostly to citations of quoted statements, and to works readily available in a good library. For the same reason, though the Indian national movement has so far been viewed from a wide variety of historiographic perspectives, ranging from the hardcore imperialist to the Marxist, and though various stereotypes and shibboleths about it exist, we have generally avoided entering into a debate with those whose positions and analyses differ from our own, except occasionally, as in the case of Chapter, on the origin of the Indian National Congress, which counters the hoary perennial theory of the Congress being founded as a safety valve. In all fairness to the reader, we have only briefly delineated the basic contours of major historiographical trends, indicated our differences with them, and outlined the alternative framework within which this volume has been written. We differ widely from the imperialist approach which first emerged in the official pronouncements of the Viceroys, Lords Dufferin, Curzon and Minto, and the Secretary of State, George Hamilton. It was first cogently put forward by V. Sherroll, the Rowlatt Sedition Committee Report, Verney Lovett, and the Montague-Chelmsford Report. It was theorized, for the first time, by Bruce T. McCulley, an American scholar, in 1940. Its liberal version was adopted by Reginald Coupland, and, after 1947, by Percival Speer, while its conservative vision was refurbished and developed at length by Anil Seal and Jah Gallagher and their students and followers after 1968. Since the liberal version is no longer fashionable in academic circles, we will ignore it here due to shortage of space. The conservative colonial administrators and the imperialist school of historians, popularly known as the Cambridge School, deny the existence of colonialism as an economic, political, social, and cultural structure in India. Colonialism is seen by them primarily as foreign rule. They either do not see or vehemently deny that the economic, social, cultural, and political development of India required the overthrow of colonialism. Thus, their analysis of the national movement is based on the denial of the basic contradiction between the interests of the Indian people and of British colonialism and causative role this contradiction played in the rise of the national movement. Consequently, they implicitly or explicitly deny that the Indian national movement represented the Indian side of this contradiction, or that it was anti-imperialist, that is, it opposed British imperialism in India. They see the Indian struggle against imperialism as a mock battle, mimic warfare, a Dasera duel between two hollow statues, locked in motiveless and simulated combat. The denial of the central contradiction vitiates the entire approach of these scholars, though their meticulous research does help others to use it within a different framework. The imperialist writers deny that India was in the process of becoming a nation, and believe that what is called India in fact consisted of religions, castes, communities, and interests. Thus, the grouping of Indian politics around the concept of an Indian nation, or an Indian people, or social classes, is not recognized by them. There were instead, they said, pre-existing Hindu-Muslim, Brahmin, non-Brahmin, Aryan, Bhadraluk, cultured people, and other similar identities. They say that these prescriptive groups based on caste and religion are the real basis of political organization, and as such, caste and religion-based politics are primary and nationalism a mere cover. As Seal puts it, what from a distance appear as their political strivings were often, on close examination, their efforts to conserve or improve the position of their own prescriptive groups. This also makes Indian nationalism, says Seal, different from the nationalism of China, Japan, the Muslim countries, and Africa. If the Indian national movement did not express the interests of the Indian people vis-a-vis imperialism, then whose interests did it represent? Once again, the main lines of the answer and argument were worked out by late 19th century and early 20th century officials and imperialist spokesmen. The national movement, assert the writers of the imperialist school, was not a people's movement, but a product of the needs and interests of the elite groups, who used it to serve either their own narrow interests or the interests of their prescriptive groups. Thus, the elite groups and their needs and interests provide the origin as well as the driving force of the idea, ideology, and movement of nationalism. These groups were sometimes formed around religious or caste identities, and sometimes through political connections built around patronage. But in each case, these groups had a narrow selfish interest in opposing British rule or each other. Nationalism, then, is seen primarily as a mere ideology, which these elite groups used to legitimize their narrow ambitions and to mobilize public support. The national movement was merely an instrument used by the elite groups to mobilize the masses and to satisfy their own interests. Gallagher, Seal, and their students have added to this viewpoint. While Dufferin, Curzon, Chirol, Lovett, Macaulay, and Bibi Misra talked of the frustrated educated middle classes using nationalism to fight the benevolent Raj, Seal develops a parallel view, as found in Chirol and the Rolate Committee report, that the national movement represented the struggle of one Indian elite group against another for British favors. As he puts it, it is misleading to view these native mobilizations as directed chiefly against foreign overlordship. Much attention has been paid to the apparent conflicts between imperialism and nationalism. It would be at least equally profitable to study their real partnership. The main British contribution to the rise and growth of the national movement, then, was that British rule sharpened mutual jealousies and struggles among Indians, and created new fields and institutions for their mutual rivalry. Seal, Gallagher, and their students also extended the basis on which the elite groups were formed. They followed and added to the viewpoint of the British historian Lewis Namier, and contended that these groups were formed on the basis of patron-client relationships. They theorized that, as the British extended administrative, economic, and political power to the localities and provinces, local potentates started organizing politics by acquiring clients and patrons whose interests they served, and who in turn served their interests. Indian politics began to be formed through the links of this patron-client chain. Gradually, bigger leaders emerged who undertook to act as brokers to link together the politics of the local potentates, and eventually, because British rule encompassed the whole of India, all India brokers emerged. To operate successfully, these all India brokers needed province-level brokers at the lower levels, and needed to involve clients in the national movement. The second-level leaders are also described as subcontractors. Seal says the chief political brokers were Gandhi, Nehru, and Patel, and according to these historians, the people themselves, those whose fortunes were affected by all this power brokering, came in only in 1918. After that, we are told, their existential grievances such as war, inflation, disease, drought, or depression, which had nothing to do with colonialism, were cleverly used to bamboozle them into participating in this factional struggle of the potentates. Thus, this school of historians treats the Indian national movement as a cloak for the struggle for power between various sections of the Indian elite, and between them and the foreign elite, thus effectively denying its existence and legitimacy as a movement of the Indian people for the overthrow of imperialism, and for the establishment of an INDEP, one IDENT nation-state. Categories of nation, class, mobilization, ideology, etc., which are generally used by historians to analyze national movements and revolutionary processes in Europe. Asia and Africa are usually missing from their treatment of the Indian national movement. This view not only denies the existence of colonial exploitation and underdevelopment, and the central contradiction, but also any idealism on the part of those who sacrificed their lives for the anti-imperialist cause. As S. Gopal has put it, Namier was accused of taking the mind out of politics. This school has gone further, and taken not only the mind but decency, character integrity, and selfless commitment out of the Indian national movement. Moreover, it denies any intelligent or active role to the mass of workers, peasant, lower middle class, and women in the anti-imperialist struggle. They are treated as a child people or dumb creatures who had no perception of their needs and interests. One wonders why the colonial rulers did not succeed in mobilizing them behind their own politics. A few historians have of late initiated a new trend, described by its proponents as subaltern, which dismisses all previous historical writing, including that based on a Marxist perspective, as elite historiography, and claims to replace this old, bunkered historiography with what it claims is a new people's or subaltern approach. For them, the basic contradiction in Indian society in the colonial epoch was between the elite, both Indian and foreign on the one hand, and the subaltern groups on the other, and not between colonialism and the Indian people. They believe that the Indian people were never united in a common anti-imperialist struggle, that there was no such entity as the Indian national movement. Instead, they assert that there were two distinct movements or streams, the real anti-imperialist stream of the subalterns, and the bogus national movement of the elite. The elite stream, led by the official leadership of the Indian National Congress, was little more than a cloak for the struggle for power among the elite. The subaltern school's characterization of the national movement bears a disturbing resemblance to the imperialist and neo-imperialist characterization of the national movement, the only difference being that, while neo-imperialist historiography does not split the movement but characterizes the entire national movement in this fashion, subaltern historiography first divides the movement into two, and then accepts the neo-imperialist characterization for the elite stream. This approach is also characterized by a generally ahistorical glorification of oil forms of popular militancy and consciousness, and an equally ahistorical contempt for all forms of initiative and activity, the intelligentsia, organized party leaderships and other elites. Consequently, it too denies the legitimacy of the actual, historical anti-colonial struggle that the Indian people waged. The new school, which promised to write a history based on the people's own consciousness, is yet to tap new sources that may be more reflective of popular perceptions. Its new writing continues to be based on the same old elite sources. The other major approach is nationalist historiography. In the colonial period, this school was represented by political activists such as Lajpat Rai, A.C. Mazumdar, R.G. Pradhan, Pattabjay Sitaramaiah, Surendranath Banerjee, C.F. Andrews, and Girija Mukherjee. More recently, Bernanda, Bisheshwar Prasad, and Amlas Tripathi have made distinguished contributions within the framework of this approach. The nationalist historians, especially the more recent ones, show an awareness of the exploitative character of colonialism. But on the whole, they feel that the national movement was the result of the spread and realization of the idea or spirit of nationalism or liberty. They also take full cognizance of the process of India becoming a nation, and see the national movement as a movement of the people. Their major weakness, however, is that they tend to ignore or at least underplay the inner contradictions of Indian society, both in terms of class and caste. They tend to ignore the fact that while the national movement represented the interests of the people or nation as a whole, that is, of all classes vis-a-vis colonialism, it only did so from a particular class perspective. And that, consequently, there was a constant struggle between different social ideological perspectives for hegemony over the movement. They also usually take up the position adopted by the right wing of the national movement, and equate it with the movement as a whole. Their treatment of the strategic and ideological dimensions of the movement is also inadequate. The Marxist school emerged on the scene later. Its foundations, so far as the study of the national movement is concerned, were laid by Rapalm Dutt and A.R. Desai, but several others have developed it over the years. Unlike the imperialist school, the Marxist historians clearly see the primary contradiction, as well as the process of the nation in the making, and unlike the nationalists, they also take full note of the inner contradictions of Indian society. However, many of them, and Palm Dutt in particular, are not able to fully integrate their treatment of the primary anti-imperialist contradiction and the secondary inner contradictions, and tend to counterpose the anti-imperialist struggle to the class or social struggle. They also tend to see the movement as a structured bourgeois movement, if not the bourgeoisie's movement, and miss its open-ended and all-class character. They see the bourgeoisie as playing the dominant role in the movement. They tend to equate or conflate the national leadership with the bourgeoisie or capitalist class. They also interpret the class character of the movement in terms of its forms of struggle, i.e. in its non-violent character, and in the fact that it made strategic retreats and compromises. A few take an even narrower view. They suggest that access to financial resources determined the ability to influence the course and direction of nationalist politics. Many of the Marxist writers also do not do an actual detailed historical investigation of the strategy, program, ideology, extent, and forms of mass mobilization, and strategic and tactical maneuvers of the national movement. Our own approach, while remaining, we believe, within the broad Marxist tradition, tries to locate the issues of the nature of the contradictions in colonial India, the relationship between the primary and the secondary contradictions, the class character of the movement, the relationship between the bourgeois and other social classes and the Indian National Congress and its leadership, i.e., the relationship between class and party, the relationship between forms of struggle including non-violence and class character ideology, strategy and mass character of the movement, and so on, in a framework which differs in many respects from the existing approaches, including the classical Marxist approach of Palme Dutt and R. Desai. The broad contours of that framework are outlined below. In our view, India's freedom struggle was basically the result of a fundamental contradiction between the interests of the Indian people and that of British colonialism. From the beginning itself, India's national leaders grasped this contradiction. They were able to see that India was regressing economically and undergoing a process of underdevelopment. In time, they were able to evolve a scientific analysis of colonialism. In fact, they were the first in the 19th century to develop an economic critique of colonialism and lay bare its complex structure. They were also able to see the distinction between colonial policy and the imperatives of the colonial structure, taking the social experience of the Indian people as colonized subjects and recognizing the common interests of the Indian people vis-a-vis colonialism. The national leaders gradually evolved a clear-cut anti-colonial ideology on which they based the national movement. This anti-colonial ideology and critique of colonialism were disseminated during the mass phase of the movement. The national movement also played a pivotal role in the historical process through which the Indian people got formed into a nation, or a people. National leaders from Dadabhai Nauroji, Surendranath Banerjee and Tilak to Gandhiji and Nehru accepted that India was not yet a fully structured nation, but a nation in the making, and that one of the major objectives and functions of the movement was to promote the growing unity of the Indian people through a common struggle against colonialism. In other words, the national movement was seen both as a product of the process of the nation in the making and as an active agent of the process. This process of the nation in the making was never counterposed to the diverse regional, linguistic, and ethnic identities in India. On the contrary, the emergence of a national identity and the flowering of other narrower identities were seen as processes deriving strength from each other. The pre-nationalist resistance to colonial rule failed to understand the twin phenomena of colonialism and the nation in the making. In fact, these phenomena were not visible or available to be grasped on the surface. They had to be grasped through hard analysis. This analysis and political consciousness based on it were then taken to the people by intellectuals who played a significant role in arousing the inherent, instinctive, nascent, anti-colonial consciousness of the masses. As explained in Chapter 38, the Indian national movement had certain specific though untheorized strategy of struggle within which various phases and forms of struggle were integrated, especially after 1918. This strategy was formed by the waging of hegemonic struggle for the minds and hearts of the Indian people. The purpose was to destroy the two basic constituents of colonial hegemony, or the belief system through which the British secured the acquiescence of the Indian people in their rule. That British rule was benevolent or for the good of the Indians, and that it was invincible or incapable of being overthrown. Replying to the latter aspect, Jawaharlal Nehru wrote in The Discovery of India, the essence of his Gandhi's teaching was fearlessness. Not merely bodily courage but the absence of fear from the mind. But the dominant impulse in India under British rule was that of fear, pervasive, oppressing, strangling fear, fear of the army, the police, the widespread secret service, fear of the official class, fear of laws meant to suppress and of prison, fear of the landlord's agents, fear of the moneylender, fear of unemployment and starvation, which were always on the threshold. It was against this all-pervading fear that Gandhiji's quiet and determined voice was raised. Be not afraid. Relying basically on Gramsci, we have used the concept of hegemony in an amended form since exercise of hegemony in a colonial society, both by the colonial rulers and the opposing anti-imperialist forces, occurs in a context different from an independent capitalist society. The concept of hegemony, as used by us, means exercise of leadership, as opposed to pure domination. More specifically, it relates to the capacity as also the strategy, through which the rulers or dominant classes or leadership of popular movements organize consent among the ruled or the followers and exercise moral and ideological leadership over them. According to Gramsci, in the case of class hegemony, the hegemonic class is able to make compromises with a number of allied classes by taking up their causes and interests, and thus emerges as the representative of the current interests of the entire society. It unifies these allies under its own leadership through a web of institutions, social relations, and ideas. The Gramscian concept of hegemony is of course opposed to an economist notion of movements and ideologies, which constitute primarily on immediate class interests in politics and ideology and tend to make a direct correlation between the two, and sometimes even to derive the latter from the former. And how was nationalist hegemony to be evolved? In the case of a popular anti-imperialist movement, we believe the leadership, acting within a particular ideological framework, exercises hegemony by taking up the anti-colonial interests of the entire colonized people, and by unifying them by adjusting the class interests of the different classes, strata and groups constituting the colonized people. The struggle for ideological hegemony within a national movement pertains to changing the relative balance of advantages flowing from such adjustment, and not to the question of adjustment itself. In the colonial situation, the anti-imperialist struggle was primary and the social, class and caste struggles were secondary, and therefore struggles within Indian society were to be initiated and then compromised rather than carried to an extreme, with all mutually hostile classes and castes making concessions. Further, the nationalist strategy alternated between phases of massive mass struggle which broke existing laws and phases of intense political agitational work within the legal framework. The strategy accepted that mass movements by their very nature had ups and downs, troughs and peaks, for it was not possible for the vast mass of people to engage continuously in a long drawn-out extra-legal struggle that involved considerable sacrifice. This strategy also assumed freedom struggle advancing through stages, though the country was not to advance to freedom till the threshold of the last stage was crossed. Constructive work, organized around the promotion of khadi, national education, Hindu-Muslim unity, the boycott of foreign cloth and liquor, the social upliftment of the Harijans low-caste untouchables, and tribal people and the struggle against untouchability, formed an important part of nationalist strategy especially during its constitutional phases. This strategy also involved participation in the colonial constitutional structure, without falling prey to it, or without getting co-opted by it. And what was the role of non-violence? It was not, we believe, a mere dogma of Gandhiji, nor was it dictated by the interests of the propertied classes. It was an essential part of a movement whose strategy involved the waging of a hegemonic struggle based on a mass movement, which mobilized the people to the widest possible extent. The nationalist strategy of a war of position, of hegemonic struggle, was also linked to the semi-hegemonic or legal authoritarian character of the colonial state, which functioned through the rule of law, a rule-bound bureaucracy, and a relatively independent judiciary, while simultaneously enacting and enforcing extremely repressive laws, and which extended a certain amount of civil liberties in normal times and curtailed them. In periods of mass struggle, it also constantly offered constitutional and economic concessions, though it always retained the basics of state power in its own hands. Seen from this point of view, the peaceful and negotiated nature of the transfer of power in 1947 was no accident, nor was it the result of a compromise by a tired leadership, but was the result of the character and strategy of the Indian national movement, the culmination of a war of position where the British recognized that the Indian people were no longer willing to be ruled by them and the Indian part of the colonial apparatus could no longer be trusted to enforce a rule which the people did not want. The British recognized that they had lost the battle of hegemony or war of position, and decided to retreat rather than make a futile attempt to rule such a vast country by threat of a sword that was already breaking in their hands. Seen in this strategic perspective, the various negotiations and agreements between the rulers and the nationalist leadership, the retreat of the movement in 1922 and 1934, the compromise involved in the Gandhi-Irwin Pact, and the working of constitutional reforms after 1922, and in 1937 also have to be evaluated differently from that done by writers such as R. Palme Dutt. This we have done in the chapters dealing with these issues. The Indian national movement was a popular multi-class movement. It was not a movement led or controlled by the bourgeoisie, nor did the bourgeoisie exercise exclusive influence over it. Moreover, its multi-class, popular, and open-ended character meant that it was open to the alternative hegemony of socialist ideas. The national movement did, in fact, undergo constant ideological transformation. In the late 1920s and L93 OHS, Jawaharlal Nehru, Subhas Bose, the Communists, the Congress Socialists and other left-minded socialist groups and individuals made an intense effort to give the movement arid the National Congress a socialistic direction. One aspect of this was the effort to organize the peasants in Kisan Sabhas, the workers in trade unions, and the youth in youth leagues and student unions. The other was the effort to give the entire national movement a socialist ideological orientation, to make it adopt a socialist vision of free India. This effort did achieve a certain success, and socialist ideas spread widely and rapidly. Almost all young intellectuals of the 1930s and 1940s belonged to some shade of pink or red. Kisan Sabhas and trade unions also tended to shift to the left. Also important in this respect was the constant development of Gandhiji's ideas in a radical direction. But, when freedom came, the left had not yet succeeded, for various reasons, in establishing the hegemony of socialist ideas over the national movement, and the dominant vision within the movement remained that of bourgeois development. Thus, we suggest, the basic weakness of the movement was located in its ideological structure. The Indian National Congress, being a movement and not just a party, included within its fold individuals and groups which subscribed to widely divergent political and ideological perspectives. Communists, socialists, and Royists worked within the Congress, as did constitutionalists, like Satyamurthy and Kamunshi. At the same time, the national movement showed a remarkable capacity to remain united despite diversity. A lesson was learnt from the disastrous split of 1907, and the moderates and extremists, constitutionalists and non-constitutionalists and leftists and rightists did not split the Indian National Congress thereafter, even in the gravest crises. There were, of course, many other streams flowing into the swelling river of India's freedom struggle. The Indian National Congress was the main stream, but not the only stream. We have discussed many of these streams in this volume: the pre-Congress peasant and tribal movements, the revolutionary terrorists, the Ghadar and Home Rule movements, the Akali and temple reform movements of the 1920s, the struggle in the legislatures and in the press, the peasant and working class struggles, the rise of the left inside and outside the Congress, the state people's movements, the politics of the capitalist class, the Indian National Army, the Revolt, etc. We have, as a matter of fact, devoted nearly half of this volume to political movements which formally happened outside the Congress. But we do not treat these non-Congress movements as parallel streams, as some have maintained. Though they were outside the Congress, most of them were not really separate from it. They cannot be artificially counterposed to the movement led by the Congress, which, with all its positive and negative features, was the actual anti-imperialist movement of the Indian people incorporating their historical energies and genius, as in the case with any genuine mass movement. In fact, nearly all these movements established a complex relation with the Congress mainstream, and at no stage became alternatives to the Congress. They all became an integral part of the Indian national movement. The only ones which may be said to have formed part of an alternative stream of politics were the communal and casteist movements, which were not nationalist or anti-imperialist, but in fact betrayed loyalist pro-colonial tendencies. In time, the Indian national movement developed into one of the greatest mass movements in world history. It derived its entire strength, especially after 1918, from the militancy and self-sacrificing spirit of the masses. Satyagraha as a form of struggle was based on the active participation of the people, and on the sympathy and support of the non-participating millions. Several satyagraha campaigns, apart from innumerable mass agitational campaigns, were waged between 1919 and 1942. Millions of men and women were mobilized in myriad ways. They sustained the movement by their grit and determination. Starting out as a movement of the nationalist intelligentsia, the national movement succeeded in mobilizing the youth, women, the urban, petty bourgeoisie, the urban and rural poor, urban and rural artisans, peasants, workers, merchants, capitalists, and a large number of small landlords. The movement in its various forms and phases took modem politics to the people. It did not, in the main, appeal to their pre-modem consciousness based on religion, caste and locality, or loyalty to the traditional rulers or chieftains. It did not mobilize people ideologically around religion, caste, or region. It fought for no benefits on that basis. People did not join it as Brahmins, or Patidars, or Marathas, or Harijans. It made no appeal to religious or caste identities, though in some cases caste structure was used in villages to enforce discipline in a movement whose motivation and demands had nothing to do with caste. even while relying on the popular consciousness, experience, perception of oppression, and the needed remedies. On notions of good rule or utopia, the movement did not merely reflect the existing consciousness, but also made every effort to radically transform it in the course of the struggle. Consequently, it created space for as well as got integrated with other modern, liberationist movements of women, youth, peasants, workers, Harijans, and other lower castes. For example, the social and religious reform movements which developed during the 19th century as part of the defense against colonialization of Indian culture merged with the national movement. Most of them became a part of the broad spectrum of the national movement in the 20th century. But in the end, the national movement had to surrender in part before communalism. We have tried to examine, at some length, the rise and growth of communalism and the reasons for the partial failure of the national movement to counter its challenge. The national movement also failed to undertake a cultural revolution, despite some advances in the social position of women and lower castes. Moreover, it was unable to take the cultural defense of the late 19th century's social and religious reforms back to the rationalist critical phase of the early 19th century. It also could not fully integrate the cultural struggle with the political struggle despite Gandhiji's efforts in that direction. The national movement was based on an immense faith in the capacity of the Indian people to make sacrifices. At the same time, it recognized the limits on this capacity and did not make demands based on unrealistic and romantic notions. After all, while a cadre-based movement can base itself on exceptional individuals capable of making uncommon sacrifices, a mass movement, even while having exceptional individuals as leaders, has to rely on the masses with all their normal strengths and weaknesses. It is these common people who hail to perform uncommon tasks. The nation has got energy of which you have no conception but I have, Gandhiji told K.F. Nariman in 1934. At the same time, he said, a leadership should not put an undue strain on the energy. As a mass movement, the Indian national movement was able to tap the diverse energies, talents, and capacities of a large variety of people. It had a place for all, old and young, rich and poor, women and men, the intellectuals and the masses. People participated in it in varied ways, from jail-going satyagraha and picketing to participation in public meetings and demonstrations, from going on hurdles and strikes to cheering the jathas of Congress volunteers from the sidelines, from voting for nationalist candidates in municipal, district, provincial and central elections to participating in constructive programs, from becoming 4 Anna 25 pays members of the Congress to wearing khadi and a Gandhi cap. From contributing funds to the Congress, to feeding and giving shelter to Congress agitators, from distributing and reading the Young India and the Harijan or illegal Patrikas bulletins, to staging and attending nationalist dramas and poetry festivals, and from writing and reading nationalist novels, poems and stones to walking and singing in the Prabhat Feri's parties making rounds of a town or part of it. The movement and the process of mass mobilization were also an expression of the immense creativity of the Indian people. They were able to give a full play to their innovativeness and initiative. The movement did not lack exceptional individuals, both among leaders and followers. It produced thousands of martyrs. But as heroic were those who worked for years, day after day, in an unexciting humdrum fashion, forsaking their homes and careers, and losing their lands and very livelihood, whose families were often short of daily bread and whose children went without adequate education or health care. Chapter 1. The First Major Challenge, the Revolt of 1857. It was the morning of May 11, 1857. The city of De1H had not yet woken up when a band of sepoys from Meerut, who had defied and killed the European officers the previous day, crossed the Jamuna, set the toll house on fire and marched to the Red Fort. They entered the Red Fort through the Rajghat Gate, followed by an excited crowd, to appeal to Bahadur Shah II, the Mughal emperor, a pensioner of the British East India Company, who possessed nothing but the name of the mighty Mughals, to become their leader, thus give legitimacy to their cause. Bahadur Shah vacillated as he was neither sure of the intentions of the sepoys, nor of his own ability to play an effective role. He was, however, persuaded, if not coerced, to give in, and was proclaimed the Shahanshah-e Hindustan. The sepoys, then, set out to capture and control the imperial city of Delhi. Simon Fraser, the political agent, and several other Englishmen were killed. The public offices were either occupied or destroyed. The revolt of an unsuccessful but heroic effort to eliminate foreign rule had begun. The capture of Delhi and the proclamation of Bahadur Shah as the Emperor of Hindustan gave a positive political meaning to the revolt and provided a rallying point for the rebels by recalling the past glory of the imperial city. The revolt at Meerut and the capture of Delhi was the precursor to a widespread mutiny by the sepoys and rebellion almost all over North India as well as Central and Western India. South India remained quiet, and Punjab and Bengal were only marginally affected. Almost half the company's sepoy strength of 232,224 opted out of their loyalty to their regimental colors and overcame the ideology of the army. Meticulously constructed over a period of time through training and discipline, even before the Meerut incident, there were rumblings of resentment in various cantonments. The 19th Native Infantry at Berhampur, which refused to use the newly introduced Enfield rifle, was disbanded in March 1857. A young sepoy of the 34th Native Infantry, Mangal Pandey, went a step further and fired at the sergeant major of his regiment. He was overpowered and executed, and his regiment too was disbanded. The 7th Udit Regiment, which defied its officers, met with a similar fate. Within a month of capture of Delhi, the revolt spread to different parts of the country: Kanpur, Lucknow, Benares, Allahabad, Bareilly, Jagdishpur, and Jhansi. The rebel activity was marked by intense anti-British feelings, and the administration was invariably toppled. In the absence of any leaders from their own ranks, the insurgents turned to the traditional leaders of Indian society, the territorial aristocrats and feudal chiefs who had suffered at the hands of the British. At Kanpur, the natural choice was Nana Saheb, the adopted son of the last Peshwa Bajirao II. He had refused the family title and, banished from Pune, was living near Kanpur. Begum Hazrat Mahal took over the reins where popular sympathy was overwhelmingly in favor of the deposed Nawab. Her son, Birjis Qadir, was proclaimed the Nawab, and a regular administration was organized with important offices shared equally by Muslims and Hindus. At Bareilly, Khan Bahadur, a descendant of the former ruler of Rohilkhand, was placed in command. Living on a pension granted by the British, he was not too enthusiastic about this and had, in fact, warned the commissioner of the impending mutiny. Yet, once the revolt broke out, he assumed the administration, organized an army of 40,000 soldiers and offered stiff resistance to the British. In Bihar, the revolt was led by Kunwar Singh, the zamindar of Jagdishpur, a 70-year-old man on the brink of bankruptcy. He nursed a grudge against the British. He had been deprived of his estates by them, and his repeated appeals to be entrusted with their management again fell on deaf ears. Even though he had not planned an uprising, he unhesitatingly joined the sepoys when they reached Ara from Dinapur. The most outstanding leader of the revolt was Rani Lakshmi Bai, who assumed the leadership of the sepoys at Jhansi. Lord Dalhousie, the Governor-General, had refused to allow her adopted son to succeed to the throne after her husband died, and had annexed the state by the application of the doctrine of lapse. The Rani had tried everything to reverse the decision. She even offered to keep Jhansi safe for the British if they would grant her wishes. When it was clear nothing was working, she joined the sepoys and, in time, became one of the most formidable enemies the British had to contend with. The revolt was not confined to these major centers. It had embraced almost every cantonment in the Bengal and a few in Bombay. Only the Madras army remained totally loyal. Why did the sepoys revolt? It was considered prestigious to be in the service of the company. It provided economic stability. Why, then, did the sepoys choose to forego these advantages for the sake of an uncertain future? A proclamation issued at Delhi indicates the immediate cause. It is well known that in these days, all the English have entertained these evil designs. First to destroy the religion of the whole Hindustani army, and then to make the people by compulsion Christians. Therefore we, solely on account of our religion, have combined with the people, and have not spared alive one infidel, and have re-established the Delhi dynasty on these terms. It is certainly true that the conditions of service in the company's army and cantonments increasingly came into conflict with the religious beliefs and prejudices of the sepoys, who were predominantly drawn from the upper caste Hindus of the northwestern provinces and Oud. Initially, the administration sought to accommodate the sepoys' demands. Facilities were provided to them to live according to the dictates of their caste and religion. But, with the extension of the army's operation not only to various parts of India but also to countries outside, it was not possible to do so anymore. Moreover, caste distinctions and segregation within a regiment were not conducive to the cohesiveness of a fighting unit. To begin with, the administration thought of an easy way out: discourage the recruitment of Brahmins. This apparently did not succeed and, by the middle of the 19th century, the upper castes predominated in the Bengal army, for instance. The unhappiness of the sepoys first surfaced in 1824 when the 47th Regiment at Barrackpur was ordered to go to Burma. To the religious Hindu, crossing the sea meant loss of caste. The sepoys therefore refused to comply. The regiment was disbanded, and those who led the opposition were hanged. The religious sensibilities of the sepoys who participated in the Afghan war were more seriously affected. During the arduous and disastrous campaigns, the fleeing sepoys were forced to eat and drink whatever came their way. When they returned to India, those at home correctly sensed that they could not have observed caste stipulations and therefore were hesitant to welcome them back into the Biradiri caste fraternity. Sitaram, who had gone to Afghanistan, found himself outcast not only in his village, but even in his own barracks. The prestige of being in the pay of the company was not enough to hold his position in society. Religion and caste proved to be more powerful. The rumors about the government's secret designs to promote conversions to Christianity further exasperated the sepoys. The official missionary nexus gave credence to the rumor. In some cantonments, missionaries were permitted to preach openly, and their diatribe against other religions angered the sepoys. The reports about the mixing of bone dust in Atta and the introduction of the Enfield rifle enhanced the sepoys' growing disaffection with the government. The cartridges of the new rifle had to be bitten off before loading, and the grease was reportedly made of beef and pig fat. The army administration did nothing to allay these fears, and the sepoys felt their religion was in real danger. The sepoys' discontent was not limited to religion alone. They were equally unhappy with their emoluments. A sepoy in the infantry got 7 rupees a month. A sawar in the cavalry was paid Nepalese rupee, 2007, out of which he had to pay for his own uniform, food and the upkeep of his mount, and he was ultimately left with only a rupee or two. What was more galling was the sense of deprivation compared to his British counterparts. He was made to feel a subordinate at every step and was discriminated against racially and in matters of promotion and privileges. Though he might give the signs of a military genius of Hyder, wrote T.R. Holmes, he knew that he could never attain the pay of an English subaltern, and that the rank to which he might attain after 30 years of faithful service, would not protect him from the insolent dictation of an ensign fresh from England. The discontent of the sepoys was not limited to matters military. They felt the general disenchantment with and opposition to British rule. The sepoy, in fact, was a peasant in uniform, whose consciousness was not divorced from that of the rural population. A military officer had warned Dalhousie about the possible consequences of his policies. Your army is derived from the peasantry of the country who have rights, and if those rights are infringed upon, you will no longer have to depend on the fidelity of the army. If you infringe the institutions of the people of India, that army will sympathize with them, for they are part of the population, and in every infringement you may make upon the rights of the individuals, you infringe upon the rights of men who are either themselves in the army or upon their sons, their fathers, or their relations. Almost every agricultural family in Oudh had a representative in the army. There were 75,000 men from Oudh. Whatever happened there was of immediate concern to the sepoy. The new land revenue system introduced after the annexation and the confiscation of lands attached to charitable institutions affected his well-being. That accounted for the 14,000 petitions received from the sepoys about the hardships of the revenue system. A proclamation issued by the Delhi rebels clearly reflected the sepoys' awareness of the misery brought about by British rule. The mutiny in itself, therefore, was a revolt against the British and thus a political act. What imparted this character to the mutiny was the sepoys' identity of interests with the general population. The revolt of the sepoys was accompanied by a rebellion of the civil population, particularly in the northwestern provinces, and Oudh, the two areas from which the sepoys of the Bengal army were recruited. Except in Muzaffarnagar and Saharanpur, civil rebellion followed the revolt of the sepoys. The action of the sepoys released the rural population from fear of the state and the control exercised by the administration. Their accumulated grievances found immediate expression, and they rose en masse to give vent to their opposition to British rule. Government buildings were destroyed, the treasury was plundered, the magazine was sacked, barracks and courthouses were burnt and prison gates were flung open. The civil rebellion had a broad social base, embracing all sections of society: the territorial magnates, peasants, artisans, religious mendicants and priests, civil servants, shopkeepers, and boatmen. The revolt of the sepoys, thus, resulted in a popular uprising. The reason for this mass upsurge has to be sought in the nature of British rule, which adversely affected the interests of almost all sections of society under the burden of excessive taxes. The peasantry became progressively indebted and impoverished. The only interest of the company was the realization of maximum revenue with minimum effort. Consequently, settlements were hurriedly undertaken, often without any regard for the resources of the land. For instance, in the district of Bareilly in 1812, the settlement was completed in the record time, often months, with a dramatic increase of Rs. 14.73188 over the earlier settlement. Delighted by this increase, the government congratulated the officers for their zeal, ability, and indefatigable labor. It did not occur to the authorities that such a sharp and sudden increase would have disastrous consequences on the cultivators. Naturally, the revenue could not be collected without coercion and torture. In Rohilkhand, there were as many as 237,388 coercive collections during 1848-56. Whatever the conditions, the government was keen on collecting revenue. Even in very adverse circumstances, remissions were rarely granted. A collector, who repeatedly reported his inability to realize revenue from an estate, as only grass was grown there, was told that grass was a very good produce and it should be sold for collecting revenue. The traditional landed aristocracy suffered no less. In Oudh, which was a storm center of the revolt, the talukdars lost all their power and privileges. About 21,000 talukdars whose estates were confiscated suddenly found themselves without a source of income. Unable to work, ashamed to beg, condemned to penury. These dispossessed talukdars, smarting under the humiliation heaped on them, seized the opportunity presented by the sepoy revolt to oppose the British and regain what they had lost. British rule also meant misery to the artisans and handicraftsmen. The annexation of Indian states by the company cut off their major source of patronage. Added to this, British policy discouraged Indian handicrafts and promoted British goods. The highly skilled Indian craftsmen were deprived of their source of income and were forced to look for alternate sources of employment. That hardly existed, as the destruction of Indian handicrafts was not accompanied by the development of modem industries. The reforming zeal of British officials under the influence of utilitarianism had aroused considerable suspicion, resentment, and opposition. The Orthodox Hindus and Muslims feared that through social legislation, the British were trying to destroy their religion and culture. Moreover, they believed that legislation was undertaken to aid the missionaries in their quest for evangelization. The Orthodox and the religious, therefore, arrayed against the British. Several proclamations of the rebels expressed this cultural concern in no uncertain terms. The coalition of the revolt of the sepoys and that of the civil population made the 1857 movement an unprecedented popular upsurge. Was it an organized and methodically planned revolt or a spontaneous insurrection? In the absence of any reliable account left behind by the rebels, it is difficult to be certain. The attitude and activities of the leaders hardly suggest any planning or conspiracy on their part, and if at all it existed, it was at an embryonic stage. When the sepoys arrived from Meerut, Bahadur Shah seems to have been taken by surprise and promptly conveyed the news to the lieutenant governor at Agra. So did Rani Lakshmibai of Jhansi, who took quite some time before openly joining the rebels. Whether Nana Saheb and Maulvi Ahmad Shah of Faizabad had established links with various cantonments and were instrumental in instigating revolt is yet to be proved beyond doubt. Similarly, the message conveyed by the circulation of chapatis and lotus flowers is also uncertain. The only positive factor is that within a month of the Meerut incident, the revolt became quite widespread. Even if there was no planning and organization before the revolt, it was important that it was done once it started. Immediately after the capture of Delhi, a letter was addressed to the rulers of all the neighboring states and of Rajasthan soliciting their support and inviting them to participate. In Delhi, a court of administrators was established which was responsible for all matters of state. The court consisted of 10 members, 6 from the army and 4 from the civilian departments. All decisions were taken by a majority vote. The court conducted the affairs of the state in the name of the emperor. The government at Delhi, wrote a British official, seems to have been a sort of constitutional malacracy. The king was king and honored as such, like a constitutional monarch, but instead of a parliament, he had a council of soldiers, in whom power rested, and of whom he was no degree a military commander. In other centers, also attempts were made to bring about an organization. Bahadur Shah was recognized as the emperor by all rebel leaders. Coins were struck, and orders were issued in his name. At Bareilly, Khan Bahadur Khan conducted the administration in the name of the Mughal emperor. It is also significant that the first impulse of the rebels was always to proceed to Delhi whether they were at Meerut, Kanpur, or Jhansi. The need to create an organization and a political institution to preserve the gains was certainly felt. But in the face of the British counter-offensive, there was no chance to build on these early nebulous ideas. For more than a year, the rebels carried on their struggle against heavy odds. They had no source of arms and ammunition. What they had captured from the British arsenals could not carry them far. They were often forced to fight with swords and pikes against an enemy supplied with the most modern weapons. They had no quick system of communication at their command and hence no coordination was possible. Consequently, they were unaware of the strength and weaknesses of their compatriots and as a result could not come to each other's rescue in times of distress. Everyone was left to play a lonely hand. Although the rebels received the sympathy of the people, the country as a whole was not behind them. The merchants, intelligentsia and Indian rulers not only kept aloof, but actively supported the British. Meetings were organized in Calcutta and Bombay by them, to pray for the success of the British. Despite the doctrine of lapse, the Indian rulers who expected their future to be safer with the British, liberally provided them with men and materials. Indeed, the sepoys might have made a better fight of it if they had received their support. Almost half the Indian soldiers not only did not revolt, but fought against their own countrymen. The recapture of Delhi was effected by 5 columns consisting of 1,700 British troops and 3,200 Indians. The blowing up of Kashmir Gate was conducted by 6 British officers and NCOs and 24 Indians, of whom 10 were Punjabis and 14 were from Agra and Oud. Apart from some honorable exceptions like the Rani of Thansi, Kunwar Singh and Maulvi Ahmadullah, the rebels were poorly served by their leaders. Most of them failed to realize the significance of the revolt and simply did not do enough. Bahadur Shah and Zinat Mahal had no faith in the sepoys and negotiated with the British to secure their safety. Most of the Talukdars tried only to protect their own interests. Some of them, like Man Singh, changed sides several times depending on which side had the upper hand. Apart from a commonly shared hatred for alien rule, the rebels had no political perspective or a definite vision of the future. They were all prisoners of their own past, fighting primarily to regain their lost privileges. Unsurprisingly, they proved incapable of ushering in a new political order. John Lawrence rightly remarked that had a single leader of ability arisen among them, the rebels, we must have been lost beyond redemption. That was not to be. Yet the rebels showed exemplary courage, dedication, and commitment. Thousands of men courted death, fighting for a cause they held dear. Their heroism alone, however, could not stem the onslaught of a much superior British army. The first to fall was Delhi on September 20, 1857, after a prolonged battle. Bahadur Shah, who took refuge in Humayun's tomb, was captured, tried and deported to Burma. With that, the back of the revolt was broken, since Delhi was the only possible rallying point. The British military then dealt with the rebels in one center after another. The Rani of Jhansi died fighting on June 17, 1858. General Hugh Rose, who defeated her, paid high tribute to his enemy when he said that here lay the woman who was the only man among the rebels. Nana Saheb refused to give in, and finally escaped to Nepal in the beginning of 1859, hoping to renew the struggle. Kunwar Singh, despite his old age, was too quick for the British troops, and constantly kept them guessing till his death on May 9, 1858. Tantia Tope, who successfully carried on guerrilla warfare against the British until April 1859, was betrayed by a zamindar, captured and put to death by the British. Thus came to an end the most formidable challenge the British Empire had to face in India. It is a matter of speculation as to what the course of history would have been had the rebels succeeded. Whether they would have put the clock back and resurrected and reinforced a feudal order need not detain us here, although that was not necessarily the only option. Despite the sepoys' limitations and weaknesses, their effort to emancipate the country from foreign rule was a patriotic act and a progressive step. If the importance of a historical event is not limited to its immediate achievements, the revolt of 1857 was not a pure historical tragedy. Even in failure, it served a grand purpose, a source of inspiration for the national liberation movement, which later achieved what the revolt could not. Chapter civil rebellions, and tribal uprisings. The Revolt was the most dramatic instance of traditional India's struggle against foreign rule, but it was no sudden occurrence. It was the culmination of a century-long tradition of fierce popular resistance to British domination. The establishment of British power in India was a prolonged process of piecemeal conquest and consolidation, and the colonialization of the economy and society. This process produced discontent, resentment, and resistance at every stage. This popular resistance took three broad forms: civil rebellions, tribal uprisings, and peasant movements. We will discuss the first two in this chapter. The series of civil rebellions, which run like a thread through the first 100 years of British rule, were often led by deposed Rajas and Nawabs, or their descendants. Uprooted and impoverished zamindars, landlords and polygars, landed military magnates in South India, and ex-retainers and officials of the conquered Indian states. The backbone of the rebellions, their mass base and striking power, came from the rack-rented peasants, ruined artisans, and demobilized soldiers. These sudden, localized revolts often took place because of local grievances, although for short periods they acquired a broad sweep, involving armed bands of a few hundreds to several thousands. The major cause of all these civil rebellions taken as a whole was the rapid changes the British introduced in the economy, administration, and land revenue system. These changes led to the disruption of the agrarian society, causing prolonged and widespread suffering among its constituents. Above all, the colonial policy of intensifying demands for land revenue and extracting as large an amount as possible produced a veritable upheaval in Indian villages. In Bengal, for example, in less than 30 years, land revenue collection was raised to nearly double the amount collected under the Mughals. The pattern was repeated in other US of the country as British rule spread, and aggravating the unhappiness of the farmers was the fact that not even a part of the enhanced revenue was spent on the development of agriculture or the welfare of the cultivator. Thousands of zamindars and polygars lost control over their land and its revenues, either due to the extinction of their rights by the colonial state or by the forced sale of their rights over land because of their inability to meet the exorbitant land revenue demanded. The proud zamindars and polygars resented this loss even more when they were displaced by rank outsiders, government officials, and the new men of money, merchants, and moneylenders. Thus they, as also the old chiefs, who had lost their principalities, had personal scores to settle with the new rulers. Peasants and artisans, as we have seen earlier, had their own reasons to rise up in arms and side with the traditional elite. Increasing demands for land revenue were forcing large numbers of peasants into growing indebtedness or into selling their lands. The new landlords, bereft of any traditional paternalism towards their tenants, pushed up rents to ruinous heights and evicted them in the case of non-payment. The economic decline of the peasantry was reflected in 12 major and numerous minor famines from 1770 to 1857. The new courts and legal system gave a further fillip to the dispossessors of land and encouraged the rich to oppress the poor. Flogging, torture, and jailing of the cultivators for arrears of rent or land revenue or interest on debt were quite common. The ordinary people were also hard hit by the prevalence of corruption at the lower levels of the police, judiciary, and general administration. The petty officials enriched themselves freely at the cost of the poor. The police looted, oppressed, and tortured the common people at will. William Edwards, a British official, wrote in 1859 that the police were a scourge to the people and that their oppression and exactions form one of the chief grounds of dissatisfaction with our government. The ruin of Indian handicraft industries, as a result of the imposition of free trade in India and levy of discriminatory tariffs against Indian goods in Britain, pauperized millions of artisans. The misery of the artisans was further compounded by the disappearance of their traditional patrons and buyers, the princes, chieftains, and zamindars. The scholarly and priestly classes were also active in inciting hatred and rebellion against foreign rule. The traditional rulers and ruling elite had financially supported scholars, religious preachers, priests, pandits, and malvis, and men of arts and literature. With the coming of the British and the ruin of the traditional landed and bureaucratic elite, this patronage came to an end, and all those who had depended on it were impoverished. Another major cause of the rebellions was the very foreign character of British rule. Like any other people, the Indian people too felt humiliated at being under a foreigner's heel. This feeling of hurt pride inspired efforts to expel the foreigner from their lands. The civil rebellions began as British rule was established in Bengal and Bihar. Arid, they occurred in area after area as it was incorporated into colonial rule. There was hardly a year without armed opposition, or a decade without a major armed rebellion, in one part of the country or the other. From 1763 to 1856, there were more than 40 major rebellions apart from hundreds of minor ones. Displaced peasants and demobilized soldiers of Bengal led by religious monks and dispossessed zamindars were the first to rise up in the Sannyasi rebellion, made famous by Bipin Chandra Chatterjee in his novel Anand Math, that lasted from 1763 to 1800s. It was followed by the Shuar uprising, which covered 5 districts of Bengal and Bihar from 1766 to 1772, and then again from 1795 to 1816. Other major rebellions in eastern India were those of Rangpur and Dinajpur, 1783, Bishnupur and Birbhum, 1799, Orissa Zamindars, 1804 to 17, and Sambalpur, 1827 to 40. In South India, the Raja of Vizianagram revolted in 1794, The polygars of Tamil Nadu during the 1790s, of Malabar and coastal Andhra during the first decade of the 19th century, of Parlikamedi during 1813-14. Dewan Velu Thampi of Travancore organized a heroic revolt in 1805. The Mysore peasants too revolted in 1830-31. There were major uprisings in Visakhapatnam from 1830-34, Ganjam in 1835, and Kurnool in 1846-47. In western India, the chiefs of Saurashtra rebelled repeatedly from 1816 to 1832. The Kolis of Gujarat did the same during 1824-28, 1839 and 1849. Maharashtra was in a perpetual state of revolt after the final defeat of the Peshwa. Prominent were the Bill uprisings, 1818-31, the Kittur uprising, led by Chinava, 1824, the Satara uprising, 1841, and the revolt of the Gatkaris. 1844. Northern India was no less turbulent. The present states of western UP and Haryana rose up in arms in 1824. Other major rebellions were those of Bilaspur, 1805, the Talukdars of Aligarh, 1814-17, the Bundalas of Jabalpur, 1842, and Khandesh, 1852. The Second Punjab War, was also in the nature of a popular revolt by the people and the army. These almost continuous rebellions were massive in their totality, but were wholly local in their spread and isolated from each other. They were the result of local causes and grievances, and were also localized in their effects. They often bore the same character, not because they represented national or common efforts, but because they represented common conditions, though separated in time and space. Socially, economically, and politically, the semi-feudal leaders of these rebellions were backward-looking and traditional in outlook. They still lived in the old world, blissfully unaware and oblivious of the modern world which had knocked down the defenses of their society. Their resistance represented no societal alternative. It was centuries old in form and ideological and cultural content. Its basic objective was to restore earlier forms of rule and social relations. Such backward-looking and scattered, sporadic and disunited uprisings were incapable of fending off or overthrowing foreign rule. The British succeeded in pacifying the rebel areas one by one. They also gave concessions to the less fiery rebel chiefs and zamindars in the form of reinstatement, the restoration of their estates and reduction in revenue assessments, so long as they agreed to live peacefully under alien authority. The more recalcitrant ones were physically wiped out. Velu Thampi was, for example, publicly hanged even after he was dead. The suppression of the civil rebellions was a major reason why the revolt of 1857 did not spread to South India and most of eastern and western India. The historical significance of these civil uprisings lies in that they established strong and valuable local traditions of resistance to British rule. The Indian people were to draw inspiration from these traditions in the later nationalist struggle for freedom. The tribal people, spread over a large part of India, organized hundreds of militant outbreaks and insurrections during the 19th century. These uprisings were marked by immense courage and sacrifice on their part, and brutal suppression and veritable butchery on the part of the rulers. The tribals had cause to be upset for a variety of reasons. The colonial administration ended their relative isolation and brought them fully within the ambit of colonialism. It recognized the tribal chiefs as zamindars and introduced a new system of land revenue and taxation of tribal products. It encouraged the influx of Christian missionaries into the tribal areas. Above all, it introduced a large number of moneylenders, traders, arid revenue farmers as middlemen among the tribals. These middlemen were the chief instruments for bringing the tribal people within the vortex of the colonial economy and exploitation. The middlemen were outsiders who increasingly took possession of tribal lands and ensnared the tribals in a web of debt. High time, the tribal people increasingly lost their lands and were reduced to the position of agricultural laborers, sharecroppers, and rack-rented tenants on the land they had earlier brought under cultivation and held on a communal basis. Colonialism also transformed their relationship with the forest. They had depended on the forest for food, fuel, and cattle feed. They practiced shifting cultivation, jhum, podu, etc., taking recourse to fresh forest lands when their existing lands showed signs of exhaustion. The colonial government changed all this. It usurped the forest lands and placed restrictions on access to forest products, forest lands, and village common lands. It refused to let cultivation shift to new areas. Oppression and extortion by policemen and other petty officials further aggravated distress among the tribals. The revenue farmers and government agents also intensified and expanded the system of Begar, making the tribals perform unpaid labor. All this differed in intensity from region to region, but the complete disruption of the old agrarian order of the tribal communities provided the common factor for all the tribal uprisings. These uprisings were broad-based, involving thousands of tribals, often the entire population of a region. The colonial intrusion and the triumvirate of trader, moneylender, and revenue farmer in sum disrupted the tribal identity to a lesser or greater degree. In fact, ethnic ties were a basic feature of the tribal rebellions. The rebels saw themselves not as a discrete class, but as having a tribal identity. At this level, the solidarity shown was of a very high order. Fellow tribals were never attacked unless they had collaborated with the enemy. At the same time, not all outsiders were attacked as enemies. Often there was no violence against the non-tribal poor, who worked in tribal villages in supportive economic roles, or who had social relations with the tribals such as Telis, Wallace, lohars, carpenters, potters, weavers, washermen, barbers, drummers, and bonded laborers and domestic servants of the outsiders. They were not only spared, but were seen as allies. In many cases, the rural poor formed a part of the rebellious tribal bands. The rebellions normally began at the point where the tribals felt so oppressed that they felt they had no alternative but to fight. This often took the form of spontaneous attacks on outsiders, looting their property and expelling them from their villages. This led to clashes with the colonial authorities. When this happened, the tribals began to move towards armed resistance and elementary organization. Often, religious and charismatic leaders, messiahs emerged at this stage and promised divine intervention and an end to their suffering at the hands of the outsiders, and asked their fellow tribals to rise and rebel against foreign authority. Most of these leaders claimed to derive their authority from God. They also often claimed that they possessed magical powers, for example, the power to make the enemy's bullets ineffective. Filled with hope and confidence, the tribal masses tended to follow these leaders to the very end. The warfare between the tribal rebels and the British armed forces was totally unequal. On one side were drilled regiments armed with the latest weapons, and on the other were men and women fighting in roving bands armed with primitive weapons such as stones, axes, spears, and bows and arrows. Believing in the magical powers of their commanders, the tribals died in lakhs in this unequal warfare. Among the numerous tribal revolts, the Santhal Hul or uprising was the most massive. The Santhals, who live in the area between Bhagalpur and Rajmahal, known as Daman I Ko, rose in revolt, made a determined attempt to expel the outsiders, the Dikus, and proclaimed the complete annihilation of the alien regime. The social conditions which drove them to insurrection were described by a contemporary in the Calcutta Review as follows. Zamindars, the police, the revenue and court, alas, have exercised a combined system of extortions, oppressive exactions, forcible dispossession of property, abuse and personal violence, and a variety of petty tyrannies upon the timid and yielding Santhals. Usurious interest on loans of money ranging from 50 to 500%, false measures at the hall and the market, willful and uncharitable trespass by the rich by means of their untethered cattle, tattoos, ponies, and even elephants, on the growing crops of the poorer race, and such like illegalities have been prevalent. The Santhals considered the Dikus and government servants morally corrupt, being given to beggary, stealing, lying, and drunkenness. By 1854, the tribal heads, the Majis and Parganites, had begun to meet and discuss the possibility of revolting. Stray cases of the robbing of zamindars and moneylenders began to occur. The tribal leaders called an assembly of nearly 6,000 Santhals, representing 400 villages, at Baganadihi on June 30, 1855. It was decided to raise the banner of revolt, get rid of the outsiders and their colonial masters once and for all, the usher in Salyug, the reign of truth, and true justice. The Santhals believed that their actions had the blessings of God. Sido and Kanhu, the principal rebel leaders, claimed that Thakur God had communicated with them and told them to take up arms and fight for independence. Sido told the authorities in a proclamation that the Thakur has ordered me, saying that the country is not Sahib's. The Thakur himself will fight. Therefore you Sahibs and soldiers will fight the Thakur himself. The leaders mobilized the Santhal men and women by organizing huge processions through the villages accompanied by drummers and other musicians. The leaders rode at the D on horses and elephants and in palkis. Soon nearly 60,000 Santhals had been mobilized, forming bands of 1,500 to 2,000, but rallying in many thousands at the call of drums on particular occasions. They attacked the Mahajans and Zamindars and their houses, police stations, railway construction sites, the dak, post carriers, in fact all the symbols of Dila exploitation and colonial power. The Santhal insurrection was helped by a large number of non-tribal and poor Dikus. Gwalis milkmen and others helped the rebels with provisions and services. Lohar's blacksmiths accompanied the rebel bands, keeping their weapons in good shape. Once the government realized the scale of the rebellion, it organized a major military campaign against the rebels. It mobilized tens of regiments under the command of a major general, declared martial law in the affected areas, and offered rewards of up to Nepalese rupee 10,000 for the capture of various leaders. The rebellion was crushed ruthlessly. More than 15,000 Santhals were killed while tens of villages were destroyed. Sido was betrayed and captured and killed in August 1855, while Kanhu was arrested by accident at the tail end of the rebellion in February 1866. And the Rajmahal hills were drenched with the blood of the fighting Santhal peasantry. One typical instance of the heroism of Santhal rebels has been narrated by LSS O'Malley. They showed the most reckless courage, never knowing when they were beaten and refusing to surrender. On one occasion, 45 Santhals took refuge in a mud hut which they held against the sepoys. Volley after volley was fired into it. Each time the Santhals replied with a discharge of arrows. At last, when their fire ceased, the sepoys entered the hut and found only one old man was left alive. A sepoy called on him to surrender, whereupon the old man rushed upon him and cut him down with his battle axe. I shall describe briefly 3 other major tribal rebellions. The Kols of Chotanagpur rebelled from 1820 to 1837. Thousands of them were massacred before British authority could be reimposed. The hill tribesmen of Rampa in coastal Andhra revolted in March 1879 against the depredations of the government-supported Mansabdar and the new restrictive forest regulations. The authorities had to mobilize regiments of infantry, a squadron of cavalry, and 2 companies of sappers and miners before the rebels, numbering several thousands, could be defeated by the end of 1880. The rebellion Ulgulan of the Munda tribesmen, led by Birsa Munda, occurred during 1899-19. For over 30 years, the Munda Sardars had been struggling against the destruction of their system of common landholdings by the intrusion of Jagirdar, Thikadar, revenue farmers, and merchant moneylenders. Birsa, born in a poor sharecropper household in 1874, had a vision of God in 1895. He declared himself to be a divine messenger, possessing miraculous healing powers. Thousands gathered around him, seeing in him a messiah with a new religious message. Under the influence of the religious movement soon acquired an agrarian and political, Birsa began to move from village to village, organizing rallies and mobilizing his followers on religious and political grounds. On Christmas Eve 1899, Birsa proclaimed a rebellion to establish Munda rule in the land and encouraged the killing of Thikadars and Jagirdars and Rajas and Hakims, rulers and Christians. Sayug would be established in place of the present-day Kaliyug. He declared that there was going to be a fight with the Dikus. The ground would be as red as the red flag with their blood. The non-tribal poor were not to be attacked. To bring about liberation, Birsa gathered a force of 6,000 Mundas armed with swords, spears, battle axes, and bows and arrows. He was, however, captured in the beginning of February 1900s, and he died in jail in June. The rebellion had failed, but Birsa entered the realms of legend. Chapter 3. Peasant Movements and Uprisings after 1857. It is worth taking a look at the effects of colonial exploitation of the Indian peasants. Colonial economic policies, the new land revenue system, the colonial administrative and judicial systems, and the ruin of handicraft leading to the overcrowding of land, transformed the agrarian structure and impoverished the peasantry. In the vast zamindari areas, the peasants were left to the tender mercies of the zamindars who rack-rented them and compelled them to pay the illegal dues and perform bigar. In Rayatwari areas, the government itself levied heavy land revenue. This forced the peasants to borrow money from the moneylenders. Gradually, over large areas, the actual cultivators were reduced to the status of tenants at will, sharecroppers, and landless laborers, while their lands, crops, and cattle passed into the hands of landlords, trader moneylenders, and rich peasants. When the peasants could take it no longer, they resisted against the oppression and exploitation. And they found, whether their target was the indigenous exploiter or the colonial administration, that their real enemy, after the barriers were down, was the colonial state. One form of elemental protest, especially when individuals and small groups found that collective action was not possible though their social condition was becoming intolerable, was to take to crime. Many dispossessed peasants took to robbery, dacoity, and what has been called social banditry, preferring these to starvation and social degradation. The most militant and widespread of the peasant movements was the Indigo Revolt of 1859-60. The indigo planters, nearly all Europeans, compelled the tenants to grow indigo, which they processed in factories set up in rural Mofusil areas. From the beginning, indigo was grown under an extremely oppressive system which involved great loss to the cultivators. The planters forced the peasants to take a meager amount as advance and enter into fraudulent contracts. The price paid for the indigo plants was far below the market price. The comment of the Lieutenant Governor of Bengal, J.B. Grant, was that the root of the whole question is the struggle to make the Ryots grow indigo plant, without paying them the price of it. The peasant was forced to grow indigo on the best land he had, whether or not he wanted to devote his land and labor to more paying crops like rice. At the time of delivery, he was cheated even of the due low price. He also had to pay regular bribes to the planters' officials. He was forced to accept an advance. Often he was not in a position to repay it, but even if he could, he was not allowed to do so. The advance was used by the planters to compel him to go on cultivating indigo. Since the enforcement of forced and fraudulent contracts through the courts was a difficult and prolonged process, the planters resorted to a reign of terror to coerce the peasants. Kidnapping, illegal confinement in factory godowns, flogging, attacks on women and children, carrying off cattle, looting, burning and demolition of houses, and destruction of crops and fruit trees were some of the methods used by the planters. They hired or maintained bands of Lathiols, armed retainers for the purpose. In practice, the planters were also above the law. With a few exceptions, the magistrates, mostly European, favored the planters with whom they dined and hunted regularly. Those few who tried to be fair were soon transferred. 29 planters and a solitary Indian zamindar were appointed as honorary magistrates in 1857, which gave birth to the popular saying, Jarakak se bakak, our protector is also our devourer. The discontent of indigo growers in Bengal boiled over in the autumn of 1859, when their case seemed to get government support. Misreading an official letter and exceeding his authority, Hem Chandra Kar, deputy magistrate of Kalaroa, published on 17 August a proclamation to policemen that in case of disputes relating to indigo riots, they, ryots, shall retain possession of their own lands, and shall sell on them what crops they please, and the police will be careful that no indigo planter nor anyone else be able to interface in the matter. The news of Kar's proclamation spread all over Bengal, and peasants felt that the time for overthrowing the hated system had come. Initially, the peasants made an attempt to get redressal through peaceful means. They sent numerous petitions to the authorities and organized peaceful demonstrations. Their anger exploded in September 1859, when they asserted their right not to grow indigo under duress and resisted the physical pressure of the planters and their Lathiols backed by the police and the courts. The beginning was made by the riots of Govindpur village in Nadia district when, under the leadership of Digambar Biswas and Bishnu Biswas, ex-employees of a planter, they gave up indigo cultivation. And when, on 13 September, the planters sent a band of 100 Lathials to attack their village, they organized a counterforce armed with lathis and spears and fought back. The peasant disturbances and indigo strikes spread rapidly to other areas. The peasants refused to take advances and enter into contracts, pledged not to sow indigo, and defended themselves from the planters' attacks with whatever weapons came to hand: spears, slings, lathis, bows and arrows, bricks, bellfruit, and earthen pots thrown by women. The indigo strikes and disturbances flared up again in the spring of 1860 and encompassed all the indigo districts of Bengal. Factory after factory was attacked by hundreds of peasants, and village after village bravely defended itself. In many cases, the efforts of the police to intervene and arrest peasant leaders were met with an attack on policemen and police posts. The planters then attacked with another weapon, their zamindari powers. They threatened the rebellious ryots with eviction or enhancement of rent. The ryots replied by going on a rent strike. They refused to pay the enhanced rents, and they physically resisted attempts to evict them. They also gradually learnt to use the legal machinery to enforce their rights. They joined together and raised funds to fight court cases filed against them, and they initiated legal action on their own against the planters. They also used the weapon of social boycott to force a planter's servants to leave him. Ultimately, the planters could not withstand the united resistance of the riots, and they gradually began to close their factories. The cultivation of indigo was virtually wiped out from the districts of Bengal by the end of 1860. A major reason for the success of the Indigo Revolt was the tremendous initiative, cooperation, organization, and discipline of the ryots. Another was the complete unity among Hindu and Muslim peasants. Leadership for the movement was provided by the more well-off ryots, and in some cases by petty zamindars, moneylenders, and ex-employees of the planters. A significant feature of the Indigo Revolt was the role of the intelligentsia of Bengal, which organized a powerful campaign in support of the rebellious peasantry. It carried on newspaper campaigns, organized mass meetings, prepared memoranda on peasants' grievances, and supported them in their legal battles. Outstanding in this respect was the role of Harish Chandra Mukherjee, editor of the Hindu Patriot. He published regular reports from his correspondence in the rural areas on planters' oppression, officials' partisanship, and peasant resistance. He himself wrote with passion, anger, and deep knowledge of the problem, which he raised to a high political plane. Revealing an insight into the historical and political significance of the Indigo Revolt, he wrote, in May 1860, "Bengal might well be proud of its peasantry. Wanting power, wealth, political knowledge, and even leadership, the peasantry of Bengal have brought about a revolution inferior in magnitude and importance to none that has happened in the social history of any other country. With the government against them, the law against them, the tribunals against them, the press against them, they have achieved a success of which the benefits will reach all orders and the most distant generations of our countrymen." Dinbandhu Mitra's play, Neel Darpan, was to gain great fame for vividly portraying the oppression by the planters. The intelligentsia's role in the Indigo Revolt was to have an abiding impact on the emerging nationalist intellectuals. In their very political childhood, they had given support to a popular peasant movement against the foreign planters. This was to establish a tradition with long-run implications for the national movement. Missionaries were another group which extended active support to the Indigo riots in their struggle. The government's response to the revolt was rather restrained, and not as harsh as in the case of civil rebellions and tribal uprisings. It had just undergone the harrowing experience of the Santhal uprising and the revolt of 1857. It was also able to see, in time, the changed temper of the peasantry, and was influenced by the support extended to the revolt by the intelligentsia and the missionaries. It appointed a commission to inquire into the problem of indigo cultivation. Evidence brought before the Indigo Commission and its final report exposed the coercion and corruptio zero underlying the entire system of indigo cultivation. The result was the mitigation of the worst abuses of the system. The government issued a notification in November 1860 that ryots could not be compelled to sow indigo, and that it would ensure that all disputes were settled by legal means. But the planters were already closing down the factories. They felt that they could not make their enterprises pay without the use of force and fraud. Large parts of East Bengal were engulfed by agrarian unrest during the 1870s and early 1880s. The unrest was caused by the efforts of the zamindars to enhance rent beyond legal limits and to prevent the tenants from acquiring occupancy rights under Act X of 1859. This they tried to achieve through illegal coercive methods such as forced eviction and seizure of crops and cattle, as well as by dragging the tenants into costly litigation in the courts. The peasants were no longer in a mood to tolerate such oppression. In May 1873, an agrarian league or combination was formed in Yusufshahi Pargana in Pabna district to resist the demands of the zamindars. The league organized mass meetings of peasants. Large crowds of peasants would gather and march through villages, frightening the zamindars and appealing to other peasants to join them. The league organized a rent strike. The ryots were to refuse to pay the enhanced rents and challenge the zamindars in the courts. Funds were raised from the ryots to meet the costs. The struggle gradually spread throughout Pabna and then to the other districts of East Bengal. Everywhere agrarian leagues were organized, rents were withheld, and zamindars fought in the courts. The main form of struggle was that of legal resistance. There was very little violence, It only occurred when the zamindars tried to compel the ryots to submit to their terms by force. There were only a few cases of looting of the houses of the zamindars. A few attacks on police stations took place, and the peasants also resisted attempts to execute court decrees. But such cases were rather rare. Hardly any zamindar or zamindar's agent was killed or seriously injured. In the course of the movement, the ryots developed a strong awareness of the law and their legal rights and the ability to combine and form associations for peaceful agitation. Though peasant discontent smoldered till 1885, many of the disputes were settled partially under official pressure and persuasion, and partially out of the zamindars' fear that the united peasantry would drag them into prolonged and costly litigation. Many peasants were able to acquire occupancy rights and resist enhanced rents. The government rose to the defense of the zamindars wherever violence took place. Peasants were then arrested on a large scale. But it assumed a position of neutrality as far as legal battles or peaceful agitations were concerned. The government also promised to undertake legislation to protect the tenants from the worst aspects of zamindari oppression, a promise it fulfilled however imperfectly in 1885 when the Bengal Tenancy Act was passed. What persuaded the zamindars and the colonial regime to reconcile themselves to the movement was the fact that its aims were limited to the redressal of the immediate grievances of the peasants and the enforcement of the existing legal rights and norms. It was not aimed at the zamindari system. It also did not have at any stage an anti-colonial political edge. The agrarian leagues kept within the bounds of law, used the legal machinery to fight the zamindars, and raised no anti-British demands. The leaders often argued that they were against zamindars and not the British. In fact, the leaders raised the slogan that the peasants want to be the ryots of Her Majesty the Queen and of her only. For this reason, official action was based on the enforcement of the Indian Penal Code, and it did not take the form of armed repression as in the case of the Santhal and Munda uprisings. Once again, the Bengal peasants showed complete Hindu-Muslim solidarity, even though the majority of the ryots were Muslim and the majority of zamindars Hindu. There was also no effort to create peasant solidarity on the grounds of religion or caste. In this case too, a number of young Indian intellectuals supported the peasants' cause. These included Bipin Chandra and R.C. Dutt. Later, in the early I-88s, during the discussion of the Bengal Tenancy Bill, the Indian Association, led by Surendranath Banerjee, Anand Mohan Bose, and Dwarkanath Ganguly, campaigned for the rights of tenants, helped form riot unions, and organized huge meetings of up to 20,000 peasants in the districts in support of the rent bill. The Indian Association and many of the nationalist newspapers went further than the bill. They asked for permanent fixation of the tenants' rent. They warned that since the bill would confer occupancy rights even on non-cultivators, it would lead to the growth of middlemen, the jotadars, who would be as oppressive as the zamindars so far as the actual cultivators were concerned. They, therefore, demanded that the right of occupancy should go with actual cultivation of the soil, that is, in most cases to the under ryots and the tenants at will. A major agrarian outbreak occurred in the Pune and Ahmednagar districts of Maharashtra in 1875. Here, as part of the Ryotwari system, land revenue was settled directly with the peasant, who was also recognized as the owner of his land. Like the peasants in other Ryotwari areas, the Deccan peasant also found it difficult to pay land revenue without getting into the clutches of the moneylender and increasingly losing his land. This led to growing tension between the peasants and the moneylenders, most of whom were outsiders, Marwaris or Gujaratis. 3 other developments occurred at this time. During the early 1886 OHS, the American Civil War had led to a rise in cotton exports which had pushed up prices. The end of the Civil War in 1864 brought about an acute depression in cotton exports and a crash in prices. The ground slipped from under the peasants' feet. Simultaneously in 1867, the government raised land revenue by nearly 50%. The situation was worsened by a succession of bad harvests. To pay the land revenue under these conditions, the peasants had to go to the moneylender, who took the opportunity to further tighten his grip on the peasant and his land. The peasant began to turn against the perceived cause of his misery, the moneylender. Only a spark was needed to kindle the fire. A spontaneous protest movement began in December 1874 in Kardab village in Sirur Taluk. When the peasants of the village failed to convince the local moneylender, Kaluram, that he should not act on a court decree and pull down a peasant's house, they organized a complete social boycott of the outsider moneylenders to compel them to accept their demands a peaceful manner. They refused to buy from their shops. No peasant would cultivate their fields. The Bulatedars, village servants, barbers, washermen, carpenters, ironsmiths, shoemakers and others would not serve them. No domestic servant would work in their houses, and when the socially isolated moneylenders decided to run away to the Taluk headquarters, nobody would agree to drive their carts. The peasants also imposed social sanctions against those peasants and Bulatedars who would not join the boycott of moneylenders. This social boycott spread rapidly to the villages of Pune, Ahmednagar, Sholapur, and Satara districts. The social boycott was soon transformed into agrarian riots when it did not prove very effective. On 12 May, peasants gathered in Supa, in Bimthari Taluk, on the bazaar day, and began a systematic attack on the moneylenders' houses and shops. They seized and publicly burnt debt bonds and deeds, signed under pressure, in ignorance, or through fraud, decrees, and other documents dealing with their debts. Within days, the disturbances spread to other villages of the Pune and Ahmednagar districts. There was very little violence in the settling of accounts. Once the moneylenders' instruments of oppression, debt bonds, were surrendered, no need for further violence was felt. In most places, the riots were demonstrations of popular feeling and of the peasants' newly acquired unity and strength. Though moneylenders' houses and shops were looted and burnt in Supa, this did not occur in other places. The government acted with speed and soon succeeded in repressing the movement. The active phase of the movement lasted about 3 weeks, though stray incidents occurred for another month or two. As in the case of the Pabna Revolt, the Deccan disturbances had very limited objectives. There was once again an absence of anti-colonial consciousness. It was therefore possible for the colonial regime to extend them a certain protection against the moneylenders through the Deccan Agriculturists' Relief Act of 1879. Once again, the modern nationalist intelligentsia of Maharashtra supported the peasants' cause. Already, in 187,374, the Pune Sarvajanik Sabha, led by Justice Renaud, had organized a successful campaign among the peasants, as well as at Pune and Bombay, against the land revenue settlement of 1867. Under its impact, a large number of peasants had refused to pay the enhanced revenue. This agitation had generated a mentality of resistance among the peasants, which contributed to the rise of peasant protest in 1875. The Sabha, as well as many of the nationalist newspapers, also supported the DAR bill. Peasant resistance also developed in other parts of the country. Mapila outbreaks were endemic in Malabar. Vasudev Balwant Phadke, an educated clerk, raised a Ramosi peasant force of about 50% in Maharashtra during 1879 and organized social banditry on a significant scale. The Kukka Revolt in Punjab was led by Baba Ram Singh and had elements of a messianic movement. It was crushed when 49 of the rebels were blown up by a cannon in 1872. High land revenue assessment led to a series of peasant riots in the plains of Assam during 1893-94. Scores were killed in brutal firings and bayonet charges. There was a certain shift in the nature of peasant movements after 1857. Princes, chiefs, and landlords having been crushed or co-opted, peasants emerged as the main force in agrarian movements. They now fought directly for their own demands, centered almost wholly on economic issues, and against their immediate enemies, foreign planters and indigenous zamindaris and moneylenders. Their struggles were directed towards specific and limited objectives and redressal of particular grievances. They did not make colonialism their target, nor was their objective the ending of the system of their subordination and exploitation. They did not aim at turning the world upside down. The territorial reach of these movements was also limited. They were confined to particular localities with no mutual communication or linkages. They also lacked continuity of struggle or long-term organization. Once the specific objectives of a movement were achieved, its organization, as also peasant solidarity built around it, dissolved and disappeared. Thus, the Indigo Strike, the Pabna Agrarian Leagues, and the social boycott movement of the Deccan Riots left behind no successors. Consequently, at no stage did these movements threaten British supremacy, or even undermine it. Peasant protest after 1857 often represented an instinctive and spontaneous response of the peasantry to its social condition. It was the result of excessive and unbearable oppression, undue and unusual deprivation and exploitation, and a threat to the peasant's existing established position. The peasant often rebelled only when he felt that it was not possible to carry on in the existing manner. He was also moved by strong notions of legitimacy, of what was justifiable and what was not. That is why he did not fight for land ownership or against landlordism, but against eviction and undue enhancement of rent. He did not object to paying interest on the sums he had borrowed. He hit back against fraud and chicanery by the moneylender, and when the latter went against tradition in depriving him of his land. He did not deny the state's right to collect a tax on land, but objected when the level of taxation overstepped all traditional bounds. He did not object to the foreign planter becoming his zamindar, but resisted the planter when he took away his freedom to decide what crops to grow, and refused to pay him a proper price for his crop. The peasant also developed a strong awareness of his legal rights and asserted them in and outside the courts. And if an effort was made to deprive him of his legal rights by extra-legal means or by manipulation of the law and law courts, he countered with extra-legal means of his own. Quite often, he believed that the legally constituted authority approved his actions, or at least supported his claims and cause. In all the three movements discussed here, he acted in the name of this authority, the Sarkar. In these movements, the Indian peasants showed great courage and a spirit of sacrifice, remarkable organizational abilities, and a solidarity that cut across religious and caste lines. They were also able to wring considerable concessions from the colonial state. The latter, too, not being directly challenged, was willing to compromise and mitigate the harshness of the agrarian system, though within the broad limits of the colonial economic and political structure. In this respect, the colonial regime's treatment of the post-1857 peasant rebels was qualitatively different from its treatment of the participants in the civil rebellions, the Revolt of 1857, and the tribal uprisings which directly challenged colonial political power. A major weakness of the 19th century peasant movements was the lack of an adequate understanding of colonialism, of colonial economic structure and the colonial state, and of the social framework of the movements themselves. Nor did the 19th century peasants possess a new ideology and a new social, economic, and political program based on an analysis of the newly constituted colonial society. Their struggles, however militant, occurred within the framework of the old societal order. They lacked a positive conception of an alternative society, a conception which would unite the people in a common struggle on a wide regional and all-India plane, and help develop long-term political movements. An all-India leadership capable of evolving a strategy of struggle that would unify and mobilize peasants and other sections of society for nationwide political activity could be formed only on the basis of such a new conception, such a fresh vision of society. In the absence of such a flu ideology, program, leadership, and strategy of struggle, it was not too difficult for the colonial state, on the one hand, to reach a conciliation and calm down the rebellious peasants by the grant of some concessions, arid on the other hand, to suppress them with the full use of its force. This weakness was, of course, not a blemish on the character of the peasantry, which was perhaps incapable of grasping on its own the new and complex phenomenon of colonialism. That needed the efforts of a modem intelligentsia, which was itself just coming into existence. Most of these weaknesses were overcome in the 20th century, when peasant discontent was merged with a general anti-imperialist. Discontent in their political activity became a part of the wider anti-imperialist movement. And of course, the peasants' participation in the larger national movement not only strengthened the fight against the foreigner, it also, simultaneously, enabled them to organize powerful struggles around their class demands and to create modem peasant organization. Chapter 4. Foundation of the Congress, the myth. Indian National Congress was founded in December 1885 by 72 political workers. It was the first organized expression of Indian nationalism on an all-India scale. A.O. Hume, a retired English ICS officer, played an important role in its formation. But why was it founded by these 72 men, and why at that time? A powerful and long-lasting myth, the myth of the safety valve, has arisen around this question. Generations of students and political activists have been fed on this myth. But despite widespread popular belief, this myth has little basis in historical fact. The myth is that the Indian National Congress was started by A.O. Hume and others under the official direction, guidance, and advice of no less a person than Lord Dufferin, the Viceroy, to provide a safe, mild, peaceful, and constitutional outlet or safety valve for the rising discontent among the masses, which was inevitably leading towards a popular and violent revolution. Consequently, the revolutionary potential was nipped in the bud. The core of the myth, that a violent revolution was on the cards at the time and was avoided only by the foundations of the Congress, is accepted by most writers. The libérés welcome it, the radicals use it to prove that the Congress has always been compromising if not loyalist vis-a-vis imperialism. The extreme right use it to show that the Congress has been anti-national from the beginning. All of them agree that the manner of its birth affected the basic character and future work of the Congress in a crucial manner. In his Young India published in 1916, the extremist leader Lala Lajpat Rai used the safety valve theory to attack the moderates in the Congress. Having discussed the theory at length and suggested that the Congress was a product of Lord Dufferin's brain, he argued that the Congress was started more with the object of saving the British Empire from danger than with that of winning political liberty for India. The interests of the British Empire were primary, and those of India only secondary. And he added, no one can say that the Congress has not been true to that ideal. His conclusion was, so this is the genesis of the Congress, and this is sufficient to condemn it in the eyes of the advanced nationalists. More than a quarter century later, our Palm Dutt's authoritative work India Today made the myth of the safety valve a staple of left-wing opinion. Emphasizing the myth, Dutt wrote that the Congress was brought into existence through direct governmental initiative and guidance, and through a plan secretly pre-arranged with the Viceroy, so that the government could use it as an intended weapon for safeguarding British rule against the rising forces of popular unrest and anti-British feeling. It was an attempt to defeat, or rather forestall, an impending revolution. The Congress did of course in time become a nationalist body. The national character began to overshadow the loyalist character. It also became the vehicle of mass movements. But the original sin of the manner of its birth left a permanent mark on its politics. Its twofold character as an institution which was created by the government and yet became the organizer of the anti-imperialist movement ran right through its history. It both fought and collaborated with imperialism. It led the mass movements, and when the masses moved towards the revolutionary path, it betrayed the movement to imperialism. The Congress thus had two strands. On the one hand, the strand of cooperation with imperialism against the menace of the mass movement. On the other hand, the strand of leadership of the masses in the national struggle. This duality of the Congress leadership from Gokhale to Gandhi, said Dutt, in fact reflected the twofold and vacillating character of the Indian bourgeoisie itself. At once in conflict with the British bourgeoisie and desiring to lead the Indian people, yet feeling that too rapid advance may end in destroying its privileges along with those of the imperialists. The Congress had thus become an organ of opposition to real revolution, that is, a violent revolution. But this role did not date from Gandhiji. This principle was implanted in it by imperialism at the outset, as its intended official role. The culmination of this dual role was its final capitulation with the Mountbatten settlement. Earlier in 1939, M.S. Golwalkar, the RSS chief, had also found the safety valve theory handy in attacking the Congress for its secularism and therefore anti-nationalism. In his pamphlet, Golwalkar complained that Hindu national consciousness had been destroyed by those claiming to be nationalists, who had pushed the notions of democracy, and the perverse notion that our old invaders and foes, the Muslims, had something in common with Hindus. Consequently, we have allowed our foes to be our friends, and with our hands are undermining true nationality. In fact, the fight in India was not between Indians and the British only. It was a triangular fight. Hindus were at war with Muslims on the one hand, and with the British on the other. What had led Hindus to enter the path of denationalization, said Golwalkar, were the aims and policy laid down by Flume, Cotton, and Wedderburn in 1885, the Congress they founded as a safety valve to seething nationalism, as a toy which would lull the awakening giant into slumber, an instrument to destroy national consciousness, has been, as far as they are concerned, a success. The liberal C.F. Andrews and Girija Mukherjee fully accepted the safety valve theory in their work, The Rise and Growth of the Congress in India, published in 1938. They were happy with it because it had helped avoid useless bloodshed. Before as well as after 1947. Tens of scholars and hundreds of popular writers have repeated some version of these points of view. Historical proof of the safety valve theory was provided by the 7 volumes of secret reports, which Flume claimed to have read at Simla in the summer of 1878, and which convinced him of the existence of seething discontent, and a vast conspiracy among the lower classes to violently overthrow British rule. Before we unravel the mystery of the 7 volumes, let us briefly trace the history of its rise and growth. It was first mentioned in William Wedderburn's biography of A.O. Flume, published in Wedderburn ICS, found an undated memorandum in Hume's papers, which dealt with the foundation of the Congress. He quoted at length from this document. To keep the mystery alive so that the reader may go along with the writer step by step towards its solution, I will withhold an account of Wedderburn's writing, initially giving only those paragraphs, which were quoted by the subsequent writers. According to Lajpat Rai, despite the fact that Hume was a lover of liberty and wanted political liberty for India under the aegis of the British Crown, he was above all an English patriot. Once he saw that British rule was threatened with an impending calamity, he decided to create a safety valve for the discontent. As decisive proof of this, Lajpat Rai provided a long quotation from Hume's memorandum that Wedderburn had mentioned, along with his own comments in his book. Since this passage is quoted or cited by all subsequent authors, it is necessary to reproduce it here at length. I was shown, wrote Hume, several large volumes containing a vast number of entries, English abstracts or translations longer or shorter, of vernacular reports or communications of one kind or another, all arranged according to districts, not identical with ours. The number of these entries was enormous. There were said at the time to be communications from over 30,000 different reporters. Hume mentions that he had the volumes in his possession only for a week. Many of the entries reported conversations between men of the lowest classes, all going to show that these poor men were pervaded with a sense of the hopelessness of the existing state of affairs, that they were convinced that they would starve and die, and that they wanted to do something and stand by each other, and that something meant violence. A certain small number of the educated classes, at the time desperately, perhaps unreasonably, bitter against the government, would join the movement, assume here and there the lead, give the outbreak cohesion, and direct it as a national revolt. Very soon, the 7 volumes, whose character, origin, etc. were left undefined in Lajpat Rai's quotation, started undergoing a metamorphosis. In 1933, in Gurmukh Nihal Singh's hands, they became government reports. Andrews and Mukherjee transformed them into several volumes of secret reports from the CID, which came into Hume's possession in his official capacity. The classical and most influential statement came from R. Palm Dutt, after quoting the passage quoted by Lajpat Rai from Wedderburn. Dutt wrote, Hume in his official capacity had received possession of the voluminous secret police reports. Numerous other historians of the national movement, including recent ones such as R.C. Majumdar and Tara Chand, were to accept this product of the creative imagination of these writers as historical fact. So deeply rooted had become the belief in Hume's volumes as official documents that in the 1950s, a large number of historians, and would-be historians, including the present writer, devoted a great deal of time and energy searching for them in the National Archives. And when their search proved futile, they consoled themselves with the thought that the British had destroyed them before their departure in 1947. Yet only if the historians had applied a minimum of their historiographic sense to the question and looked at the professed evidence a bit more carefully, they would not have been taken for a ride. 3 levels of historical evidence and logic were available to them even before the private papers of Ripon and Dufferin became available. The first level pertains to the system under which the government of India functioned in the 1870s. In 1878, Flume was secretary to the Department of Revenue, Agriculture and Commerce. How could the secretary of these departments get access to Home Department files or CID reports? Also, he was then in Simla while Home Department files were kept in Delhi. They were not sent to Simla. And from where would 30,000 reporters come? The intelligence departments could not have employed more than a few hundred persons at the time. And, as Lajpat Rai noted, if Congress was founded out of the fear of an outbreak, why did Flume and British officialdom wait for 7 long years? If these volumes were not government documents, what were they? The clue was there in Wedderburn's book, and it was easily available if a writer would go to the book itself and not rely on extracts from it reproduced by previous authors, as nearly all the later writers seem to have done. This brings us to the second level of historical evidence already available in Wedderburn. The passages quoted by Lajpat Rai, R. Palm Dutt and others are on pages 80 to 81 of Wedderburn's book. 2 pages earlier, pages 78 to 80, and 1 page later, 82 to 83. Wedderburn tells the reader what these volumes were and who provided them to Hume. The heading of the section where the quoted passages occur is Indian religious leaders. In the very beginning of the section, Wedderburn writes that a warning of the threatened danger came to Flume from a very special source, that is, from the leaders among those devoted, in all parts of India, to a religious life. Hume referred in his memorandum to the legions of secret quasi-religious orders, with literally their millions of members, which formed so important a factor in the Indian problem. These religious sects and orders were headed by gurus, men of the highest quality who have purged themselves from earthly desires and fixed their desires on the highest good. And these religious leaders, through their chelas or disciples, are highly informed of all that goes on under the surface, and their influence is great in forming public opinion. It was with these gurus, writes Wedderburn, that Mr. Hume came in touch towards the end of Lord Lytton's viceroyalty. These gurus approached Hume because Hume was a keen student of Eastern religions, but also because they feared that the ominous unrest throughout the country would lead to terrible outbreak. And it was only men like Hume who had access to the government who could help avert a catastrophe. This, wrote Hume, is how the case was put to me. With this background, the passages on pages 80 to 81 become clearer. In other words, the evidence of the 7 volumes was shown to Hume by the gurus who had been sent reports by thousands of chelas. But why should Hume believe that these reports must necessarily be true? Because chelas were persons of a special breed who did not belong to any particular sect or religion, or rather belonged to all religions. Moreover, they were bound by vows and conditions over and above those of ordinary initiates of low grade. They were all initiates in some of the many branches of the secret knowledge, and were all bound by vows they cannot practically break to some farther advanced seeker than themselves. The leaders were of no sect and no religion, but of all sects and all religions. But why did hardly anyone in India know of the existence of these myriads of gurus and chelas? Because, explained Hume, absolute secrecy was an essential feature in their lives. They had communicated with Hume only because they were anxious to avert calamity. And finally, we come to the third level of historiography, the level of profound belief and absolute fantasy. The full character of the gurus and chelas was still not revealed by Wedderburn, for he was sheltering the reputation of his old friend, as friendly biographers usually do. The impression given by him was that these gurus and chelas were ordinary mortal men. This was, however, not the case. Reconstructing the facts on the basis of some books of theosophy, and Madame Blavatsky, and the private papers of the viceroys Ripon and Dufferin, we discover that these gurus were persons who, because of their practice of peculiar Eastern religious thought, were supposed to possess supernatural occult powers. They could communicate and direct from thousands of mites, enter any place, go anywhere, sit anywhere unseen, and direct men's thoughts and opinions without their being aware of it. In 1881, Hume came under the spell of Madame Blavatsky, who claimed to be in touch with these gurus who were described by her as Mahatmas. These Mahatmas lived as part of a secret brotherhood in Tibet, but they could contact or correspond with persons anywhere in the world because of their occult powers. Blavatsky enabled Hume to get in touch with one of these Mahatmas named Kut Humi Lal Singh. It is this invisible brotherhood that gathered secret information on Indian affairs through their chelas. In a book published in 1880, A.P. Sinnett, editor of The Pioneer and another follower of Blavatsky, had quoted a letter from Kut Humi that these Mahatmas had used their power in 1857 to control the Indian masses and saved the British Empire, and that they would do the same in future. Hume believed all this. He was keen to acquire these occult powers by which the chelas could know all about the present and the future. He started a correspondence with the Mahatmas in Tibet. By 1883, Hume had quarreled with Blavatsky, but his faith in the gurus or Mahatmas continued unabated. He also began to use his connection with the Mahatmas to promote political objectives dear to his heart, attempting to reform Indian administration and make it more responsive to Indian opinion. In December 1883, he wrote to Ripon, "I am associated with men who, though never seen by the masses, are yet reverenced by them as gods, and who feel every pulse of public feeling." He claimed a superior knowledge of the native mind because a body of men, mostly of Asiatic origin, who possess facilities which no other man or body of men living do, for gauging the feelings of the natives, have seen fit to give me their confidence to a certain limited extent. In January 1884, he informed Ripon that even earlier, in 1848, he had been in contact with the Brotherhood or Association of his mystical advisors, and that it was their intervention which had defeated the revolutions of 1848 in Europe and the Mutiny of 1857. From distant Tibet, they were now acting through him and others like him to help Ripon introduce reforms and avoid the possibility of such a cataclysm recurring. This association of Mahatmas was also helping him, he told Ripon, to persuade the Queen to give a second term as viceroy to Ripon, and to tranquilize the native press. Hume tried to play a similar role with Dufferin, but more hesitatingly, not sharing with him the information that his advisors were astral, occult figures, so that even many historians have assumed that these advisors were his fellow Congress leaders. Only once did he lift the veil before Dufferin, when the latter during 1887 angrily pressed him to reveal the source through which he claimed to have gained access to the viceroy's secret letter to the Secretary of State. Pressed to the wall, Hume told him copies of the letter had been obtained by his friends through occult methods, or through the medium of supernatural photography. And when Dufferin showed him the original letter, proving that the copy was false, Hume had no answer. Once earlier, too, Hume had indirectly tried to tell Dufferin that his advisors were not ordinary political leaders but advanced initiates and Mahatmas, but he had done so in a guarded fashion. In a letter to Dufferin in November 1886, He said that he had been trying to persuade those who had shown him the volumes in Simla to also show them to Dufferin so that the viceroy could get their veracity checked by his own sources. But at present, they say that this is impossible. Nor would they agree to communicate with the viceroy directly. Most of them, I believe, could not. You have not done, and would not do, what is required to enable them to communicate with you directly after their fashion. But there was hope. My own special friend, who spent more than a month with Hume in Simla in 1878, and who was often in India, might agree to see the viceroy. Hume suggested, if ever a native gentleman comes to the private secretary and says that Mr. Hume said the viceroy would like to see him at once. You will not talk to him 10 minutes without finding out that he is no ordinary man. You may never get the chance, goodness knows. They move in a mysterious way their wonders to. But Hume was worried that he could offer no visible or direct proof of his knowledge or connections. He told the viceroy that he was getting gradually very angry and disgusted because he was not able to get this vouching for directly. None of the advanced initiates under whose advice and guidance he was working would publicly stand by me, so that most Europeans in India look upon me either as a lunatic or a liar. And hence, he informed the viceroy, while he had decided to continue the political work, he had decided to drop all references to my friends. Thus, it turns out that the 7 volumes which Hume saw were prepared by Mahatmas and gurus, and his friends and advisors were these occult figures and not congressmen. Further proof offered for the safety valve theory was based on W.C. Banerjee's statement in 1898 in Indian Politics that the Congress, as it was originally started and as it has since been carried on, is in reality the work of the Marquis of Dufferin and Ava. He stated that Flume had, in 1884, thought of bringing together leading political Indians once a year to discuss social matters, and did not desire that politics should form part of their discussion. But Dufferin asked Flume to do the opposite and start a body to discuss politics so that the government could keep itself informed of Indian opinion. Such a body could also perform the functions which Her Majesty's opposition did in England. Clearly either W.C. Banerjee's memory was failing, or he was trying to protect the National Congress from the wrath of the late 19th century imperialist reaction, for contemporary evidence clearly indicated the opposite. All the discussions Hume had with Indian leaders regarding the holding of an annual conference referred to a political gathering. Almost the entire work of earlier associations like the Bombay Presidency Association, Pune Sarvajanik Sabha, Madras Mahajan Sabha, and Indian Association was political. Since his retirement from the Indian civil service in 1882, Hume had been publicly urging Indians to take to politics. He had also been asking his Indian friends not to get divided on social questions. When, in January 1885, his friend B.M. Malabari wrote some editorials in the Indian Spectator, urging educated Indians to inaugurate a movement for social reform. Hume wrote a letter to the Indian Spectator criticizing Malabari's proposals, warning against the dangerous potential of such a move, and arguing that political reforms should take precedence over social reform. Dufferin, on his part, in his St. Andrew's Day dinner speech in 1888, publicly criticized the Congress for pursuing politics to serve narrow interests rather than take to social reform which would benefit millions. Earlier, he had expressed the same sentiment in a private letter to the Secretary of State. A perusal of Dufferin's private papers, thrown open to scholars in the late 1950s, should have put an end to the myth of Dufferin's sponsor of or support to the Congress. It was only after Hume had sent him a copy of the letter to the Indian Spectator with a covering note deprecating Malabari's views on social reform that Dufferin expressed agreement with Hume and asked him to meet him. Definite confirmation of the fact that Hume never proposed a social gathering, but rather a political one, comes in Dufferin's letter to Lord Ray, Governor of Bombay. After his meeting with Hume in May 1885, at his last interview he told me that he and his friends were going to assemble a political convention of delegates, as far as I understood. On the lines adopted by O'Connell previous to Catholic emancipation, neither Dufferin and his fellow liberal governors of Bombay and Madras, nor his conservative officials like Alfred and J.B. Lyle, D.M. Wallace, A. Colvin and S.C. Bailey were sympathetic to the Congress. It was not only in 1888 that Dufferin attacked the Congress in a vicious manner by writing that he would consider in what way the happy dispatch may be best applied to the Congress, for we cannot allow the Congress to continue to exist. In May 1885 itself, he had written to Rie asking him to be careful about Hume's Congress, telling him that it would be unwise to identify with either the reformers or the reactionaries. Rie, in turn, in a letter in June 1885, referred with apprehension to the new political activists as the National Party of India, and warned against Indian delegates, like Irish delegates, making their appearance on the British political scene. Earlier, in May, Ray had cautioned Dufferin that Hume was the head center an organization, which has for its object to bring native opinion into a focus. In fact, from the end of May 1885, Dufferin had grown cool to Hume and began to keep him at an arm's length. From 1886 onwards, he also began to attack the Bengali Babus and Maratha Brahmins for being inspired by questionable motives and for wanting to start Irish-type revolutionary agitations in India. 20. And during May-June 1886, he was describing Hume as cleverish, a little cracked, excessively vain, and absolutely indifferent to truth. His main fault being that he was one of the chief stimulants of the Indian Home Rule movement. To conclude, it is high time that the safety valve theory of the genesis of the Congress was confined to the care of the Mahatmas from whom perhaps it originated. Chapter 5. Foundation of the Indian National Congress, the Reality. In the last chapter, we began the story of the foundation of the Indian National Congress. We could not, however, make much headway because the cobwebs had to be cleared, the myth of the safety valve had to be laid to rest, the mystery of the missing volumes had to be solved, and Hume's Mahatmas had to be sent back to their resting place in Tibet. In this chapter, we resume the more serious part of the story of the emergence of the Indian National Congress as the apex nationalist organization that was to guide the destiny of the Indian national movement till the attainment of independence. The foundation of the Indian National Congress in 1885 was not a sudden event or a historical accident. It was the culmination of a process of political awakening that had its beginnings in the 1860s and 1870s, and took a major leap forward in the late 1870s and early 1880s. The year 1885 marked a turning point in this process, for that was the year the political Indians, the modem intellectuals interested in politics, who no longer saw themselves as spokesmen of narrow group interests, but as representatives of national interest vis-à-vis foreign rule, as a national party, saw their efforts bear fruit. The all-India nationalist body that they brought into being was to be the platform, the organizer, the headquarters, the symbol of the new national spirit and politics. British officialdom, too, was not slow in reading the new messages that were being conveyed through the nationalist political activity leading to the founding of the Congress, and watched them with suspicion and a sense of foreboding. As this political activity gathered force, the prospect of disloyalty, sedition, and Irish-type agitations began to haunt the government. The official suspicion was not merely the over-anxious response of an administration that had not yet recovered from the mutiny complex, but was in fact well-founded. On the surface, the nationalist Indian demands of those years, no reduction of import duties on textile import, no expansion in Afghanistan or Burma, the right to bear arms, freedom of the press, reduction of military expenditure, higher expenditure on famine relief, Indianization of the civil services, the right of Indians to join the semi-military volunteer corps, the right of Indian judges to try Europeans in criminal cases, the appeal to British voters to vote for a party which would listen to Indians, look rather mild, especially when considered separately. But these were demands which a colonial regime could not easily concede, for that would undermine its hegemony over the colonial people. It is true that any criticism or demand, no matter how innocuous its appearance, but which cannot be accommodated by a system, is, in the long run, subversive of the system. The new political thrust in the years between 1875 and 1885 was the creation of the younger, more radical nationalist intellectuals, most of whom entered politics during this period. They established new associations, having found that the older associations were too narrowly conceived in terms of their programs and political activity as well as social bases. For example, the British Indian Association of Bengal had increasingly identified itself with the interests of the zamindars, and thus gradually lost its anti-British edge. The Bombay Association and Madras Native Association had become reactionary and moribund, and so the younger nationalists of Bengal, led by Surendranath Banerjee and Anand Mohan Bose, founded the Indian Association in 1876. Younger men of Madras, M. Vidaragavacharya, G. Subramania Iyer, P. Anandacharlu and others, formed the Madras Mahajan Sabha in 1884. In Bombay, the more militant intellectuals like K.T. Telang and Ferozeshah Mehta broke away from older leaders like Dadabhai Framji and Dinshaw Petit on political grounds, and formed the Bombay Presidency Association in 1885. Among the older associations, only the Pune Sarvajanik Sabha carried on as before. But then, it was already in the hands of nationalist intellectuals. A sign of new political life in the country was the coming into existence during these years of nearly all the major nationalist newspapers, which were to dominate the Indian scene till the Hindu, Tribune, Bengali, Mahrawa and Kesari. The one exception was the Amrita Bazar Patrika, which was already edited by new and younger men. It became an English-language newspaper only in 1878. By 1885, the formation of an all-India political organization had become an objective necessity, and the necessity was being recognized by nationalists all over the country. Many recent scholars have furnished detailed information on the many moves that were made in that direction from 1877. These moves acquired a greater sense of urgency, especially from 1883, and there was intense political activity. The Indian Mirror of Calcutta was carrying on a continuous campaign on the question. The Indian Association had already in December 1883 organized an All-India National Conference and given a call for another one in December 1885. Surendranath Banerjee, who was involved in the All-India National Conference, could not for that reason attend the founding session of the National Congress in 1885. Meanwhile, the Indians had gained experience, as well as confidence, from the large number of agitations they had organized in the preceding 10 years. Since 1875, there had been a continuous campaign around cotton import duties, which Indians wanted to stay in the interests of the Indian textile industry. A massive campaign had been organized during 187,788 around the demand for the Indianization of government services. The Indians had opposed the Afghan adventure of Lord Lytton, and then compelled the British government to contribute towards the cost of the Second Afghan War. The Indian press had waged a major campaign against the efforts of the government to control it through the Vernacular Press Act. The Indians had also opposed the effort to disarm them through the Arms Act. In 1881-82, they had organized a protest against the Plantation Labor and the Inland Emigration Act, which condemned plantation laborers to serfdom. A major agitation was organized during 1883 in favor of the Ilbert Bill, which would enable Indian magistrates to try Europeans. This bill was successfully thwarted by the Europeans. The Indians had been quick to draw the political lesson. Their efforts had failed because they had not been coordinated on an all-India basis. On the other hand, the Europeans had acted in a concerted manner. Again, in July 1883, a massive all-India effort was made to raise a national fund, which would be used to promote political agitation in India as well as England. In 1885, Indians fought for the right to join the volunteer corps restricted to Europeans, and then organized an appeal to British voters to vote for those candidates who were friendly towards India. Several Indians were sent to Britain to put the Indian case before British voters through public speeches and other means. It thus becomes clear that the foundation of the Congress was the natural culmination of the political work of the previous years. By 1885, a stage had been reached in the political development of India, when certain basic tasks or objectives had to be laid down and struggled for. Moreover, these objectives were correlated and could only be fulfilled by the coming together of political workers in a single organization formed on an all-India basis. The men who met in Bombay on December 28, 1885, were inspired by these objectives and hoped to initiate the process of achieving them. The success or failure and the future character of the Congress would be determined not by who founded it, but by the extent to which these objectives were achieved in the initial years. India had just entered the process of becoming a nation or a people. The first major objective of the founders of the Indian national movement was to promote this process, to weld Indians into a nation, to create an Indian people. It was common for colonial administrators and ideologues to assert that Indians could not be united or freed because they were not a nation or a people, but a geographical expression, a mere congeries of hundreds of diverse races and creeds. The Indians did not deny this, but asserted that they were now becoming a nation. India was, as Tilak, Surendranath Banerjee, and many others were fond of saying, a nation in the making. The Congress leaders recognized that objective historical forces were bringing the Indian people together, but they also realized that the people had to become subjectively aware of the objective process, and that for this it was necessary to promote the feeling of national unity and nationalism among them. Above all, India being a nation in the making, its nationhood could not be taken for granted. It had to be constantly developed and consolidated. The promotion of national unity was a major objective of the Congress, and later its major achievement, for example. P. Anandacharlu, in his presidential address to the Congress in 1891, described it as a mighty nationalizer and said that this was its most glorious role. Among the three basic aims and objectives of the Congress laid down by its first president, W.C. Banerjee, was that of the fuller development and foundation of the Indian National Congress, the reality consolidation of those sentiments of national unity. The Russian traveler, I.P. Minayev, wrote in his diary that, when traveling with Banerjee, he asked, "What practical results did the Congress leaders expect from the Congress?" Banerjee replied, "Growth of national feeling and unity of Indians." Similai, Lee. Commenting on the first Congress session, the Indu Prakash of Bombay wrote, "It was the beginning of a new life. It will greatly help in creating a national feeling, and binding together distant people by common sympathy and common ends." The making of India into a nation was to be a prolonged historical process. Moreover, the Congress leaders realized that the diversity of India was such that special efforts unknown to other parts of the world would have to be made and national unity carefully nurtured. In an effort to reach all regions, it was decided to rotate the Congress session among different parts of the country. The president was to belong to a region other than where the Congress session was being held. To reach out to the followers of all religions and to remove the fears of the minorities, a rule was made at the 1888 session that no resolution was to be passed to which an overwhelming majority of Hindu or Muslim delegates objected. In 1889, a minority clause was adopted in the resolution demanding reform of legislative councils. According to the clause, wherever Parsis Christians, Muslims, or Hindus were a minority, their number elected to the councils would not be less than their proportion in the population. The reason given by the mover of the resolution was that India was not yet a homogeneous country and political methods here had therefore to differ from those in Europe. The early national leaders were also determined to build a secular nation, the Congress itself being intensely secular. The second major objective of the early Congress was to create a common political platform or program around which political workers in different parts of the country could gather and conduct their political activities, educating and mobilizing people on an all-India basis. This was to be accomplished by taking up those grievances and fighting for those rights which Indians had in common in relation to the rulers. For the same reason, the Congress was not to take up questions of social reform. At its second session, the president of the Congress, Dadabhai Naoroji, laid down this rule and said that a national Congress must confine itself to questions in which the entire nation has a direct participation. Congress was therefore not the right place to discuss social reforms. "We are met together," he said, "as a political body to represent to our rulers our political aspirations." Modern politics, the politics of popular participation, agitation, mobilization, was new to India. The notion that politics was not the preserve of the few, but the domain of everyone was not yet familiar to the people. No modern political movement was possible till people realized this. And then, on the basis of this realization, an informed and determined political opinion had to be created. The arousal, training, organization, and consolidation of public opinion was seen as a major task by the Congress leaders. All initial activity of the early nationalism was geared towards this end. The first step was seen to be the politicization and unification of the opinion of the educated, and then of other sections. The primary objective was to go beyond the redressal of immediate grievances and organize sustained political activity along the lines of the Anti-Corn Law League, formed in Britain by Cobden and Bright in 1838 to secure reform of corn laws. The leaders as well as the people also had to gain confidence in their own capacity to organize political opposition to the most powerful state of the day. All this was no easy task. A prolonged period of politicization would be needed. Many later writers and critics have concentrated on the methods of political struggle of the early nationalist leaders, on their petitions, prayers, and memorials. It is, of course, true that they did not organize mass movements and mass struggles. But the critics have missed out the most important part of their activity, that all of it led to politics, to the politicization of the people. Justice Ranade, who was known as a political sage, had, in his usual perceptive manner, seen this as early as 1891, when the young and impatient 26-year-old Gokhale expressed disappointment when the government sent a two-line reply to a carefully and laboriously prepared memorial by the Pune Sarvajanik Sabha. Ranade reassured him, "You don't realize our place in the history of our country. These memorials are nominally addressed to government. In reality, they are addressed to the people, so that they may learn how to think in these matters. This work must be done for many years, without expecting any other result. Because politics of this kind is altogether new in this land. As part of the basic objective of giving birth to a national movement, it was necessary to create a common all-India national political leadership, that is, to construct what Antonio Gramsci, the famous Italian Marxist, calls the headquarters of a movement. Nations and people become capable of meaningful and effective political action only when they are organized. They become a people or historical subjects only when they are organized as such. The first step in a national movement is taken when the carriers of national feeling or national identity begin to organize the people. But to be able to do so successfully, these carriers or leaders must themselves be unified. They must share a collective identification, that is, they must come to know each other and share and evolve a common outlook, perspective, sense of purpose, as also common feelings, according to the circular, which, in March 1885, informed political workers of the coming Congress session. The Congress was intended to enable all the most earnest laborers in the cause of national progress to become personally known to each other. W.C. Banerjee, as the first Congress president, reiterated that one of the Congress objectives was the eradication, by direct friendly personal intercourse, of all possible race, creed, or provincial prejudices amongst all lovers of our country, and the promotion of personal intimacy and friendship amongst all the more earnest workers in our country's cause in all parts of the empire. In other words, the founders of the Congress understood that the first requirement of a national movement was a national leadership. The social, ideological complexion that this leadership would acquire was a question that was different from the main objective of the creation of a national movement. This complexion would depend on a host of factors: the role of different social classes, ideological influences, outcomes of ideological struggles, and so on. The early nationalist leaders saw the internalization and indigenization of political democracy as one of their main objectives. They based their politics on the doctrine of the sovereignty of the people, or as Dadapai Nauroji put it, on the new lesson that kings are made for the people, not peoples for their kings. From the beginning, the Congress was organized in the form of a parliament. In fact, the word Congress was borrowed from North American history to connote an assembly of the people. The proceedings of the Congress sessions were conducted democratically, issues being decided through debate and discussion, and occasionally through voting. It was, in fact, the Congress, and not the bureaucratic and authoritarian colonial state, as some writers wrongly argue, which indigenized, popularized, and rooted parliamentary democracy in India. Similarly, the early national leaders made maintenance of civil liberties and their extension an integral part of the national movement. They fought against every infringement of the freedom of the press and speech, and opposed every attempt to curtail them. They struggled for separation of the judicial and executive powers, and fought against racial discrimination. It was necessary to evolve an understanding of colonialism, and then a nationalist ideology, based on this understanding. In this respect, the early nationalist leaders were simultaneously learners and teachers. No ready-made anti-colonial understanding or ideology was available to them in the 1870s and 1880s. They had to develop their own anti-colonial ideology on the basis of a concrete study of the reality and of their own practice. There could have been no national struggle without an ideological struggle, clarifying the concept of we as a nation against colonialism as an enemy. They had to find answers to many questions. For example, is Britain ruling India for India's benefit? Are the interests of the rulers and the ruled in harmony, or does a basic contradiction exist between the two? Is the contradiction of the Indian people with British bureaucrats in India, or with the British government, or with the system of colonialism as such? Are the Indian people capable of fighting the mighty British Empire, and how is the fight to be waged? In finding answers to these and other questions, many mistakes were made. For example, the early nationalists failed to understand, at least till the beginning of the 20th century, the character of the colonial state. But then, some mistakes are an inevitable part of any serious effort to grapple with reality. In a way, despite mistakes and setbacks, it was perhaps no misfortune that no ready-made, cut-and-dried symmetrical formulae were available to them. Such formulae are often lifeless, and therefore poor guides to action. True, the early national leaders did not organize mass movements against the British, but they did carry out an ideological struggle against them. It should not be forgotten that nationalist or anti-imperialist struggle is a struggle about colonialism before it becomes a struggle against colonialism. And the founding fathers of the Congress carried out this struggle about colonialism in a brilliant fashion. From the beginning, the Congress was conceived not as a party, but as a movement. Except for agreement on the very broad objectives discussed earlier, it did not require any particular political or ideological commitment from its activists. It also did not try to limit its following to any social class or group. As a movement, it incorporated different political trends, ideologies and social classes and groups, so long as the commitment to democratic and secular nationalism was there. From the outset, the Congress included in the ranks of its leadership persons with diverse political thinking, widely disparate levels of political militancy, and varying economic approaches. To sum up, the basic objectives of the early nationalist leaders were to lay the foundations of a secular and democratic national movement, to politicize and politically educate the people, to form the headquarters of the movement, that is, to form an all-India leadership group, and to develop and propagate an anti-colonial nationalist ideology. History will judge the extent of the success or failure of the early national movement, not by an abstract, ahistorical standard, but by the extent to which it was able to attain the basic objectives it had laid down for itself. By this standard, its achievements were quite substantial, and that is why it grew from humble beginnings in the 1880s into the most spectacular of popular mass movements in the 20th century. Historians are not likely to disagree with the assessment of its work in the early phase by two of its major leaders. Referring to the preparatory nature of the Congress work from Dadabhai Naoroji wrote to D.E. Wacha. In January 1905, the very discontent and impatience the Congress has evoked against itself as slow and non-progressive among the rising generation are among its best results or fruit. It is its own evolution and progress. The task is to evolve the required revolution, whether it would be peaceful or violent. The character of the revolution will depend upon the wisdom or unwisdom of the British government and action of the British people. And this is how G.K. Gokhale evaluated this period in 1907. Let us not forget that we are at a stage of the country's progress when our achievements are bound to be small, and our disappointments frequent and trying. That is the place which it has pleased Providence to assign to us in this struggle, and our responsibility is ended when we have done the work which belongs to that place. It will, no doubt, be given to our countrymen of future generations to serve India by their successes. We of the present generation must be content to serve her mainly by our failures. For hard though it be, out of those failures the strength will come which in the end will accomplish great tasks. As for the question of the role of A.O. Hume, if the founders of the Congress were such capable and patriotic men of high character, why did they need Hume to act as the chief organizer of the Congress? It is undoubtedly true that Hume impressed, and, quite rightly, all his liberal and democratic contemporaries, including Lajpat Rai, as a man of high ideals with whom it was no dishonor to cooperate. But the real answer lies in the conditions of the time. Considering the size of the Indian subcontinent, there were very few political persons in the early 188s, and the tradition of open opposition to the rulers was not yet firmly entrenched. Courageous and committed persons like Dadabhai Naoroji, Justice Ranade, Feroza Shah Mehta, G. Subramania Iyer, and Surendranath Banerjee 1 year later cooperated with Hume because they did not want to arouse official hostility at such an early stage of their work. They assumed that the rulers would be less suspicious and less likely to attack a potentially subversive organization if its chief organizer was a retired British civil servant. Gokhale, with his characteristic modesty and political wisdom, gazed this explicitly in 1913. No Indian could have started the Indian National Congress. If an Indian had come forward to start such a movement embracing all India, the officials in India would not have allowed the movement to come into existence. If the founder of the Congress had not been a great Englishman and a distinguished ex-official, such was the distrust of political agitation in those days that the authorities would have at once found some way or the other to suppress the movement. In other words, if Hume and other English liberals hoped to use the Congress as a safety valve, the Congress leaders hoped to use Hume as a lightning conductor. And as later developments show, it was the Congress leaders whose hopes were fulfilled. Chapter 6. Socio-Religious Reforms and the National Awakening. I regret to say, wrote Raja Rammohan Roy in 1828, that the present system of religion adhered to by the Hindus is not well calculated to promote their political interest. The distinctions of castes introducing innumerable divisions and subdivisions among them has entirely deprived them of patriotic feeling, and the multitude of religious rites and ceremonies and the laws of purification have totally disqualified them from undertaking any difficult enterprise. It is, I think, necessary that some change should take place in their religion, at least for the sake of their political advantage and social comfort. Written at a time when Indians had just begun to experience the intellectual and cultural turmoil that characterized social life in 19th century India, this represented the immediate Indian response. The British conquest and the consequent dissemination of colonial culture and ideology had led to an inevitable introspection about the strengths and weaknesses of indigenous culture and institutions. The response indeed was varied, but the need to reform social and religious life was a commonly shared conviction. The social base of this quest, which has generally, but not altogether appropriately, been called the Renaissance, was the newly emerging middle class and the traditional as well as Western educated intellectuals. The sociocultural regeneration in 19th century India was occasioned by the colonial presence, but not created by it. The spirit of reform embraced almost the whole of India, beginning with the efforts of Raja Rammohan Roy in Bengal, leading to the formation of the Brahmo Samaj in 1828. Apart from the Brahmo Samaj, which has branches in several parts of the country, the Paramahansa Mandali and the Prarthana Samaj in Maharashtra, and the Arya Samaj in Punjab and North India were some of the prominent movements. Among the Hindus, there were several other regional and caste movements like the Kayast Sabha in Uttar Pradesh and the Saran Sabha in Punjab. The backward castes also started the work of reformation, with the Satya Sodhak Samaj in Maharashtra and the Sri Narayana Dharma Paripalana Sabha in Kerala. The Ahmadiyya and Aligarh movements, the Singh Sabha and the Renumai Mazdayasan Sabha, represented the spirit of reform among the Muslims, the Sikhs and the Parsis respectively. Despite being regional in scope and content and confined to a particular religion, their general perspectives were remarkably similar. They were regional and religious manifestations of a common consciousness. Although religious reformation was a major concern of these movements, none of them were exclusively religious in character. Strongly humanist in inspiration, the idea of otherworldliness and salvation were not a part of their agenda. Instead, their attention was focused on worldly existence. Raja Rammohan Roy was prepared to concede the possible existence of the other world, mainly due to its utilitarian value. Akshay Kumar Dutt and Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar were agnostics who refused to be drawn into any discussion on supernatural questions. Asked about the existence of God, Vidyasagar quipped that he had no time to think about God, since there was much to be done on earth. Bankim Chandra Chatterjee and Vivekananda emphasized the secular use of religion and used spirituality to take cognizance of the material conditions of human existence. Given the interconnection between religious beliefs and social practices, religious reformation was a necessary prerequisite for social reform. The Hindu meets his religion at every turn. In eating, in drinking, moving, sitting, standing, he is to adhere to sacred rules, to depart from which is sin and impiety. Similarly, the social life of the Muslims was strongly influenced by religious tenets. Religion was the dominant ideology of the times, and it was not possible to undertake any social action without coming to grips with it. Indian society in the 19th century was caught in a vicious web, created by religious superstitions and social obscurantism. Hinduism, as Max Weber observed, had become a compound of magic, animism and superstition, and abominable rites like animal sacrifice and physical torture had replaced the worship of God. The priests exercised an overwhelming and, indeed, unhealthy influence on the minds of the people. Idolatry and polytheism helped to reinforce their position. As suggested by Raja Rammohan Roy, their monopoly of scriptural knowledge and of ritual interpretation imparted a deceptive character to all religious systems. The faithful lived in submission, not only to God, the powerful and unseen, but even to the whims, fancies and wishes of the priests. There was nothing that religious ideology could not persuade people to do. Women even went to the extent of offering themselves to priests to satisfy their carnal pleasures. Social conditions were equally depressing. The most distressing was the position of women. The birth of a girl was unwelcome, her marriage a burden and her widowhood inauspicious. Attempts to kill girl infants at birth were not unusual. Those who escaped this initial brutality were subjected to the violence of marriage at a tender age. Often the marriage was a device to escape social ignominy, and hence, marital life did not turn out to be a pleasant experience. An 80-year-old Brahmin in Bengal had as many as 200 wives, the youngest being just 8 years old. Several women hardly had a married life worth the name, since their husbands participated in nuptial ceremonies for a consideration and rarely set eyes on their wives after that. Yet when their husbands died, they were expected to commit sati, which Rammohan described as murder according to every shastra. If they succeeded in overcoming this social coercion, they were condemned as widows to lifelong misery, neglect, and humiliation. Another debilitating factor was caste. It sought to maintain a system of segregation, hierarchically ordained on the basis of ritual status. The rules and regulations of caste hampered social mobility, fostered social divisions, and sapped individual initiative. Above all was the humiliation of untouchability which militated against human dignity. There were innumerable other practices marked by constraint, credulity, status, authority, bigotry, and blind fatalism. Rejecting them as features of a decadent society, the reform movement sought to create a social climate for modernization. In doing so, they referred to a golden past when no such malaise existed. The 19th century situation was the result of an accretionary process, a distortion of a once ideal past. The reformers' vision of the future, however, was not based on this idealization. It was only an aid and an instrument, since practices based on faith cannot be challenged without bringing faith itself into question. Hence, Raja Rammohan Roy demonstrated that sati had no religious sanction. Vidyasagar did not take up his pen in defense of widow marriage without being convinced about scriptural support, and Dayanand based his anti-casteism on Vedic authority. This, however, did not mean a subjection of the present to the past, nor a blind resurrection of tradition. The dead and the buried, maintained Mahadev Govind Ranade, the doyen of reformers in Maharashtra, are dead, buried, and burnt once for all, and the dead past cannot therefore be revived except by a reformation of the old materials into new organized forms. Neither a revival of the past nor a total break with tradition was contemplated. Two important intellectual criteria which informed the reform movements were rationalism and religious universalism. Social relevance was judged by a rationalist critique. It is difficult to match the uncompromising rationalism of the early Raja Rammohan Roy or Akshay Kumar Dutt. Rejecting supernatural explanations, Raja Rammohan Roy affirmed the principle of causality linking the whole phenomenal universe. To him, demonstrability was the sole criterion of truth. In proclaiming that rationalism is our only preceptor, Akshay Kumar went a step further. All natural and social phenomena, he held, could be analyzed and understood by purely mechanical processes. This perspective not only enabled them to adopt a rational approach to tradition, but also to evaluate the contemporary socio-religious practices from the standpoint of social utility, and to replace faith with rationality. In the Brahmo Samaj, it led to the repudiation of the infallibility of the Vedas, and in the Aligarh movement, to the reconciliation of the teachings of Islam with the needs of the modern age. Holding that religious tenets were not immutable, Syed Ahmed Khan emphasized the role of religion in the progress of society. If religion did not keep pace with and meet the demands of the time, it would get fossilized, as in the case of Islam in India. The perspectives on reform were not always influenced by religious considerations. A rational and secular outlook was very much evident in posing an alternative to prevalent social practices. In advocating widow marriage and opposing polygamy and child marriage, Akshay Kumar was not concerned about religious sanction, or whether they existed in the PA. His arguments were mainly based on their effects of society. Instead of depending on the scriptures, he cited medical opinion against child marriage. He held very advanced ideas about marriage and family. Courtship before marriage, partnership and equality as the basis of married life and divorce by both law and custom. In Maharashtra, as compared to other regions, there was less dependence on religion as an aid to social reform. To Gopal Han Deshmukh, popularly known as Lokahitavadi, whether social reforms had the sanction of religion was immaterial. If religion did not sanction these, he advocated that religion itself should be changed as it was made by man, and what was laid down in the scriptures need not necessarily be of contemporary relevance. Although the ambit of reforms was particularistic, their religious perspective was universalistic. Raja Rammohan Roy considered different religions as national embodiments of universal theism. The Brahmo Samaj was initially conceived by him as a universalist church. He was a defender of the basic and universal principles of all religions, the monotheism of the Vedas and the Unitarianism of Christianity, and at the same time attacked polytheism of Hinduism and the Trinitarianism of Christianity. Syed Ahmed Khan echoed the same idea. All prophets had the same din faith, and every country and nation had different prophets. This perspective found clearer articulation in Bipin Chandra Sen's ideas. He said, "Our position is not that truths are to be found in all religions, but all established religions of the world are true." He also gave expression to the social implications of this universalist perspective. Whoever worships the true God daily must learn to recognize all his fellow countrymen as brethren. Caste would vanish in such a state of society. If I believe that my God is one, and that he has created us all, I must at the same time instinctively, and with all the warmth of natural feelings, look upon all around me, whether Parsis, Hindus, Mohammedans, or Europeans, as my brethren. The universalist perspective was not a purely philosophic concern. It strongly influenced the political and social outlook of the time, till religious particularism gained ground in the second half of the 19th century. For instance, Raja Rammohan Roy considered Muslim lawyers to be more honest than their Hindu counterparts, and Vidyasagar did not discriminate against Muslims in his humanitarian activities. Even to Bankim, who is credited with a Hindu outlook, dharma rather than religious belonging was the criterion for determining superiority. Yet, Muslim yoke and Muslim tyranny were epithets often used to describe the pre-colonial rule. This, however, was not a religious but a political attitude, influenced by the arbitrary character of pre-colonial political institutions. The emphasis was not on the word Muslim, but on the word tyranny. This is amply clear from Syed Ahmed Khan's description of the pre-colonial system. The rule of the former emperors and rajas was neither in accordance with the Hindu nor the Mohammedan religion. It was based upon nothing but tyranny and oppression. The law of might was that of right. The voice of the people was not listened to. The yardstick obviously was not religious identity but liberal and democratic principles. This, however, does not imply that religious identity did not influence the social outlook of the people. In fact, it did very strongly. The reformers' emphasis on universalism was an attempt to contend with it. However, faced with the challenge of colonial culture and ideology, universalism, instead of providing the basis for the development of a secular ethos, retreated into religious particularism. The 19th century witnessed a cultural ideological struggle against the backward elements of traditional culture, on the one hand, and the fast hegemonizing colonial culture and ideology on the other. The initial refining efforts represented the former. In the religious sphere, they sought to remove idolatry, polytheism, and priestly monopoly of religious knowledge, and to simplify religious rituals. They were important not for purely religious reasons, but equally for their social implications. They contributed to the liberation of the individual from conformity born out of fear, and from uncritical submission to the exploitation of the priests. The dissemination of religious knowledge through translation of religious texts into vernacular languages, and the right granted to the laity to interpret scriptures represented an important initial breach in the stranglehold of misinterpreted religious dogmas. The simplification of rituals made worship a more intensely personal experience without the mediation of intermediaries. The individual was, thus, encouraged to exercise his freedom. The socially debilitating influence of the caste system, which perpetuated social distinctions, was universally recognized as an area which called for urgent reform. It was morally and ethically abhorrent. More importantly, it militated against patriotic feelings and negated the growth of democratic ideas. Raja Rammohan Roy initiated, in ideas but not in practice, the opposition which became loud and clear as the century progressed. Ranade, Dayanand and Vivekananda denounced the existing system of caste in no uncertain terms. While the reform movements generally stood for its abolition, Dayanand gave a utopian explanation for Chaturvarna, fourfold Varna division of Hindu society, and sought to maintain it on the basis of virtue. He deserves to be a Brahmin who has acquired the best knowledge and character, and an ignorant person is fit to be classed as a Shudra, he argued. Understandably, the most virulent opposition to caste came from lower caste movements. Jyotiba Phule and Narayana Guru were two unrelenting critics of the caste system and its consequences. A conversation between Gandhiji and Narayana Guru is significant. Gandhiji, in an obvious reference to Chaturvarna and the inherent differences in quality between man and man, observed that all leaves of the same tree are not identical in shape and texture. To this, Narayana Guru pointed out that the difference is only superficial, but not in essence. The juice of all leaves of a particular tree would be the same in content. It was he who gave the call, one religion, one caste and one God for mankind, which one of his disciples, Sahadevan Ayyappan, changed into, no religion, no caste and no God for mankind. The campaign for the improvement of the condition and status of women was not a purely humanitarian measure either. No reform could be really effective without changes in the domestic conditions, the social space in which the initial socialization of the individual took place. A crucial role in this process was played by women. Therefore, there could be no reformed men and reformed homes without reformed women. Viewed from the standpoint of women, it was, indeed, a limited perspective. Nevertheless, it was realized that no country could ever make significant progress in civilization whose females were sunk in ignorance. If the reform movements had totally rejected tradition, Indian society would have easily undergone a process of westernization. But the reformers were aiming at modernization rather than westernization. A blind initiation of Western cultural norms was never an integral part of reform. To initiate and undertake these reforms, which today appear to be modest, weak and limited, was not an easy proposition. It brought about unprecedented mental agony and untold domestic and social tension. Breaking the bonds of tradition created emotional and sentimental crises for men and women caught between two worlds. The first widow marriage in Bengal attracted thousands of curious spectators. To the first such couple in Maharashtra, the police had to give lathis to protect themselves. Rukmabai, who refused to accept her uneducated and unaccomplished husband, virtually unleashed a storm. Faced with the prospect of marrying a young girl much against his conviction, Ranade spent several sleepless nights. So did Lokahitavadi, Tilang, and a host of others who were torn between traditional sentiments and modern commitments. Several, however, succumbed to the former, but it was out of this struggle that the new men and the new society evolved in India. Faced with the challenge of the intrusion of colonial culture and ideology, an attempt to reinvigorate traditional institutions, and to realize the potential of traditional culture developed during the 19th century. The initial expression of the struggle against colonial domination manifested itself in the realm of culture as a result of the fact that the principles on which the colonial state functioned were not more retrogressive than those of the pre-colonial state. All intrusions into the cultural realm were more intensely felt. Therefore, a defense of indigenous culture developed almost simultaneously with the colonial conquest. This concern embraced the entire cultural existence, the way of life, and all signifying practices like language, religion, art, and philosophy. Two features characterized this concern: the creation of an alternate cultural ideological system and the regeneration of traditional institutions. The cultivation of vernacular languages, the creation of an alternate system of education, the efforts to regenerate Indian art and literature, the emphasis on Indian dress and food, the defense of religion, and the attempts to revitalize the Indian system of medicine, the attempt to probe the potentialities of pre-colonial technology and to reconstruct traditional knowledge were some of the expressions of this concern. The early inklings of this can be discerned in Raja Rammohan Roy's debates with the Christian missionaries, in the formation and activities of Tat Vabodhini Sabha, in the memorial on education signed by 70,000 inhabitants of Madras, and in the general resentment against the Lex Loci Act. The act proposed in 1845 and passed in 1850 provided the right to inherit ancestral property to Hindu converts to Christianity. A more definite articulation, however, was in the ideas and activities of later movements generally characterized as conservative and revivalist. Strongly native in tendency, they were clearly influenced by the need to defend indigenous culture against colonial cultural hegemony. In this specific historical sense, they were not necessarily retrogressive, for underlying these efforts was the concern with the revival of the cultural personality, distorted, if not destroyed, by colonial domination. More so because it formed an integral element in the formation of national consciousness. Some of these tendencies, however, were not able to transcend the limits of historical necessity, and led to a sectarian and obscurantist outlook. This was possibly a consequence of the lack of integration between the cultural and political struggles, resulting in cultural backwardness despite political advance. The cultural ideological struggle, represented by the socio-religious movements, was an integral part of the evolving national consciousness. This was so because it was instrumental in bringing about the initial intellectual and cultural break, which made a new vision of the future possible. Second, it was a part of the resistance against colonial cultural and ideological hegemony. Out of this dual struggle evolved the modern cultural situation, new men, new homes, and a new society. Chapter 7. An Economic Critique of Colonialism. Of all the national movements in colonial countries, the Indian national movement was the most deeply and firmly rooted in an understanding of the nature and character of colonial economic domination and exploitation. Its early leaders, known as moderates, were the first in the 19th century to develop an economic critique of colonialism. This critique was also perhaps their most important contribution to the development of the national movement in India, and the themes built around it were later popularized on a massive scale and formed the very pith and marrow of the nationalist agitation through popular lectures, pamphlets, newspapers, dramas, songs, and Prabhat theories. Indian intellectuals of the first half of the 19th century had adopted a positive attitude towards British rule in the hope that Britain, the most advanced nation of the time, would help modernize India. In the economic realm, Britain, the emerging industrial giant of the world, was expected to develop India's productive forces through the introduction of modern sciences and technology and capitalist economic organization. It is not that the early Indian nationalists were unaware of the many political, psychological, and economic disabilities of foreign domination, but they still supported colonial rule as they expected it to rebuild India as a spit image of the Western metropolis. The process of disillusionment set in gradually after 1860, as the reality of social development in India failed to conform to their hopes. They began to notice that while progress in new directions was slow and halting, overall the country was regressing and underdeveloping. Gradually, their image of British rule began to take on darker hues, and they began to probe deeper into the reality of British rule and its impact on India. Three names stand out among the large number of Indians who initiated and carried out the economic analysis of British rule during the years 1870 to 1905. The tallest of the three was Dadabhai Naoroji, known in the pre-Gandhian era as the Grand Old Man of India. Born in 1825, he became a successful businessman, but devoted his entire life and wealth to the creation of a national movement in India. His near-contemporary Justice Mahadev Govind Ranade taught an entire generation of Indians the value of modern industrial development. Ramesh Chandra Dutt, a retired ICS officer, published The Economic History of India at the beginning of the 20th century, in which he examined in minute detail the entire economic record of colonial rule since 1757. These three leaders, along with G. V. Joshi, G. Subramania Iyer, G. K. Gokhale, Prithwis Chandra Ray, and hundreds of other political workers and journalists, analyzed every aspect of the economy and subjected the entire range of economic issues and colonial economic policies to minute scrutiny. They raised basic questions regarding the nature and purpose of British rule. Eventually, they were able to trace the process of the colonialization of the Indian economy and conclude that colonialism was the main obstacle to India's economic development. They clearly understood the fact that the essence of British imperialism lay in the subordination of the Indian economy to the British economy. They delineated the colonial structure in all its three aspects of domination through trade, industry, and finance. They were able to see that colonialism no longer functioned through the crude tools of plunder and tribute and mercantilism, but operated through the more disguised and complex mechanism of free trade and foreign capital investment. The essence of 19th century colonialism, they said, lay in the transformation of India into a supplier of foodstuffs and raw materials to the metropolis, a market for the metropolitan manufacturers, and a field for the investment of British capital. The early Indian national leaders were simultaneously learners and teachers. They organized powerful intellectual agitations against nearly all the important official economic policies. They used these agitations to both understand and to explain to others the basis of these policies in the colonial structure. They advocated the severance of India's economic subservience to Britain in every sphere of life, and agitated for an alternative path of development which would lead to an independent economy. An important feature of this agitation was the use of bold, hard-hitting, and colorful language. The nationalist economic agitation started with the assertion that Indians were poor and were growing poorer every day. Dadabhai Naoroji made poverty his special subject and spent his entire life awakening the Indian and British public to the continuous impoverishment and exhaustion of the country and the wretched, heart-rending, blood-boiling condition of India. Day after day he declaimed from public platforms and in the press that the Indian is starving, he's dying off at the slightest touch, living on insufficient food. The early nationalists did not see this all-encompassing poverty as inherent and unavoidable, a visitation from God or nature. It was seen as man-made, and therefore capable of being explained and removed. As R.C. Dutt put it, if India is poor today, it is through the operation of economic causes. In the course of their search for the causes of India's poverty, the nationalists underlined factors and forces which had been brought into play by the colonial rulers and the colonial structure. The problem of poverty was, moreover, seen as the problem of increasing of the productive capacity and energy of the people. In other words, as the problem of national development. This approach made poverty a broad national issue and helped to unite, instead of divide, different regions and sections of Indian society. Economic development was seen above all as the rapid development of modern industry. The early nationalists accepted with remarkable unanimity that the complete economic transformation of the country on the basis of modern technology and capitalist enterprise was the primary goal of all their economic policies. Industrialism, it was further believed, represented, to quote G.V. Joshi, a superior type and a higher stage of civilization. Or, in the words of Renaud, factories could, far more effectively than schools and colleges, give a new birth to the activities of the nation. Modem industry was also seen as a major force which could help unite the diverse peoples of India into a single national entity having common interests. Surendranath Banerjee's newspaper The Bengali made the point on January 18, 1902. The agitation for political rights may bind the various nationalities of India together for a time. The community of interests may cease when these rights are achieved, but the commercial union of the various Indian nationalities once established will never cease to exist. Commercial and industrial activity is, therefore, a bond of very strong union, and is, therefore, a mighty factor in the formation of a great Indian Union. Consequently, because of their wholehearted devotion to the cause of industrialization, the early nationalists looked upon all other issues such as foreign trade, railways, tariffs, currency and exchange, finance, and labor legislation in relation to this paramount aspect. At the same time, nearly all the early nationalists were clear on one question: however great the need of India for industrialization, it had to be based on Indian capital and not foreign capital. Ever since the 1840s, British economists, statesmen and officials had seen the investment of foreign capital, along with law and order, as the major instrument for the development of India. John Stuart Mill and Alfred Marshall had put forward this view in their economic treatises. In 1899, Lord Curzon, the Viceroy, said that foreign capital was a sine qua non to the national advancement of India. The early nationalists disagreed vehemently with this view. They saw foreign capital as an unmitigated evil which did not develop a country but exploited and impoverished it. Or, as Dadabhai Naoroji popularly put it, foreign capital represented the despoliation and exploitation of Indian resources. Similarly, the editor of the Hindustan Review and Kayasta Samachar described the use of foreign capital as a system of international depredation. They further argued that instead of encouraging and augmenting Indian capital, foreign capital replaced and suppressed it, led to the drain of capital from India, and further strengthened the British hold over the Indian economy. To try to develop a country through foreign capital, they said, was to barter the entire future for the petty gains of today. Bipin Chandra summed up the nationalist point of view in 1901 as follows: the introduction of foreign and mostly British capital for working out the natural resources of the country, instead of being a help, is, in fact, the greatest of hindrances to all real improvements in the economic condition of the people. It is as much a political as it is an economic danger, and the future of New India absolutely depends upon as early and radical remedy of this two-edged evil. In essence, the early nationalists asserted that genuine economic development was possible only if Indian capital itself initiated and developed the process of industrialization. Foreign capital would neither undertake nor could it fulfill this task. According to the early nationalists, the political consequences of foreign capital investment were no less harmful, for the penetration of a country by foreign capital inevitably led to its political subjugation. Foreign capital investment created vested interests which demanded security for investors, and, therefore, pert foreign rule. Where foreign capital has been sunk in a country, wrote the Hindu in its issue dated September 23, 1889, the administration of that country becomes at once the concern of the bondholders. It added, if the influence of foreign capitalists in the land is allowed to increase, then adieu to all chances of success of the Indian National Congress, whose voice will be drowned in the tremendous uproar of the empire. In danger, that will surely be raised by the foreign capitalists. A major problem the early nationalists highlighted was that of the progressive decline and ruin of India's traditional handicrafts. Nor was this industrial prostration accidental, they said. It was the result of the deliberate policy of stamping out Indian industries in the interests of British manufacturers. The British administrators, on the other hand, pointed with pride to the rapid growth of India's foreign trade and the rapid construction of railways as instruments of India's development, as well as proof of its growing prosperity. However, the nationalists said that because of their negative impact on indigenous industries, foreign trade and railways represented not economic development but colonialization and underdevelopment of the economy. What mattered in the case of foreign trade, they maintained, was not its volume but its pattern, or the nature of goods internationally exchanged, and their impact on national industry and agriculture. And this pattern had undergone drastic changes during the 19th century, the bias being overwhelmingly towards the export of raw materials and the import of manufactured goods. Similarly, the early nationalists pointed out that the railways had not been coordinated with India's industrial needs. They had therefore ushered in a commercial and not an industrial revolution which enabled imported foreign goods to undersell domestic industrial products. Moreover, they said that the benefits of railway construction, in terms of encouragement to the steel and machine industry and to capital investment, what today we would call backward and forward linkages, had been reaped by Britain and not India. In fact, remarked G.V. Joshi, expenditure on railways should be seen as Indian subsidy to British industries. Or as Tilak put it was like decorating another's wife. According to the early nationalists, a major obstacle to rapid industrial development was the policy of free trade, which was, on the one hand, ruining India's handicraft industries and, on the other, forcing the infant and underdeveloped modem industries into a premature and unequal and, hence, unfair and disastrous competition with the highly organized and developed industries of the West. The tariff policy of the government convinced the nationalists that British economic policies in India were basically guided by the interests of the British capitalist class. The early nationalists strongly criticized the colonial pattern of finance. Taxes were so raised, they averred, as to overburden the poor while letting the rich, especially the foreign capitalists and bureaucrats, go scot-free. To vitiate this, they demanded the reduction of land revenue and abolition of the salt tax and supported the imposition of income tax and import duties on products which the rich and the middle classes consumed. On the expenditure side, they pointed out that the emphasis was on serving Britain's imperial needs, while the developmental and welfare departments were starved. In particular, they condemned the high expenditure on the army, which was used by the British to conquer and maintain imperialist control over large parts of Asia and Africa. The focal point of the nationalist critique of colonialism was the drain theory. The nationalist leaders pointed out that a large part of India's capital and wealth was being transferred or drained to Britain in the form of salaries and pensions of British civil and military officials working in India, interest on loans taken by the Indian government, profits of British capitalists in India, and the home charges or expenses of the Indian government in Britain. The drain took the form of an excess of exports over imports for which India got no economic or material return. According to the nationalist calculations, this drain amount to 1/2 of government revenues, more than the entire land revenue collection, and over 1/3 of India's total savings. In today's terms, this would amount to 8% of India's national income. The acknowledged high priest of the drain theory was Dadabhai Naoroji. It was in May 1867 that Dadabhai Naoroji put forward the idea that Britain was draining and bleeding India. From then on, for nearly half a century, he launched a raging campaign against the drain, hammering at the theme through every possible form of public communication. The drain, he declared, was the basic cause of India's poverty and the fundamental evil of British rule in India. Thus, he argued in 1880, it is not the pitiless operations of economic laws, but it is the thoughtless and pitiless action of the British policy. It is the pitiless eating of India's substance in India, and the further pitiless drain to England. In short, it is the pitiless perversion of economic laws by the sad bleeding to which India is subjected, that is destroying India. Other nationalist leaders, journalists and propagandists followed in the footsteps of Dadabhai Naoroji. R.C. Dutt, for example, made the drain the major theme of his economic history of India. He protested that taxation raised by a king, says the Indian poet, is like the moisture sucked up by the sun, to be returned to the earth as fertilizing rain. But the moisture raised from the Indian soil now descends as fertilizing rain largely on other lands, not on India. So great an economic drain out of the resources of a land would impoverish the most prosperous countries on earth. It has reduced India to a land of famines more frequent, more widespread, and more fatal than any known before in the history of India or of the world. The drain theory incorporated all the threads of the nationalist critique of colonialism, for the drain denuded India of the productive capital its agriculture and industries so desperately needed. Indeed, the drain theory was the high watermark of the nationalist leaders' comprehensive, interrelated, and integrated economic analysis of the colonial situation. Through the drain theory, the exploitative character of British rule could be made visible. By attacking the drain, the nationalists were able to call into question in an uncompromising manner the economic essence of imperialism. Moreover, the drain theory possessed the great political merit of being easily grasped by a nation of peasants. Money being transferred from one country to another was the most easily understood of the theories of economic exploitation. For the peasant daily underwent this experience vis-a-vis the state, landlords, moneylenders, lawyers, and priests. No other idea could arouse people more than the thought that they were being taxed, so that others in far-off lands might live in comfort. No drain was the type of slogan that all successful movements need. It did not have to be proved by sophisticated and complex arguments. It had a sort of immanent quality about it. It was practically self-evident. Nor could the foreign rulers do anything to appease the people on this question. Modern colonialism was inseparable from the drain. The contradiction between the Indian people and British imperialism was seen by people to be insoluble except by the overthrow of British rule. It was, therefore, inevitable that the drain theory became the main staple of nationalist political agitation during the Gandhian era. This agitation on economic issues contributed to the undermining of the ideological hegemony of the alien rulers over Indian minds, that is, of the foundations of colonial rule in the minds of the people. Any regime is politically secure only so long as the people have a basic faith in its moral purpose, in its benevolent character. That is, they believe that the rulers are basically motivated by the desire to work for their welfare. It is this belief which leads them to support the regime or to at least acquiesce in its continuation. It provides legitimacy to a regime. In this belief lie its moral foundations. The secret of British power in India lay not only in physical force, but also in moral force. That is, in the belief sedulously inculcated by the rulers for over a century, that the British were the mai-bop of the common people of India. The first lesson in primary school language textbooks was most often on the benefits of British rule. The nationalist economic agitation gradually undermined these moral foundations. It corroded popular confidence in the benevolent character of British rule, in its good results as well as its good intentions. The economic development of India was offered as the chief justification for British rule by the imperialist rulers and spokesmen. The Indian nationalists controverted it forcefully and asserted that India was economically backward, precisely because the British were ruling it in the interests of British trade, industry, and capital, and that poverty and backwardness were the inevitable consequences of colonial rule. Tilak's newspaper, the Khazari, for example, wrote on January 28, 1896, "Surely India is treated as a vast pasture for the Europeans to feed upon." And P. Ananda Charlu, an ex-president of the Congress, said in the Legislative Council, "While India is safeguarded against foreign inroads by the strong arm of the British power, she is defenseless in matters where the English and Indian interests clash and where, as a Tamil saying puts it, the very fence begins to feed on the crop." The young intellectual from Bihar, Sachidanand Sinha, summed up the Indian critique in a pithy manner in Indian People on February 27, 1903. "Their work of administration in Lord Curzon's testimony is only the handmaid to the task of exploitation. Trade cannot thrive without efficient administration, while the latter is not worth attending to in the absence of profits of the former. So always with the assent, and often to the dictates of the Chamber of Commerce, the government of India is carried on, and this is the white man's burden." It was above all Dadabhai Naoroji, who in his almost daily articles and speeches hammered home this point. The face of beneficence, he said, was a mask behind which the exploitation of the country was carried on by the British, though unaccompanied with any open compulsion or violence to person or property which the world can see and be horrified with. And again, under the present evil and unrighteous administration of Indian expenditure, the romance is the beneficence of the British rule, the reality is the bleeding of the British rule. Regarding the British claim of having provided security of life and property, Dadabhai wrote, "The romance is that there is security of life and property in India. The reality is that there is no such thing. There is security of life and property in one sense or way, i.e., the people are secure from any violence from each other or from native despots. But from England's own grasp, there is no security of property at all, and as a consequence, no security for life. What is secure and well secure is that England is perfectly safe and secure. To carry away from India, and to eat up in India property at the present rate of 30 million or 40 million pound a year. To millions in India life is simply half-feeding, or starvation, or famine and disease." With regard to the benefits of law and order, Dadabhai said, "There is an Indian saying, pray strike on the back, but don't strike on the belly. Under the native despot the people keep and enjoy what they produce, though at times they suffer some violence on the back. Under the British Indian despot the man is at peace, there is no violence, his substance is drained away. Unseen, peaceably and subtly, he starves in peace, and peaceably perishes in peace, with law and order. The corrosion of faith in British rule inevitably spread to the political field." In the course of their economic agitation, the nationalist leaders linked nearly every important economic question with the politically subordinated status of the country. Step by step, issue by issue, they began to draw the conclusion that since the British Indian administration was only the handmaid to the task of exploitation, pro-Indian and developmental policies would be followed only by a regime in which Indians had control over political power. The result was that even though most of the early nationalist leaders were moderate in politics and political methods, and many of them still professed loyalty to British rule, they cut at the political roots of the empire, and sowed in the land the seeds of disaffection and disloyalty and even sedition. This was one of the major reasons why the period 1875 to 1905 became a period of intellectual unrest and of spreading national consciousness, the seed time of the modem Indian national movement. While until the end of the 19th century, Indian nationalists confined their political demands to a share in political power and control over the purse, by 1905, most of the prominent nationalists were putting forward the demand for some form of self-government. Here again, Dadabhai Naoroji was the most advanced. Speaking on the drain at the International Socialist Congress in 1904, he put forward the demand for self-government and treatment of India like other British colonies. A year later in 1905, in a message to the Benares session of the Indian National Congress, Dadabhai categorically asserted, "Self-government is the only remedy for India's woes and wrongs." And then, as the president of the 1906 session of the Congress at Calcutta, he laid down the goal of the national movement as self-government or Swaraj, like that of the United Kingdom or the colonies. While minds were being prepared and the goal formed, the mass struggle for the political emancipation of the country was still in the womb of time. But the early nationalists were laying strong and enduring foundations for the national movement to grow upon. They sowed the seeds of nationalism well and deep. They did not base their nationalism primarily on appeals to abstract or shallow sentiments or on obscurantist appeals to the past. They rooted their nationalism in a brilliant scientific analysis of the complex economic mechanism of modern colonialism and of the chief contradiction between the interests of the Indian people and British rule. The nationalists of the 20th century were to rely heavily on the main themes of their economic critique of colonialism. These themes were then to reverberate in Indian cities, towns and villages, carried there by the youthful agitators of the Gandhian era. Based on this firm foundation, the later nationalists went on to stage powerful mass agitations and mass movements. At the same time, because of this firm foundation, they would not, unlike in China, Egypt, and many other colonial and semi-colonial countries, waver in their anti-imperialism. Chapter 8. The Fight to Secure Press Freedom. Almost from the beginning of the 19th century, politically conscious Indians had been attracted to modem civil rights, especially the freedom of the press. As early as 1824, Raja Rammohan Roy had protested against a regulation restricting the freedom of the press. In a memorandum to the Supreme Court, he had said that every good ruler will be anxious to afford every individual the readiest means of bringing to his notice whatever may require his interference. To secure this important object, the unrestricted liberty of publication is the only effectual means that can be employed. In the period from 1870 to 1918, the national movement had not yet resorted to mass agitation through thousands of small and large Maidan meetings, nor did political work consist of the active mobilization of people in mass struggles. The main political task still was that of politicization, political propaganda and education and formation and propagation of nationalist ideology. The press was the chief instrument for carrying out this task, that is, for arousing, training, mobilizing, and consolidating nationalist public opinion. Even the work of the National Congress was accomplished during these years largely through the press. The Congress had no organization of its own for carrying on political work. Its resolutions and proceedings had to be propagated through newspapers. Interestingly, nearly 1/3 of the founding fathers of the Congress in 1885 were journalists. Powerful newspapers emerged during these years under distinguished and fearless journalists. These were the Hindu and Swait Sumitran under the editorship of G. Subramanya Iyer, Kesari and Maharata under B.G. Tilak, Bengali under Surendranath Banerjee, Amrita Bazar Patrika under Sisir Kumar Ghosh and Motilal Ghosh, Sudharak under G.K. Gokhale, Indian Mirror under N. Sen, Voice of India under Dadabhai Naoroji, Hindustani and Advocate under G.P. Varma and Tribune and Akhbar I am in Punjab Indu Prakash, Dinyan Prakash, Kal and Gujarati in Bombay and Som Prakash, Bangani Vasi and Sadharani in Bengal. In fact, there hardly existed a major political leader in India who did not possess a newspaper, or was not writing for one in some capacity or the other. The influence of the press extended far beyond its literate subscribers. Nor was it confined to cities and large towns. A newspaper would reach remote villages and would then be read by a reader to tens of others. Gradually, library movements sprung up all over the country. A local library would be organized around a single newspaper. A table, a bench or two, or a charpoy would constitute the capital equipment. Every piece of news or editorial comment would be read or heard and thoroughly discussed. The newspaper not only became the political educator, reading or discussing it became a form of political participation. Newspapers were not in those days business enterprises, nor were the editors and journalists professionals. Newspapers were published as a national or public service. They were often financed as objects of philanthropy. To be a journalist was often to be a political worker and an agitator at considerable self-sacrifice. It was, of course, not very expensive to start a newspaper, though the editor had usually to live at a semi-starvation level or earn his livelihood through a supplementary source. The Amrita Bazar Patrika was started in 1868 with printing equipment purchased for Nepalese rupee 32. Similarly, Surendranath Banerjee purchased the goodwill of the Bengali in 1879 for Rs. 10 and the press for another Nepalese rupee 1,600. Nearly all the major political controversies of the day were conducted through the press. It also played the institutional role of opposition to the government. Almost every act and every policy of the government was subjected to sharp criticism, in many cases with great care and vast learning backing it up. Oppose, oppose, oppose was the motto of the Indian press. Regarding the role of the nationalist press, Lord Dufferin, the viceroy, wrote as early as March 1886, "Day after day, hundreds of sharp-witted Babas pour forth their indignation against their English oppressors in very pungent and effective diatribe." And again in May, "In this way there can be no doubt there is generated in the minds of those who read these papers a sincere conviction that we are all enemies of mankind in general, and of India in particular. To arouse political consciousness, to inculcate nationalism, to expose colonial rule, to preach disloyalty, was no easy task. For there had existed since 1870 Section 124A of the Indian Penal Code, according to which whoever attempts to excite feelings of disaffection to the government established by law in British India was to be punished with transportation for life or for any term or with imprisonment up to 3 years. This clause was, moreover, later supplemented with even more strident measures. Indian journalists adopted several clever stratagems and evolved a distinctive style of writing to remain outside the reach of the law. Since Section 124A excluded writings of persons whose loyalty to the government was undoubted, they invariably prefaced their vitriolic writing with effusive sentiments of loyalty to the government and the Queen. Another stratagem was to publish anti-imperialist extracts from London-based socialist and Irish newspapers or letters from radical British citizens, knowing that the Indian government could not discriminate against Indians by taking action against them without touching the offending Britishers. Sometimes the extract from the British newspaper would be taken without quotation marks and acknowledgement of the source, thus teasing the British Indian bureaucracy into contemplating or taking action, which would have to be given up once the real source of the comment became known. For example, a sympathetic treatment of the Russian terrorist activities against Tsarism would be published in such a way that the reader would immediately draw a parallel between the Indian government and the revolutionary terrorists of Bengal and Maharashtra. The officials would later discover that it was an extract from the Times, London, or some such other British newspaper. Often the radical exposé would take the form of advice and warning to the government, as if from a well-wisher, as if the writer's main purpose was to save the authorities from their own follies. B.G. Tilak and Motilal Ghosh were experts at this form of writing. Some of the more daring writers took recourse to irony, sarcasm, banter, mock seriousness, and burlesque. In all cases, nationalist journalists, especially of Indian-language newspapers, had a difficult task to perform, for they had to combine simplicity with subtlety. Simplicity was needed to educate a semi-literate public, subtlety to convey the true meaning without falling foul of the law. They performed the task brilliantly, often creatively developing the languages in which they were willing, including, surprisingly enough, the English language. The national movement from the beginning zealously defended the freedom of the press whenever the government attacked it or tried to curtail it. In fact, the struggle for the freedom of the press became an integral part of the struggle for freedom. Indian newspapers began to find their feet in the 1870s. They became highly critical of Lord Lytton's administration, especially regarding its inhuman approach towards the victims of the famine of 1876 to 77. As a result, the government decided to make a sudden strike at the Indian language newspapers, since they reached beyond the middle-class readership. The Vernacular Press Act of 1878, directed only against Indian language newspapers, was conceived in great secrecy and passed at a single sitting of the Imperial Legislative Council. The act provided for the confiscation of the printing press, paper and other materials of a newspaper, if the government believed that it was publishing seditious materials, and had flouted an official warning. Indian nationalist opinion firmly opposed the act. The first great demonstration on an issue of public importance was organized in Calcutta on this question, when a large meeting was held in the town hall. Various public bodies and the press also campaigned against the act. Consequently, it was repealed in 1881 by Lord Ripon. The manner in which the Indian newspapers cleverly fought such measures was brought out by a very amusing and dramatic incident. The act was in particular aimed at the Amrita Bazar Patrika, which came out at the time in both Bengali AA1D English. The objective was to take summary action against it. But when the officials woke up the morning after the act was passed, they discovered to their dismay that the Patrika had foxed them. Overnight, the editors had converted it into an English newspaper. Another remarkable journalistic coup occurred in 1905. Delivering the convocation address at Calcutta University, Lord Curzon, the viceroy said that the highest ideal of truth is to a large extent a Western conception. Undoubtedly, truth took a high place in the moral codes of the West, before it had been similarly honored in the East. The insinuation was that the British had taught this high conception of truth to Indians. Next day, the Amrita Bazar Patrika came out with this speech on the front page along with a box reproducing an extract from Curzon's book The Problems of the East, in which he had taken credit for lying while a visit to Korea. He had written that he had told the president of the Korean Foreign Office that he was 40 when he was actually 30j.ig, because he had been told that in the East respect went with age. He has ascribed his youthful appearance to the salubrious climate of Korea. Curzon had also recorded his reply to the president's question whether he was a near relation of Queen Victoria as follows. "No," I replied, "I am not." But observing the look of disgust that passed over his countenance, I was fain to add, "I am, however, as yet an unmarried man," with which unscrupulous suggestion I completely regained the old gentleman's favor. The whole of Bengal had a hearty laugh at the discomfiture of the straight-laced viceroy, who had not hesitated to insult an entire people, and who was fond of delivering homilies to Indians. The Weekly Times of London also enjoyed the episode. Lord Curzon's admiration for truth, it wrote, was perhaps acquired later on in life, under his wife's management. It is preeminently a Yankee quality. Curzon's wife was an American heiress. Surendranath Banerjee, one of the founding fathers of the Indian national movement, was the first Indian to go to jail in performance of his duty as a journalist. A dispute concerning a family idol, a salagram, had come up before Justice Norris of the Calcutta High Court. To decide the age of the idol, Norris ordered it to be brought to the court and pronounced that it could not be 100 years old. This action deeply hurt the sentiments of the Bengali Hindus. Banerjee wrote an angry editorial in the Bengali of April 2, 1883. Comparing Norris with the notorious Jeffreys and Serog's British judges in the 17th century, notorious for infamous conduct as judges, he said that Norris had done enough to show how unworthy he is of his high office. Banerjee suggested that some public steps should be to put a quietus to the wild eccentricities of this young and raw dispenser of justice. Immediately, the High Court hauled him up for contempt of court before a bench of 5 judges, 4 of them Europeans. With the Indian judge, Ramesh Chandra Mitra, dissenting, the bench convicted and sentenced him to 2 months' imprisonment. Popular reaction was immediate and angry. There was a spontaneous hurtle in the Indian part of Calcutta. Students demonstrated outside the court, smashing windows and pelting the police with stones. One of the rowdy young men was Asutosh Mukherjee, who later gained fame as a distinguished vice-chancellor of Calcutta University. Demonstrations were held all over Calcutta and in many other towns of Bengal, as also in Lahore, Amritsar, Agra, Faizabad, Pune, and other cities. Calcutta witnessed for the first time several largely attended open-air meetings. But the man who is most frequently associated with the struggle for the freedom of the press during the nationalist movement is Bal Gangadhar Tilak, the outstanding leader of militant nationalism. Born in 1856, Tilak devoted his entire life to the service of his country. In 1881, along with G.G. Agarkar, he founded the newspaper Kasari in Marathi and Maratha in English. In 1888, he took over the 2 papers and used their columns to spread discontent against British rule and to preach national resistance to it. Tilak was a fiery and courageous journalist whose style was simple and direct and yet highly readable. He started the practice of using the traditional religious Ganapati festival to propagate nationalist ideas through patriotic songs and speeches. In 1896, he started the Shivaji festival to stimulate nationalism among young Maharashtrians. In the same year, He organized an all-Maharashtra campaign for the boycott of foreign cloth, in protest against the imposition of the excise duty on cotton. He was perhaps the first among the national leaders to grasp the important role that the lower middle classes, peasants, artisans, and workers could play in the national movement, and, therefore, he saw the necessity of bringing them into the Congress fold. Criticizing the Congress for ignoring the peasant, he wrote in the Khazari in early 1897, "The country's emancipation can only be achieved by removing the clouds of lethargy and indifference which have been hanging over the peasant, who is the soul of India. We must remove these clouds, and for that we must completely identify ourselves with the peasant. We must feel that he is ours and we are his. Only when this is done would the government realize that to despise the Congress is to despise the Indian nation. Then only will the efforts of the Congress leaders be crowned with success." In pursuance of this objective, he initiated a no-tax campaign in Maharashtra during 1896-97, with the help of the young workers of the Pune Sarvajanik Sabha. Referring to the official famine code whose copies he got printed in Marathi and distributed by the thousand, he asked the famine-stricken peasants of Maharashtra to withhold payment of land revenue if their crops had failed. In 1897, plague broke out in Pune, and the government had to undertake severe measures of segregation and house searches. Unlike many other leaders, Tilak stayed in Pune, supported the government and organized his own measures against the plague. But he also criticized the harsh and heartless manner in which the officials dealt with the plague-stricken people. Popular resentment against the official plague measures resulted in the assassination of Rand, the chairman of the Plague Committee in Pune, and Lieutenant Ayerst by the Chafakar brothers on June. The anti-plague measures weren't the only practices that made the people irate. Since 1894, anger had been rising against the government because of its tariff, currency, and famine policy. A militant trend was rapidly growing among the nationalists, and there were hostile comments in the press. The government was determined to check this trend and teach a lesson to the press. Tilak was by now well known in Maharashtra, both as a militant nationalist and as a hostile, arid, effective journalist. The government was looking for an opportunity to make an example of him. The Rand murder gave them the opportunity. The British-owned press and the bureaucracy were quick to portray the Rand murder as a conspiracy by the Pune Brahmins led by Tilak. The government investigated the possibility of directly involving Tilak in Rand's assassination, but no proof could be found. Moreover, Tilak had condemned the assassination, describing it as the horrible work of a fanatic, though he would not stop criticizing the government, asserting that it was a basic function of the press to bring to light the unjust state of affairs and to teach people how to defend their rights. And so, the government decided to arrest him, under Section 124A of the Indian Penal Code on the charge of sedition, that is, spreading disaffection and hatred against the government. Tilak was arrested on July 27, 1879, tried before Justice Strachey and a jury of 6 Europeans and 3 Indians. The charge was based on the publication in the Khazari of 15 June of a poem titled Shivaji's Utterances, read out by a young man at the Shivaji festival, and on a speech Tilak had delivered at the festival in defense of Shivaji's killings of Afzal Khan. In Shivaji's Utterances, the poet had shown Shivaji awakening in the present and telling his countrymen, "Alas, alas, I now see with my own eyes the ruin of my country. Foreigners are dragging out Lakshmi violently by the hand, kar in Marathi, which also means taxes, and by persecution. The wicked Akabaya, misfortune personified, stalks with famine through the whole country." How have all these kings' leaders become quite effeminate like helpless figures on the chessboard? Tilak's defense of Shivaji's killing of Afzal Khan was portrayed by the prosecution as an incitement to kill British officials. The overall accusation was that Tilak propagated the views in his newspaper, that the British had no right to stay in India, and any and all means could be used to get rid of them. Looking back, it is clear that the accusation was not wrong. But the days when, under Gandhiji's guidance, freedom fighters would refuse to defend themselves and openly proclaim their sedition were still far off. The politics of sacrifice and open defiance of authority were still at an early stage. It was still necessary to claim that anti-colonial activities were being conducted within the limits of the law. And so Tilak denied the official charges and declared that he had no intention of preaching disaffection against alien rule. Within this old style of facing the rulers, Tilak set a high example of boldness and sacrifice. He was aware that he was initiating a new kind of politics, which must gain the confidence and faith of the people by the example of a new type of leader, while carefully avoiding premature radicalism which would invite repression by the government and lead to the cowing down of the people, and consequently, the isolation of the leaders from the people. Pressure was brought upon Tilak by some friends to withdraw his remarks and apologize. Tilak's reply was, "My position as a leader amongst the people entirely depends upon my character. Their government's object is to humiliate the Pune leaders, and I think in me they will not find a kucha weak reed. Then you must remember, beyond a certain stage, we are all servants of the people. You will be betraying and disappointing them if you show a lamentable want of courage at a critical time." Judge Strachey's partisan summing up to the jury was to gain notoriety in legal circles, for he defined disaffection as simply the absence of affection, which amounted to the presence of hatred, enmity, disloyalty, and every other form of ill will towards the government. The jury gave a 6-3 verdict holding Tilak guilty, the 3 dissenters being its Indian members. The judge passed a barbarous sentence of rigorous imprisonment for 18 months, and this when Tilak was a member of the Bombay Legislative Council. Simultaneously, several other editors of Bombay Presidency were tried and given similar harsh sentences. Tilak's imprisonment led to widespread protests all over the county nationalist newspapers and political associations, including those run by Tilak's critics like the moderates, organized a countrywide movement against this attack on civil liberties and the fiefdom of the press. Many newspapers came out with black borders on the front page. Many published special supplements hailing Tilak as a martyr in the battle for the freedom of the press. Addressing Indian residents in London, Dadabhai Naoroji accused the government of initiating Russian czarist methods of administration, and said that gagging the press was simply suicidal. Overnight, Tilak became a popular all-India leader, and the title of Lokmanya, respected and honored by the people, was given to him. He became a hero, a living symbol of the new spirit of self-sacrifice, a new leader who preached with his deeds. When at the Indian National Congress session at Amravati in December, Surendranath Banerjee made a touching reference to Tilak and said that a whole nation is in tears. The entire audience stood up and enthusiastically cheered. In 1898, the government amended Section 124A and added a new Section 153A to the Penal Code, making it a criminal offense for anyone to attempt to bring into contempt the government of India or to create hatred among different classes, that is, vis-a-vis Englishmen in India. This once again led to nationwide protest. The Swadeshi and boycott movement, which we shall look at in more detail later on in Chapter 10, led to a new wave of repression in the country. The people once again felt angry and frustrated. This frustration led the youth of Bengal to take to the path of individual terrorism. Several cases of bomb attacks on officials occurred in the beginning of 1908. The government felt unnerved. Once again, newspapers became a major target. Fresh laws for controlling the press were enacted. Prosecutions against a large number of newspapers and their editors were launched, and the press was almost completely suppressed in this atmosphere. It was inevitable that the government's attention would turn towards Lokmanya Tilak, the mainstay of the boycott movement and militant politics outside Bengal. Tilak wrote a series of articles on the arrival of the bomb on the Indian scene. He condemned the use of violence and individual killings. He described nihilism as this poisonous tree, but, simultaneously, he held the government responsible for suppressing criticism and dissent and the urge of the people for greater freedom. In such an atmosphere, he said, violence, however deplorable, became inevitable. As he wrote in one of his articles, when the official class begins to overawe the people without any reason, and when an endeavor is made to produce despondency among the people be unduly frightening them, then the sound of the bomb is spontaneously produced to impart to the authorities the true knowledge that the people have reached a higher stage than the vapid one in which they pay implicit regard to such an illiberal policy of repression. Once again, on June 24, 1908, Tilak was arrested and tried on the charge of sedition for having published these articles. Once again, Tilak pleaded not guilty and behaved with exemplary courage. A few days before his arrest, a friendly police officer warned him of the coming event and asked Tilak to take precautionary steps. Tilak laughed and said, "The government has converted the entire nation into a prison, and we are all prisoners. Going to prison only means that from a big cell one is confined to a smaller one." In the court, Tilak posed the basic question. Tilak or no Tilak is not the question. The question is, do you really intend as guardians of the liberty of the press to allow as much liberty here in India as is enjoyed by the people of England? Once again, the jury returned a verdict of guilty with only the 2 Indian members opposing the verdict. Tilak's reply was, "There are higher powers that rule the destiny of men and nations, and it may be the will of Providence that the cause which I represent may prosper more by my sufferings than by my remaining free." Justice Davar awarded him the sentence of 6 years transportation, and after some time the Lokmanya was sent to a prison in Mandalay in Burma. The public reaction was massive. Newspapers proclaimed that they would defend the freedom of the press by following Tilak's example. All markets in Bombay City were closed on 22 July, the day his was announced, and remained closed for a week. The workers of all the textile mills and railway workshops went on strike for 6 days. Efforts to force them to go back to work led to a battle between them and the police. The army was called out, and at the end of the battle, 16 workers lay dead in the streets with nearly 50 others seriously injured. Lenin hailed this as the entrance of the Indian working class on the political stage. Echoes of Tilak's trial were to be heard in another not-so-distant court when Gandhiji, his political successor, was tried in 1922 for the same offense of sedition, under the same Section 124A for his articles in Young India. When the judge told him that his offense was similar to Tilak's, and that he was giving him the same sentence of 6 years imprisonment, Gandhiji replied, "Since you have done me the honor of recalling the trial of the late Lokmanya Bal Gangadhar Tilak, I just want to say that I consider it to be proudest privilege and honor to be associated with his name." The only difference between the 2 trials was that Gandhiji had pleaded guilty to the charges. This was also a measure of the distance the national movement had traveled since 1908. Tilak's contribution to this change in politics and journalism had been momentous. Chapter 9. Propaganda in the legislatures. Legislative councils in India had no real official power till 1920. Yet, work done in them by the nationalists helped the growth of the national movement. The Indian Councils Act of 1861 enlarged the Governor-General's Executive Council for the purpose of making laws. The Governor-General could now add from 6 to 12 members to the Executive Council. At least half of these nominations had to be non-officials, Indian or British. This council came to be known as the Imperial Legislative Council. It possessed no powers at all. It could not discuss the budget or a financial measure or any other important bill without the previous approval of the government. It could not discuss the actions of the administration. It could not therefore be seen as some kind of parliament, even of the most elementary kind. As if to underline this fact, the council met, on an average, for only 25 days in a year till 1892. The government of India remained, as before 1858, an alien despot. Nor was this accidental. While moving the Indian Council's Bill of 1861, the Secretary of State for India, Charles Wood, said, "All experience reaches us that where a dominant race rules another, the mildest form of government is despotism." A year later he wrote to Elgin, the viceroy, that the only government suitable for such a state of things as exists in India a despotism controlled from home. This despotism controlled from home was to remain the fundamental feature of the government of India till August 15, 1947. What was the role of Indian members in this legislative council? The government had decided to add them in order to represent Indian views, for many British officials and statesmen had come to believe that one reason for the revolt of 1857 was that Indian views were not known to the rulers. But in practice, the council did not serve even this purpose. Indian members were few in number. In 30 years, from 1862 to 1892, only 45 Indians were nominated to it. Moreover, the government invariably chose rulers of princely states or their employees, big zamindars, big merchants, or retired high government officials as Indian members. Only a handful of political figures and independent intellectuals, such as Syed Ahmed Khan, 1878-82, Christodis Pal, 1883, VN, Manlik, 1884-87, K.L. Nolkar, 1890-91, and Rash Bihari Ghosh, 1892, were nominated. The overwhelming majority of Indian nominees did not represent the Indian people or emerging nationalist opinion. It was therefore not surprising that they completely towed the official line. There is the interesting story of Raja Digvijay Singh of Balarampur, nominated twice to the council, who did not know a word of English. When asked by a relative how he voted one way or the other, he replied that he kept looking at the viceroy, and when the viceroy raised his hand he did so too, and when he lowered it, he did the same. The voting record of Indian nominees on the council was poor. When the vernacular press bill came up before the council, only one Indian member, Maharaja Jyotendra Mohan Tagore, the leader of the zamindari-dominated British Indian Association, was present. He voted for it. In 1885, the two spokesmen of the zamindars in the council helped emasculate the pro-tenant character of the Bengal Tenancy Bill, at a time when nationalist leaders like Surendranath Banerjee were agitating to make it more pro-tenant. In 1882, Jyotendra Mohan Tagore and Durga Charan Laha, the representative of Calcutta's big merchants, opposed the reduction of the salt tax and recommended the reduction of the license tax on merchants and professionals. Instead, the nationalists were demanding the opposite. In 1888, Piri Mohan Mukherjee and Dinshaw Petit, representatives of the big zamindars and big merchants respectively, supported the enhancement of the salt tax, along with the non-official British members representing British business in India. By this time, nationalists were quite active in opposing the salt tax, and reacted strongly to this support. In the newspapers and from the Congress platform, they described Mukherjee and Petit as gilded shams and magnificent non-entities. They cited their voting behavior as proof of the nationalist contention that the existing legislative councils were unrepresentative of Indian opinion. Madan Mohan Malaviya said at the National Congress session of 1890, "We would much rather that there were no non-official members at all on the councils than that there should be members who are not in the least in touch with people and who betray a cruel want of sympathy with them." Describing Mukherjee and Petit as these big honorable gentlemen, enjoying private incomes and drawing huge salaries, he asked rhetorically, "Do you think, gentlemen, such members would be appointed to the council if the people were allowed any voice in their selection?" The audience shouted, "No, no, never." However, despite the early nationalists believing that India should eventually become self-governing, they moved very cautiously in putting forward political demands regarding the structure of the state, for they were afraid of the government declaring their activities seditious and disloyal and suppressing them. Till 1892, their demand was limited to the expansion and reform of the legislative councils. They demanded wider participation in them by a larger number of elected Indian members, as also wider powers for the councils, and an increase in the powers of the members to discuss and deal with the budget, and to question and criticize the day-to-day administration. The nationalist agitation forced the government to make some changes in legislative functioning by the Indian Councils Act of 1892. The number of additional members of the imperial and provincial legislative councils was increased from the previous 6 to 10 to 10 to 16. A few of these members could be elected indirectly through municipal committees, district boards, etc., but the official majority remained. The members were given the right to discuss the annual budget, but they could neither vote on it nor move a motion to amend it. They could also ask questions but were not allowed to put supplementary questions or to discuss the answers. The reformed Imperial Legislative Council met, during its tenure till 1909, on an average, for only 13 days in a year, and the number of unofficial Indian members present was only 5 out of 24. The nationalists were totally dissatisfied with the Act of 1892. They saw in it a mockery of their demands. The councils were still impotent, despotism still ruled. They now demanded a majority for non-official elected members with a right to vote on the budget and thus to the public purse. They raised the slogan, "No taxation without representation." Gradually, they raised their demands. Many leaders, for example Dadabhai Naoroji in, G.K. Gokhale in and Lokmanya Tilak in, began to put forward the demand for self-government, the model of the self-governing colonies of Canada and Australia. Lord Dufferin, who had prepared the outline of the Act of 1892, and other British statesmen and administrators, had seen in the Legislative Council a device to incorporate the more vocal Indian political leaders into the colonial political structure, where they could, in a manner of speaking, let off their political steam. They knew that the members of the councils enjoyed no real powers. They could only make wordy speeches and indulge in empty rhetorics, and the bureaucracy could afford to pay no attention to them. But the British policymakers had reckoned without the political capacities of the Indian leaders, who soon transformed the powerless and impotent councils, designed as mere machines for the endorsement of government policies and measures and as toys to appease the emerging political leadership, into forums for ventilating popular grievances, mercilessly exposing the defects and shortcomings of the bureaucratic administration, criticizing and opposing almost every government policy and proposal, and raising basic economic issues, especially relating to public finance. They submitted the acts and policies of the government to a ruthless examination regarding both their intention and their method and consequence. Far from being absorbed by the councils, the nationalist members used them to enhance their own political stature in the county and to build a national movement. The safety valve was transformed into a major channel for nationalist propaganda by sheer courage, debating, skill, fearless criticism, deep knowledge, and careful marshalling of data. They kept up a constant campaign against the government in the councils, undermining its political and moral influence, and generating a powerful, anti-imperialist sentiment. Their speeches began to be reported at length in the newspapers, and widespread public interest developed in the legislative proceedings. The new councils attracted some of the most prominent nationalist leaders: Surendranath Banerjee, Kalicharan Banerjee, Ananda Mohan Bose, Lal Mohan Ghosh, W.C. Banerjee and Rashbeha Ghosh from Bengal, Ananda Charlu, C. Sankan Nair and Vijayaraghavacharya from Madras, Madan Mohan Malavia, Ayodhinath and Bishambar Nath from UPBG, Tilak, Ferozeshah Mehta, R.M. Sayani, Chimanlal Satalvad, Ing Chandravarkar and G.K. Gokhale from Bombay, and G.M. Chitnavis from central provinces were some of served as members of the provincial or central legislative councils from 1893 to 1909. The two men who were most responsible for putting the council to good use and introducing a new spirit in them were Ferozeshah Mehta and Gopal Krishna Gokhale. Both men were political moderates. Both became famous for being fearlessly independent and the bête noire of British officialdom in India. Born in 1845 in Bombay, Ferozeshah Mehta came under Dadabhai Naoroji's influence while studying law in London during the 1860s. He was one of the founders of the Bombay Presidency Association, as also the Indian National Congress. From about the middle of the 1890s till his death in 1915, he was a dominant figure in the Indian National Congress and was often accused of exercising autocratic authority over it. He was a powerful debater, and his speeches were marked by boldness, lucidity, incisiveness, a ready wit and quick repartee, and a certain literary quality. Mehta's first major intervention in the Imperial Legislative Council came in January 1895 on a bill for the amendment of the Police Act of 1861, which enhanced the power of the local authorities to quarter a punitive police force in an area, and to recover its cost from selected sections of the inhabitants of the area. Mehta pointed out that the measure was an attempt to convict and punish individuals without a judicial trial under the garb of preserving law and order. He argued, "I cannot conceive of legislation more empirical, more retrograde, more open to abuse, or more demoralizing. It is impossible not to see that it is a piece of that empirical legislation so dear to the heart of executive officers, which will not and cannot recognize the scientific fact that the punishment and suppression of crime without injuring or oppressing innocents must be controlled by judicial procedure." Casting doubts on the capacity and impartiality of the executive officers entrusted with the task of enforcing the act, Mehta said, "It would be idle to believe that they can be free from the biases, prejudices, and defects of their class and position." Nobody would today consider this language and these remarks very strong or censorious, but they were like a bomb thrown into the ranks of a civil service, which considered itself above such criticism. How dare a mere native lay his sacrilegious hands on its fair name and reputation, and that too in the portals of the Legislative Council? James Westland, the finance member, rose in the House and protested against the new spirit which Mehta had introduced into the council. He had moreover uttered calumnies against and arraigned as a class as biased, prejudiced, utterly incapable of doing the commonest justice, a most distinguished service, which had contributed to the framing and consolidation of the empire. His remarks had gravely detracted from the reputation which this council has justly acquired for the dignity, the calmness, and the consideration which characterize its deliberations. In other words, Mehta was accused of changing the role and character of the colonial legislatures. The Indian reaction was the very opposite. Firoza Shah Mehta won the instant approval of political Indians, even of his political opponents like Tilak, who readily accepted Westland's description that a new spirit had entered the legislatures. People were accustomed to such criticism coming from the platform or the press, but that the dignified council halls could reverberate with such sharp and fearless criticism was a novel experience. The Tribune of Lahore commented, "The voice that has been so long shut out from the council chamber, the voice of the people has been admitted through the open door of election. Mr. Mehta speaks as the representative of the people." Sir James Westland's protest is the outcry of the bureaucrat wrapped over the knuckles in his own stronghold. The bureaucracy was to smart under the whiplash of Mehta's rapier, like wit, almost every time he spoke in the council. We may give a few more examples of the forensic skill with which he regaled the Indians and helped destroy the moral influence and prestige of the British Indian government and its holier-than-thou bureaucracy. The educated Indians and higher education were major bugbears of the imperialist administrators then as they are of the imperialist schools of historians today, looking for ways and means of cutting down higher education because it was producing discontented and seditious Babis. The government hit upon the expedient of counterposing to expenditure on primary education of the masses that on the college education of the elites. Pointing to the real motives behind this move to check the spread of higher education, Mehta remarked, "It is very well to talk of raising the subject to the pedestal of the rule, but when the subject begins to press close at your heels, human nature is after all weak. And the personal experience is so intensely disagreeable that the temptation to kick back is almost irresistible." And so, most of the bureaucrats looked upon every Indian college as a nursery for hatching broods of vipers, the less therefore the better. In another speech commenting on the official desire to transfer public funds from higher to primary education, he said he was reminded of the amiable and well-meaning father of a somewhat numerous family, addicted unfortunately to slipping off a little too often of an evening to the house over the way, who, when the mother appealed to him to do something for the education of the grown-up boys, begged of her with tears in his eyes to consider if her request was not unreasonable, when there was not even enough food and clothes for the younger children. The poor woman could not gainsay the fact, with the hungry eyes staring before her, but she could not help bitterly reflecting that the children could have food and clothes, and education to boot, if the kindly father could be induced to be good enough to spend a little less on drink and cards. Similarly, gentlemen, when we are reminded of the crying wants of the poor masses for sanitation and pure water and medical relief and primary education, might we not respectfully venture to submit that there would be funds, and to spare, for all these things, and higher education too, if the enormous and growing resources of the country were not ruthlessly squandered on a variety of whims and luxuries, on costly residences and sumptuous furniture, on summer trips to the hills, on little holiday excursions to the frontiers, but above and beyond all, on the lavish and insatiable humors of an irresponsible military policy, enforced by the very men whose view and opinions of its necessity cannot but accommodate themselves to their own interests and ambitions. The officials were fond of blaming the Indian peasant's poverty and indebtedness on his propensity to spend recklessly on marriages and festivals. In 1901, a bill was brought in the Bombay Legislative to take away the peasant's right of ownership of land, to prevent him from bartering it away because of his thriftlessness. Denying this charge and opposing the bill, Mehta defended the right of the peasant to have some joy, color, and moments of brightness in his life. In the case of average Indian peasant, he said, "A few new earthenware, a few wild flowers, the village tom-tom, a stomach-full meal, bad arecanut and betel leaves, and a few stalks of cheap tobacco, and in some cases a few cheap tawdry trinkets, exhaust the joys of a festive occasion in the life of a household which has known only an unbroken period of unshrinking labor from morn to sunset." And when the government insisted on using its official majority to push through the bill, Mehta, along with Gokhale, G.K. Parekh, Balachandra Krishna, and Dakkare, took the unprecedented step of organizing the first walkout in India's legislation ATJ history. Once again, officialdom was furious with Mehta. The Times of India, then British-owned, even suggested that these members should be made to resign their seats. Criticizing the government's excise policy for encouraging drinking in the name of curbing it, he remarked in 1898 that the excise department seems to follow the example of the preacher who said that though he was bound to teach good principles, he was by no means bound to practice them. Firoza Shah Mehta retired from the Imperial Legislative Council in 1901 due to bad health. He got elected in his place 35-year-old Gokhale, who had already made his mark as the secretary of the Pune Sarvajanik Sabha and the editor of the Sudharak. In 1897, as a witness in London before the Royal Commission on Expenditure in India, Gokhale had outshone veterans like Surendranath Banerjee, D. Wacha, G. Subramania Iyer, and Dadabhai Nauroji. Gokhale was to prove a more than worthy successor to Mehta. Gopal Krishna Gokhale was an outstanding intellectual who had been carefully trained in Indian economics by Justice Ranade and G.V. Josh. He was no orator. He did not use strong and forceful language as Tilak, Dadabhai Nauroji, and R.C. Dunn did. Nor did he take recourse, as Mehta did, to humor, irony, and courteous sarcasm. As a speaker, he was gentle, reasonable, courteous, non-flamboyant, and lucid. He relied primarily upon detailed knowledge and the careful data. Consequently, while his speeches did not entertain or hurt, they gradually took hold of the listener's or reader's attention by their sheer intellectual power. Gokhale was to gain great fame for his budget speeches, which used to be reported extensively by the newspapers, and whose readers would wait eagerly for their morning copy. He was to transform the Legislative Council into an open university for imparting political education to the people. His very first budget speech on March 26, 1902, established him as the greatest parliamentarian that India has produced. The finance member, Edward Law, had just presented a budget with a 7 crore rupees surplus for which he had received with great pride the congratulations of the House. At this point, Gokhale rose to speak. He could not, he said, conscientiously join in the congratulations because of the huge surplus. On the contrary, the surplus budget illustrated the utter absence of a due correspondence between the condition of the country and the condition of the finances of the country. In fact, this surplus, coming in times of serious depression and suffering, constituted a wrong to the community. The keynote of his speech was the poverty of the people. He examined the problem in all its aspects and came to the conclusion that the material condition of the mass of the people was steadily deteriorating, and that the phenomenon was the saddest in the whole range of the economic history of the world. He then set out to analyze the budget in detail. He showed how land revenue and the salt tax had been going up even in times of drought and famine. He asked for the reduction of these two taxes, and for raising the minimum level of income liable to income tax to Rs. 1,000% so that the lower middle classes would not be harassed. He condemned the large expenditure on the army and territorial expansion beyond Indian frontiers, and demanded greater expenditure on education and industry instead. The management of Indian finances, he said, revealed that Indian interests were invariably subordinated to foreign interests. He linked the poor state of Indian finances and the poverty of the people with the colonial status of the Indian economy and polity, and he did all this by citing at length from the government's own blue books. Gokhale's first budget speech had an electrifying effect upon the people. As his biographer B.R. Nanda has put it, like Byron, he could have said that he woke up one fine morning and found himself famous. He won instant praise even from his severest critics, and was applauded by the entire nationalist press. It was felt that he had raised Indian pride many notches higher. The Amrita Bazar Patrika, which had missed no opportunity in the past to berate and belittle him, gave unstinted expression to this pride. We had ever entertained the ambition of seeing some Indian member openly and fearlessly criticizing the financial statement of the government. But this ambition was never satisfied. When members had ability, they had not the requisite courage. When they had the requisite courage, they had not the ability. For the first time in the annals of British rule in India, a native of India has not only succeeded in exposing the fallacies which underlie these government statements, but has ventured to do it in an uncompromising manner. All this well-deserved acclaim did not go to Gokhale's head. He remained unassuming and modest as before. To G.V. Joshi, leading economist and one of his gurus, he wrote, "Of course it is your speech more than mine, and I almost feel I am practicing a fraud on the public, in that I let all the credit for it come to me." In the next 10 years, Gokhale was to bring this mixture of courage, tenacity, and ability to bear upon every annual budget and all legislation, highlighting in the process the misery and poverty of the peasants, the drain of wealth from India, the government neglect of industrial development, the taxation of the poor, the lack of welfare measures such as primary education and health and medical facilities, the official efforts to suppress the freedom of the press and other civil liberties, the enslavement of Indian laborers in British colonies, the moral dwarfing of Indians, the underdevelopment of the Indian economy, and the complete neglect and subordination of Indian interest by the rulers. Officials from the viceroy downward squirmed with impotent fury under his sharp and incisive indictments of their policies. Edward Law, the finance member, cried out in exasperation. When he takes his seat at this council table, he unconsciously perhaps adopts the role and demeanor of the habitual mourner, and his sad wails and lamentations at the delinquencies of government are as piteous as long practice and training can make them. Such was the fear Gokhale's budget speeches aroused among officials that in 1910, Lord Minto, the viceroy, asked the Secretary of State to appoint R.W. Carlyle as revenue member because he had come to know privately of an intended attack in which Gokhale is interested on the whole of our revenue system, and it is important that we should be well prepared to meet it. Gokhale was to be repaid in plenty by the love and recognition of his own people. Proud of his legislative achievement, they were to confer him the title of the leader of the opposition. Gandhiji was to declare him his political guru, and Tilak, his lifelong political opponent, said at his funeral, "This diamond of India, this jewel of Maharashtra, this prince of workers, is taking eternal rest on the funeral ground. Look at him, and try to emulate him." Chapter 10. The Swadeshi Movement, 1903-08. With the start of the Swadeshi movement at the turn of the century, the Indian national movement took a major leap forward. Women, students, and a large section of the urban and rural population of Bengal and other parts of India became actively involved in politics for the first time. The next half a decade saw the emergence of almost all the major political trends of the Indian national movement. From conservative moderation to political extremism, from terrorism to incipient socialism, from petitioning and public speeches to passive resistance and boycott, all had their origins in the movement. The richness of the movement was not confined to politics alone. The period saw a breakthrough in Indian A1 literature, music, science, and industry. Indian society, as a whole, was experimenting, and the creativity of the people expanded in every direction. The Swadeshi movement had its genesis in the anti-partition movement, which was started to oppose the British decision to partition Bengal. There was no questioning the fact that Bengal, with a population of 78 million, about a quarter of the population of British India, had indeed become administratively unwieldy. Equally, there was no escaping the fact that the real motive for partitioning Bengal was political. Indian nationalism was gaining in strength, and partition expected to weaken what was perceived as the nerve center of Indian nationalism at that time. The attempt, at that time in the words of Lord Curzon, the Viceroy 1899 to 1905, was to dethrone Calcutta from its position as the center from which the Congress Party is manipulated throughout Bengal, and indeed which the Congress Party's center of successful intrigue, and divide the Bengali-speaking population. Risley, the Home Secretary to the Government of India, was more blunt. He said on December 6, 1904, "Bengal united is power, Bengal divided will pull several different ways." That is what the Congress leaders feel. Their apprehensions are perfectly correct, and they form one of the great merits of the scheme. In this scheme, one of our main objects is to split up and thereby weaken a solid body of opponents to our rule. Curzon reacted sharply to the almost instant furore that was raised in Bengal over the partition proposals, and wrote to the Secretary of State, "If we are weak enough to yield to their clamor now, we shall not be able to dismember or reduce Bengal again. And you will be cementing and solidifying a force already formidable and certain to be a source of increasing trouble in the future." The partition of the state intended to curb Bengali influence by not only placing Bengalis under two administrations, but by reducing them to a minority in Bengal itself, as in the new proposal Bengal proper was to have 17 million Bengali and 37 million Oriya and Hindi-speaking people. Also, the partition was meant to foster another kind of division, this time on the basis of religion. The policy of propping up Muslim communalists as a counter to the Congress and the national movement, which was getting increasingly crystallized in the last quarter of the 19th century, was to be implemented once again. Curzon's speech at Dhaka betrayed his attempt to woo the Muslims to support partition. With partition, he argued, Dhaka could become the capital of the new Muslim-majority province, with 18 million Muslims and 12 million Hindus, which would invest the Mohammedans in eastern Bengal with a unity which they have not enjoyed since the days of the old Mussulman viceroys and kings. The Muslims would thus get a better deal, and the eastern districts would be freed of the pernicious influence of Calcutta. And even Lord Minto, Curzon's successor, was critical of the way in which partition was imposed, disregarding public opinion, saw that it was good political strategy. Minto argued that, from a political point of view alone, putting aside the administrative difficulties of the old province, I believe partition to have been very necessary. The Indian nationalists clearly saw the design behind the partition and condemned it unanimously. The anti-partition and Swadeshi movement had begun. In December 1903, the partition proposals became publicly known. Immediate and spontaneous protest followed. The strength of this protest can be gauged from the fact that in the first 2 months following the announcement, 500 protest meetings were held in East Bengal alone, especially Dhaka, Mymensingh and Chittagong. Nearly 50,000 copies of pamphlets giving a detailed critique of the partition proposals were distributed all over Bengal. Surendranath Banerjee, Krishna Kumar Mitra, Bipin Chandra Ray, and other leaders launched a powerful press campaign against the partition proposals through journals and newspapers like the Bengali, Hitabadi and Sanjeevani. Vast protest meetings were held in the town hall of Calcutta in March 1904 and January 1905, and numerous petitions, 69 memoranda from the Dhaka division alone, some of them signed by as many as 70,000 people. A very large number, keeping in view the level of politicization in those days, were sent to the Government of India and the Secretary of State. Even the big zamindars who had hitherto been loyal to the Raj joined forces with the Congress leaders, who were mostly intellectuals and political workers drawn from journalism, law, and other liberal professions. This was the phase, 1903 to mid-1905, when moderate techniques of petitions, memoranda, speeches, public meetings, and press campaigns held full sway. The objective was to turn to public opinion in India and England against the partition proposals by preparing a foolproof case against them. The hope was that this would yield sufficient pressure to prevent this injustice from occurring. The Government of India, however, remained unmoved. Despite the widespread protest voiced against the partition proposals, the decision to partition Bengal was announced on July 19, 1905. It was obvious to the nationalists that their moderate methods were not working and that a different kind of strategy as needed. Within days of the government announcement, numerous spontaneous protest meetings were held in Mofusil towns such as Dinajpur, Pabna, Faridpur, Tangail, Jessore, Dhaka, Birbhum, and Barisal. It was in these meetings that the pledge to boycott foreign goods was first taken in Calcutta. Students organized a number of meetings against partition and for Swadeshi. The formal proclamation of the Swadeshi movement was made on the August 7, 1905, in meeting held at the Calcutta Hall. The movement, hitherto sporadic and spontaneous, now had a focus and a leadership that was coming together. At the 7 August meeting, the famous boycott resolution was passed. Even moderate leaders like Surendranath Banerjee toured the country urging the boycott of Manchester cloth and Liverpool salt. On September 1st, the government announced that partition was to be effected on October 6, 1905. The following week saw protest meetings being held almost every day all over Bengal. Some of these meetings, like the one in Barisal, drew crowds of 10 to 12,000. That the message of boycott went home is evident from the fact that the value of British cloth sold in some of the Mofusil districts fell by 5 to 15 times between September 1904 and September 1905. The day partition took effect, October 16, 1905, was declared a day of mourning throughout Bengal. People fasted and no fires were lit at the cooking hearth. In Calcutta, a hartal was declared. People took out processions, and band after band walked barefoot, bathed in the Ganges in mourning, and then paraded the streets singing Bande Mataram, which almost spontaneously became the theme song of the movement. People tied rakis on each other's hands as a symbol of the unity of the two halves of Bengal. Later in the day, Ananda Mohan Bose and Surendranath Banerjee addressed 2 huge mass meetings, which drew crowds of 50,000 to 75,000 people. These were perhaps the largest mass meetings ever to be held under the nationalist banner this far. Within a few hours of the meetings, a sum of Rs. 50,000 was raised for the movement. It was apparent that the character of the movement, in terms both its goals and social base, had begun to expand rapidly. As Abdul Rasul, president of Barisal Conference, April 1906, put it, "What we could not have accomplished in 50 or 100 years, the great disaster, the partition of Bengal, has done for us in 6 months. Its fruits have been the great national movement known as the Swadeshi movement." The message of Swadeshi and the boycott of foreign goods soon spread to the rest of the country. Lokmanya Tilak took the movement to different parts of India, especially Pune and Bombay. Ajit Singh and Lala Lajpat Rai spread the Swadeshi message in Punjab and other parts of northern India. Syed Haidar Raza led the movement in Delhi, Rawalpindi, Kangra, Jammu, Multan and Haridwar witnessed active participation in the Swadeshi movement. Chidambaram Pillai took the movement to the Madras presidency, which was also galvanized by Bipin Chandra Pal's extensive lecture tour. The Indian National Congress took up the Swadeshi call and the Benares session, 1905, presided over by G.K. Gokhale, supporter the Swadeshi and boycott movement for Bengal. The militant nationalists, led by Tilak, Bipin Chandra Pal, Lajpat Rai, and Aurobindo Ghosh, were, however, in favor of extending the movement to the rest of India and carrying it beyond the program of just Swadeshi and boycott to a full-fledged political mass struggle. The aim was now Swaraj, and the abrogation of partition had become the pettiest and narrowest of all political objects. The moderates, by and large, were not as yet willing to go that far. In 1906, however, the Indian National Congress at its Calcutta session, presided over by Dadabhai Nauroji, took a major step forward. Nauroji, in his presidential address, declared that the goal of the Indian National Congress was self-government or Swaraj, like that of the United Kingdom or the colonies. The differences between the moderates and the extremists, especially regarding the pace of the movement and the techniques of struggle to be adopted, came to a head in the 1907 Surat session of the Congress, where the party split with serious consequences for the Swadeshi movement. In Bengal, however, after 1905, the extremists acquired a dominant influence over the Swadeshi movement. Several new forms of mobilization and techniques of struggle now began to emerge at the popular level. The trend of mendicancy, petitioning and memorials was on the retreat. The militant nationalists put forward several fresh ideas at the theoretical, propagandistic, and programmatic plane. Political independence was to be achieved by converting the movement into a mass movement through the extension of boycott into a full-scale movement of non-cooperation and passive resistance. The technique of extended boycott was to include, apart from boycott of foreign goods, boycott of government schools and colleges, courts, titles and government services, and even the organization of strikes. The aim was to make the administration under present conditions impossible by an organized refusal to do anything which shall help either the British commerce in the exploitation of the country or British officialdom in the administration of it. While some, with remarkable foresight, saw the tremendous potential of large-scale peaceful resistance. The chowkidar, the constable, the deputy and the munsif and the clerk, not to speak of the sepoy, all resigned their respective functions. Farangi rule in the country may come to an end in a moment. No powder and shot will be needed. No sepoys will have to be trained. Others, like Aurobindo Ghosh, with his growing links with revolutionary terrorists, kept open the option of violent resistance if British repression was stepped up. Among the several forms of struggle thrown up by the movement, it was the boycott of foreign goods which met with the greatest visible success at the practical and popular level. Boycott and public burning of foreign cloth, picketing of shops selling foreign goods, all became common in remote corners of Bengal, as well as in many important towns and cities throughout the country. Women refused to wear foreign bangles and use foreign utensils. Washermen refused to wash foreign clothes, and even priests declined offerings which contained foreign sugar. The movement also innovated with considerable success different forms of mass mobilization. Public meetings and processions emerged as major methods of mass mobilization and simultaneously as forms of popular expression. Numerous meetings and processions organized at the district, taluka and village levels, in cities and towns, both testified to the depth of Swadeshi sentiment and acted as vehicles for its further spread. These forms were to retain their preeminence in later phases of the national movement. Corps of volunteers, or Samitis as they were called, were another major form of mass mobilization widely used by the Swadeshi movement. The Swadesh Bandhab Samiti, set up by Ashwini Kumar Dut, a schoolteacher in Barisal, was the most well-known volunteer organization of them all. Through the activities of this Samiti, whose 159 branches reached out to the remotest corners of the district, Dut was able to generate an unparalleled mass following among the predominantly Muslim peasantry of the region. The Samitis took the Swadeshi message to the villages through magic lantern lectures and Swadeshi songs, gave physical and moral training to the members, did social work during famines and epidemics, organized schools, training in Swadeshi craft and arbiter TJ courts. By August 1906, the Barisal Samiti reportedly settled 523 disputes through 89 arbitration committees. Though the Samitas stuck their deepest roots in Barisal, they had expanded to other parts of Bengal as well. British officialdom was genuinely alarmed by their activities, their growing popularity with the rural masses. The Swadeshi period also saw the creative use of traditional popular festivals and melas as a means of reaching out to the masses. The Ganapati Arid Shivaji festivals, popularized by Tilak, became a medium for Swadeshi propaganda not only in Western India, but also in Bengal. Traditional folk theatre forms such as jatras that is extensively used in disseminating the Swadeshi message in an intelligible form to vast sections of the people, many of whom were being introduced to modern political ideas for the first time. Another important aspect of the Swadeshi movement was the great emphasis given to self-reliance or Atmasakti as a necessary part of the struggle against the government. Self-reliance in various fields meant the reasserting of national dignity, honor, and confidence. Further, self-help and constructive work at the village level was envisaged as a means of bringing about the social and economic regeneration of the villages and of reaching the rural masses. In actual terms, this meant social reform and campaigns against evils such as caste oppression, early marriage, the dowry system, consumption of alcohol, etc. One of the major planks of the program of self-reliance was Swadeshi or national education. Taking a cue from Tagore's Shantiniketan, the Bengal National College was founded, with Aurobindo as the principal. Scores of national schools sprang up all over the country within a short period. In August 1906, the National Council of Education was established. The council, consisting of virtually all the distinguished persons of the country at the time, defined its objectives in this way: to organize a system of education literary, scientific and technical, on national lines and under national control from the primary to the university level. The chief medium of instruction was to be the vernacular to enable the widest possible reach. For technical education, the Bengal Technical Institute was set, and funds were raised to send students to Japan for advanced learning. Self-reliance also meant an effort to set up Swadeshi or indigenous enterprises. The period saw a mushrooming of Swadeshi textile mills, soap and match factories, tanneries, banks, insurance companies, shops, etc. While many of these enterprises, whose promoters were more endowed with patriotic zeal than with business acumen, were unable to survive for long, some others, such as Acharya P.C. Ray's Bengal Chemicals Factory, became successful and famous. It was perhaps in the cultural sphere that the impact of the Swadeshi movement was most marked. The songs composed at that time by Rabindranath Tagore, Rajani Kanta Sen, Dwijendralal Ray, Mukunda Das, Syed Abu Muhammad, and others later became the moving spirit for nationalists of all hues, terrorists, Gandhian or communists, and are still popular. Rabindranath's Amar Sonar Bangla, written at that time, was to later inspire the liberation struggle of Bangladesh and was adopted as the national anthem of the country in 1971. The Swadeshi influence could be seen in Bengali folk music popular among Hindu and Muslim villagers Palajit and Jangan, and it evoked collections of India fairy tales such as Thakur Marjuli Grandmother's Tales, written by Daksinaranjan Mitra Majumdar, which delights Bengali children to this day. In art, this was the period when Abanindranath Tagore broke the domination of Victorian naturalism over Indian art, and sought inspiration from the rich indigenous traditions of Mughal, Rajput and Ajanta paintings. Nandalal Bose, who left a major imprint on Indian art, was the first recipient of a scholarship offered by the Indian Society of Oriental Art, founded in 1907. In science, Jagdish Chandra Bose, Prafulla Chandra Ray, and others pioneered original research that was praised the world over. In sum, the Swadeshi movement with its multifaceted program and activity was able to draw for the first time large sections of society into active participation in modern nationalist, into the ambit of modern political ideas. The social base of the national movements now extended to include a certain zamindari section, the lower middle class in the cities and small towns, and school and college students, on a massive scale. Women came out of their homes for the first time, and joined processions and picketing. This period saw, again for the first time, an attempt being made to give a political direction to the economic grievances of the working class. Efforts were Swadeshi leaders, some of whom were influenced by international socialist currents, such as those in Germany and Russia, to organize strikes in foreign-managed concerns such as Eastern India Railway and Clive Jute Mills, etc. While it is argued that the movement was unable to make much headway in mobilizing the peasantry, especially its lower rungs, except in certain areas, such as the district of Barisal, there can be no gainsaying the fact that even if the movement was able to mobilize the peasantry only in a limited area, that alone would count for a lot. This is so peasant participation in the Swadeshi movement marked the very beginnings of modern mass politics in India. After all, even in the later, post-Swadeshi movements, intense political mobilization and activity among the peasantry largely remained concentrated in specific pockets. Also, while it is true that during the Swadeshi phase the peasantry was not organized around peasant demands, and that the peasants in most parts did not actively join in certain forms of struggle such as boycott or passive resistance, large sections of the peasants, through meetings, jatras, constructive work, and so on, were exposed for the first time to modern nationalist ideas and politics. The main drawback of the Swadeshi movement was that it was not able to garner the support of the mass of Muslims and, especially of the Muslim peasantry. The British policy of consciously attempting to use communalism to turn the Muslims against the Swadeshi movement was to a large extent responsible for this. The government was helped in its designs by the peculiar situation obtaining in large pastes of Bengal, where Hindus and Muslims were divided along class lines, with the former being the landlords, and the latter constituting the peasantry. This was the period when the All India Muslim League was set up with the active guidance and support of the government. More specifically, in Bengal, people like Nawab Salimullah of Dhaka were propped up as centers of opposition to the Swadeshi movement. Mullahs and Maulvis were pressed into service and, unsurprisingly, at the height of the Swadeshi movement, communal riots broke out in Bengal. Given this background, some of the forms of mobilization adopted by the Swadeshi movement had certain unintended negative consequences. The use of traditional popular customs, festivals, and institutions for mobilizing the masses, a technique used widely in most parts of the world to generate mass movements, especially in the initial stages, was misinterpreted and distorted by communalists backed by the state. The communal forces saw narrow religious identities in the traditional forms utilized by the Swadeshi movements, whereas in fact these forms generally reflected common popular cultural traditions which had evolved as a synthesis of different religious, prevalent among the people. By mid-1908, the open movement with its popular mass character had all but spent itself. This was due to several reasons. First, the government, seeing the revolutionary potential of the movement, came down with a heavy hand. Repression took the form of controls and bans on public meetings, processions, and the press. Student participants were expelled from government schools and colleges, debarred from government service, fined and at times beaten up by the police. The case of the 1906 Barisal Conference, where the police forcibly dispersed the conference and brutally beat up a large number of the participants, is a telling example of the government's attitude and policy. Second, the internal squabbles, and especially the split, in 1907 in the Congress, the Apex All India organization, weakened the movement. Also, though the Swadeshi movement had spread outside Bengal, the rest of the country was not as yet fully prepared to adopt the new style and stage of politics. Both these factors strengthened the hands of the government. Between 1907 and 1908, 9 major leaders in Bengal, including Ashwini Kumar Dutt and Krishna Kumar Mitra, were deported. Tilak was given a sentence of 6 years imprisonment. Ajit Singh and Lajpat Rai of Punjab were deported, and Chidambaram Pillai and Harisarvotam Rao from Madras and Andhra were arrested. Bipin Chandra Pal and Aurobindo Ghosh retired from active politics, a decision not unconnected with the repressive measures of the government. Almost with one stroke, the entire movement was rendered leaderless. Third, the Swadeshi movement lacked an effective organization and party structure. The movement had thrown up programmatically the entire gamut of Gandhian techniques, such as passive resistance, non-violent non-cooperation, the call to fill the British jails, social reform, constructive work, etc. It was, however, unable to give these techniques a centralized, disciplined focus, carry the bulk of political India, and convert these techniques into actual practical political practice, as Gandhiji was able to do later. Lastly, the movement declined partially because of the very logic of mass movements itself. They cannot be sustained endlessly at the same pitch of militancy and self-sacrifice, especially when faced with severe repression, but need to pause, to consolidate its forces for yet another struggle. However, the decline of the open movement by mid-1908 engendered yet another trend in the Swadeshi phase, i.e., the rise of revolutionary terrorism. The youth of the county, who had been part of the mass movement, now found themselves unable to disappear tamely into the background once the movement itself grew moribund and government repression was stepped up. Frustrated, some among them opted for individual heroism, as distinct from the earlier attempts at mass action. With the subsiding of the mass movement, one era in the Indian freedom struggle was over. It would be wrong, however, to see the Swadeshi movement as a failure. The movement made a major contribution in taking the idea of nationalism, in a truly creative fashion, to many sections of the people, hitherto untouched by it. By doing so, it further eroded the hegemony of colonial ideas and institutions. Swadeshi influence in the realm of culture and ideas was crucial in this regard, and has remained unparalleled in Indian history, except, perhaps, for the cultural upsurge of the I-93OS, this time under the influence of the left. Further, the movement evolved several new methods and techniques of mass mobilization and mass action, though it was not able to put them all into practice successfully. Just as the moderates' achievement in the realm of developing an economic critique of colonialism is not minimized by the fact that they could not themselves carry this critique to large masses of people, similarly, the achievement of the extremists and the Swadeshi movement in evolving new methods of mass mobilization and action is not diminished by the fact that they could not themselves fully utilize these methods. The legacy they bequeathed was one on which the later national movement was to draw heavily. Swadeshi movement was only the first round in the national popular struggle against colonialism. It was, to borrow this imagery used by Antonio Gramsci, an important battle in the long drawn-out and complex war of position for Indian independence. Chapter 11. The Split in the Congress and the Rise of Revolutionary Terrorism. The Indian National Congress split in December 1907. Almost at the same time revolutionary terrorism made its appearance in Bengal, the two events were not unconnected. By 1907, the moderate nationalists had exhausted their historical role. Their achievements, as we have seen in the previous chapter, were immense, considering the low level of political consciousness and the immense difficulties they had to face when they began. Their failures, too, were numerous. They lacked faith in the common people, did no work among them, and consequently failed to acquire any roots among them. Even their propaganda did not reach them. Nor did they organize any all-India campaigns, and when, during 1905-07, such an all-India campaign did come up in the form of the Swadeshi and boycott movement, they were not its leader and, though the Bengal moderates did play an active role in their own province, their politics were based on the belief that they would be able to persuade the rulers to introduce economic and political reforms, but their practical achievements in this respect were meager. Instead of respecting them for their moderation, the British treated them with contempt, sneered at their politics, and met popular agitations with repression. Their basic failure, however, was that of not keeping pace with events. They could not see that their own achievements had made their politics obsolete. They failed to meet the demands of the new stage of the national movement, visible proof F. This was their failure to attract the younger generation. The British had been suspicious of the National Congress from its inception, but they had not been overtly hostile in the first few years of its existence because they believed its activities would remain academic and confined to a handful of intellectuals. However, as soon as it became apparent that the Congress would not remain so narrowly confined, and that it was becoming a focus of Indian nationalism, the officials turned openly critical of the Congress, the nationalist leaders, and the press. They now began to brand the nationalists as disloyal Babis, seditious Brahmins, and violent villains. The Congress was described as a factory of sedition, and congressmen as disappointed candidates for office and discontented lawyers who represent no one but themselves. In 1888, Dufferin, the viceroy, attacked the National Congress in a public speech and ridiculed it as representing only the elite, a microscopic minority. George Hamilton, Secretary of State for India, accused the Congress leaders of possessing seditious and double-sided character. This hostility did not abate when the moderates, who then controlled the Congress, began to distance themselves from the rising militant nationalist tendencies of certain sections of the Congress, which became apparent when the government unleashed a repressive policy against the Indian press in. Instead, the British appeared even more eager to attack and finish the Congress. Why was this so? First, because however moderate and loyal in their political perception the moderates were, they were still nationalists and propagators of anti-colonialist politics and ideas. As Curzon the viceroy put it in, Gokhale either does not see where he is going, or if he does see it, then he is dishonest or his pretensions. You cannot awaken and appeal to the spirit of nationality in India, and at the same time, profess loyal acceptance of British rule. Or as George Hamilton, the Secretary of State, had complained to Dadabhai Naoroji in 1900s, you announce yourself as a sincere supporter of British rule, you vehemently denounce the condition and consequences which are inseparable from the maintenance of that rule. Second, the British policymakers felt that the moderate-led Congress could be easily finished because it was weak and without a popular base. Curzon, in particular, supported by George Hamilton, pursued this policy. He declared in 1900s, "The Congress is tottering to its fall, and one of my greatest ambitions while in India is to assist it to a peaceful demise." In 1903, he wrote to the Madras governor, "My policy ever since I came to India has been to reduce the Congress to impotence." In 1904, he had insulted the Congress by refusing to meet its delegation headed by its president. This policy was changed once the powerful Swadeshi and boycott movement began, and the militant nationalist trend became strong. An alternative policy of weakening the nationalist movement was now to be followed. Instead of sneering at the moderates, the policy was to be that of rallying them, as John Morley, the new Secretary of State for India, put it in 1907. The new policy, known as the policy of the carrot and the stick, was to be a three-pronged one. It may be described as a policy of repression, conciliation, suppression. The extremists, as we shall refer to the militant nationalists from now on, were to be repressed, though mildly in the first stage, the purpose being to frighten the moderates. The moderates were then to be placated through some concessions, and promises and hints were to be given that further concessions would be forthcoming if they disassociated themselves from the extremists. The entire objective of the new policy was to isolate the extremists. Once the moderates fell into the trap, the extremists could be suppressed through the use of the full might of the state. The moderates, in turn, could then be ignored. Unfortunately for the national movement, neither the moderates nor the extremists were able to understand the official strategy, and consequently suffered a number of reverses. The government of India, headed by Lord Minto as Viceroy and John Morley as the Secretary of State, offered a bait of fresh reforms in the legislative councils and in the beginning of 1906, began discussing them with the moderate leadership of the Congress. The moderates agreed to cooperate with the government and discuss reforms even while a vigorous popular movement, which the government was trying to suppress, was going on in the country. The result was a total split in the nationalist ranks. Before we take up this split at some length, it is of some interest to note that the British were to follow this tactic of dividing the moderates from the militants in later years also, for example in 1924, vis-a-vis Swarajists, in 1936, vis-a-vis Nehru and the leftists, and so on. The difference was that in the later years the national leadership had learnt a lesson from the events of 1907 to 1909, and refused to rise to the bait, remaining united despite deep differences. There was a great deal of public debate and disagreement among moderates and extremists in the years 1905 to 1907, even when they were working together against the partitioning of Bengal. The extremists wanted to extend the Swadeshi and the boycott movement from Bengal to the rest of the country. They also wanted to gradually extend the boycott from foreign goods to every form of association or cooperation with the colonial government. The moderates wanted to confine the boycott part of the movement to Bengal, and were totally opposed to its extension to the government. Matters nearly came to a head at the Calcutta Congress in 1906 over the question of its presidentship. A split was avoided by choosing Dadabhai Naoroji, who was respected by all the nationalists as a great patriot. 4 compromise resolutions on the Swadeshi, boycott, national education and self-government demands were passed. Throughout 1907, the two sides fought over differing interpretations of the 4 resolutions. By the end of 1907, they were looking upon each other as the main political enemy. The extremists were convinced that the battle for freedom had begun as the people had been roused. They felt it was time for the big push, and in their view, the moderates were a big drag on the movement. Most of them, led by Aurobindo Ghosh, felt that the time had come to part company with the moderates, push them out of the leadership of the Congress, and split the organization if the moderates could not be deposed. Most of the moderates led by Firozashah Mehta were no less determined on a split. To remain with the extremists was, they felt, to enter dangerous waters. They were afraid that the Congress organization built carefully over the last 20 years would be shattered. The government was bound to suppress any large-scale anti-imperia T1ST movement. Why invite premature repression? As Gokhale put it in 1907, "You, the extremists, do not realize the enormous reserve of power behind the government. If the Congress were to do anything such as you suggest, the government would have no difficulty in throttling it in 5 minutes." Minto and Morley were holding up hopes of brighter prospects. Many moderates thought that their dream of Indians sharing political and administrative power was going to come true. Any hasty action by the Congress under extremist pressure could annoy the liberals in power in Britain. Why not get rid of the extremists while there was still time? As Hawadya, representing Firozashah Mehta's thinking, wrote in an article in which, after referring to he extremists as the worst enemies of our cause, said, "The union of these men with the Congress is the union of a diseased limb to a healthy body, and the only remedy is surgical severance, if the Congress is to be saved from death by blood poisoning." Both sides had it wrong, from the nationalist point of view as well as their own factional point of view. The moderates did not see that the colonial state was negotiating with them, not because of their inherent political strength, but because of the fear of the extremists. The extremists did not see that the moderates were their natural outer defense line, in terms of civil liberties and so on, and that they did not possess the required strength to face the colonial state's juggernaut. Neither saw that in a vast country like India, ruled by a powerful imperialist nation, only a broad-based united movement had any chance of success. It wasn't as though the whole leadership was blind to the danger. The main public leaders of the two wings, Tilak of the extremists and Gokhale of the moderates, were mature politicians who had a clear grasp of the dangers of disunity in the nationalist ranks. Tilak did not want the United National Front to break. He saw clearly that a powerful movement could not be built up at that stage, nor political demands successfully pressed on the rulers without the unity of different political trends. His tactics were to organize massive support for his political line, and thus force a favorable compromise on the moderates. But having roused his followers in Maharashtra, Arid pushed on by the more extreme elements of Bengal. Tilak found that he could not afford to dismount from the tiger he found himself riding. When it came to the crunch, he had to go with the more extreme leaders like Aurobindo Ghosh. Gokhale, too, saw the dangers of a split in the nationalist ranks and tried to avoid it. Already, in October 1907, he had written to a friend, "If a split does come, it means a disaster, for the bureaucracy will then put down both sections without much difficulty." But he did not have the personality to stand up to a willful autocrat like Firozashah Mehta. He too knuckled under pressure of his own extremists. The Congress session was held on December 26, 1907 at Surat, on the banks of the river Tapti. The extremists were excited by the rumors that the moderates wanted to scuttle the 4 Calcutta resolutions. The moderates were deeply hurt by the ridicule, and venom poured on them in mass meetings held at Surat on the previous 3 days. The delegates, thus, met in an atmosphere surcharged with excitement and anger. The extremists wanted a guarantee that the 4 resolutions would be passed. To force the moderates to do so, they decided to object to the duly elected president for the year, Rash Bihari Ghosh. Both sides came to the session prepared for a confrontation. In no time, the 1,600 delegates were shouting, coming to blows and hurling chairs at each other. In the meantime, some unknown person hurled a shoe at the dais which hit Firozashah Mehta and Surendranath Banerjee. The police came and cleared the hall. The Congress session was over. The only victorious party was the rulers. Minto immediately wrote to Morley that the Congress collapse at Surat was a great triumph for us. Tilak had seen the coming danger and made last-minute efforts to avoid it. But he was helpless before his followers. Lajpat Rai, a participant in the events from the extremist side, wrote, "Later, instead of leading his party, he, Tilak, allowed himself to be led by some of its wild spirits. Twice on my request at Surat, he agreed to waive his opposition to the election of Dr. Rash Bihari Ghosh and leave the matter of the 4 Calcutta resolutions to the Subjects Committee. But the moment I left him, he found himself helpless before the volume of opinion that surrounded him. The suddenness of the Surat fiasco took Tilak by surprise. He had not bargained for it because, as Aurobindo Ghosh wrote later, Tilak viewed the split as a catastrophe. He valued the Congress as a great national fact and for its unrealized possibilities. He now tried to undo the damage. He sent a virtual letter of regret to his opponents, accepted Rash Behari Ghose as the president of the Congress, and offered his cooperation in working FM Congress unity. But Ferozeshah Mehta and his colleagues would not relent. They thought they were on a sure wicket. The government immediately launched a massive attack on the extremists. Extremist newspapers were suppressed. Tilak, their main leader, was sent to Mandalay jail for 6 years. Aurobindo Ghose, their ideologue, was involved in a revolutionary conspiracy case, and immediately after being judged innocent gave up politics and escaped to Pondicherry to take up religion. B.C. Pal temporarily retired from politics, and Lajpat Rai, who had been a helpless onlooker at Surat, left for Britain in 1908 to come back in 1909, and then to go off to the United States for an extended stay. The extremists were not able to organize an effective alternative party or to sustain the movement. The government had won, at least for the moment. The moderates were indulging their own foolish beliefs. They gave up all the radical measures adopted at the Benares and Calcutta sessions of the Congress, spurned all overtures for unity from the extremists, and excluded them from the party. They thought they were going to rebuild, to quote Ferozeshah Mehta, a resuscitated, renovated, reincarnated Congress. But the spirit had gone out of the Congress, and all efforts to restore it failed. They had lost the respect and support of the political Indians, especially the youth, and were reduced to a small coterie. Most of the moderate leaders withdrew into their shells. Only Gokhale plodded on, with the aid of a small band of co-workers from the Servants of India Society, and the vast majority of politically conscious Indians extended their support, however passive, to Lokmanya Tilak and the militant nationalists. After 1908, the national movement as a whole declined. In 1909, Aurobindo Ghose noted the change. When I went to jail, the whole country was alive with the cry of Bande Mataram, alive with the hope of a nation, the hope of millions of men who had newly risen out of degradation. When I came out of jail, I listened for that cry, but there was instead a silence. A hush had fallen on the country. But while the upsurge was gone, the aroused nationalist sentiments did not disappear. The people waited for the next phase. In 1914, Tilak was released and he picked up the threads of the movement. The moderates and the country as a whole were disappointed by the constitutional reforms of 1909. The Indian Councils Act of 1909 increased the number of elected members in the Imperial Legislative Council and the Provincial Legislative Councils. Most of the elected members were still elected indirectly. An Indian was to be appointed a member of the Governor-General's Executive Council. Of the 68 members of the Imperial Legislative Council, 36 were officials and 5 were nominated, non-officials. Out of 27 elected members, 6 were elected by big landlords and 2 by British capitalists. The Act permitted members to introduce RESOLUTI 9RS. It also increased their power to ask questions. Voting on separate budget items was allowed. But the reformed councils still enjoyed no real power and remained mere advisory bodies. They also did not introduce an element of democracy or self-government. The undemocratic, foreign, and exploitative character of British rule remained unchanged, Morley openly declared in Parliament. If it could be said that this chapter of reforms led directly or necessarily up to the establishment of a parliamentary system in India, one for one would have nothing at all to do with it. The real purpose of the Morley-Minto reforms was to divide the nationalist ranks and to check the growing unity among Indians by encouraging the growth of Muslim communalism. 2. Achieve the latter objective, the reforms introduced the system of separate electorates under which Muslims could only vote for Muslim candidates in constituencies specially reserved for them. This was done to encourage the notion that the political, economic, and cultural interests of Hindus and Muslims were separate and not common. The institution of separate electorates was one of the poisonous trees which was to yield a bitter harvest in later years. The end of 1907 brought another political trend to the fore. The impatient young men of Bengal took to the path of individual heroism, arid revolutionary terrorism, a term we use without any pejorative meaning and for want of a different term. This was primarily because they could find no other way of expressing their patriotism. It is necessary at this point to reiterate the fact that, while the youth of Bengal might have been incensed at the official arrogance and repression and the mendicancy of the Congress moderates, they were also led to the politics of the bomb by the extremists' failure to give a positive lead to the people. The extremists had made a sharp and on the whole correct and effective critique of the moderates. They had rightly emphasized the role of the masses and the need to go beyond propaganda and agitation. They had advocated persistent opposition to the government and put forward a militant program of passive resistance and boycott of foreign cloth, foreigners' courts, education, and so on. They had demanded self-sacrifice from the youth. They had talked and written about direct action. But they had failed to find forms through which all these ideas could find practical expression. They could neither create a viable organization to lead the movement, nor could they really define the movement in a way that differed from that of the moderates. They were more Mayoni. Their critique of British rule was couched in stronger language. They were willing to make greater sacrifices and undergo greater suffering. But they did not know how to go beyond more vigorous agitation. They were not able to put before people new forms of political struggle or mass movements. Consequently, they too had come to a political dead end by the end of 1907. Perhaps that is one reason why they expended so much of their energy in criticizing the moderates and capturing the Congress. Unsurprisingly, the extremists' waffling failed to impress the youth who decided to take recourse to physical force. The Yugantar, a newspaper echoing this feeling of disaffection, wrote in April 1906, after the police assault on the peaceful Barisal Conference. The 30 crores of people inhabiting India must raise their 60 crores of hands to stop this curse of oppression. Force must be stopped by force. But the question was, what form would this movement based on force take? Organizing a popular mass uprising would necessarily be an uphill and prolonged task. Many thought of trying to subvert the loyalty of the army, but they knew it would not be easy. However, these two objectives were kept as long-term goals, and for the present, revolutionary youth decided to copy the methods of the Finnish nationalists and Russian nihilists and populists. That is to say, they decided to organize the assassination of unpopular British officials. Such assassinations would strike terror into the hearts of the rulers, amuse the patriotic instincts of the people, inspire them, and remove the fear of authority from their minds. Each assassination, and if the assassins were caught, the consequent trial of the revolutionaries involved, would act as propaganda by deed. All that this form of struggle needed was numbers of young people ready to sacrifice their lives. Inevitably, it appealed to the idealism of the youth. It aroused their latent sense of heroism. A steadily increasing number of young men turned to this form of political struggle. Here again, the extremist leadership let the young people down, while it praised their sense of self-sacrifice and courage. It failed to provide a positive outlet for their revolutionary energies, and to educate them on the political difference between an evolution based on the activity of the masses and a revolutionary feeling based on individual action, however heroic. It also failed to oppose the notion that to be a revolutionary meant to be a believer in violent action. In fact, Aurobindo Ghosh encouraged this notion. Perhaps the actions of the extremist leadership were constrained by the feeling that it was not proper to politically criticize the heroic youth who were being condemned and hunted by the authorities. But this failure to politically and ideologically oppose the young revolutionaries proved a grievous error, for it enabled the individualistic and terrorist conception of revolution to take root in Bengal. In 1904, V.D. Savarkar organized Abhinav Bharat as a secret society of revolutionaries. After 1905, several newspapers openly, and a few leaders secretly, began to advocate revolutionary terrorism. In 1907, an unsuccessful attempt was made on the life of the lieutenant governor of Bengal. In April 1908, Prafulla Chaki and Khudiram Bose threw a bomb at a carriage which they believed was occupied by Kingsford, the unpopular judge at Muzaffarpur. Unfortunately, they killed 2 English ladies instead. Prafulla Chaki shot himself dead, while Khudiram Bose was tried and hanged. Thousands wept at his death, and he and Chaki entered the ranks of popular nationalist heroes about whom folk songs were composed and sung all over the country. The era of revolutionary terrorism had begun. Very soon, secret societies of revolutionaries came up all over the country, the most famous and long-lasting being Anushilan Samiti and Jugantar. Their activities took 2 forms: the assassination of oppressive officials and informers and traitors from their own ranks and dacoities, to raise funds for purchase of arms, etc. The latter came to be popularly known as Swadeshi dacoities. 2 of the most spectacular revolutionary terrorist actions of the period were the unsuccessful attempt under the leadership of Rash Behari Bose and Sachin Sanyal to kill the viceroy, Lord Hardinge, who was wounded by the bomb thrown at him while he was riding an elephant in a state procession, and the assassination of Curzon Wyllie in London by Madan Lal Dhingra. In all, 186 revolutionaries were killed or convicted between the years 19,081,918. The revolutionary terrorists also established centers abroad. The more famous of them were Shyamji Krishna Varma, V.D. Savarkar, and Har Dayal in London, and Madame Kama and Ajit Singh in Europe. Revolutionary terrorism gradually petered out. Lacking a mass base, despite remarkable heroism, the individual revolutionaries, organized in small secret groups, could not withstand suppression by the still strong colonial state. But, despite their small numbers and eventual failure, they made a valuable contribution to the growth of nationalism in India. As a historian has put it, they gave us back the pride of our manhood. Chapter 12. World War I and Indian Nationalism, the Gaddar. The outbreak of the First World War in 1914 gave a new lease of life to the nationalist movement, which had been dormant since the heady days of the Swadeshi movement. Britain's difficulty was India's opportunity. This opportunity was seized, in different ways arid with varying success, by the Gaddar revolutionaries based in North America and by Lokmanya Tilak, Annie Besant, and their Home Rule Leagues in India. The Gaddarites attempted a violent overthrow of British rule, while the Home Rule Leaguers launched a nationwide agitation for securing Home Rule or Swaraj. The west coast of North America had, since 1904, become home to a steadily increasing number of Punjabi immigrants. Many of these were land-hungry peasants from the crowded areas of Punjab, especially the Jalandhar and Hoshiarpur districts, in search of some means of survival. Some of them came straight from their villages in Punjab, while others had emigrated earlier to seek employment in various places in the Far East, in the Malay states, and in Fiji. Many among them were ex-soldiers whose service in the British Indian Army had taken them to distant lands, and made them aware of the opportunities to be had there. Pushed out from their homes by economic hardship and lured by the prospect of building a new and prosperous life for themselves and their kin, they pawned the belonging, mortgaged or sold their land, and set out for the promised lands. The welcome awaited the travel-weary immigrants in Canada, and the USA was, however, not what they had expected. Many were refused entry, especially those who came straight from their villages and did not know Western ways and manners. Those who were allowed to stay not only had to face racial contempt, but also the brunt of the hostility of the white labor force and unions who resented the competition they offered. Agitations against the entry of the Indians were launched by Native American laborers, and these were supported by politicians looking for the popular vote. Meanwhile, the Secretary of State for India had his own reasons for urging restrictions on immigration. For one, he believed that the terms of close familiarity of Indians with whites, which would inevitably take place in America, was not good for British prestige. It was by prestige alone that India was held and not by force. Further, he was worried that the immigrants would get contaminated by socialist ideas, and that the racial discrimination to which they were bound to be subjected would become the source of nationalist agitation in India. The combined pressure resulted in an effective restriction on Indian immigration into Canada in 1908. Tarak Nath Das, an Indian student, and one of the first leaders of the Indian community in North America to start a paper called Free Hindustan, realized that while the British government was keen on Indians going to Fiji to work as laborers for British planters, it did not want them to go to North America where they might be infected by ideas of liberty. The discriminatory policies of the host countries soon resulted in a flurry of political activity among Indian nationalists. As early as 1907, Ramnath Pearl, a political exile on the West Coast, issued a circular Azadi Circular of Liberty, in which he also pledged support to the Swadeshi movement. Tarak Nath Das in Vancouver started the Free Hindustan and adopted a very militant nationalist tone, GD. Kumar set up a Swadesh Sevak home in Vancouver on the lines of the India House in London, and also began to bring out a Gurmukhi paper called Swadesh Sevak, which advocated social reform and also asked Indian troops to rise in revolt against the British. In 1910, Tarak Nath Das and G.D. Kumar, by now forced out of Vancouver, set up the United India House in Seattle in the U.S., where every Saturday they lectured to a group of 25 Indian laborers. Close links also developed between the United India House group, consisting mainly of radical nationalist students, and the Khalsa Diwan Society. And in 1913 they decided to send a deputation to meet the colonial secretary in London, and the viceroy and other officials in India. The colonial secretary in London could not find the time to see them even though they waited for a whole month, but in India they succeed in meeting the viceroy and the lieutenant governor of the Punjab. But, more important, their visit became the occasion for a series of public meetings in Lahore, Ludhiana, Ambala, Firozapur, Jalandhar, Amritsar, Lialpur, Gujranwala, Sialkot, and Simla, and they received enthusiastic support from the press and the general public. The result of this sustained agitation, both in Canada and the United States, was the creation of a nationalist consciousness and feeling of solidarity among immigrant Indians. Their inability to get the government of India or the British government to intercede on their behalf regarding immigration restrictions and other disabilities, such as those imposed by the Alien Land Law, which practically prohibited Indians from owning land in the U.S., led to an impatience and a mood of discontent which blossomed into a revolutionary movement. The first fillip to the revolutionary movement was provided by the visit to Vancouver, in early 1913, of Bhagwan Singh, a Sikh priest who had worked in Hong Kong and the Malay states. He openly preached the gospel of violent overthrow of British rule and urged the people to adopt Bande Mataram as a revolutionary salute. Bhagwan Singh was externed from Canada after a stay of 3 months. The center of revolutionary activity soon shifted to the U.S., which provided a relatively free political atmosphere. The crucial role was outplayed by Lala Har Dayal, a political exile from India. Har Dayal arrived in California in April 1911, taught briefly at Stanford University, and soon immersed himself in political activity. During the summer of 1912, he concentrated mainly on delivering lectures on the anarchist and syndicalist movements to various American groups of intellectuals, radicals, and workers, and did not show much interest in the problems that were agitating the IMMIGRANT4NDIAN community. But the bomb attack on Lord Hardinge, the Viceroy of India, in Delhi on December 23, 1912, excited his imagination and roused the dormant Indian revolutionary in him. His faith in the possibility of a revolutionary overthrow of the British regime in India was renewed, and he issued a Yugantar circular praising the attack on the viceroy. Meanwhile, the Indians on the west coast of the U.S. had been in search of a leader, and had even thought of inviting Ajit Singh, who had become famous in the agitation in Punjab in 1907. But Har Dayal was already there, and, after December 1912, showed himself willing to play an active political role. Soon the Hindi Association was set up in Portland in May 1913. At the very first meeting of the association, held in the house of Kanchi Rain, and attended among others by Bhai Parmanand, Sohan Singh Bakhna, and Harnam Singh Tundilat, Har Dayal set forth his plan of action. Do not fight the Americans, but use the free Indian that is available in the U.S. to fight the British. You will never be treated as equals by the Americans until you are free in your own land. The root cause of Indian poverty and degradation is British rule, and it must be overthrown. Not by petitions but by aimed revolt. Carry this message to the masses and to the soldiers in the Indian Army. Go to India in large numbers and enlist their support. Har Dayal's ideas found immediate acceptance. A working committee was set up, and the decision was taken to start a weekly paper, the Gadar, for free circulation, and to set up a headquarters called Yugantar Ashram in San Francisco. A series of meetings held in different towns and centers, and finally a representatives meeting in Astoria confirmed and approved the decisions of the first meeting at Portland. The Gadar movement had begun. The Gadar militants immediately began an extensive propaganda campaign. They toured extensively, visiting mills and farms where most of the Punjabi immigrant labor worked. The Yugantar Ashram became the home and headquarters and refuge of these political workers. On November 1, 1913, the first issue of Gadar, in Urdu was published, and on 9 December, the Gurumukhi edition. The name of the paper left no doubts as to its aim. Gadar means revolt. And if any doubts remained, they were to be dispelled by the captions on the masthead, Angrezi Raj Ka Dushman, or an enemy of British rule. On the front page of each issue was a feature titled Angrezi Raj Ka Kacha Chitha, or an exposé of British rule. This chitha consisted of 14 points enumerating the harmful effects of British rule, including the of wealth, the low per capita income of Indians, the high land tax, the contrast between the low expenditure on health and the high expenditure on the military, the destruction of Indian arts and industries, the recurrence of famines and plague that killed millions of Indians, the use of Indian taxpayers' money for wars in Afghanistan, Burma, Egypt, Persia, and China, the British policy of promoting discord in the Indian states to extend their own influence, the discriminatory lenient treatment given to Englishmen who were guilty of killing Indians, or dishonoring Indian women, the policy of helping Christian missionaries with money raised from Hindus and Muslims, the effort to foment discord between Hindus and Muslims. In sum, the entire critique of British rule that had been formulated by the Indian national movement was summarized and presented every week to Gadar readers. The last 2 points of the chitha suggested the solution. 1. The Indian population numbers 7 crores in the Indian states and 24 crores in British India, while there are only 79,614 officers and soldiers and 38,948 volunteers who are Englishmen. 2. 56 years have lapsed since the revolt of 1857. Now there is urgent need for a second one. Besides the powerful simplicity of the chitha, the message was also conveyed by serializing Savarkar's The Indian War of Independence, 1857. The Gadar also contained references to the contributions of Lokmanya Tilak, Sri Aurobindo, V.D. Savarkar, Madame Kama, Shyamji Krishna Varma, Ajit Singh, and Sufi Amba Prasad, as well as highlights of the daring deeds of the Anushilan Samiti, the Yugantar Group, and the Russian secret societies. But perhaps, the most powerful impact was made by the poems that appeared in the Gadar, soon collected and published as Gadar di Gunj, and distributed free of cost. These poems were marked as much by their secular tone as by their revolutionary zeal, as the following extract demonstrates. Hindus, Sikhs, Pathans and Muslims, pay attention ye all people in the army. Our country has been plundered by the British. We have to wage a war against them. We do not need pandits and quasis, we do not want to get our ship sunk. The time of worship is over now. It is time to take up the sword. The Gadar was circulated widely among Indians in North America, and within a few months it had reached groups settled in the Philippines, Hong Kong, China, the Malay states, Singapore, Trinidad, the Honduras, and of course, India. It evoked an unprecedented response, becoming the subject of lively discussion and debate. The poems it carried were recited at gatherings of Punjabi immigrants, and were soon popular everywhere. Unsurprisingly, the Gadar succeeded, in a very brief time, in changing the self-image of the Punjabi immigrant from that of a loyal soldier of the British Raj to that of a rebel whose only aim was to destroy the British, hold on his motherland. The Gadar consciously made the Punjabi aware of his loyalist past, made him feel ashamed of it, and challenged him to atone for it in the name of his earlier tradition of resistance to oppression. Why do you disgrace the name of Singhs? How come? You have forgotten the majesty of lions. Had the like of Dip Singh been alive today, how could the Singhs have been taunted? People say that the Singhs are no good. Why did you turn the tides during the Delhi mutiny? Cry aloud. Let us kill the whites. Why do you sit quiet, shamelessly let the earth give way so we may drown? To what good were these 30 crores born? The message went home, and ardent young militants began thirsting for action. Har Dayal himself was surprised by the intensity of the response. He had, on occasion, spoken in terms of 10 years or some years, when asked how long it would take to organize the revolution in India, but those who read the heady exhortations of the Gadar were too impatient, and 10 years seemed a long time. Fin a 11y. In 1914, 3 events influenced the course of the Gadar movement: the arrest and escape of Har Dayal, the Komagata Maru incident, and the outbreak of the First World War. Dayal was arrested on March 25, 1914 on the stated ground of his anarchist activities, though everybody suspected that the British government had much to do with it. Released on bail, he used the opportunity to slip out of the country. With that, his active association with the Gadar movement came to an abrupt end. Meanwhile, in March 1914, the ship, Komagata Maru, had begun its fateful voyage to Canada. Canada had for some years imposed very strict restrictions on Indian immigration by means of a law that forbade entry to all, except those who made a continuous journey from India. This measure had proved effective because there were no shipping lines that offered such a route. But in November 1913, the Canadian Supreme Court allowed entry to 35 Indians who had not made a continuous journey. Encouraged by this judgment, Gurjit Singh, an Indian contractor living in Singapore, decided to charter a ship and carry to Vancouver Indians who were living in various places in East and Southeast Asia. Carrying a total of 376 Indian passengers, the ship began its journey to Vancouver. Gadar activists visited the ship at Yokohama in Japan, gave lectures and distributed literature. The press in Punjab warned of serious consequences if the Indians were not allowed entry into Canada. The press in Canada took a different view, and some newspapers in Vancouver alerted the people to the mounting Oriental invasion. The government of Canada had, meanwhile, plugged the legal loopholes that had resulted in the November Supreme Court judgment. The battle lines were clearly drawn. When the ship arrived in Vancouver, it was not allowed into the port and was cordoned off by the police. To fight for the rights of the passengers, a shore committee was set up under the leadership of Hussein Rahim, Sohanlal Pathak and Balwant Singh. Funds were raised and protest meetings organized. Rebellion against the British in India was threatened. In the United States, under the leadership of Bhagwan Singh, Baikatullah, Ramchandra and Sohan Singh Bhakna, a powerful campaign was organized and the people were advised to prepare for rebellion. Soon the Komagata Maru was forced out of Canadian waters. Before it reached Yokohama, World War I broke out. And the British government passed orders that no passenger be allowed to disembark anywhere on the way, not even at the places from where they had joined the ship, but only at Calcutta. At every port that the ship touched, it triggered off a wave of resentment and anger among the Indian community, and became the occasion for anti-British mobilization. On landing at Budge Budge near Calcutta, the harassed and irate passengers, provoked by the hostile attitude of the authorities, resisted the police, and this led to a clash in which 18 passengers were killed, and 202 arrested. A few of them succeeded in escaping. The third and most important development that made the Gadar Revolution imminent was the outbreak of the World War I. After all, this was the opportunity they had been told to seize. True, they were not really prepared, but should they now let it just pass by? A special meeting of the leading activists of the Gadar movement decided that the opportunity must be seized, that it was better to die than to do nothing at all, and that their major weakness, the lack of arms, could be overcome by going to India and winning over the Indian soldiers to their cause. The Ailan-e-Jung, or Proclamation of War of the Gadar Party, was issued and circulated widely. Muhammad Barkatullah, Ramchandra and Bhagwan Singh organized and addressed a series of public meetings to exhort Indians to go back to India and organize an armed revolt. Prominent leaders were sent to persuade Indians living in Japan, the Philippines, China, Hong Kong, the Malay states, Singapore and Burma to return home and join the rebels. The more impatient among the Gadar activists, such as Kartar Singh Saraba, later hanged by the British in a conspiracy case, and Raghubar Dayal G1 RTA, immediately left for India. The government of India, fully informed of the Gadar plans, which were, in any case, hardly a secret, armed itself with the Ingress into India Ordinance and waited for the returning emigrants. On arrival, the emigrants were scrutinized, the safe ones allowed to proceed home, the more dangerous ones arrested, and the less dangerous ones ordered not to leave their home villages. Of course, some of the dangerous ones escaped detection and went to Punjab to foment rebellion. Of an estimated 8,000 emigrants who returned to India, 5,000 were allowed to proceed unhindered. Precautionary measures were taken for roughly 1,500 men. Up to February 1915, 189 had been interned, and 704 restricted to their villages. Many who came via Colombo and South India succeeded in reaching Punjab without being found out. But Punjab in 1914 was very different from what the Gadarites had been led to expect. They found the Punjabis were in no mood to join the romantic adventure of the Gadar. The militants from abroad tried their best. They toured the villages, addressed gatherings at melas and festivals, all to no avail. The chief Khalsa Diwan, proclaiming its loyalty to the sovereign, declared them to be fallen Sikhs and criminals, and helped the government to track them down. Frustrated and disillusioned with the attitude of the civilian population, the Gadarites turned their attention to the army, and made a number of naive attempts in November 1914 to get the army units to mutiny. But the lack of an organized leadership and central command frustrated all the Gadar's efforts. Frantically, the Gadar made an attempt to find a leader. Bengali revolutionaries were contacted, and through the efforts of Sachindranath Sanyal and Vishnu Ganesh Pingle, Rash Bahari Bose, the Bengali revolutionary, who had become famous by his daring attack on Hardinge, the viceroy, finally arrived in Punjab in mid-January 1915 to assume leadership of the revolt. Bose established a semblance of an organization and sent out men to contact army units in different centers, from Banu in the northwest frontier to Faizabad and Lucknow in the UP, and report back by February 11, 1915. The emissaries returned with optimistic reports, and the date for the mutiny was set first for 21 and then for 19 February. But the Criminal Investigation Department CID had succeeded in penetrating the organization, from the very highest level down, and the government succeeded in taking effective preemptive measures. Most of the leaders were arrested, though Bose escaped. For all practical purposes, the Gadar movement was crushed. But the government did not stop there. In what was perhaps the most repressive action experienced by the national movement this far, conspiracy trials were held in Punjab and Mandalay. 45 revolutionaries were sentenced to death, and over 200 to long terms of imprisonment. An entire generation of the nationalist leadership of Punjab was thus politically beheaded. Some Indian revolutionaries who were operating from Berlin, and who had links with the Gadar leader Ramchandra in America, continued, with German help, to make attempts to organize a mutiny among Indian troops stationed abroad. Raja Mahendra Pratap and Barkatullah tried to enlist the help of the Emir of Afghanistan, and even, hopefully, set up a provisional government in Kabul, but these and other attempts failed to record any significant success. It appeared that violent opposition to British rule was fated to fail. Should we therefore conclude that the Gadarites fought in vain? Or that, because they could not drive out the British, their movement was a failure? Both these conclusions are not necessarily correct, because the success or failure of a political movement is not always to be measured in terms of its achievement of stated objectives. By that measure, all the major national struggles, whether of 1920 to 22, 1930 to 34, or 1942, would have to be classified as failures, since none of them culminated in Indian independence. But if success and failure are to be measured in terms of the deepening of nationalist consciousness, the evolution and testing of new strategies and methods of struggle, the creation of tradition of resistance, of secularism, of democracy, and of egalitarianism, then the Ghadarites certainly contributed their share to the struggle for India's freedom. Ironic though it may seem, it was in the realm of ideology that Ghadar's success was the greatest. Through the earlier papers, but most of all through the Ghadar itself, the entire nationalist critique of CONONIALIN, which was the most solid and abiding contribution of the moderate nationalists, was carried, in a powerful and simple form, to the mass of Indian immigrants, many of whom were poor workers and agricultural laborers. This huge propaganda effort motivated and educated an entire generation. Though a majority of the leaders of the Ghadar movement, and most of the participants were drawn from among the Silks, the ideology that was created and spread through the Ghadar and Ghadar Digunj and other publications was strongly secular in tone. Concern with religion was seen as petty and narrow-minded, and unworthy of revolutionaries. That this was not mere brave talk is seen by the ease with which leaders belonging to different religions and regions were accepted by the movement. Lala Hardayal was a Hindu, and so were Ram Chandra and many others. Barkatullah was a Muslim, and Rash Behari Bose a Hindu and a Bengali. But perhaps much more important, the Ghadarites consciously set out to create a secular consciousness among the Punjabis. A good example of this is the way in which the term Turka Shahi, Turkish rule, which in Punjabi was a synonym for oppression and high-handed behavior, was sought to be reinterpreted, and the Punjabis were urged to look upon the Turks, Red Muslims, as their brothers who fought hard for the country's freedom. Further, the nationalist salute Bande Mataram, and not any Sikh religious greeting such as Sag Shri Akal, was urged upon and adopted as the rallying cry of the Ghadar movement. The Ghadarites sought to give a new meaning to religion as well. They urged that religion lay not in observing the outward forms such as those signified by long hair and kirpan sword, but in remaining true to the model of good behavior that was enjoined by all religious teachings. The ambiguities that remained in the Ghadar ideological discourse, such as those evidenced by Hardayal's advocacy of Khilafat as a religious cause of the Muslims, or when British policy of not allowing Sikhs to carry arms was criticized, etc., were a product of the transitional stage in the evolution of a secular nationalist ideology that was spanned by the Ghadar movement and its leaders. Also, the defense of religious interests has to be seen as part of the whole aspect of cultural defense against colonialism, and not necessarily as an aspect of communalism or communal ideology and consciousness. Nor did the Ghadarites betray any narrow regional loyalties. Lokmanya Tilak, Aurobindo Ghosh, Khudiram Bose, Kanhaiya Dutt, Savarkar were all the heroes of the Ghadars. Rash Behari Bose was importuned and accepted as the leader of the abortive Ghadar revolt in 1915. Far from dwelling on the greatness of the Sikhs or the Punjabis, the Ghadars constantly criticized the loyalist role played by the Punjabis during 1857. Similarly, the large Sikh presence in the British Indian Army was not hailed as proof of the so-called martial traditions of the Sikhs, as became common later, but was seen as a matter of shame, and Sikh soldiers were asked to revolt against the British. The self-image of the Punjabi, and especially of the Punjabi Sikh, that was created by the Ghadar movement, was that of an Indian who had betrayed his motherland in 1857 by siding with the foreigner, and who had, therefore, to make amends to Bharat Mata by fighting for her honor. In the words of Sohan Singh Bhakna, who later became a major peasant and communist leader, "We were not Sikhs or Punjabis. Our religion was patriotism." Another marked feature of Ghadar ideology was its democratic and egalitarian content. It was clearly stated by the Ghadarites that their objective was the establishment of an independent Republic of India. Also, deeply influenced as he was by anarchist and syndicalist movements, and even by socialist ideas, Hardayal imparted to the movement an egalitarian ideology. Perhaps this facilitated the transformation of many Ghadarites into peasant leaders and communists in the 20s and 30s. Hardayal's other major contribution was the creation of a truly internationalist outlook among the Ghadar revolutionaries. His lectures and articles were full of references to Irish, Mexican, and Russian revolutionaries. For example, he referred to Mexican revolutionaries as Mexican Ghadarites. Ghadar militants were thus distinguished by their secular, egalitarian, democratic, and non-chauvinistic internationalist outlook. This does not, however, mean that the Ghadar movement did not suffer from any weaknesses. The major weakness of the Ghadar leaders was that they completely underestimated the extent and amount of preparation at every level: organizational, ideological, strategic, tactical, financial, that was necessary before an attempt at an armed revolt could be organized. Taken by surprise by the outbreak of the war and roused to a fever pitch by the Komagata Maru episode, they sounded the bugles of war without examining the state of their army. They forgot that to mobilize a few thousand discontented immigrant Indians, who were already in a highly charged emotional state because of the racial discrimination they suffered at the hands of white foreigners, was very different from the stupendous task of mobilizing and motivating lakhs of peasants and soldiers in India. They underestimated the strength of the British in India, both their aimed and organizational might, as well as the ideological foundations of their rule, and led themselves to imagine that all that the masses of India lacked was a call to revolt, which, once given, would strike a fatal blow to the tottering structure of British rule. The Ghadar movement also failed to generate an effective and sustained leadership that was capable of integrating the various aspects of the movement. Har Dayal himself was temperamentally totally unsuited to the role of an organizer. He was a propagandist, an inspirer, an ideologue. Even his ideas did not form a structured whole, but remained a shifting amalgam of various theories that attracted him from time to time. Further, his departure from the U.S. at a critical stage left his compatriots floundering. Another major weakness of the movement was its almost non-existent organizational structure. The Ghadar movement was sustained more by the enthusiasm of the militants than by their effective organization. These weaknesses of understanding, of leadership, of organization, all resulted in what one can only call a tremendous waste of valuable human resources. If we recall that 40 Ghadaris were sentenced to be hanged and over 200 given long terms of imprisonment, we can well realize that the particular romantic adventure of 1914-15 resulted in the beheading of an entire generation of secular nationalist leadership, who could perhaps have, if they had remained politically effective, given an entirely different political complexion to Punjab in the following years. They would certainly have given their strong secular moorings, acted as a bulwark against the growth of communal tendencies that were to raise their heads in later years. That this is not just wild speculation is seen from the fact that, in the late 20s and 30s, the few surviving Ghadarites helped lay the foundations of a secular national and peasant movement in Punjab. Chapter 13. The Home Rule Movement and its Fallout. The romantic adventure of the Ghadar revolutionaries was the dramatic response of Indians living abroad to the First World War. We now turn to the less charged but more effective Indian response, the Home Rule League movement, led by Lokmanya Tilak and Annie Besant. On June 16, 1914, Bal Gangadhar Tilak was released after serving a prison sentence of 6 years, most of which he had spent in Mandalay in Burma. He returned to India very different to the one he had been banished from. Aurobindo Ghosh, the firebrand of the Swadeshi days, had taken sannyas in Pondicherry, and Lala Lajpat Rai was away in the United States of America. The Indian National Congress had yet to recover from the combined effects of the split at Surat in 1907, the heavy government repression of the activists of the Swadeshi movement, and the disillusionment of the moderates with the constitutional reforms of 1909. Tilak initially concentrated all his attention on seeking readmission, for himself and other extremists, into the Indian National Congress. He was obviously convinced that the sanction of this body, that had come to symbolize the Indian national movement, was a necessary precondition for the success of any political action. To conciliate the moderates and convince them of his bona fides, as well as to stave off any possible government repression, he publicly declared, "I may state once for all that we are trying in India, as the Irish Home Rulers have been doing in Ireland, for a reform of the system of administration and not for the overthrow of government. I have no hesitation in saying that the acts of violence which had been committed in the different parts of India are not only repugnant to me, but have, in my opinion, only unfortunately retarded to a great extent the pace of our political progress." He further assured the government of his loyalty to the crown and urged all Indians to assist the British government in its hour of crisis. Many of the moderate leaders of the Congress were also unhappy with the choice they had made in 1907 at Surat, and also with the fact that the Congress had lapsed into almost total inactivity. They were, therefore, quite sympathetic to Tilak's overtures. Further, they were under considerable pressure from Mrs. Annie Besant, who had just joined the Indian National Congress, and was keen to arouse nationalist political activity to admit the extremists. Annie Besant, already 66 in 1914, had begun her political career in England as a proponent of free thought, radicalism, Fabianism and Theosophy, and had come to India in 1893 to work for the Theosophical Society. Since 1907, she had been spreading the message of Theosophy from her headquarters in Adyar, a suburb of Madras, and had gained a large number of followers among the educated members of many communities that had experienced no cultural revival of their own. In 1914, she decided to enlarge the sphere of her activities to include the building of a movement for home rule on the lines of the Irish Home Rule League. For this, she realized it was necessary both to get the sanction of the Congress, as well as the active cooperation of the extremists. She devoted her energies, therefore, to persuading the moderate leaders to open the doors of the Congress to Tilak and his fellow extremists. But the annual Congress session in December 1914 was to prove a disappointment. Feroza Shah Mehta and his Bombay moderate group succeeded, by winning over Gokhale and the Bengal moderates, in keeping out the extremists. Tilak and Besant thereupon decided to revive political activity on their own, while maintaining their pressure on the Congress to readmit the extremist group. In early 1915, Annie Besant launched a campaign through her two papers, New India and Commonweal, and organized public meetings and conferences to demand that India be granted self-government on the lines of the white colonies after the war. From April 1915, her tone became more peremptory and her stance more aggressive. Meanwhile, Lokmanya began his political activities, but, not yet having gained admittance into the Congress, was careful that he did not in any way alarm the moderates or appear to be bypassing the Congress. This is clear from the fact that at the meeting of his followers convened at Pune in May 1915, it was decided that their initial phase of action would be to set up an agency to enlighten the villagers regarding the objects and work of the Congress. The local associations that were set up in many Maharashtra towns in August and September of that year also concentrated more on emphasizing the need for unity in the Congress than on the stepping up of political activity. While sometimes resorting to threats to pressurize the more conservative among the moderates, Tilak still hoped to persuade the majority to accept him because of his reasonableness and caution. His efforts and those of Annie Besant were soon to meet with success, and at the annual session of the Congress in December 1915, it was decided that the extremists be allowed to rejoin the Congress. The opposition from the Bombay group had been greatly weakened by the death of Feroza Shah Mehta, but Annie Besant did not succeed in getting the Congress and the Muslim League to support her decision to set up Home Rule leagues. She did manage, however, to persuade the Congress to commit itself to a program of educative propaganda and to a revival of the local-level Congress committees. Knowing that the Congress, as constituted at the time, was unlikely to implement this, she had inserted a condition by which, if the Congress did not start this activity by September 1916, she would be free to set up her own league. Tilak, not bound by any such commitment, and having gained the right of readmission, now took the lead and set up the Home Rule League at the Bombay Provincial Conference held at Belgaum in April 1916. Annie Besant's impatient followers, unhappy with her decision to wait till September, secured her permission to start Home Rule groups. Jamnadas Dwarkadas, Shankarlal Banker and Indulal Yagnik set up a Bombay paper Young India, and launched an all-India propaganda fund to publish pamphlets in regional languages and in English. In September 1916, as there were no signs of any Congress activity, Annie Besant announced the formation of her Home Rule League, with George Arundale, her theosophical follower, as the organizing secretary. The two leagues avoided any friction by demarcating their area of activity. Tilak's league was to work in Maharashtra, excluding Bombay City, Karnataka, the central provinces, and Berar, and Annie Besant's league was given charge of the rest of India. The reason the two leagues did not merge was because, in Annie Besant's words, some of his followers disliked me and some of mine disliked him. We, however, had no quarrel with each other. Tilak promoted the Home Rule campaign with a tour of Maharashtra, and through his lectures clarified and popularized the demand for Home Rule. India was like a son who had grown up and attained maturity. It was right now that the trustee or the father should give him what was his due. The people of India must get this effected. They have a right to do so. He also linked up the question of Swaraj with the demand for the formation of linguistic states and education in the vernacular. Form one separate state each for Marathi, Telugu, and Kannada provinces. The principle that education should be given through the vernaculars is self-evident and clear. Do the English educate their people through the French language? Do Germans do it through English or the Turks through French? At the Bombay Provincial Conference in 1915, he told V.B. Allure, who got up to support his condolence resolution on Gokhale's death, "Speak in Kannada to establish the right of Kannada language." It is clear that the Lokmanya had no trace of regional or linguistic Marathi chauvinism. His stand on the question of non-Brahmin representation and on the issue of untouchability demonstrated that he was no casteist either. When the non-Brahmins in Maharashtra sent a separate memorandum to the government dissociating themselves from the demands of the advanced classes, Tilak urged those who opposed this to be patient. If we can prove to the non-Brahmins by example that we are wholly on their side in their demands from the government, I am sure that in times to come their agitation, now based on social inequality, will merge into our struggle. To the non-Brahmins he explained that the real difference was not between Brahmin and non-Brahmin, but between the educated and the non-educated. Brahmins were ahead of others in jobs because they were more educated, and the government, in spite of its sympathy for non-Brahmins and hostility towards Brahmins, was forced to look to the needs of the administration and give jobs to Brahmins. At a conference for the removal of untouchability, Tilak declared, "If a god were to tolerate untouchability, I would not recognize him as God at all." Nor can we discern in his speeches of this period any trace of religious appeal. The demand for home rule was made on a wholly secular basis. The British were aliens not because they belonged to another religion, but because they did not act in the Indian interest. He who does what is beneficial to the people of this country, be he a Mohammedan or an Englishman, is not alien. Alienness has to do with interests. Alienness is certainly not concerned with white or black skin, or religion. Tilak's League furthered its propaganda efforts by publishing 6 Marathi and 2 English pamphlets, of which 47,000 copies were sold. Pamphlets were brought out in Gujarati and Kannada as well. The League was organized into 6 branches, 1 each in central Maharashtra, Bombay City, Karnataka and central provinces, and 2 in Berar. As soon as the movement for home rule began to gather steam, the government hit back, and it chose a particularly auspicious day for the blow. The July 23, 1916, was Tilak's 60th birthday, and, according to custom, it was the occasion for a big celebration. A purse of Rs. 1 lakh was presented to him. The same day the government offered him their own present, a notice asking him to show cause why he should not be bound over for good behavior for a period of 1 year, and demanding securities of Rs. 60,000. For Tilak, this was the best gift he could have wanted for his birthday. "The Lord is with us," he said. "Home rule will now spread like wildfire." Repression was sure to fan the fire of revolt. Tilak was defended by a team of lawyers led by Muhammad Ojina. He lost the case in the magistrate's court but was exonerated by the High Court in November. The victory was hailed all over the country. Gandhiji's Young India summed up the popular feeling. Thus, a great victory has been won for the cause of home rule, which has thus been freed from the chains that were sought to be put upon it. Tilak immediately pushed home the advantage by proclaiming in his public speeches that Home Rule now had the sanction of the government, and he and his colleagues intensified their propaganda campaign for Home Rule. By April 1917, Tilak had enlisted 14,000 members. Meanwhile, Annie Besant had gone ahead with the formal founding of her league in September 1916. The organization of her league was much looser than that of Tilak's, and 3 members could form a branch, while in the case of Tilak's league, each of the 6 branches had a clearly defined area and activities. 200 branches of Besant's league were established, some consisting of a town and others of groups of villages. And though a formal executive council of 7 members was elected for 3 years by 34 founding branches, most of the work was carried on by Annie Besant and her lieutenants Arundale C.P. Ramaswamy I.R. and B.P. Wadia from her headquarters at Adyar. Nor was there any organized method for passing on instructions. These were conveyed through individual members and through Arundale's column on Home Rule in New India. The membership of Annie Besant's league increased at a rate slower than that of Tilak's. By March 1917, her league had 7,000 members. Besides her existing theosophical followers, many others including Jawaharlal Nehru in Allahabad, and B. Chakravarti, and J. Banerjee in Calcutta joined the Home Rule League. However, the strength of the league could not be judged from the number of branches because, while many were extremely active, others remained adjuncts of the theosophical societies. In Madras City, for example, though the number of branches was very large, many were inactive, while the branch in Bombay City, the 4 branches in the UP towns, and many village branches in Gujarat were very active. The main thrust of the activity was directed towards building up an agitation around the demand for Home Rule. This was to be achieved by promoting political education and discussion. Arundale, through New India, advised members to promote political discussions, establish libraries containing material on national politics, organize classes for students on politics, print and circulate pamphlets, collect funds, organize social work, take part in local government activities, arrange political meetings and lectures, present arguments to friends in favor of Home Rule, and urge them to join the movement. At least some of these activities were carried on by many of the branches, and especially the task of promotion of political discussion and debate. Some idea of the immensity of the propaganda effort that was launched can be gauged from the fact that, by the time Annie Besant's league was formally founded in September 1916, the propaganda fund started earlier in the year had already sold 300,000 copies of 26 English pamphlets, which focused mainly on the system of government existing in India and the arguments for self-government. After the founding of the league, these pamphlets were published again, and, in addition, new ones in Indian languages were brought out. Most branches were also very active in holding public meetings and lectures. Further, they would always respond when a nationwide call was given for protest on any specific issue. For example, when Annie Besant was externed from the central provinces in Berar in November 1916, most of the branches, at Arundale's instance, held meetings and sent resolutions of protest to the Viceroy and the Secretary of State. Tilak's externment from Punjab and Delhi in February 1917 elicited a similar response. Many moderate congressmen, who were dissatisfied with the inactivity into which the Congress had lapsed, joined the Home Rule agitation. Members of Gokhale's Servants of India Society, though not permitted to become members of the League, were encouraged to add their weight to the demand for Home Rule by undertaking lecture tours and publishing pamphlets. Many other moderate nationalists joined the Home Rule Leaguers in UP in touring the surrounding towns and villages in preparation for the Lucknow session of the Congress in December 1916. Their meetings were usually organized in the local bar libraries and attended by students, professionals, businessmen, and, if it was a market day, by agriculturists. Speaking in Hindi, they contrasted India's current poverty with her glorious past, and also explained the main features of European independence movements. The participation of moderates was hardly surprising, since the Home Rule Leagues were, after all, only implementing the program of political propaganda and education that they had been advocating for so long. The Lucknow session of the Congress in December 1916 presented the Home Rule Leaguers with the long-awaited opportunity of demonstrating their strength. Tilak's Home Rule League established a tradition that was to become an essential part of later Congress annual sessions. A special train, known variously as the Congress Special and the Home Rule Special, was organized to carry delegates from Western India to Lucknow. Arundale asked every member of the League to get himself elected as a delegate to the Lucknow session, the idea being quite simply to flood the Congress with Home Rule Leaguers. Tilak and his men were welcomed back into the Congress by the moderate president, Ambika Charan Mazumdar. After nearly 10 years of painful separation and wanderings through the wilderness of misunderstandings and the mazes of unpleasant controversies, both the wings of the Indian Nationalist Party have come to realize the fact that united they stand but divided they fall, and brothers have at last met brothers. The Lucknow Congress was significant also for the famous Congress League Pact, popularly known as the Lucknow Pact. Both Tilak and Annie Besant had played a leading role in bringing about this agreement between the Congress and the League, much against the wishes of many important leaders, including Madan Mohan Malaviya. Answering the criticism that the pact had acceded too much to the Muslim League, Lokmanya Tilak said, "It has been said, gentlemen, by some that we Hindus have yielded too much to our Mohammedan brethren. I am sure I represent the sense of the Hindu community all over India when I say that we could not have yielded too much. I would not care if the rights of self-government are granted to the Mohammedan community only. I would not care if they are granted to the Rajputs. I would not care if they are granted to the lower and the lowest classes of the Hindu population provided the British government consider them more fit than the educated classes of India for exercising those rights. I would not care if those rights are granted to any section of the Indian community. When we have to fight against a third party, it is a very important thing that we stand on this platform, united in race, united in religion, united as regards all different shades of political creed. Faced with such a stand by one who was considered the most orthodox of Hindus and the greatest scholar of the ancient religious texts, the opposition stood little chance of success and faded away. And though the acceptance of the principle of separate electorates for Muslims was certainly a most controversial decision, it cannot be denied that the pact was motivated by a sincere desire to allay minority fears about majority domination. The Lucknow Congress also demanded a further dose of constitutional reforms as a step towards self-government. Though this did not go as far as the Home Rule Leaguers wished, they accepted it in the interests of Congress unity. Another very significant proposal made by Tilak, that the Congress should appoint a small and cohesive working committee that would carry on the day-to-day affairs of the Congress and be responsible for implementing the resolutions passed at the annual sessions, a proposal by which he hoped to transform the Congress from a deliberative body into one capable of leading a sustained movement, was unfortunately quashed by moderate opposition. 4 years later, in 1920, when Mahatma Gandhi prepared a reformed constitution for the Congress, this was one of the major changes considered necessary if the Congress was to lead a sustained movement. After the end of the Congress session, a joint meeting of the two Home Rule Leagues was held in the same pandal and was attended by over 1,000 delegates. The Congress League Pact was hailed, and the gathering was addressed by both Annie Besant and Tilak. On their return journeys, both the leaders made triumphant tours through various parts of North, Central, and Eastern India. The increasing popularity of the Home Rule movement soon attracted the government's wrath. The government of Madras was the most harsh and first came out with an order banning students from attending political meetings. This order was universally condemned, and Tilak commented, "The government is fully aware that the wave of patriotism strikes the students most, and if at all a nation is to prosper, it is through an energetic new generation." The turning point in the movement came with the decision of the government of Madras in June 1917 to place Mrs. Besant and her associates B.P. Wadia and George Arundale under arrest. Their internment became the occasion for nationwide protest. In a dramatic gesture, Sir S. Subramania Iyer renounced his knighthood. Those who had stayed away, including many moderate leaders like Madan Mohan Malaviya, Surendranath Banerjee, and Majina, now enlisted as members of the Home Rule Leagues to record their solidarity with the internees and their condemnation of the government's action. At a meeting of the AICC on July 28, 1917, Tilak advocated the use of the weapon of passive resistance or civil disobedience if the government refused to release the internees. The proposal for adopting passive resistance was sent for comment to all the provincial Congress committees, and while Berar and Madras were willing to adopt it immediately, most of the others were in favor of waiting for more time before taking a decision. At Gandhiji's instance, Shankarlal Bankar and Jamnadas Dwarkadas collected signatures of 1,000 men willing to defy the internment orders and marched to Besant's place of detention. They also began to collect signatures of 1 million peasants and workers on a petition for home rule. They made regular visits to Gujarat towns and villages and helped found branches of the League. In short, repression only served to harden the attitude of the agitators and strengthen their resolve to resist the government. Montagu, writing in his diary, commented, "Shiva cut his wife into 52 pieces only to discover that he had 52 wives. This is really what happens to the government of India when it interns Mrs. Besant." The government in Britain decided to effect a change in policy and adopt a conciliatory posture. The new Secretary of State, Montagu, made a historic declaration in the House of Commons on August, in which he stated, "The policy of His Majesty's government is that of the increasing association of Indians in every branch of the administration and the gradual development of self-governing institutions, with a view to the progressive realization of responsible government in India as an integral part of the British Empire." This statement was in marked contrast to that of Lord Morley, who, while introducing the constitutional reforms in 1909, had stated categorically that these reforms were in no way intended to lead to self-government. The importance of Montagu's declaration was that after this, the demand for home rule, or self-government, could no longer be treated as seditious. This did not, however, mean that the British government was about to grant self-government. The accompanying clause in the statement, which clarified that the nature and the timing of the advance towards responsible government would be decided by the government alone, gave it enough leeway to prevent any real transfer of power to Indian hands for a long enough time. In keeping with the conciliatory stance of the Montagu Declaration, Annie Besant was released in September 1917. Annie Besant was at the height of her popularity, and, at Tilak's suggestion, was elected president at the annual session of the Congress in December 1917. During 1918, however, various factors combined to diffuse the energies that had concentrated in the agitation for home rule. The movement, instead of going forward after its great advance in 1917, gradually dissolved. For one, the moderates who had joined the movement after Besant's arrest were pacified by the promise of reforms and by Besant's release. They were also put off by the talk of civil disobedience, and did attend the Congress from September 1918 onwards. The publication of the scheme of government reforms in July 1918 further divided the nationalist ranks. Some wanted to accept it outright and others to reject it outright, while many felt that, though inadequate, they should be given a trial. Annie Besant herself indulged in a lot of vacillation on this question, as well as on the question of passive resistance. At times she would disavow passive resistance, and at other times under pressure from her younger followers would advocate it. Similarly, she initially, along with Tilak, considered the reforms unworthy of Britain to offer and India to accept, but later argued in favor of acceptance. Tilak was more consistent in his approach, but given Besant's vacillations and the change in the moderate stance, there was little that he could do to sustain the movement on his own. Also, towards the end of the year, he decided to go to England to pursue the libel case that he had filed against Valentine Chirol, the author of Indian Unrest, and was away for many critical months. With Annie Besant unable to give a firm lead and Tilak away in England, the movement was left leaderless. The tremendous achievement of the Home Rule movement, and its legacy, was that it created a generation of ardent nationalists who formed the backbone of the national movement in the coming years when, under the leadership of the Mahatma, it entered its truly mass phase. The Home Rule Leagues also created organizational links between town and country, which were to prove invaluable in later years. And further, by popularizing the idea of home rule or self-government and making it a commonplace thing, it generated a widespread pro-nationalist atmosphere in the country. By the end of the First World War, in 1918, the new generation of nationalists aroused to political awareness and impatient with the pace of change were looking for a means of expressing themselves through effective political action. The leaders of the Home Rule League, who themselves were responsible for bringing them to this point, were unable to show the way forward. The stage was thus set for the entry of Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, a man who had already made a name for himself with his leadership of the struggle of Indians in South Africa, and by leading the struggles of Indian peasants and workers in Champaran, Ahmedabad, and Kedah. And in March 1919, when he gave a call for a satyagraha to protest against the obnoxious Revolt Act, he was the rallying point for almost all those who had been awakened to politics by the Home Rule movement. Chapter 14. Gandhiji's early career and activism. When Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi called for a nationwide satyagraha against the Revolt Act in March 1919, his first attempt at leading an all-India struggle, he was already in his 50th year. To understand the man who was about to take over the reins of the Indian national movement and guide its destinies through its most climactic years, it is necessary to begin his story at least 25 years earlier. In 1893, when as a 24-year-old barrister, he began the struggle of Indians against racial discrimination in South Africa. The young barrister who landed at Durban in 1893 on a one-year contract to sort out the legal problems of Dada Abdullah, a Gujarati merchant, was to all appearances an ordinary young man trying to make a living. But he was the first Indian barrister, the first highly educated Indian, to have come to South Africa. Indian immigration to South Africa had begun in 1890, when the white settlers recruited indentured Indian labor, mainly from South India, to work on the sugar plantations. In their wake had come Indian merchants, mostly Memon Muslims, ex-indentured laborers who had settled down in South Africa after the expiry of their contract, and their children, many born in South Africa itself, constituted the third group of Indians that was in South Africa prior to Gandhiji's arrival. None of these groups of Indians had much access to education, and certainly very little education in English. Even the wealthy merchants often knew only a smattering of English necessary to carry on their trade. The racial discrimination to which they were subjected, as part of their daily existence, they had come to accept as a way of life, and even if they resented it, they had little idea about how to challenge it. But young Mohandas Gandhi was not used to swallowing racial insults in order to carry on with the business of making a living. He was the son of a Dewan minister of an Indian state, whose family, though in straitened economic circumstances, was widely respected in his native Kathiawad. Further, he had spent 3 years in London studying for the bar. Neither in India nor in England had he ever come in contact with the overt racism that confronted him within days of his arrival in South Africa. His journey from Durban to Pretoria, which he undertook within a week of his arrival on the continent, consisted of a series of racial humiliations. Apart from the famous incident in which he was bundled out of a first-class compartment by a white man and left to spend the night shivering in the waiting room, he was made to travel in the driver's box in a coach for which he had bought a first-class ticket. When he ignored the coach leader's order to vacate even that seat and sit on the footboard, he was soundly thrashed. On reaching Johannesburg, he found that all the hotels became full up the moment he asked for a room to stay the night. Having succeeded in securing a first-class train ticket from Johannesburg to Pretoria, after quoting extensively from railway regulations, he was almost pushed out again from his railway compartment, and was only saved this humiliation by the intervention of a European passenger. On his arrival in Pretoria, where he was to work on the civil suit that had brought him to South Africa, he immediately convened a meeting of the Indians there. He offered to teach English to anybody who wanted to learn, and suggested that they organize themselves and protest against oppression. He voiced his protest through the press as well. In an indignant letter to the Natal Advertiser, he asked, "Is this Christian-like? Is this fair play? Is this justice? Is this civilization?" I paused for a reply. Even though he had no plans of staying in South Africa at that stage, he tried his best to arouse the Indians in Pretoria to a sense of their own dignity as human beings, and persuade them to resist all types of racial disabilities. Having settled the lawsuit for which he had come, Gandhiji prepared to leave for India. But on the eve of his departure from Durban, he raised the issue of the bill to disenfranchise Indians, which was in the process of being passed by the Natal legislature. The Indians in South Africa begged Gandhiji to stay on for a month and organize their protest as they could not do so on their own, not knowing even enough English to draft petitions and so on. Gandhiji agreed to stay on for a month and stayed for 20 years. He was then only 25. When he left, he was 45. Gandhiji's experience in South Africa was unique in one respect. By virtue of being a British-educated barrister, he demanded many things as a matter of right, such as first-class train tickets and rooms in hotels, which other Indians before him had never probably even had the courage to ask for. Perhaps they believed that they were discriminated against because they were not civilized, that is, westernized. Gandhiji's experience, the first of a westernized Indian in South Africa, demonstrated clearly to him and to them that the real cause lay elsewhere, in the assumption of racial superiority by the white rulers. His uniqueness in being the only Western-educated Indian also simultaneously placed on his shoulders the responsibility of leading the struggle of the Indians against increasing racial discrimination. Wealthy Indian merchants, senior to the 25-year-old barrister in experience and age, appointed him as their leader because he was the only one who could speak to the rulers in their own language, the only one who understood the intricacies of their laws and their system of government, the only one who could draft their petitions, create their organizations, and represent them before their rulers. The story of Gandhiji in South Africa is a long one, and we present it here in its briefest outline, only to highlight the wide experience that Gandhiji had undergone before he came back to India. Gandhiji's political activities from 1894 to 1906 may be classified as the moderate phase of the struggle of the South African Indians. During this phase, he concentrated on petitioning and sending memorials to the South African legislatures, the colonial secretary in London, and the British Parliament. He believed that if all the facts of the case were presented to the imperial government, the British sense of justice and fair play would be aroused, and the imperial government would intervene on behalf of Indians, who were, after all, British subjects. His attempt was to unite the different sections of Indians and to give their demands wide publicity. This he tried to do through the setting up of the Natal Indian Congress, and by starting a paper called Indian Opinion. Gandhiji's abilities as an organizer, as a fundraiser, as a journalist, and as a propagandist all came to the fore during this period. But by 1906, Gandhiji, having fully tried the moderate methods of struggle, was becoming convinced that these would not lead anywhere. The second phase of the struggle in South Africa, which began in, was characterized by the use of the method of passive resistance or civil disobedience, which Gandhiji named satyagraha. It was first used when the government enacted legislation making it compulsory for Indians to take out certificates of registration which held their fingerprints. It was essential to carry these on person at all times. At a huge public meeting held on September 11, 1906, in the Empire Theatre in Johannesburg, Indians resolved that they would refuse to submit to this law and would face the consequences. The government remained adamant, and so did the Indians. Gandhiji formed the Passive Resistance Association to conduct the campaign. The last date for registration being over, the government started proceedings against Gandhiji and 26 others. The passive resistors pleaded guilty, were ordered to leave the country, and on refusing to do so, were sent to jail. Others followed, and their numbers swelled to 155. The fear of jail had disappeared, and it was popularly called King Edward's Hotel. General Smuts called Gandhiji for talks, and promised to withdraw the legislation if Indians voluntarily agreed to register themselves. Gandhiji accepted and was the first to register. But Smuts had played a trick. He ordered that the voluntary registrations be ratified under the law. The Indians, under the leadership of Gandhiji, retaliated by publicly burning their registration certificates. Meanwhile, the government brought in new legislation, this time to restrict Indian immigration. The campaign widened to oppose this. In August 1908, a number of prominent Indians from Natal crossed the frontier into Transvaal to defy the new immigration laws and were arrested. Other Indians from Transvaal opposed the laws by hawking without a license. Traders who had licenses refused to produce them. All of them were jailed. Gandhiji himself landed in jail in October 1908, and along with the other Indians was sentenced to a prison term involving hard physical labor and miserable conditions. But imprisonment failed to crush the spirit of the resistors, and the government resorted to deportation to India, especially of the poorer Indians. Merchants were pressurized by threats to their economic interests. At this stage, the movement reached an impasse. The more committed satyagrahas continued to go in and out of jail, but the majority were showing signs of fatigue. The struggle was obviously going to be a protracted one, and the government was in no mood to relent. Gandhiji's visit to London in 1909 to meet the authorities there yielded little result. The funds for supporting the families of the satyagrahas and for running Indian Opinion were fast running out. Gandhiji's own legal practice had virtually ceased since 1906, the year he had started devoting all his attention to the struggle. At this point, Gandhiji set up Tolstoy Farm, made possible through the generosity of his German architect friend Kallenbach, to house the families of the satyagrahas and give them a way to sustain themselves. Tolstoy Farm was the precursor of the later Gandhian ashrams that were to play so important a role in the Indian national movement. Funds also came from India. Sir Ratan Tata sent Rs. 25,000, and the Congress and the Muslim League, as well as the Nizam of Hyderabad, made their contributions. In 1911, to coincide with the coronation of King George V, an agreement was reached between the government and the Indians, which, however, lasted only till the end of 1912. Meanwhile, Gokhale paid a visit to South Africa, was treated as a guest of the government, and was made a promise that all discriminatory laws against Indians would be removed. The promise was never kept, and Satyagraha was resumed in 1913. This time the movement was widened further to include resistance to the poll tax of £3 that was imposed on all ex-indentured Indians, the inclusion of the demand for the abolition of this tax, a particularly heavy charge on poor laborers whose wages hardly averaged 10 shillings a month, immediately drew the indentured and ex-indentured laborers into the struggle, and Satyagraha could now take on a truly mass character. Further fuel was added to the already raging fire by a judgment of the Supreme Court, which invalidated all marriages not conducted according to Christian rites and registered by the Registrar of Marriages. By implication, Hindu, Muslim, and Parsi marriages were illegal, and the children born through these marriages illegitimate. The Indians treated this judgment as an insult to the honor of their women, and many women were drawn into the movement because of this indignity. Gandhiji decided that the time had now come for the final struggle into which all the resistors' resources should be channeled. The campaign was launched by the illegal crossing of the border by a group of 16 satyagrahis, including Kasturba, Gandhiji's wife, who marched from Phoenix settlement in Natal to Transvaal, and were immediately arrested. A group of 11 women then marched from Tolstoy Farm in Transvaal and crossed the border into Natal without a permit, and reached Newcastle, a mining town. Here, they talked to the Indian mine workers, mostly Tamils, and before being arrested persuaded them to go on strike. Gandhiji reached Newcastle and took charge of the agitation. The employers retaliated by cutting off water and electricity to the workers' quarters, thus forcing them to leave their homes. Gandhiji decided to march this army of over 2,000 men, women, and children over the border, and thus see them lodged in Transvaal jails. During the course of the march, Gandhiji was arrested twice, released, arrested a third time, and sent to jail. The morale of the workers, however, was very high, and they continued the march till they were put into trains and sent back to Natal, where they were prosecuted and sent to jail. The treatment that was meted out to these brave men and women in jail included starvation and whipping, and being forced to work in the mines by mounted military police. Gandhiji himself was made to dig stones and sweep the compound. He was kept in a dark cell and taken to court handcuffed and manacled. The government's action inflamed the entire Indian community. Workers on the plantations and the mines went on a lightning strike. Gokhale toured the whole of India to arouse Indian public opinion, and even the Viceroy, Lord Hardinge, condemned the repression as one that would not be tolerated by any country that calls itself civilized, and called for an impartial inquiry into the charges of atrocities. The use of brutal force on unarmed and peaceful men and women aroused widespread indignation and condemnation. Eventually, through a series of negotiations involving Gandhiji, the Viceroy, Lord Hardinge, C.F. Andrews, and General Smuts, an agreement was reached by which the government of South Africa conceded the major Indian demands relating to the poll tax, the registration certificates, and marriages solemnized according to Indian rites, and promised to treat the question of Indian immigration in a sympathetic manner. Non-violent civil disobedience had succeeded in forcing the opponents to the negotiating table and conceding the substance of the demands put forward by the movement. The blueprint for the Gandhian method of struggle had been evolved, and Gandhiji started back for his native land. The South African experiment was now to be tried on a much wider scale on the Indian subcontinent. In other respects too, the South African experiment prepared Gandhiji for leadership of the Indian national struggle. He had had the invaluable experience of leading poor Indian laborers, of seeing their capacity for sacrifice and for bearing hardship, their morale in the face of repression. South Africa built up his faith in the capacity of the Indian masses to participate in and sacrifice for a cause that moved them. Gandhiji also had had the opportunity of leading Indians belonging to different religions. Hindus, Muslims, Christians, and Parsis were all united under his leadership in South Africa. They also came from different regions, being mainly Gujaratis and Tamils. They belonged to different social classes, rich merchants combined with poor indentured laborers. Women came along with the men. Another aspect of the South African experience also stood Gandhiji in good stead. He learnt, the hardest way, that leadership involves facing the ire not only of the enemy but also of one's followers. There were two occasions on which Gandhiji was faced with a serious threat to his life. Once when a white mob chased him down a street in Durban in 1896 and surrounded the house where he was staying. Asking for his blood, he had to be whisked out in disguise. The second, when an Indian, a Pathan, who was angry with him because of an agreement he had reached with the government, assaulted him on the street. Gandhiji learnt that leaders often have to take hard decisions that are unpopular with enthusiastic followers. South Africa then provided Gandhiji with an opportunity for evolving his own style of politics and leadership, for trying out new techniques of struggle on a limited scale, untrammeled by the opposition of contending political currents. In South Africa, he had already taken the movement from its moderate phase into its Gandhian phase. He already knew the strengths and the weaknesses of the Gandhian method, and he was convinced that it was the best method around. It now remained for him to introduce it into India. Gandhiji returned to India in January 1915 and was warmly welcomed. His work in South Africa was well known, not only to educated Indians, but as he discovered on his visit to the Kumbh Mela at Hardwar, even to the masses who flocked to him for his darshan. Gokhale had already hailed him as being, without doubt, made of the stuff of which heroes and martyrs are made. The veteran Indian leader noticed in Gandhiji an even more important quality. He has in him the marvelous spiritual power to turn ordinary men around him into heroes and martyrs. On Gokhale's advice, and in keeping with his own style of never intervening in a situation without first studying it with great care, Gandhiji decided that for the first year he would not take a public stand on any political issue. He spent the year traveling around the country, seeing things for himself, and in organizing his ashram in Ahmedabad, where he and his devoted band of followers who had come with him from South Africa would lead a community life. The next year as well, he continued to maintain his distance from political affairs, including the Home Rule movement that was gathering momentum at this time. His own political understanding did not coincide with any of the political currents that were active in India then. His faith in moderate methods was long eroded, nor did he agree with the Home Rulers that the best time to agitate for Home Rule was when the British were in difficulty because of the First World War. Further, he was deeply convinced that none of these methods of political struggle were really viable. The only answer lay in satyagraha. His reasons for not joining the existing political organizations are best explained in his own words. At my time of life and with views firmly formed on several matters, I could only join an organization to affect its policy and not be affected by it. This does not mean that I would not now have an open mind to receive new light. I simply wish to emphasize the fact that the new light will have to be specially dazzling in order to entrance me. In other words, he could only join an organization or a movement that adopted non-violent satyagraha as its method of struggle. That did not, however, mean that Gandhiji was going to remain politically idle. During the course of 1917 and early 1918, he was involved in 3 significant struggles, in Champaran in Bihar, in Ahmedabad, and in Kedah in Gujarat. The common feature of these struggles was that they related to specific local issues, and that they were fought for the economic demands of the masses. 2 of these struggles, Champaran and Kedah, involved the peasants, and the one in Ahmedabad involved industrial workers. The story of Champaran begins in the early 19th century, when European planters had involved the cultivators in agreements that forced them to cultivate indigo on 3/20 of their holdings, known as the Tinkathia system. Towards the end of the 19th century, German synthetic dyes forced indigo out of the market, and the European planters of Champaran, keen to release the cultivators from the obligation of cultivating indigo, tried to turn their necessity to their advantage by securing enhancements in rent and other illegal dues as a price for the release. Resistance had surfaced in 1908 as well, but the exactions of the planters continued till Raj Kumar Shukla, a local man, decided to follow Gandhiji all over the country to persuade him to come to Champaran to investigate the problem. Raj Kumar Shukla's decision to get Gandhiji to Champaran is indicative of the image he had acquired as one who fought for the rights of the exploited and the poor. Gandhiji, on reaching Champaran, was ordered by the commissioner to immediately leave the district. But to the surprise of all concerned, Gandhiji refused and preferred to take the punishment for his defiance of the law. This was unusual, for even Tilak and Annie Besant, when externed from a particular province, obeyed the orders even though they organized public protests against them. To offer passive resistance or civil disobedience to an unjust order was indeed novel. The government of India, not willing to make an issue of it, and not yet used to treating Gandhiji as a rebel, ordered the local government to retreat and allow Gandhiji to proceed with his inquiry. A victorious Gandhiji embarked on his investigation of the peasants' grievances. Here too his method was striking. He and his colleagues, who now included Brij Kishore, Rajendra Prasad, and other members of the Bihar intelligentsia, Mahadev Desai and Narhari Parikh, 2 young men from Gujarat who had thrown in their lot with Gandhiji, and J.B. Kripalani, toured the villages and from dawn to dusk recorded the statements of peasants, interrogating them to make sure that they were giving correct information. Meanwhile, the government appointed a commission of inquiry to go into the whole issue, and nominated Gandhiji as one of its members. Armed with evidence collected from 8,000 peasants, he had little difficulty in convincing the commission that the Tinkathia system needed to be abolished, and that the peasants should be compensated for the illegal enhancement of their dues. As a compromise with the planters, he agreed that they refund only 25% of the money they had taken illegally from the peasants. Answering critics who asked why he did not ask for a full refund, Gandhiji explained that even this refund had done enough damage to the planters' prestige and position. As was often the case, Gandhiji's assessment was correct, and, within a decade, the planters left the district altogether. Gandhiji then turned his attention to the workers of Ahmedabad. A dispute was brewing between them and the mill owners over the question of a plague bonus. The employers wanted to withdraw once the epidemic had passed, but the workers insisted it stay. Since the enhancement hardly compensated for the rise in the cost of living during the war, the British collector, who feared a showdown, asked Gandhiji to bring pressure on the mill owners and work out a compromise. Ambalal Sarabhai, one of the leading mill owners of the town, was a friend of Gandhiji and had just saved the Sabarmati ashram from extinction by a generous donation. Gandhiji persuaded the mill owners and the workers to agree to arbitration by a tribunal, but the mill owners, taking advantage of a stray strike, withdrew from the agreement. They offered a 20% bonus and threatened to dismiss those who did not accept it. The breach of agreement was treated by Gandhiji as a very serious affair, and he advised the workers to go on strike. He further suggested, on the basis of a thorough study of the production costs and profits of the industry as well as the cost of living, that they would be justified in demanding a 35% increase in wages. The strike began, and Gandhiji addressed the workers every day on the banks of the Sabarmati River. He brought out a daily news bulletin and insisted that no violence be used against employers or blacklegs. Ambalal Sarabhai's sister, Anasuya Ben, was one of the main lieutenants of Gandhiji in the struggle in which her brother, and Gandhiji's friend, was one of the main adversaries. After some days, the workers began to exhibit signs of weariness. The attendance at the daily meetings began to decline, and the attitude towards blacklegs began to harden. In this situation, Gandhiji decided to go on a fast, to rally the workers and strengthen their resolve to continue. Also, he had promised that if the strike led to starvation, he would be the first to starve, and the fast was a fulfillment of that promise. The fast, however, also had the effect of putting pressure on the mill owners, and they agreed to submit the whole issue to a tribunal. The strike was withdrawn, and the tribunal later awarded the 35% increase the workers had demanded. The dispute in Ahmedabad had not yet ended when Gandhiji learnt that the peasants of Kheda district were in extreme distress due to a failure of crops, and that their appeals for the remission of land revenue were being ignored by the government. Inquiries by members of the Servants of India Society, Vithalbhai Patel and Gandhiji confirmed the validity of the peasants' case. This was that, as the crops were less than 1/4 of the normal yield, they were entitled under the revenue code to a total remission of the land revenue. The Gujarat Sabha, of which Gandhiji was the president, played a leading role in the agitation. Appeals and petitions having failed, Gandhiji advised the withholding of revenue, and asked the peasants to fight unto death against such a spirit of vindictiveness and tyranny, and show that it is impossible to govern men without their consent. Vallabhbhai Patel, a young lawyer and a native of Kheda district, and other young men, including Indulal Yagnik, joined Gandhiji in touring the villages and urging the peasants to stand firm in the face of increasing government repression, which included the seizing of cattle and household goods, and the attachment of standing crops. The cultivators were asked to take a solemn pledge that they would not pay. Those who could afford to pay were to take a vow that they would not pay in the interests of the poorer ryots who would otherwise panic and sell off their belongings, or incur DEB4S in order to pay the revenue. However, if the government agreed to suspend collection of land revenue, the ones who could afford to do so could pay the whole amount. The peasants of Kheda, already hard-pressed because of plague, high prices, arid drought, were beginning to show signs of weakness when Gandhiji came to know that the government had issued secret instructions directing that revenue should be recovered only from those peasants who could pay. A public declaration of this decision would have meant a blow to government prestige, since this was exactly what Gandhiji had been demanding. In these circumstances, the movement was withdrawn. Gandhiji later recalled that by this time the people were exhausted, and he was actually casting about for some graceful way of terminating the struggle. Champaran, Ahmedabad, and Kheda served as demonstrations of Gandhiji's style and method of politics to the country at large. They also helped him find his feet among the people of India and study their problems at close quarters. He came to possess, as a result of these struggles, a surer understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of the masses, as well as of the viability of his own political style. He also earned the respect and commitment of many political workers, especially the younger ones, who were impressed by his identification with the problems of ordinary Indians and his willingness to take up their cause. It was this reservoir of goodwill and of experience that encouraged Gandhiji, in February 1919, to call for a nationwide protest against the unpopular legislation that the British were threatening to introduce. Two bills, popularly known as the Rowlatt Bills after the man who chaired the committee that suggested their introduction, aimed at severely curtailing the civil liberties of Indians in the name of curbing terrorist violence, were introduced in the Legislative Council. One of them was actually pushed through in indecent haste in the face of opposition from all the elected Indian members. This act of the government was treated by the whole of political India as a grievous insult, especially as it came at the end of the war when substantial constitutional concessions were expected. Constitutional protest having failed, Gandhiji stepped in and suggested that a satyagraha be launched. A satyagraha sabha was formed, and the younger members of the Home Rule Leagues who were more than keen to express their disenchantment with the government flocked to join it. The old lists of the addresses of Home Rule Leagues and their members were taken out, contacts established, and propaganda begun. The form of protest finally decided upon was the observance of a nationwide Hartal strike, accompanied by fasting and prayer. In addition, it was decided that civil disobedience would be offered against specific laws. The 6th of April was fixed as the date on which the satyagraha would be launched. The movement that emerged was very different from the one that had been anticipated or planned. Delhi observed the Hartal on 30 March because of some confusion about dates, and there was considerable violence in the streets. This seemed to set the pattern in most other areas that responded to the call. Protest was generally accompanied by violence and disorder. Punjab, which was suffering from the after effects of severe wartime repression, forcible recruitment, and the ravages of disease, reacted particularly strongly, and both in Amritsar and Lahore, the situation became very dangerous for the government. Gandhiji tried to go to Punjab to help quieten the people, but the government deported him to Bombay. He found that Bombay, and even his native Gujarat, including Ahmedabad, were up in flames, and he decided to stay and try and pacify the people. Events in Punjab were moving in a particularly tragic direction. In Amritsar, the arrest of 2 local leaders on 10 April led to an attack on the town hall and the post office. Telegraph wires were cut, and Europeans, including women, were attacked. The army was called in, and the city handed over to General Dyer, who issued an order prohibiting public meetings and assemblies. On 13th of April, Baisakhi Day, a large crowd of people, many of whom were visitors from neighboring villages who had come to the town to attend the Baisakhi celebrations, collected in the Jallianwala Bagh to attend a public meeting. General Dyer, incensed that his orders were disobeyed, ordered his troops to fire upon the unarmed crowd. The shooting continued for 10 minutes. General Dyer had not thought it necessary to issue any warning to the people, nor was he deterred by the fact that the ground was totally hemmed in from all sides by high walls, which left little chance for escape. The government estimate was 379 dead. Other estimates were considerably higher. The brutality at Jallianwala Bagh stunned the entire nation. The response would come, not immediately, but a little later. For the moment, repression was intensified, Punjab placed under martial law, and the people of Amritsar forced into indignities, such as crawling on their bellies before Europeans. Gandhiji, overwhelmed by the total atmosphere of violence, withdrew the movement on 18 April. That did not mean, however, that Gandhiji had lost faith either in his non-violent satyagraha or in the capacity of the Indian people to adopt it as a method of struggle. A year later, he launched another nationwide struggle, on a scale bigger than that of the Revolt satyagraha. The wrong inflicted on Punjab was one of the major reasons for launching it. The Mahatma's Indian experiment had begun. Chapter 15. The Non-Cooperation Movement, 1920-22. The last year of the second decade of the 20th century found India highly discontented. With much cause, the Revolt Act, the Jallianwala Bagh massacre and martial law in Punjab had belied all the generous wartime promises of the British. The Montagu-Chelmsford reforms announced towards the end of 1919, with their ill-considered scheme of diarchy satisfied few. The Indian Muslims were incensed when they discovered that their loyalty had been purchased during the war by assurances of generous treatment of Turkey after the war, a promise British statesmen had no intention of fulfilling. The Muslims regarded the Caliph of Turkey as their spiritual head, and were naturally upset when they found that he would retain no control over the holy places. It was his duty as Caliph to protect. Even those who were willing to treat the happenings at Jallianwala Bagh and other places in Punjab as aberrations, that would soon be corrected, were disillusioned when they discovered that the Hunter Committee appointed by the government to inquire into the Punjab disturbances was an eyewash, and that the House of Lords had voted in favor of General Dyer's action, and that the British public had demonstrated its support by helping the Morning Post collect £30,000 for General Dyer. By the end of the first quarter of 1920, all the excuses in favor of the British government were fast running out. The Khilafat leaders were told quite clearly that they should not expect anything more, and the Treaty of Sèvres signed with Turkey in May 1920 made it amply clear that the dismemberment of the Turkish Empire was complete. Gandhiji, who had been in close touch with the Khilafat leaders for quite some time, and was a special invitee to the Khilafat conference in November, had all along been very sympathetic to their cause, especially because he felt the British had committed a breach of faith by making promises that they had no intention of keeping. In February 1920, he suggested to the Khilafat Committee that it adopt a program of non-violent cooperation to protest the government's behavior. On June 9, 1920, the Khilafat Committee at Allahabad unanimously accepted the suggestion of non-cooperation and asked Gandhiji to lead the movement. Meanwhile, the Congress was becoming skeptical of any possibility of political advance through constitutional means. It was disgusted with the Hunter Committee report, especially since it was appraised of brutalities in Punjab by its own inquiry committee. In the circumstances, it agreed to consider non-cooperation. The AICC met in May 1920 and decided to convene a special session in September to enable the Congress to decide on its course of action. It was apparent they had to work out something soon, for it was clear that the people were chafing for action. Large numbers of them, who had been awakened to political consciousness by the incessant propaganda efforts that the nationalist leadership had been making for the previous 4 decades or more, were thoroughly outraged by what they perceived as insults by the British government. To swallow these insults appeared dishonorable and cowardly. Also, many sections of Indian society suffered considerable economic distress. In the towns, the workers and artisans, the lower middle class and the middle class had been hit by high prices and shortage of food and essential commodities. The rural poor and peasants were in addition victims of widespread drought and epidemics. The movement was launched formally on 1 August 192. After the expiry of the notice that Gandhiji had given to the Viceroy in his letter of 22 June, in which he had asserted the right recognized from time immemorial of the subject to refuse to assist a ruler who misrules. Lokmanya Tilak passed away in the early hours of 1 August, and the day of mourning and of launching of the movement merged as people all over the country observed Hartal and took out processions. Many kept a fast and offered prayers. The Congress met in September at Calcutta and accepted non-cooperation as its own. The main opposition, led by C.R. Das, was to the boycott of legislative councils, elections to which were to be held very soon. But even those who disagreed with the idea of boycott accepted the Congress discipline and withdrew from the elections. The voters, too, largely stayed away. By December, when the Congress met for its annual session at Nagpur, the opposition had melted away. The elections were over, and therefore, the boycott of councils was a non-issue, and it was C.R. Das who moved the main resolution on non-cooperation. The program of non-cooperation included within its ambit the surrender of titles and honors, boycott of government-affiliated schools and colleges, law courts, foreign cloth, and could be extended to include resignation from government service, and mass civil disobedience, including the non-payment of taxes. National schools and colleges were to be set up. Panchayats were to be established for settling disputes. Hand spinning and weaving was to be encouraged, and people were asked to maintain Hindu-Muslim unity, give up untouchability and observe strict nonviolence. Gandhiji promised that if the program was fully implemented, Swaraj would be ushered in within a year. The Nagpur session, thus, committed the Congress to a program of extra-constitutional mass action. Many groups of revolutionary terrorists, especially in Bengal, also pledged support to the movement. To enable the Congress to fulfill its new commitment, significant changes were introduced in its creed as well as in its organizational structure. The goal of the Congress was changed from the attainment of self-government by constitutional and legal means to the attainment of Swaraj by peaceful and legitimate means. The new constitution of the Congress, the handiwork of Gandhiji, introduced other important changes. The Congress was now to have a working committee of 15 members to look after its day-to-day affairs. This proposal, when first made by Tilak in 1916, had been shot down by the moderate opposition. Gandhiji, too, knew that the Congress could not guide a sustained movement unless it had a compact body that worked round the year. Provincial Congress committees were now to be organized on a linguistic basis, so that they could keep in touch with the people by using the local language. The Congress organization was to reach down to the village and the mohalla level by the formation of village and mohalla or ward committees. The membership fee was reduced to 4 annas per year to enable the poor to become members. Mass involvement would also enable the Congress to have a regular source of income. In other ways, too, the organization structure was both streamlined and democratized. The Congress was to use Hindi as far as possible. The adoption of the non-cooperation movement initiated earlier by the Khilafat Conference by the Congress gave it a new energy, and from January 1921, it began to register considerable success all over the country. Gandhiji, along with the Ali brothers who were the foremost Khilafat leaders, undertook a nationwide tour, during which he addressed hundreds of meetings and met a large number of political workers. In the first month itself, thousands of students, according to one estimate, left schools and colleges and joined more than national schools and colleges that had sprung up all over the country. The educational boycott was particularly successful in Bengal, where the students in Calcutta triggered off a province-wide strike to force the managements of their institutions to disaffiliate themselves from the government. C.R. Das played a major role in promoting the movement, and Subhas Bose became the principal of the National Congress in Calcutta. The Swadeshi spirit was revived with new vigor, this time as part of a nationwide struggle. Punjab, too, responded to the educational boycott, and was second only to Bengal. Lala Lajpat Rai playing a leading part here despite his initial reservations about this item of the program. Other areas that were active were Bombay, UP, Bihar, Orissa and Assam. Madras remained lukewarm. The boycott of law courts by lawyers was not as successful as the educational boycott, but it was very dramatic and spectacular. Many leading lawyers of the country like C.R. Das, Motilal Nehru, Mr. Jayakar, Saifuddin Kichlu, Vallabhbhai Patel, C. Rajagopalachari, T. Prakasam, and Asaf Ali gave up lucrative practices, and their sacrifice became a source of inspiration for many. In numbers again Bengal led, followed by Andhra Pradesh, UP, Karnataka, and Punjab. But, perhaps, the most successful item of the program was the boycott of foreign cloth. Volunteers would go from house to house collecting clothes made of foreign cloth, and the entire community would collect to light a bonfire of the goods. Prabhudas Gandhi, who accompanied Mahatma Gandhi on his nationwide tour in the first part of 1921, recalls how at small wayside stations where their train would stop for a few minutes, Gandhiji would persuade the crowd, assembled to greet him, to at least discard their headdress on the spot. Immediately, a pile of caps, dupattas and turbans would form, and as the train moved out they would see the flames leaping upwards. 2. Picketing of shops selling foreign cloth was also a major form of the boycott. The value of imports of foreign cloth fell from Nepalese rupee 102 crore in 1920-21 to Rs. 57 crore in 1921-22. Another feature of the movement which acquired great popularity in many parts of the country, even though it was not part of the original plan, was the picketing of toddy shops. Government revenues showed considerable decline on this count, and the government was forced to actually carry on propaganda to bring home to the people the healthy effects of a good drink. The government of Bihar and Orissa even compiled and circulated a list of all the great men in history, which included Moses, Alexander, Julius Caesar, Napoleon, Shakespeare, Gladstone, Tennyson, and Bismarck, who enjoyed their liquor. The AICC, at its session at Vijayawada in March 1921, directed that for the next 3 months, congressmen should concentrate on collection of funds, enrollment of members, and distribution of charkas. As a result, a vigorous membership drive was launched, and though the target of 1 crore members was not achieved, Congress membership reached a figure roughly of 50 lakhs. The Tilak Swaraj Fund was oversubscribed, exceeding the target of rupees 1 crore. Charkas were popularized on a wide scale, and khadi became the uniform of the national movement. There was a complaint at a students' meeting Gandhiji addressed in Madurai that khadi was too costly. Gandhiji retorted that the answer lay in wearing less clothes and, from that day, discarded his dhoti and kurta in favor of a one-ango for the rest of his life. He remained a half-naked fakir. In July 1921, a new challenge was thrown to the government. Muhammad Ali, at the All India Khilafat Conference held at Karachi on July, declared that it was religiously unlawful for the Muslims to continue in the British Army, and asked that this be conveyed to every Muslim in the army. As a result, Muhammad Ali, along with other leaders, was immediately arrested. In protest, the speech was repeated at innumerable meetings all over the country. On 4 October, 47 leading congressmen, including Gandhiji, issued a manifesto repeating whatever Muhammad Ali had said, and added that every civilian and member of the armed forces should sever connections with the repressive government. The next day, the Congress Working Committee passed a similar resolution, and on 16 October, Congress committees all over the country held meetings at which the same resolution was adopted. The government was forced to ignore the whole incident and accept the blow to its prestige. The next dramatic event was the visit of the Prince of Wales, which began on November 17, 1921. The day the prince landed in Bombay was observed as a day of hartal all over the country. In Bombay, Gandhiji himself addressed a mammoth meeting in the compound of the Elphinstone Mill, owned by the nationalist Omar Shabhani, and lighted a huge bonfire of foreign cloth. Unfortunately, however, clashes occurred between those who had gone to attend the welcome function and the crowd returning from Gandhiji's meeting. Riots followed, in which Parsis, Christians, Anglo-Indians became special targets of attack as identifiable loyalists. There was police firing, and the 3-day turmoil resulted in 59 dead. Peace returned only after Gandhiji had been on fast for 3 days. The whole sequence of events left Gandhiji profoundly disturbed and worried about the likelihood of recurrence of violence once mass civil disobedience was sanctioned. The Prince of Wales was greeted with empty streets and downed shutters wherever he went. Emboldened by their successful defiance of the government, non-cooperators became more and more aggressive. The Congress Volunteer Corps emerged as a powerful parallel police, and the sight of its members marching in formation and dressed in uniform was hardly one that warmed the government's heart. The Congress had already granted permission to the PCCs to sanction mass civil disobedience wherever they thought the people were ready, and in some areas, such as Midnapore district in Bengal, which had started a movement against union board taxes, and Chiralapirala and Pedanandipadu Taluka in Guntur district of Andhra. No tax movements were already in the offing. The non-cooperation movement had other indirect effects as well. In the Awadh area of UP, where Kisan Sabhas and a Kisan movement had been gathering strength since 1918, non-cooperation propaganda, carried on among others by Jawaharlal Nehru, helped to fan the already existing ferment, and soon it became difficult to distinguish between a non-cooperation meeting and a Kisan meeting. In Malabar in Kerala, non-cooperation and Khilafat propaganda helped to arouse the Muslims' tenants against their landlords, but the movement here, unfortunately at Tunes, took on a communal color. In Assam, laborers on tea plantations went on strike. When the fleeing workers were fired upon, there were strikes on the steamer service, and on the Assam-Bengal Railway as well. J.M. Sengupta, the Bengali nationalist leader, played a leading role in these developments. In Midnapore, a cultivator strike against a white zamindari company was led by a Calcutta medical student. Defiance of forest laws became popular in Andhra. Peasants and tribals in some of the Rajasthan states began movements for securing better conditions of life. In Punjab, the Akali movement for testoning control of the Gurudwaras from the corrupt Mahants priests was a part of the general movement of non-cooperation, and the Akalis observed strict non-violence in the face of tremendous repression. The examples could be multiplied, but the point is that the spirit of unrest and defiance of authority engendered by the non-cooperation movement contributed to the rise of many local movements in different parts of the country, movements which did not often adhere strictly either to the program of the non-cooperation movement or even to the policy of non-violence. In this situation, it was hardly surprising that the government came to the conclusion that its earlier policy had not met with success, and that the time to strike had arrived. In September 1920, at the beginning of the movement, the government had thought it best to leave it alone, as repression would only make martyrs of the nationalists and fan the spirit of revolt. In May 1921, it had tried, through the Gandhi reading talks, to persuade Gandhiji to ask the Ali brothers to withdraw from their speeches those passages that contained suggestions of violence. This was an attempt to drive a wedge between the Khilafat leaders and Gandhiji, but it failed. By December, the government felt that things were really going too far and announced a change of policy by declaring the Volunteer Corps illegal and arresting all those who claimed to be its members. C.R. Das was among the first to be arrested, followed by his wife Basanti Devi, whose arrest so incensed the youth of Bengal that thousands came forward to court arrest. In the next 2 months, over 30,000 people were arrested from all over the country, and soon only Gandhiji out of the top leadership remained out of jail. In mid-December, there was an abortive attempt at negotiations, initiated by Malavia, but the conditions offered were such that it meant sacrificing the Khilafat leaders, a course that Gandhiji would not accept. In any case, the home government had already decided against a settlement and ordered the Viceroy, Lord Reading, to withdraw from the negotiations. Repression continued. Public meetings and assemblies were banned, newspapers gagged, and midnight raids on Congress and Khilafat offices became common. Gandhiji had been under considerable pressure from the Congress rank and file, as well as the leadership to start the phase of mass civil disobedience. The Ahmedabad session of the Congress in December 1921 had appointed him the sole authority on the issue. The government showed no signs of relenting, and had ignored both the appeal of the all-parties conference held in mid-January 1922, as well as Gandhiji's letter to the Viceroy announcing that, unless the government lifted the ban on civil liberties and released political prisoners, he would be forced to go ahead with mass civil disobedience. The Viceroy was unmoved, and left with no choice, Gandhiji announced that mass civil disobedience would begin in Bardoli Taluka of Surat district. and that all other parts of the country should cooperate by maintaining total discipline and quiet, so that the entire attention of the movement could be concentrated on Bardoli. But Bardoli was destined to wait for another 6 years before it could launch a no-tax movement. Its fate was decided by the action of members of a Congress and Caliphate procession at Chauri Chaura, in Gorakhpur district of UP. On February 5, 1922, irritated by the behavior of some policemen, a section of the crowd attacked them. The police opened fire. At this, the entire procession attacked the police, and when the latter hid inside the police station, set fire to the building. Policemen who tried to escape were hacked to pieces and thrown into the fire. In all, 22 policemen were done to dead. On hearing of the incident, Gandhiji decided to withdraw the movement. He also persuaded the Congress Working Committee to ratify his decision, and thus, on February 12, 1922, the non-cooperation movement came to an end. Gandhiji's decision to withdraw the movement in response to the violence at Chauri Chaura raised a controversy whose heat can still be felt in staid academic seminars and sober volumes of history. Motilal Nehru, C.R. Das, Jawaharlal Nehru, Subhas Bose, and many others have recorded their utter bewilderment on hearing the news. They could not understand why the whole country had to pay the price for the crazy behavior of some people in a remote village. Many in the country thought that the Mahatma had failed miserably as a leader, and that his days of glory were over. Many later commentators, following the tradition established by R. Palm Dutt in India today, have continued to condemn the decision taken by Gandhiji, and seen in it proof of the Mahatma's concern for the propertied classes of Indian society. Their argument is that Gandhiji did not withdraw the movement simply because of his belief in the necessity of nonviolence. He withdrew it because the action at Chauri Chaura was a symbol and an indication of the growing militancy of the Indian masses, of their growing radicalization, of their willingness to launch an attack on the status quo of property relations. Frightened by this radical possibility, and by the prospect of the movement going out of his hands and into the hands of radical forces, and in order to protect the interests of landlords and capitalists who would inevitably be at the receiving end of this violence, Gandhiji cried halt to the movement. They have found supportive proof in the resolution of the Congress Working Committee of February 12, 1922, popularly known as the Bardoli Resolution, which, while announcing the withdrawal, asked the peasants to pay taxes and tenants to pay rents. This, they say, was the real though hidden motive behind the historic decision of February 1922. It seems, however, that Gandhiji's critics have been less than fair to him. First, the argument that violence in a remote village could not be a sufficient cause for the decision is in itself a weak one. Gandhiji had repeatedly warned that he did not even want any non-violent movement in any other part of the country, while he was conducting mass civil disobedience in Bardoli, and in fact had asked the Andhra PCC to withdraw the permission that it had granted to some of the district Congress committees to start civil disobedience. One obvious reason for this was that, in such a situation of mass ferment and activity, the movement might easily take a violent turn, either due to its own volatile nature, or because of provocation by the authorities concerned, as had actually happened in Bombay in November 1921 and later in Chauri Chaura. Also, if violence occurred anywhere, it could easily be made the excuse by the government to launch a massive attack on the movement as a whole. The government could always cite the actual violence in one part as proof of the likelihood of violence in another part of the country, and thus justify its repression. This would upset the whole strategy of non-violent civil disobedience, which was based on the principle that the forces of repression would always stand exposed, since they would be using armed force against peaceful civil resistors. It was therefore not enough to assert that there was no connection between Chauri Chaura and Bardoli. It is entirely possible that in Gandhiji's assessment, the chances of his being allowed to conduct a mass civil disobedience campaign in Bardoli had receded further after Chauri Chaura. The government would have had excuse to remove him and other activists from the scene and use force to cow down the people. Mass civil disobedience would be defeated even before it was given a fair trail. By taking the onus of withdrawal on himself and on the working committee, Gandhiji was protecting the movement from likely repression, and the people from demoralization. True, the withdrawal itself led to considerable demoralization, especially of the active political workers. But it is likely that the repression and crushing of the movement, as happened in 1932, would have led to even greater demoralization. Perhaps, in the long run, it was better to have felt that if only Gandhiji had not withdrawn the movement, it would have surged forward, than to see it crushed and come to the conclusion that it was not possible for a mass movement to succeed in the face of government repression. It is necessary to remember that, after all, the non-cooperation movement was the first attempt at an all-India mass struggle against the British, and a serious reverse at this elementary stage could have led to a prolonged period of demoralization and passivity. The other argument that the real motive for withdrawal was the fear of the growth of radical forces, and that Chauri Chaura was proof of the emergence of precisely such a radical sentiment, is on even thinner ground. The crowd at Chauri Chaura had not demonstrated any intention of attacking landlords or overturning the structure of property relations. They were merely angered by the overbearing behavior of policemen and vented their wrath by attacking them. Peasant unrest in most of Awadh and Malabar had died out long before this time, and the Ika movement that was on in some of the rural areas of Awadh showed no signs of wanting to abolish the zamindari system. It only wanted zamindars to stop illegal cesses and arbitrary rent enhancements. In fact, one of the items of the oath that was taken by peasants who joined the Ika movement was that they would pay rent regularly at Kharif and Rabi. The no-tax movement Guntur was very much within the framework of the non-cooperation movement. It was directed against the government and remained totally peaceful. Moreover, it was already on the decline before February 1922. It is difficult to discern where the threat from radical tendencies is actually located. That the Bardoli resolution, which announced the withdrawal, also contained clauses which asked peasants to pay up taxes and tenants to pay up rents, and assured zamindars that the Congress had no intention of depriving them of their rights, is also no proof of hidden motives. The Congress had, at no stage during the movement, sanctioned non-payment of rent or questioned the rights of zamindars. The resolution was merely a reiteration of its position on this issue. Non-payment of taxes was obviously to cease if the movement as a whole was being withdrawn. There are also some indications that Gandhiji's decision may have been prompted by the fact that in many parts of the country, by the second half of, the movement had shown clear signs of being on the ebb. Students had started drifting back to schools and colleges, lawyers and litigants to law courts. The commercial classes showed signs of weariness and worry at the accumulating stocks of foreign cloth. Attendance at meetings and rallies had dwindled, both in the urban and rural areas. This does not mean that in some pockets, like Bardoli in Gujarat or Guntur in Andhra, where intensive political work had been done, the masses were not ready to carry on the struggle. But the mass enthusiasm that was evident all over the country in the first part of had, perhaps, receded. The cadre and the active political workers were willing to carry on the fight, but a mass movement of such a nature required the active participation of the masses, and not only of the highly motivated among them. However, at the present stage of research, it is not possible to argue this position with great force. We only wish to urge the possibility that this too was among the factors that led to the decision to withdraw. Gandhiji's critics often fail to recognize that mass movements have an inherent tendency to ebb after reaching a certain height, that the capacity of the masses to withstand repression, endure suffering and make sacrifices is not unlimited, that a time comes when breathing space is required to consolidate, recuperate, and gather strength for the next round of struggle, and that therefore, withdrawal or a shift to a phase of non-confrontation is an inherent part of a strategy of political action that is based on the masses. Withdrawal is not tantamount to betrayal, it is an inevitable part of the strategy itself. Of course, whether or not the withdrawal was made at the correct time can always be a matter open to debate. But perhaps Gandhiji had enough reasons to believe that the moment he chose was the right one. The movement had already gone on for over a year, the government was in no mood for negotiations, and Chauri Chaura presented an opportunity to retreat with honor before the internal weaknesses of the movement became apparent enough to force a surrender or make the retreat look like a rout. Gandhiji had promised Swaraj within a year if his program was adopted. But the year was long over, the movement was withdrawn, and there was no sign of Swaraj or even of any tangible concessions. Had it all been in vain? Was the movement a failure? One could hardly answer in the affirmative. The non-cooperation movement had in fact succeeded on many counts. It certainly demonstrated that it commanded the support and sympathy of vast sections of the Indian people. After non-cooperation, the charge of representing a microscopic minority, made by the Viceroy Dufferin in 1888, could never again be hurled at the Indian National Congress. Its reach among many sections of Indian peasants, workers, artisans, shopkeepers, traders, professionals, white-collar employees, had been demonstrated. The spatial spread of the movement was also nationwide. Some areas were more active than others, but there were few that showed no signs of activity at all. The capacity of the poor dumb millions of India to take part in modern nationalist politics was also demonstrated. By their courage, sacrifice, and fortitude in the face of adversity and repression, they dispelled the notion that the desire for national freedom was the preserve of the educated and the rich, and showed that it was an elemental urge common to all members of a subject nation. They may not as yet have fully comprehended all its implications, understood all the arguments put forth in its favor, or observed all the discipline that the movement demanded for its successful conduct. This was, after all, for many of them, first contact with the modern world of nationalist politics and the modern ideology of nationalism. This was the first time that nationalists from the towns, students from schools and colleges, or even the educated and politically aware in the villages had made a serious attempt to bring the ideology and the movement into their midst. Its success was bound to be limited, the weaknesses many. There were vast sections of the masses that even then remained outside the ambit of the new awakening. But this was only the beginning, and more serious and consistent efforts were yet in the offing. But the change was striking. The tremendous participation of Muslims in the movement, and the maintenance of communal unity, despite the Malabar developments, was in itself no mean achievement. There is hardly any doubt that it was Muslim participation that gave the movement its truly mass character in many areas. At some places 2/3 of those arrested were Muslims. And it was, indeed, unfortunate that this most positive feature of the movement was not to be repeated in later years once communalism began to take its toll. The fraternization that was witnessed between Hindus and Muslims, with Gandhiji and other Congress leaders speaking from mosques, Gandhiji being allowed to address meetings of Muslim women in which he was the only male who was not blindfolded, all these began to look like romantic dreams in later years. The retreat that was ordered on February was only a temporary one. The battle was over, but the war would continue. To the challenge thrown by Montagu and Birkenhead, that India would not challenge with success the most determined people in the world, who would once again answer the challenge with all the vigor and determination at its command, Gandhiji, in an article written in Young India on February, after the withdrawal of the movement, replied, It is high time that the British people were made to realize that the fight that was commenced in 1920 is a fight to the finish, whether it lasts 1 month or 1 year or many months or many years, and whether the representatives of Britain reenact all the indescribable orgies of the mutiny days with redoubled force, or whether they do not. Chapter 16, Peasant Movements, and Nationalism in the 1920s. Peasant discontent against established authority was a familiar feature of the 19th century. But in the 20th century, the movements that emerged out of this discontent were marked by a new feature. They were deeply influenced by, and in their turn had a marked impact on the ongoing struggle for national freedom. To illustrate the complex nature of this relationship, we will recount the story of 3 important peasant struggles that emerged in the second and third decade of the country. The Kisan Sabha and Eka movements in Awadh and UP, the Mapila Rebellion in Malabar, and the Bardoli Satyagraha in Gujarat. Following the annexation of Awadh in 1856, the second half of the 19th century had seen the strengthening of the hold of the talukdars, or big landlords, over the agrarian society of the province. This had led to a situation in which exorbitant rents, illegal levies, renewal fees or nazrana, and arbitrary ejectments or badakli had made life miserable for the majority of the cultivators. The high price of food and other necessities that accompanied and followed World War I made the oppression all the more difficult to bear, and the tenants of Awadh were ripe for a message of resistance. It was the more active members of the Home Rule League in UP who initiated the process of the organization of the peasants of the province on modem lines into Kisan Sabhas. The UP Kisan Sabha was set up in February 1918 through the efforts of Gauri Shankar Misra and Lindra Narain Dwivedi, and with the support of Madan Mohan Malaviya. The UP Kisan Sabha demonstrated considerable activity, and by June 1919 had established at least 450 branches in 173 tehsils of the province. A consequence of this activity was that a large number of Kisan delegates from UP attended the Delhi and Amritsar sessions of the Indian National Congress in December 1918 and 1919. Towards the end of 1919, the first signs of grassroots peasant activity were evident in the reports of a Nai Dobi band, a form of social boycott, on an estate in Pratapgarh district. By the summer of 1920, in the villages of Talukdari Awadh, Kisan meetings called by village panchayats became frequent. The names of Thinuri Singh and Durgapal Singh were associated with this development. But soon another leader, who became famous by the name of Baba Ramchandra, emerged as the rallying point. Baba Ramchandra, a Brahmin from Maharashtra, was a wanderer who had left home at the age of 13, done a stint as an indentured laborer in Fiji, and finally turned up in Faizabad in UP in 1909. Till 1920, he had wandered around as a sadhu, carrying a copy of Tulsidas's Ramavan on his back, from which he would often recite verses to rural audiences. In the middle of 1920, however, he emerged as a leader of the peasants of Awadh, and soon demonstrated considerable leadership and organizational capacities. In June 1920, Baba Ramchandra led a few hundred tenants from the Jaunpur and Pratapgarh districts to Allahabad. There he met Gauri Shankar Misra and Jawaharlal Nehru and asked them to visit the villages to see for themselves the living conditions of the tenants. The result was that, between June and August, Jawaharlal Nehru made several visits to the rural areas and developed close contacts with the Kisan Sabha movement. Meanwhile, the Kisans found sympathy in Mehta, the deputy commissioner of Pratapgarh, who promised to investigate complaints forwarded to him. The Kisan Sabha at Village Roar in Pratapgarh district became the center of activity, and about 1 lakh tenants were reported to have registered their complaints with this Sabha on the payment of 1 anna each. Gauri Shankar Mia was also very active in Pratapgarh during this period, and was in the process of working out an agreement with Mehta over some of the crucial tenant complaints such as Badakli and Nazrana. But, in August 1920, Mehta went on leave, and the Talukdars used the opportunity to strike at the growing Kisan movement. They succeeded in getting Ramchandra and 32 Kisans arrested on a trumped-up charge of theft on August 28, 1920. Incensed at this, 4,000 to 5,000 Kisans collected at Pratapgarh to see their leaders in jail, and were dispersed after a great deal of persuasion. 10 days later, a rumor that Gandhiji was coming to secure the release of Baba Ramchandra brought 10 to 20,000 Kisans to Pratapgarh. And this time, they returned to their homes only after Baba Ramchandra gave them darshan from atop a tree in a sugarcane field. By now, their numbers had swelled to 60,000. Mehta was called back from leave to deal with the situation, and he quickly withdrew the case of theft, and attempted to bring pressure on the landlords to change their ways. This easy victory, however, gave a new confidence to the movement, and it burgeoned forth. Meanwhile, the Congress at Calcutta had chosen the path of non-cooperation, and many nationalists of UP had committed themselves to the new political path. But there were others, including Madan Mohan Malaviya, who preferred to stick to constitutional agitation. These differences were reflected in the UP Kisan Sabha as well, and soon the non-cooperators set up an alternative Ud Kisan Sabha at Pratapgarh on October 17, 1920. This new body succeeded in integrating under its banner all the grassroots Kisan Sabhas that had emerged in the districts of Awadh in the past few months. Through the efforts of Misra, Jawaharlal Nehru, Mata Badal Pandey, Baba Ramchandra, Deo Narayan Pandey and Kedar Nath, the new organization brought under its wing, by the end of October, over 330 Kisan Sabhas. The Ud Kisan Sabha asked the Kisans to refuse to till Badakli land, not to offer Hari and Bigar forms of unpaid labor, to boycott those who did not accept these conditions, and to solve their disputes through panchayats. The first big show of strength of the Sabha was the rally held at Ayodhya, near Faizabad town, on 20 and 21 December, which was attended by roughly 100,000 peasants. At this rally, Baba Ramchandra turned up bound in ropes to symbolize the oppression of the Kisans. A marked feature of the Kisan Sabha movement was that Kisans belonging to the high as well as the low castes were to be found in its ranks. In January 1921, however, the nature of the peasant activity underwent a marked change. The centers of activity were primarily the districts of Raebareli, Faizabad, and to a lesser extent, Sultanpur. The pattern of activity was the looting of bazaars, houses, granaries, and clashes with the police. A series of incidents, small and big, but similar in character. Some, such as the ones at Munshiganj and Karhaya Bazaar in Raebareli, were sparked off by the arrests or rumors of arrest of leaders. The lead was often taken not by recognized Kisan Sabha activists, but by local figures, sadhus, holy men, and disinherited expropriators. The government, however, had little difficulty in suppressing these outbreaks of violence. Crowds were fired upon and dispersed, leaders and activists arrested, cases launched, and, except for a couple of incidents in February and March, the movement was over by the end of January itself. In March, the Seditious Meetings Act was brought in to cover the affected districts, and all political activity came to a standstill. Nationalists continued to defend the cases of the tenants in the courts, but could do little else. The government, meanwhile, pushed through the Rent Amendment Act, and though it brought little relief to the tenants, it helped to rouse hopes, and in its own way, assisted in the decline of the movement. Towards the end of the year, peasant discontent surfaced again in Awadh. This time the centers were the districts of Hardoi, Bahraich, and Sitapur in the northern part of the province. The initial thrust here was provided by Congress and Khilafat leaders, and the movement grew under the name of the Ika, or Unity Movement. The main grievances here related to the extraction of a rent that was generally 50% higher than the recorded rent, the oppression of thikidars to whom the work of rent collection was farmed out, and the practice of share rents. The Ike meetings were marked by a religious ritual, in which a hole that represented the river Ganges was dug in the ground and filled with water. A priest was brought in to preside, and the assembled peasants owed that they would pay only the recorded rent but pay it on time, would not leave when ejected, would refuse to do forced labor, would give no help to criminals, and abide by the panchayat decisions. The Ika movement, however, soon developed its own grassroots leadership in the form of Madari Pasi and other low-caste leaders, who were no particularly inclined to accept the discipline of non-violence that the Congress and Khilafat leaders urged. As a result, the movement's contact with the nationalists diminished, and it went its own way. However, unlike the earlier Kisan Sabha movement that was based almost solely on tenants, the Ike movement included in its ranks many small zamindars, who found themselves disenchanted with the government because of its heavy land revenue demand. By March 1922, however, severe repression on the part of the authorities succeeded in bringing the Ika movement to its end. In August 1921, peasant discontent erupted in the Malabar district of Kerala. Here Mappila Muslim tenants rebelled. Their grievances related to lack of any security of tenure, renewal fees, high rents, and other oppressive landlord exactions. In the 19th century as well, there had been cases of Mappila resistance to landlord oppression, but what erupted in was on a different scale together. The impetus for resistance had first come from the Malabar District Congress Conference, held at Manjeri in April 1920. This conference supported the tenants' cause and demanded legislation to regulate landlord-tenant relations. The change was significant because earlier the landlords had successfully prevented the Congress from committing itself to the tenants' cause. The Manjeri Conference was followed by the formation of a tenants association at Kozhikode, and soon tenants associations were set up in other parts of the district. Simultaneously, the Khilafat movement was also extending its sweep. In fact, there was hardly any way one could distinguish between Khilafat and tenants meetings. The leaders and the audience were the same, and the two movements were inextricably merged into one. The social base of the movement was primarily among the Mappila tenants, and Hindus were quite conspicuous by their absence, though the movement could count on a number of Hindu leaders. Disturbed by the growing popularity of the Khilafat tenant agitation, which had received considerable impetus from the visits of Gandhiji, Shaukat Rao, and Maulana Azad, the government issued prohibitory notices on all Khilafat meetings on February 5, 1921. On 18 February, all the prominent Khilafat and Congress leaders, Yaqub Hassan, Ugopala Menon, P. Moideen Koya, and K. Madhavan Nair, were arrested. This resulted in the leadership passing into the hands of the local Mappila leaders. Angered by repression and encouraged by rumors that the British weakened as a result of the World War, were no longer in a position to take strong military action. The Mappilas began to exhibit increasing signs of turbulence and defiance of authority, but the final break came only when the district magistrate of Aranad Taluk, E.F. Thomas, on August 20, 1921, accompanied by a contingent of police and troops, raided the mosque at Tirurangadi to arrest Ali Musaliar, a Khilafat leader and a highly respected priest. They found only 3 fairly insignificant Khilafat volunteers and arrested them. However, the news that spread was that the famous Mambrath Mosque, of which Musaliar was the priest, had been raided and destroyed by the British Army. Soon Mappilas from Kottakkal, Tanur and Parpanagadi converged at Tirurangadi, and their leaders met the British officers to secure the release of the arrested volunteers. The people were quiet and peaceful, but the police opened fire on the unarmed crowd, and many were killed. A clash ensued, and government offices were destroyed, records burnt, and the treasury looted. The rebellion soon spread into the Aranad, Waluvanad, and Ponani taluks, all Mapila strongholds. In the first stage of the rebellion, the targets of attack were the unpopular Janmis landlords, mostly Hindu, the symbols of government authorities such as Kuchera's courts, police stations, treasuries, and offices, and British planters. Lenient landlords and poor Hindus were rarely touched. Rebels would travel many miles through territory populated by Hindus and attack only the landlords and burn their records. Some of the rebel leaders, like Kunhamid Haji, took special care to see that Hindus were not molested or looted, and even punished those among the rebels who attacked the Hindus. Kunhamid Haji also did not discriminate in favor of Muslims. He ordered the execution and punishment of a number of pro-government Mapilas as well. But once the British declared martial law and repression began in earnest, the character of the rebellion underwent a definite change. Many Hindus were either pressurized into helping the authorities or voluntarily gave assistance, and this helped to strengthen the already existing anti-Hindu sentiment among the poor illiterate Mapilas, who in any case were motivated by a strong religious ideology. Forced conversions, attacks on, and murders of Hindus increased as the sense of desperation mounted. What had been largely an anti-government and anti-landlord affair acquired strong communal overtones. The Mapilas' recourse to violence had in any case driven a wedge between them and the non-cooperation movement, which was based on the principle of non-violence. The communalization of the rebellion completed the isolation of the Mapilas. British repression did the rest, and by December 1921 all resistance had come to a stop. The toll was heavy indeed. 2,337 Mapilas had lost their lives. Unofficial estimates placed the number at above 10,000. A total of 45,404 rebels were captured or had surrendered. But the toll was in fact even heavier, though in a very different way. From then onwards, the militant Mapilas were so completely crushed and demoralized that till independence their participation in any form of politics was almost nil. They neither joined the national movement nor the peasant movement that was to grow in Kerala in later years under the left leadership. The peasant movements in UP and Malabar were thus closely linked with the politics at the national level. In UP, the impetus had come from the Home Rule Leagues, and later from the Enanon Cooperation and Khilafat movement. In Awadh, in the early months of 1921 when peasant activity was at its peak, it was difficult to distinguish between a non-cooperation meeting and a peasant rally. A similar situation arose in Malabar, where Khilafat and tenants' meetings merged into one. But in both places, the recourse to violence by the peasants created a distance between them and the national movement, and led to appeals by the nationalist leaders to the peasants that they should not indulge in violence. Often, the national leaders, especially Gandhiji, also asked the peasants to desist from taking extreme action like stopping the payment of rent to landlords. This divergence between the actions and perceptions of peasants and local leaders and the understanding of the national leaders had often been interpreted as a sign of the fear of the middle class or bourgeois leadership that the movement would go out of its own safe hands into that of supposedly more radical and militant leaders of the people. The call for restraint, both in the demands as well as in the methods used, is seen as proof of concern for the landlords and propertied classes of Indian society. It is possible, however, that the advice of the national leadership was prompted by the desire to protect the peasants from the consequences of violent revolt, consequences which did not remain hidden for long as both in UP and Malabar. The government launched heavy repression in order to crush the movements. Their advice that peasants should not push things too far with the landlords by refusing to pay rent could also stem from other considerations. The peasants themselves were not demanding abolition of rent or landlordism. They only wanted an end to ejectments, illegal levies, and exorbitant rents, demands which the national leadership supported. The recourse to extreme measures like refusal to pay rent was likely to push even the small landlords further into the lap of the government and destroy any chances of their maintaining a neutrality towards the ongoing conflict between the government and the national movement. The no-tax movement that was launched in Bardoli Taluk of Surat district in Gujarat in 1928 was also in many ways a child of the non-cooperation days. Bardoli Taluk had been selected in as the place from where Gandhiji would launch the civil disobedience campaign, but events in Charishora had changed all that, and the campaign never took off. However, a marked change had taken place in the area because of the various preparations for the civil disobedience movement, and the end result was that Bardoli had undergone a process of intense politicization and awareness of the political scene. The local leaders such as the brothers Kalyanji and Kunverji Mehta and Dayalji Desai had worked hard to spread the message of the non-cooperation movement. These leaders, who had been working in the district as social reformers and political activists for at least a decade prior to non-cooperation, had set up many national schools, persuaded students to leave government schools, carried out the boycott of foreign cloth and liquor, and had captured the Surat municipality. After the withdrawal of the non-cooperation movement, the Bardoli congressmen had settled down to intense constructive work. Stung by Gandhiji's rebuke in 1922, that they had done nothing for the upliftment of the low-caste untouchable and tribal inhabitants, who were known by the name of Kaliparaj dark people, to distinguish them from the high caste or Ujaliparaj fair people, and who formed 60% of the population of the taluk. These men, who belonged to high castes, started work among the Kaliparaj through a network of 6 ashrams that were spread out over the taluk. These ashrams, many of which survive to this day as living institutions working for the education of the tribals, did much to lift the Taluk out of the demoralization that had followed the withdrawal of 1922. Kunverji Mehta and Keshavji Ganeshji learnt the tribal dialect and developed a Kaliparaj literature with the assistance of the educated members of the Kaliparaj community, which contained poems and prose that aroused the Kaliparaj against the Hali system, under which they labored as hereditary laborers for upper caste landowners, and exhorted them to abjure intoxicating drinks and high marriage expenses, which led to financial ruin. Bhajan mandalas consisting of Kaliparaj and Ujjaliparaj members were used to spread the message. Night schools were started to educate the Kaliparaj, and in 1927 a school for the education of Kaliparaj children was set up in Bardoli town. Ashram workers had to often CCE the hostility of upper caste landowners, who feared that all this would spoil their labor. Annual Kaliparaj conferences were held in 1922, and, in 1927, Gandhiji, who presided over the annual conference, initiated an inquiry into the conditions of the Kaliparaj, who he also now renamed as Rani Paraf, or the inhabitants of the forest in preference to the derogatory term Kaliparaj, or dark people. Many leading figures of Gujarat, including Narhari Parikh and Jugatram Dev, conducted the inquiry, which turned into a severe indictment of the Hall system, exploitation by moneylenders and sexual exploitation of women by upper castes. As a result of this, the Congress had built up a considerable base among the Kaliparaj, and could count on their support in the future. Simultaneously, of course, the ashram workers had continued to work among the landowning peasants as well, and had to an extent regained their influence among them. Therefore, when in January 1926 it became known that Jayakar, the officer charged with the duty of reassessment of the land revenue demand of the Taluk, had recommended a 30% increase over the existing assessment, the Congress leaders were quick to protest against the increase and set up the Bardoli Inquiry Committee to go into the issue. Its report, published in July 1926, came to the conclusion that the increase was unjustified. This was followed by a campaign in the press, the lead being taken by Young India and Navjivan, edited by Gandhiji. The constitutionalist leaders of the area, including the members of the Legislative Council, also took up the issue. In July 1927, the government reduced the enhancement to 21.97%. But the concessions were too meager and came too late to satisfy anybody. The constitutionalist leaders now began to advise the peasants to resist by paying only the current amount and withholding the enhanced amount. The ashram group, on the other hand, argued that the entire amount must be withheld if it was to have any effect on the government. However, at this stage, the peasants seemed more inclined to heed the advice of the moderate leaders. Gradually, however, as the limitations of the constitutional leadership became more apparent, and their unwillingness to lead even a movement based on the refusal of the enhanced amount was clear, the peasants began to move towards the ashram group of Congress leaders. The latter, on their pan, had in the meanwhile contacted Vallabhbhai Patel, and were persuading him to take on the leadership of the movement. A meeting of representatives of 60 villages at Bamni, in Kadod division formally, invited Vallabhbhai to lead the campaign. The local leaders also met Gandhiji, and after having assured him that the peasants were fully aware of the implications of such a campaign, secured his approval. Patel reached Bardoli on 4 February, and immediately had a series of meetings with the representatives of the peasants and the constitutionalist leaders. At one such meeting, the moderate leaders frankly told the audience that their methods had failed, and they should now try Vallabhbhai's methods. Vallabhbhai explained to the peasants the consequences of their proposed plan of action, and advised them to give the matter a week's thought. He then returned to Ahmedabad, and wrote a letter to the governor of Bombay, explaining the miscalculations in the settlement report, and requesting him to appoint an independent inquiry. Else, he wrote, he would have to advise the peasants to refuse to pay the land revenue and suffer the consequences. On 12 February, Patel returned to Bardoli and explained the situation, including the government's curt reply, to the peasants' representatives. Following this, a meeting of the occupants of Bardoli Taluk passed a resolution advising all occupants of land to refuse payment of the revised assessment until the government appointed an independent tribunal or accepted the current amount as full payment. Peasants were asked to take oaths in the name of Prabhu, the Hindu name for God, and Khuda, the Muslim name for God, that they would not pay the land revenue. The resolution was followed by the recitation of sacred texts from the Gita and the Quran, and songs from Kabir, who symbolized Hindu-Muslim unity. The satyagraha had begun. Vallabhbhai Paid was ideally suited for leading the campaign. A veteran of the Kheda Satyagraha, the Nagpur Flag Satyagraha, and the Borsad Punitive Tax Satyagraha, he had emerged as a leader of Gujarat who was second only to Gandhiji. His capacities as an organizer, speaker, indefatigable campaigner, inspirer of ordinary men and women were already known, but it was the women of Bardoli who gave him the title of Sardar. The residents of Bardoli to this day recall the stirring effect of the Sardar's speeches, which he delivered in an idiom and style that was close to the peasant's heart. The Sardar divided the Taluk into 13 workers' camps or shavanas, each under the charge of an experienced leader. 100 political workers drawn from all over the province, assisted by 1,500 volunteers, many of whom were students, formed the army of the movement. A publications bureau that brought out the daily Bardoli Satyagraha Patrika was set up. This Patrika contained reports about the movement, speeches of the leaders, pictures of the Jabti or confiscation proceedings and other news. An army of volunteers distributed this to the farthest corners of the Taluk. The movement also had its own intelligence wing, whose job was to find out who the indecisive peasants were. The members of the intelligence wing would shadow them night and day to see that they did not pay their dues, secure information about government moves, especially of the likelihood of jabti confiscation, and then warn the villagers to lock up their houses or flee to neighboring Baroda. The main mobilization was done through extensive propaganda via meetings, speeches, pamphlets, and door-to-door persuasion. Special emphasis was placed on the mobilization of women, and many women activists like Mitubin Petit, a Parsi lady from Bombay, Bakhtiba, the wife of Darbar Gopaldas, Manibin Patel, the Sardar's daughter, Shardaben Shah and Sharda Mehta were recruited for the purpose. As a result, women often outnumbered men at the meetings and stood firm in their resolve not to submit to government threats. Students were another special target, and they were asked to persuade their families to remain thin. Those who showed signs of weakness were brought into line by means of social pressure and threats of social boycott. Caste and village panchayats were used effectively for this purpose, and those who opposed the movement had to face the prospect of being refused essential services from sweepers, barbers, washermen, agricultural laborers, and of being socially boycotted by their kinsmen and neighbors. These threats were usually sufficient to prevent any weakening. Government officials faced the worst of this form of pressure. They were refused supplies, services, transport, and found it almost impossible to carry out their official duties. The work that the Congress leaders had done among the Kaliparaj people also paid dividends during this movement, and the government was totally unsuccessful in its attempts to use them against the upper caste peasants. Sardar Patel and his colleagues also made constant efforts to see that they carried the constitutionalist and moderate leadership, as well as public opinion, with them on all important issues. The result of this was that very soon the government found even its supporters and sympathizers, as well as impartial men, deserting its side. Many members of the Bombay Legislative Council like K. Munshi and Laiji Naranji, the representatives of the Indian Merchants' Chamber, who were not hot-headed extremists, resigned their seats. By July 1928, the Viceroy, Lord Irwin, himself began to doubt the correctness of the Bombay government's stand, and put pressure on Governor Wilson to find a way out. Uncomfortable questions had started appearing in the British Parliament as well. Public opinion in the country was getting more and more restive and anti-government. Peasants in many parts of Bombay Presidency were threatening to agitate for revision of the revenue assessments in their areas. Workers in Bombay textile mills were on strike, and there was a threat that Patel and the Bombay Communists would combine in bringing about a railway strike that would make movement of troops and supplies to Bardoli impossible. The Bombay Youth League and other organizations had mobilized the people of Bombay for huge public meetings and demonstrations. Punjab was offering to send Jathas on foot to Bardoli. Gandhiji had shifted to Bardoli on August 2, 1928, in order to take over the reins of the movement if Patel was arrested. All told, a retreat, if it could be covered up by a face-saving device, seemed the best way out for the government. The face-saving device was provided by the Legislative Council members from Surat, who wrote a letter to the governor assuring him that his precondition for an inquiry would be satisfied. The letter contained no reference to what the precondition was, though everyone knew that it was full payment of the enhanced rent, because an understanding had already been reached that the full enhanced rent would not be paid. Nobody took the governor seriously when he declared that he had secured an unconditional surrender. It was the Bardoli peasants who had won. The inquiry, conducted by a judicial officer, Broomfield, and a revenue officer, Maxwell, came to the conclusion that the increase had been unjustified, and reduced the enhancement to 6.03%. The New Statesman of London summed up the whole affair on May. The report of the committee constitutes the worst rebuff which any local government in India has received for many years, and may have far-reaching results. It would be difficult to find an incident quite comparable with this in the long and controversial annals of Indian land revenue. The relationship of Bardoli and other peasant struggles with the struggle for freedom can best be described in Gandhiji's pithy words. Whatever the Bardoli struggle may be, it clearly is not a struggle for the direct attainment of Swaraj. That every such awakening, every such effort as that of Bardoli will bring Swaraj nearer, and may bring it nearer even than any direct effort is undoubtedly true. Chapter 17. The Indian Working Class and the National Movement. The modem worker makes his appearance in India in the second half of the 19th century with the slow beginnings of modem industry and the growth of utilities. Like the railways and the post and the telegraph network, the process of the disparate groups of workers in various parts of country emerging as an organized, self-conscious, all India class is inextricably linked with the growth of the Indian national movement and the process of the Indian nation in the making, because the notion of the Indian working class could not exist before the notion of the Indian people had begun to take root. Before the Indian nationalist intelligentsia began to associate itself with working class agitations towards the end of the th century, there were several agitations, including strikes by workers in the textile mills of Bombay, Calcutta, Ahmedabad, Surat, Madras, Coimbatore, Wardha, and so on, in the railways and in the plantations. However, they were mostly sporadic, spontaneous, and unorganized revolts based on immediate economic grievances, and had hardly any wider political implications. There were also some early attempts at organized efforts to improve the condition of the workers. These efforts were made as early as the 1870s by philanthropists. In 1878, Sorabji Shapurji Bengali tried unsuccessfully to introduce a bill in the Bombay Legislative Council to limit the working hours for labor. In Bengal, Sasipada Banerjee, a Brahmo social reformer, set up a working men's club in 1870. and brought out a monthly journal called Bharat Shramjeebi Indian Labour, with the primary idea of educating the workers. In Bombay, Narayan Meghaji Lokhande brought out an Anglo-Marathi weekly called Dinabandhu Friend of the Poor in 1880, and started the Bombay Mill and Millhands Association in 1890. Lokhande held meetings of workers and in one instance sent a memorial signed by 5,500 mill workers to the Bombay Factory Commission, putting forward some minimum workers' demands. All these efforts were admittedly of a philanthropic nature and did not represent the beginnings of an organized working-class movement. Moreover, these philanthropists did not belong to the mainstream of the contemporary national movement. The mainstream nationalist movement, in fact, was as yet, by and large, indifferent to the question of labor. The early nationalists in the beginning paid relatively little attention to the question of workers, despite the truly wretched conditions under which they existed at that time. Also, they had a strikingly, though perhaps understandably, differential attitude towards the workers employed in European enterprises and those employed in Indian enterprises. One major reason for the relatively lukewarm attitude of the early that, at this time, when the anti-imperialist movement was in its very infancy, the nationalists did not wish to, in any way, weaken the common struggle against British rule, the primary task to be achieved in a colonial situation, by creating any divisions within the ranks of the Indian people. Dadabhai Nauroji, in the very second session of the Indian National Congress, made it clear that the Congress must confine itself to questions in which the entire nation has a direct participation, and it must leave the adjustment of social reforms and other class questions to class congresses. Later, with the national movement gaining in strength, and the emergence within the nationalist ranks of ideological trends, with less inhibitions towards labor, and increasingly with an actively pro-labor orientation, efforts were made to organize labor and secure for it a better bargaining position vis-a-vis the more powerful classes in the common anti-imperialist front. While still endeavoring to maintain an anti-imperialist united front, unity was no longer sought at the unilateral cost of the worker and the oppressed, but was to be secured through sacrifices, or concessions from all classes including the powerful propertied class. At this stage, however, the nationalists were unwilling to take up the question of labor versus the indigenous employer. Most of the nationalist newspapers, in fact, denied the need for any government legislation to regulate working conditions and actively opposed the Factories Act of 1881 and 1891. Similarly, strikes in Indian textiles mills were generally not supported. Apart from the desire not to create any divisions in the fledgling anti-imperialist movement, there were other reasons for the nationalist stance. The nationalists correctly saw the government initiative on labor legislation as dictated by British manufacturing interests which, when faced with growing Indian competition and a shrinking market in India, lobbied for factor legislation in India which would, for example, by reducing the working hours for labor, reduce the competitive edge enjoyed by Indian industry. Further, the early nationalists saw rapid industrialization as the panacea for the problems of Indian poverty and degradation, and were unwilling to countenance any measure which would impede this process. Labor legislation which would adversely affect the infant industry in India, they said, was like killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. But there was also the nationalist newspaper, Maratha, then under the influence of the radical thinker, G.S. Agarkar, which even at this stage supported the workers' cause, and asked the mill owners to make concessions to them. This trend was, however, still a very minor one. The scenario completely altered when the question was of Indian labor employed in British-owned enterprises. Here the nationalists had no hesitation in giving full support to the workers. This was partially because the employer and the employed, in the words of P. Anandacharlu, the Congress president in 1891, were not part and parcel of the same nation. The Indian National Congress and the nationalist newspapers began a campaign against the manner in which the tea plantation workers in Assam were reduced to virtual slavery, with European planters being given powers, through legislation, to arrest, punish, and prevent the running away of labor. An appeal was made to national honor and dignity to protest against this unbridled exploitation by foreign capitalists aided by the colonial state. It was not fortuitous, then, that perhaps the first organized strike by any section of the working class should occur mob British-owned and managed railway. This was the signallers' strike in May 1899 in the Great Indian Peninsular Gip Railway, and the demands related to wages, hours of work, and other conditions of service. Almost all nationalist newspapers came out fully in support of the strike, with Tilak's newspapers Maratha and Kasari campaigning for it for months. Public meetings and fund collections in aid of the strikers were organized in Bombay and Bengal by prominent nationalists like Ferozashah Mehta, D.T. Washa, and Surendranath Tagore. The fact that the exploiter in these cases was foreign was enough to take agitation against it a national issue and an integral part of national movement. At the turn of the century, with the growth of the working class, there emerged a new tendency among the nationalist intelligentsia. B.C. Pal and G. Subramania Iyer, for example, began to talk of the need for legislation to protect the workers, the weaker section, against the powerful capitalists. In 1903, G. Subramania Iyer urged that workers should combine and organize themselves into unions to fight for their rights, and the public must give every help to the workers in achieving this task. The Swadeshi upsurge of 1903-8 was a distinct landmark in the history of the labor movement. An official survey pinpointed the rise of the professional agitator and the power of organization of labor into industrial strikes as the two distinct features of this period. 4. The number of strikes rose sharply, and many Swadeshi leaders enthusiastically threw themselves into the tasks of organizing stable trade unions, strikes, legal aid, and fund collection drives. Public meetings in support of striking workers were addressed by national leaders like B.C. Pal C.R. Das and Liaquat Hussain. 4 prominent names among the Swadeshi leaders who dedicated themselves labor struggles were Aswani Kumar Banerjee, Prabhat Kumar Roy Chowdhury, Premtosh Bose and Apurba Kumar Ghose were active in a large number of strikes, but their greatest success, both in setting up workers' organizations and in terms of popular support, was among workers in the government press, railways, and the jute industry. Significantly, all areas in which either foreign capital or the colonial state held sway. Frequent processions in support of the strikers were taken out in the streets of Calcutta. People fed the processionists on the way. Large numbers, including women and even police constables, made contributions of money, rice, potatoes, and green vegetables. The first tentative attempts to form all India unions were also made at this time, but these were unsuccessful. The differential attitude towards workers employed in European enterprises and those in Indian ones, however, persisted throughout this period. Perhaps the most important feature of the labor movement during the Swadeshi days was the shift from agitations and struggles on purely economic questions to the involvement of the worker with the wider political issues of the day. The labor movement had graduated from relatively unorganized and spontaneous strikes on economic issues to organized strikes on economic issues with the support of the nationalists, and then on to working class involvement in wider political movements. The national upsurge on October 16, 1905, the day the partition of Bengal came into effect, included a spurt of working class strikes and hardals in Bengal. Workers in several jute mills and jute press factories, railway coolies and carters, all struck work. Workers numbering 12,000 in the Bum Company shipyard in Howrah struck work on being refused leave to attend the Federation Hall meeting called by the Calcutta Swadeshi leaders. Workers also went on strike when the management objected to their singing Bande Mataram, or tying rakhis on each other's wrists as a symbol of unity. In Tuticorin, in Tamil Nadu, Subramania Siva campaigned for a strike in February-March 1908 in a foreign-owned cotton mill, saying that strikes for higher wages would lead to the demise of foreign mills. When Siva and the famous Swadeshi leader Chidambaram Pillai were arrested, there were widespread strikes and riots in Tuticorin and Tirunelveli. In Rawalpindi, in Punjab, the arsenal and railway engineering workers went on strike as part of the 1907 upsurge in the Punjab, which had led to the deportation of Lajpat Rai and Ajit Singh. Perhaps the biggest political demonstration by the working class in this period occurred during Tilak's trial and subsequent conviction, as has already been discussed earlier. The Swadeshi period was also to see the faint beginnings of a socialist tinge among some of the radical nationalist leaders who were exposed to the contemporary Marxist and social democratic forces in Europe. The example of the working class movement in Russia as a mechanism of effective political protest began to be urged for emulation in India. With the decline in the nationalist mass upsurge after 1908, the labor movement also suffered an eclipse. It was only with the coming of the next nationalist upsurge in the immediate post-World War I years that the working class movement was to regain its elan, though now on a qualitatively higher plane. Beginning with the Home Rule Leagues in and continuing through the Rolat Satyagraha in, the national movement once again reached a crescendo in the non-cooperation and Khilafat movement in. It was in this context that there occurred a resurgence of working class activity in the years from 1919 to 1922. The working class now created its own national-level organization to defend its class rights. It was in this period that the working class also got involved in the mainstream of nationalist politics to a significant extent. The most important development was the formation of the All India Trade Union Congress IATUS in 1920. Lokmanya Tilak, who had developed a close association with Bombay work, was one of the moving spirits in the formation of the IATUC, which had Lala Lajpat Rai, the famous extremist leader from Punjab, as its first president, and Dewan Chaman Lal, who was to become a major name in the Indian labor movement, as its general secretary. In his presidential address to the first IATUC, Lala Lajpat Rai emphasized that Indian labor should lose no time to organize itself on a national scale. The greatest need in this country is to organize, agitate, and educate. We must organize our workers, make them class conscious, while aware that, for some time to come, the workers will need all the help and guidance and cooperation they can get from such among the intellectuals as are prepared to espouse their cause. He maintained that, eventually labor shall find its leaders from among its own ranks. The manifesto issued to the workers by the IATUC urged them not only to organize themselves, but also to intervene in nationalist politics. Workers of India, your nation's leaders ask for Swaraj, you must not let them leave you out of the reckoning. Political freedom to you is of no worth without economic freedom. You cannot therefore afford to neglect the movement for national freedom. You are part and parcel of that movement. You will neglect it only at the peril of your liberty. Lajpat Rai was among the first in India to link capitalism with imperialism and emphasize the crucial of the working class in fighting this combination. He said on November 7, 1920, India, has been bled by the forces of organized capital and is today lying prostrate at its feet. Militarism and imperialism are the twin children of capitalism. They are 1 in 3 and 3 in 1. Their shadow, their fruit, and their bark all are poisonous. It is only lately that an antidote has been discovered, and that antidote is organized labor. Reflecting the emerging change in nationalist attitudes towards labor employed in Indian enterprise, Lajpat Rai said, "We are often told that in order successfully to compete with Manchester in Japan, capital in India should be allowed a high rate of profit, and cheap labor is a necessity for that purpose. We are not prepared to admit the validity of this plea. An appeal to patriotism must affect the rich and the poor alike, in fact, the rich more than the poor. Surely the way to develop Indian industries is to be not at the expense of labor alone. The Indian capitalist must meet labor halfway, and must come to an understanding with it on the basis of sharing the profits in a reasonable, arid, just proportion. If, however, Indian capital wants to ignore the needs of labor, and can think only of its huge profits, it should expect no response from labor, and no sympathy from the general public." Similarly, second session of the Ayatuk, Dewan Chaman Lal, while moving a resolution in favor of Swaraj, pointed out that it was to be a Swaraj, not for the capitalists, but for the workers. Apart from Lajpat Rai, several of the leading nationalists of the time became closely associated with the Ayatuk. C.R. Das presided over its third and fourth sessions, and among the other prominent names were Th. of C.F. Andrews, J.M. Sengupta, Subhas Bose, Jawaharlal Nehru, and Satyamurthy. The Indian National Congress at its Gaya session in 1922 welcomed the formation of the Ayatuks and formed a committee consisting of prominent congressmen to assist its work. C.R. Das, in his presidential address to the Gaya Congress, said that the Congress must take labor and the peasantry in hand, and organize them both from the point of view of their own special interests and also from the point of view of the higher ideal which demands satisfaction of their special interests and the devotion of such interests to the cause of Swaraj. If this was not done, he warned, organization of workers' arid peasants would come up dissociated from the cause of Swaraj, and pursuing class struggles and the war of special interest. The workings responded to the changed political atmosphere in a magnificent manner. In 1920, there were 125 unions with a total membership of 250,000, and large proportion of these had been formed during 1919 to 20. The workers' participation in the major national political events was also very significant. In April 1919, following the repression in Punjab and Gandhiji's arrest, the working class in Ahmedabad and other parts of Gujarat resorted to strikes, agitations, and demonstrations. In Ahmedabad, government buildings were set on fire, trains derailed, and telegraph wires snapped. Suppression led to at least 28 people being killed and 123 wounded. Waves of working-class protest rocked Bombay and Calcutta. Railway workers' agitations for economic demands and against racial discrimination also coincided with the general anti-colonial mass struggle. Between 1919 and 1921, on several occasions railway workers struck in support of the Revolt, agitation and the non-cooperation and Khilafat movement. The call for an all-India general strike, given by the Northwestern Railway workers in April 1919, got after enthusiastic response in the northern region. Lajpat Jaga has shown that for railwaymen in large parts of the country, Gandhiji came to symbolize resistance to colonial rule and exploitation, just as the Indian railways symbolized the British Empire, the political and commercial will of the Raj. In November 1921, at the time of the visit of the Prince of Wales, the workers responded to the Congress call of a boycott by a countrywide general strike. In Bombay, the textile factories were closed, and about 140,000 workers were on the streets participating in the rioting and attacks on Europeans and Parsis, who had gone to welcome the Prince of Wales. The spirit and the urges that moved the workers in these eventful years, the relationship seen between the nationalist upsurge and the workers' own aspirations, best expressed in the words of Arjun Atmaram Alway, an illiterate worker in a Bombay textile mill, who was later to become a major figure in the working class movement. While our struggle was going on in this manner, the drum of political agitation was being beaten in the country. The Congress started a great agitation demanding rights for India to conduct her own administration. At that time, we workers understood the meaning of this demand for Swaraj to be only this, that our indebtedness would disappear, the oppression of the moneylender would stop, our wages would increase, and the oppression of the owner on the worker, the kicks and blows with which they belabor us, would stop by legislation, and that as a result of it, the persecution of U.S. workers would come to an end. These and other thoughts came into the minds of U.S. workers, and a good many workers from among us, and I myself, enlisted ourselves as volunteers in the non-cooperation movement. Any discussion of these years would remain incomplete without mentioning the founding in 1918 by Gandhiji of the Ahmedabad Textile Labor Association, TLA, which, with 14,000 workers on its rolls, was perhaps the largest single trade union of the time. Too often and too casually had Gandhiji's experiment based on the principle of trusteeship, the capitalist being the trustee of the workers' interest, and arbitration been dismissed as class collaborationist and against the interests of the workers. Apart from the fact that the TLA secured one of the highest hikes in wages, 27.12%, during a dispute in 1918, Gandhiji's conception of trusteeship also had a radical potential, which is usually missed. As Acharya J.B. Kripalani, one of Gandhiji's staunchest followers, explained, the trustee by the very term used means that he is not the owner. The owner is one whose interest he is called upon to protect, i.e., the worker. Gandhiji himself told the textile workers of Ahmedabad that they were the real masters of the mills, and if the trustee, the mill owner, did not act in the interest of the real owners, then the workers should offer satyagraha to assert their rights. Gandhiji's philosophy for labor, with its emphasis on arbitration and trusteeship, also reflected the needs of the anti-imperialist movement, which could ill afford an all-out class war between the constituent classes of the emerging nation. After 1922, there was again a lull in the working class movement, and a reversion to purely economic struggles, that is, to corporatism. The next wave of working class activity came towards the end of the 1920s, this time spurred by the emergence of a powerful and clearly defined left bloc in the national movement. It was in the second half of the LS that a consolidation of various left ideological trends occurred, and began to have a significant impact on the national movement. Various communist groups in different parts of India had by early 1927 organized themselves into the Workers' and Peasants' Parties WPP, under the leadership of people like S.A. Dange, Muzaffar Ahmed, P.C. Joshi and Sohan Singh Josh. The WPPS, functioning as a left wing within the Congress, rapidly gained in strength within the Congress organization at the provincial and the All India levels. Also, by working within a broad left from under the WPPS, communist influence in the trade union movement, marginal till early 1927, had become very strong indeed by the end of 1928. In Bombay, following the historic 6-month-long general strike by the textile workers April-September 1928, the communist-old Gimi Kamgar Union coup acquired a pre-eminent position. Its membership rose from 324 to 54,000 by the end of 1928. Communist influence also spread to workers in the railways, jute mills, municipalities, paper mills, etc., in Bengal and Bombay and in the Burma Oil Company in Madras. In the Atuk too, by the time of the 1928 Jaria session, the broad left, including the communists, had acquired a dominating position. This resulted in the corporatist trend, led by people like N.M. Joshi, splitting away from the Aituchik at the subsequent session, presided over by Jawaharlal Nehru. By the end of 1928, the government was anxiously reporting that there was hardly a single public utility service or industry which had not been affected in whole or in part by the wave of communism which swept the country. The workers under communist and radical nationalist influence participated in a large number of strikes and demonstrations all over the country between 1922 and 1929. The AI2C in November 1927 took a decision to boycott the Simon Commission, and many workers participated in the massive Simon boycott demonstrations. There were also numerous workers' meetings organized on May Day, Lenin Day, the anniversary of the Russian Revolution, and so on. The government, nervous the growing militancy and political involvement of the working class, and especially at the coming together or the nationalist and the left trends, launched a two-pronged attack on the labor movement. On the one hand, it enacted repressive laws like the Public Safety Act and Trade Disputes Acts, and arrested in one swoop virtually the entire radical leadership of the labor movement, and launched the famous Meerut conspiracy case against them. On the other hand, it attempted, not without some success, to wean away through concessions. For example, the appointment of the Royal Commission on Labor in 1929, a substantial section of the labor movement and committed to the constitutionalist and corporatist mold. The labor movement suffered a major setback partially due to this government offensive, and partially due to a shift in stance of the communist-led wing of the movement. We shall look at this aspect in more detail later on. Suffice it to say that from about the end of 1928, the communists reversed their policy of aligning themselves with and working within the mainstream of the national movement. This led to the isolation of the communists from the national movement, and greatly reduced their hold over even the working class. The membership of the GKU fell from 54,000 in December 1928 to about 800 by the end of 1929. Similarly, the communists got isolated within the Ayatuk and were thrown out in the split of 1931. A CPI document of 1930 clearly brings out the impact of this dissociation from the civil disobedience movement on the workers of Bombay. We actually withdrew from the struggle civil disobedience and left the field entirely to the Congress. We limited our role to that of a small group. The result was that in the minds of workers there grew an opinion that we are doing nothing, and that the Congress is the only organization which is carrying on the fight against imperialism, and therefore the workers began to follow the lead of the Congress. Nevertheless, workers participated in the civil disobedience movement all over the country. The textile workers of Sholapur, dock laborers of Karachi, transport and mill owners of Calcutta, and the mill workers of Madras heroically clashed with the government during the movement. In Sholapur, between the 7th and the 16th of May, the textile workers went on a rampage after the police fired to stop an anti-British procession. Government offices, law courts, police stations, and railway stations were attacked, and rebels virtually took over the city administration for some days. The national flag was hoisted over the town. The government had to declare martial law to crush the insurgents. Several workers were hanged or sentenced to long terms of imprisonment. In Bombay, where the Congress slogan during civil disobedience was that the workers and peasants are the hands and the feet of the Congress, about 20,000 workers, mostly from the GIP railway, struck work on February 4, 1930. The day Gandhiji breached the salt law, 6 April, a novel form of satyagraha was launched by the workers of GIP Railwaymen's Union. Batches of workers went to the suburban stations of North Bombay and prostrated themselves on the tracks with red flags posted in front of them. The police had to open fire to clear the tracks. On 6 July, Gandhi Day was declared by the Congress Working Committee to protest against large-scale arrests, and about 50,000 people took part in the hardle that day, with workers from 49 factories downing their tools. There was a dip in the working class movement between 1931 and 1936. Neither did the workers take an active part in the civil disobedience movement of 1932 to 34. The next wave of working class activity came with provincial autonomy and the formation of popular ministries during 1937 to L939. The communists had, in the meantime, abandoned their suicidal sectarian policies and since 1934 reenacted the mainstream of nationalist politics. They also rejoined the AI2C in 1935. Left influence in nationalist politics and the trade union movement once again began to grow rapidly. The communists, the Congress Socialists, and the left nationalists, led by Jawaharlal Nehru and Subhas Bose, now formed a powerful left consolidation within the Congress and other mass organizations. When the campaign for the 1937 elections began, the AI2C, barring a few centers, gave its support to the Congress candidates. The Congress election manifesto declared that the Congress would take steps for the settlement of labor disputes and take effective measures for securing the RIG-1TS to form unions and go on strike. During the tenure of the Congress provincial governments, the trade union movement showed a phenomenal rise. Between 1937 and 1939, the number of trade unions increased from 271 to 362, and the total membership of these unions increased from 261,047 to 399,159. The number of strikes also increased considerably. One of the principal factors which gave a fillip to the trade union movement in this period was the increased civil liberties under the Congress governments and the pro-labor attitude of many of the Congress ministries. It is significant that a peculiar feature of the strikes in this period was that a majority of them ended successfully, with full or partial victory for the workers. World War II began on September 3, 1939, and the working class of Bombay was amongst the first in the world to hold an anti-war strike on October 2, 1939. About 90,000 workers participated in the strike. There were several strikes on economic issues all over the country, despite the severe repression let loose by a government keen to prevent any disruption of the war effort. However, with the Nazi attack on the Soviet Union in 1941, the communists argued that the character of the war had changed from an imperialist war to a people's war. It was now the duty of the working class to support the Allied powers to defeat fascism which threatened the socialist fatherland. Because of this shift in policy, the Communist Party dissociated itself from the Quit India movement launched by Gandhiji in August 1942. They also successfully followed a policy of industrial peace with employers so that production and war effort would not be hampered. The Quit India movement, however, did not leave the working class untouched, despite the communist indifference or opposition to it immediately after the arrest of Gandhiji and other leaders on August. Following the Quit India resolution, there were strikes and hartals all over the country lasting for about a week by workers in Delhi, Lucknow, Kanpur, Bombay, Nagpur, Ahmedabad, Jamshedpur, Madras, Indore and Bangalore. The Tata steel plant was closed for 13 days with the strikers' slogan being that they would not resume work till a national government was formed. In Ahmedabad, the textile strike lasted for about 3.5 months, with the mill owners in their nationalist euphoria actually cooperating. The participation of workers was, however, low in pockets of communist influence, though in many areas the communist rank and file actively joined the call of Quit India despite the party line. There was a tremendous resurgence in working class activity between 1945 to 47. The workers in large numbers participated in the post-war political upsurge. They were part of the numerous meetings and demonstrations organized in towns and cities, especially in Calcutta, on the issue of the INA trials. Towards the end of 1945, the Bombay and Calcutta dock workers refused to load ships going to Indonesia with supplies for troops meant to suppress the national liberation struggles of Southeast Asia. Perhaps the most spectacular action by the workers in this period was the strike and hartal by the Bombay workers in solidarity with the mutiny of the naval ratings in 1946. On 22 February, 200,000 to 300,000 workers downed their tools, responding to a call given by the Communist Party and supported by the Socialists. Peaceful meetings and demonstrations developed into violent clashes as the police intervened. Barricades were set up on the streets, which were the scene of pitched battles with the police and the army. 2 army battalions were needed to restore order in the city. Nearly 250 agitators laid down their lives. The last years of colonial rule also saw a remarkably sharp increase in strikes on economic issues all over the country. The All India strike of the Post and Telegraph Department employees being the most well-known among them. The pent-up economic grievances during the war, coupled with the problems due to post-war demobilization and the continuation of high prices, scarcity of food and other essentials, and a drop in real wages, all combined to drive the working class to the limits of its tolerance. Also, the mood and anticipation of freedom was pregnant with expectation. Independence was seen by all sections of the Indian people as signaling an end to their miseries. The workers were no exception. They too were now struggling for what they hoped freedom would bring them as a matter of right. Chapter 18. The struggles for Gurdwara reform and temple entry. The rising tide of nationalism and democracy inevitably began to overflow from the political to the religious and social fields, affecting the downtrodden castes and classes. And many nationalists began to apply the newly discovered technique of non-violent satyagraha and mobilization of public opinion to issues which affected the internal structure of Indian society. Quite often this struggle to reform Indian social and religious institutions and practices led the reformers to clash with the colonial authorities. Thus, the struggle to reform Indian society tended to merge with the anti-imperialist struggle. This was in part the result of the fact that as the national movement advanced, the social base of colonialism was narrowed, and the colonial authorities began to seek the support of the socially, culturally, and economically reactionary sections of Indian society. This aspect of the national movement is well illustrated by the Akali movement in Punjab and the temple entry movement in Kerala. The Akali movement developed on a purely religious issue, but ended up as a powerful episode of India's freedom struggle. From 1920 to 1925, more than 30,000 men and women underwent imprisonment, nearly 400 died, and over 2,000 were wounded. The movement arose with the objective of freeing the Gurdwaras, Sikh temples, from the control of ignorant and corrupt Mahants priests. The Gurdwaras had been heavily endowed with revenue-free land and money by Maharaja Ranjit Singh, Sikh chieftains and other devout Sikhs during the 18th and 19th centuries. These shrines came to be managed during the 18th century by Udasi Sikh Mahants, who escaped the wrath of Mughal authorities because they did not wear their hair long. Many ignorant people therefore believed that these Mahants were Hindus. This is, of course, not true at all. In time, corruption spread among these Mahants, and they began to treat the offerings and other income of the Gurdwaras as their personal income. Many of them began to live a life of luxury and dissipation. Apart from the Mahants, after the British annexation of Punjab in 1849, some control over the Gurdwaras was exercised by government-nominated managers and custodians, who often collaborated with Mahants. The government gave full support to the Mahants. It used them and the managers to preach loyalism to the Sikhs and to keep them away from the rising nationalist movement. The Sikh reformers and nationalists, on the other hand, wanted a thorough reformation of the Gurdwaras by taking them out of the control of the Mahants and agents of the colonial regime. The nationalists were especially horrified by two incidents: when the priests of the Golden Temple at Amritsar issued a hukamnama, directive from the Gums or the holy seats of the Sikh authority against the Ghaddarites, declaring them renegades, and then honored General Dyer, the butcher of Jallianwala massacre, with a Saropa robe of honor and declared him to be a Sikh. A popular agitation for the reform of Gurdwaras developed rapidly during 1920. When the reformers organized groups of volunteers known as Jathas to compel the Mahants and the government-appointed managers to hand over control of the Gurdwaras to the local devotees. The reformers won easy victories in the beginning, with tens of Gurdwaras being liberated in the course of the year. Symbolic of this early success was the case of the Golden Temple and the Akal Takht. The reformers demanded that this foremost seat of Sikh faith should be placed in the hands of a representative body of the Sikhs, and organized a series of public meetings in support of their demand. The government did and want to antagonize the reformers at this stage, and decided to stem the rising tide of discontent on such an emotional religious issue by appeasing the popular sentiment. It therefore permitted the government-appointed manager to resign, and thus let the control of the temple pass effectively into the reformers' hands. To control and manage the Golden Temple, the Akal Takht, and other Gurdwaras, a representative assembly of nearly 10,000 reformers met in November 1920 and elected a committee of 175 to be known as the Shiromani Gurdwara Prabandhak Committee (SGPC). At the same time, the need was felt for a central body which would organize the struggle on a more systematic basis. The Shiromani Akali Dal was established in December for this purpose. It was to be the chief organizer of the Akali Jathos, whose backbone was provided by Jat peasantry, while their leadership was in the hands of the nationalist intellectuals. Under the influence of the contemporary non-cooperation movement, and many of the leaders were common to both the movements, the Akali Dal and the SGPC accepted complete non-violence as their creed. The Akali movement faced its first baptism by blood at Nankana, the birthplace of Guru Nanak, in February 1921. The Mahant of the Gurdwara there, Narain Das, was not willing to peacefully surrender his control to the Akalis. He gathered a force of nearly 500 mercenaries and armed them with guns, swords, lathis, and other lethal weapons to meet the challenge of the peaceful Akali volunteers. On February, an Akali Jatha entered the Gurdwara to pray. Immediately, the Mahant's men opened fire on them and attacked them with other weapons. Nearly Akalis were killed, and a large number of Jathas under Kartar Singh Chabar's command marched into the Gurdwara and took complete control despite dire warnings by the deputy commissioner. The Mahant had already been arrested. The government policy was still of vacillation. On the one hand, it did not want to earn the ire of the Sikhs, and on the other, it did not want to lose control over the Gurdwaras. The Nankana tragedy was a landmark in the Akali struggle. As Kartar Singh Chabar, the liberator of the Nankana Gurdwara, put it, the happening had awakened the Sikhs from their slumber, and the march towards Swaraj had been quickened. The tragedy aroused the conscience of the entire country. Mahatma Gandhi, Maulana Shaukat Ali, Lala Lajpat Rai, and other national leaders visited Nankana to show their solidarity. The government now changed its policy. Seeing the emerging integration of the Akali movement with a national movement, it decided to follow a two-pronged policy. To win over or neutralize the moderates and those concerned purely with religious reforms, it promised and started working for legislation which would satisfy them. It decided to suppress the extremist or the anti-imperialist section of the Akalis in the name of maintaining law and order. The Akalis, too, changed their policy. Heartened by the support of nationalist forces in the country, they extended the scope of their movement to completely root out government interference in their religious places. They began to see their movement as an integral part of the national struggle, Consequently, within the SGPC too, the non-cooperator nationalist section took control. In May 1921, the SGPC passed a resolution in favor of non-cooperation, for the boycott of foreign goods and liquor, and for the substitution of panchayats for the British courts of law. The Akali leaders, arrested for the breaking of law, also refused to defend themselves, denying the jurisdiction of foreign-imposed courts. A major victory was won by the Akalis in the Keys affair, in October 1921. The government made an effort to keep possession of the keys of the Toshakana of the Golden Temple. The Akalis immediately reacted, and organized massive protest meetings. Tens of Akali Jathas reached Amritsar immediately. The SGPC advised Sikhs to join the Hardal on the day of the arrival of the Prince of Wales in India. The government retaliated by arresting the prominent militant nationalist leaders of the SGPC like Baba Karak Singh and Master Tara Singh. But, instead of dying down, the movement began to spread to the remotest rural areas and the army. The non-cooperation movement was at its height in the rest of the country. The government once again decided not to confront Sikhs on a religious issue. It released all those arrested in the Keys affair, and surrendered the keys of the Toshakana to Baba Karak Singh, head of the SGPC. Mahatma Gandhi immediately sent a telegram to the Baba. First battle for India's freedom won. Congratulations. The culmination of the movement to liberate the Gurdwaras came with the heroic non-violent struggle around Guru Ka Bagh Gurdwara, which shook the whole of India. Smarting under its defeat in the Keys affair, the Punjab bureaucracy was looking for an opportunity to teach the Akalis a lesson and to recover its lost prestige. It was further emboldened by the fact that the non-cooperation movement had been withdrawn in February 1922. It began to look for a pretext. The pretext was provided by events at a little-known village, Gokwala, about 20 kilometers from Amritsar. The Mahant of the Gurdwara Guru Ka Bagh had handed over the Gurdwara to the SGPC in August 1921, but claimed personal possession of the attached land. When the Akalis cut a dry kikar tree on the land for use in the community kitchen, he complained to the police of the theft of his property from his land. The officials seized this opportunity to provoke the Akalis. On August 9, 1922, 5 Akalis were arrested and put on trial. The Akali Dal reacted immediately to the new challenge. Akali Jathas began to arrive and cut trees from the disputed land. The government started arresting all of them on charges of theft and rioting. By 28 August, more than 4,000 Akalis had been arrested. The authorities once again changed their tactics. Instead of arresting the Akali volunteers, they began to beat them mercilessly with lathis. But the Akalis stood their ground and would not yield till felled to the ground with broken bones and lacerated bodies. C.F. Andrews described the official action as inhuman, brutal, foul, cowardly and incredible to an Englishman and a moral defeat of England. The entire country was outraged. National leaders and journalists converged on Guru Ka Bagh. Massive protest meetings were organized all over Punjab. A massive Akali gathering at Amritsar on September was attended by Swami Shraddha Fluffald, Hakim Ajmal Khan, and others. The Congress Working Committee appointed a committee to investigate the conduct of the police. Once again, the government had to climb down. As a face-saving device, it persuaded a retired government servant to lease the disputed land from the Mahant and then allow the Akalis to cut the trees. It also released all the arrested Akali volunteers. With the Gurdwaras under the control of the SGPC, the militant Akalis looked for some other opportunity of confronting the government since they felt that the larger Gurdwara, the country was not yet liberated. In September 1923, the SGPC took up the cause of the Maharya of Nabha, who had been forced by the government to abdicate. This led to the famous Morcha at Chaito in Nabha. But the Akalis could not achieve much success on the issue, since it neither involved religion, nor was there much support in the rest of the country. In the meanwhile, the government had succeeded in winning over the moderate Akalis with the promise of legislation, which was passed in July 1925, and which handed over control over all the Punjab Gurdwaras to an elected body of Sikhs, which also came to be called the SGPC. Apart from its own achievement, the Akali movement made a massive contribution to the political development of Punjab. It awakened the Punjab peasantry. As Mohinder Singh, the historian of the Akali movement, has pointed out, it was only during the Akali movement that the pro-British feudal leadership of the Sikhs was replaced by educated middle-class nationalists and the rural and urban classes united on a common platform during the two-pronged Akali struggle. This movement was also a model of a movement on a religious issue which was utterly non-communal. To further quote Mohinder Singh, it was this idea of liberation of the country from a foreign government that united all sections of the Sikh community and brought the Hindus, the Muslims and the Sikhs of the province into the fold of the Akali movement. The Akali movement also awakened the people of the princely states of Punjab to political consciousness and political activity. There were also certain weaknesses with long-term consequences. The movement encouraged a certain religiosity, which would be later utilized by communalism. The Akali movement soon divided into 3 streams because it represented 3 distinct political streams, which had no reasons to remain united as a distinct Akali party once Gurdwara reform had taken place. One of the movement's streams consisted of moderate pro-government men who were pulled into the movement because of its religious appeal and popular pressure. These men went back to loyalist politics and became a part of the Unionist Party. Another stream consisted of nationalist persons who joined the mainstream nationalist movement, becoming a part of the Gandhian or leftist Kirti Kisan and communist wings. The third stream, which kept the title of Akali, although it was not the sole heir of the Akali movement, used to the full the prestige of the movement among the rural masses. and became the political organ of Sikh communalism, mixing religion and politics and inculcating the ideology of political separation from Hindus and Muslims. In pre-1947 politics, the Akali Dal constantly vacillated between nationalist and loyalist politics. Till 1917, the National Congress had refused to take up social reform issues, lest the growing political unity of the Indian people got disrupted. Reversed this position in 1917, when it passed a resolution urging upon the people the necessity, justice, and righteousness of removing all disabilities imposed by custom upon the depressed classes. At this stage, Lokmanya Tilak also denounced untouchability and asked for its removal, but they did not take any concrete steps in the direction. Among the national leaders, it was Gandhi who gave top priority to the removal of untouchability and declared that this was no less important than the political struggle for freedom. In 1923, the Congress decided to take active steps towards the eradication of untouchability. The basic strategy it adopted was to educate and mobilize opinion among caste Hindus on the question. The nationalist challenge in this respect came to be symbolized by two famous struggles in Kerala. The problem was particularly acute in Kerala, where the depressed classes, or Avarnas, those without caste, later known as Harijans, were subjected to degrading and dehumanizing social disabilities. For example, they suffered not only from untouchability but also theendal or distance pollution. The Ajavas and Putayas could not approach the higher castes, nearer than 16 feet and 72 feet respectively. Struggle against these disabilities was being waged since the end of 19th century by several reformers and intellectuals such as Srinarayan Guru, N. Kumaran Asan, and T.K. Madhavan. Immediately after the Kakinada session, the Kerala Provincial Congress Committee (KPCC) took up the eradication of untouchability as an urgent issue, while carrying on a massive propaganda campaign against untouchability and, for the educational and social upliftment of the Harijans, it was decided to launch an immediate movement to open Hindu temples and all public roads to the Avarnas, or Harijans. This, it was felt, would give a decisive blow to the notion of untouchability since it was basically religious in character, and the Avarnas' exclusion from the temples was symbolic of their degradation and oppression. A beginning was made in Vaikom, a village in Travancore. There was a major temple there whose four walls were surrounded by temple roads which could not be used by Avarnas like Ajavas and Pulayas. The KPCC decided to use the recently acquired weapon of satyagraha to fight unapproachability, and to make a beginning at Vaikom by deferring the unapproachability rule by leading a procession of Savarnas caste Hindus and Avarnas on the temple roads on March 30, 1924. The news of the satyagraha aroused immediate enthusiasm among political and social workers, and led to an intense campaign to arouse the conscience of Savarnas and mobilize their active support. Many Savarna organizations such as the Nair Service Society, Nasamajam, and Kerala Hindu Sabha supported the satyagraha. Yogakshama Sabha, the leading organization of the Nambudans highest Brahmins by caste, passed a resolution favoring the opening of temples to Avarnas. The temple authorities and the Travancore government put up barricades on the roads leading to the temple, and the district magistrates served prohibitory orders on the leaders of the satyagraha. On 30th March, the satyagrahis, led by KP Kesava Menon, marched from the satyagraha camp towards the temple. They, as well as the succeeding batches of satyagrahis, consisting of both Savarnas and Avarnas, were arrested and sentenced to imprisonment. The Vaikom Satyagraha created enthusiasm all over the country, and volunteers began to arrive from different parts of India. An Akali Jatha arrived from Punjab. Ev Ramaswamy Nayakar, popularly known as Periyar later, led a Jatha from Madurai and underwent imprisonment. On the other hand, the orthodox and reactionary section of caste Hindus met at Vaikom and decided to boycott all pro-Satyagraha congressmen and not to employ them as teachers or lawyers or to vote for them. On the death of the Maharaja in August, the Maharani, as regent, released all the Satyagrahis. As a positive response to this gesture, it was decided to organize a Jatha, a group of volunteers of caste Hindus, to present a memorial to the Maharani asking for the opening of the temple roads to all. Batches of caste Hindus from all over Kerala converged on Vaikom. On 31 October, a Jatha of nearly 100 caste Hindus started their march on foot to Trivandrum. It was given warm receptions at nearly 200 villages and towns on the way. By the time it reached Trivandrum, it consisted of over 1,000 persons. The Maharani, however, refused to accept their demand, and the Satyagraha was continued. In early March, Gandhi began his tour of Kerala and met the Maharani and other officials. A compromise was arrived at. The roads around the temple were open to Avarnas, but those in the Sankirtan of the temple remained closed to them. In his Kerala tour, Gandhi did not visit a single temple because Avarnas were kept out of them. The struggle against untouchability and for the social and economic uplift of the depressed classes continued all over India. After 1924, as a part of the Gandhian constructive program, once again the struggle was most intense in Kerala. Prodded by K. Kalapan, the KPCC took up the question of temple entry in 1931, during the period when the civil disobedience movement was suspended. A vast campaign of public meetings was organized throughout Malabar. The KPCC decided to make beginning by organizing a temple entry satyagraha at Guruvayur on November 1, 1931. A Jatha of 16 volunteers, led by the poet Subramanian Tirumambu, when became famous as the Singing Sword of Kerala, began a march from Kannanur in the north to Guruvayur on 21 October. The volunteers ranged from the lowliest of Harijans to the highest caste Nambudairis. The march stirred the entire country and aroused anti-caste sentiments. The 1st of November was enthusiastically observed as All Kerala Temple Entry Day, with a program of prayers, processions, meetings, receptions, and fund collections. It was also observed in cities like Madras, Bombay, Calcutta, Delhi, and Colombo, Sri Lanka. The popular response was tremendous. Many All India leaders visited Malabar. Money and volunteers poured in from everywhere. The youth were specially attracted and were in the forefront of the struggle. The anti-untouchability movement gained great popularity. Many religious devotees transferred the offerings they would have made to the temple to the Satyagraha camp, feeling that the camp was even more sacred than the temple. The temple authorities also made arrangements. They put up barbed wire all around the temple and organized gangs of watchmen to keep the Satyagrahis out and to threaten them with beating. On 1 November, 16 white khadi-clad volunteers marched to the eastern gate of the temple, where their way was barred by a posse of policemen headed by the superintendent of police. Very soon, the temple servants and local reactionaries began to use physical force against the peaceful and non-violent Satyagrahas while the police stood by. For example, P. Krishna Pillai and Akkopalan, who were to emerge later as major leaders of the communist movement in Kerala, were mercilessly beaten. The Satyagraha continued even after the civil disobedience movement was resumed in January 1932, and all Congress committees were declared unlawful, and most of the congressmen leading the Satyagraha were imprisoned. The Satyagraha entered a new phase on September 21, 1932, when K. Kalappan went on a fast unto death before the temple until it was opened to the depressed classes. The entire country was again stirred to its depths. Once again, meetings and processions engulfed Kerala and many other parts of the country. Caste Hindus from Kerala as well as rest of India made appeals to the Zaman of Calicut, custodian of the temple, to throw open the temples to all Hindus, but without any success. Gandhiji made repeated appeals to Kalappan to break his fast, at least temporarily, with an assurance that he would himself, if necessary, undertake the task of getting the temple opened. Finally, Kalappan broke his fast on October 2, 1932. The Satyagraha was also suspended, but the temple entry campaign was carried on ever more vigorously. A jatha led by Akkopalan toured whole of Kerala on foot, carrying on propaganda and addressing massive meetings everywhere. Before it was disbanded, the jatha had covered nearly 1,000 miles and addressed over 500 meetings. Even though the Guruvayur temple was not opened immediately, the Satyagraha was a great success in broader terms. As Akkopalan has recorded in his autobiography, although the Guruvayur temple was still closed to Harijans, I saw that the movement had created an impetus for social change throughout the country. It led to a transformation everywhere. The popular campaign against untouchability and for temple entry continued in the succeeding years. In November 1936, the Maharaja of Travancore issued a proclamation throwing open all government-controlled temples to all Hindus irrespective of caste. Madras followed suit in 1938 when its ministry was headed by C. Rajagopalachari. Other provinces under Congress rule also took similar steps. The temple entry campaign used all the techniques developed by the Indian people in the course of the nationalist struggle. Its organizers succeeded in building the broadest possible unity, imparting mass education, and mobilizing the people on a very wide scale on the question of untouchability. Of course, the problem of caste inequality, oppression, and degradation was very deep-seated and complex, and temple entry alone could not solve it. But satyagrahas like those of Vaikom and Guruvayur and the movements around them did make a massive contribution in this respect. As E.M.S. Nambudirpad was to write years later, Guruvayur Temple Satyagraha was an event that thrilled thousands of young men like me and gave inspiration to a vast majority of the people to fight for their legitimate rights with self-respect. It was the very same youth who gave this bold lead, who subsequently became founder leaders of the worker-peasant organizations that were free from the malice of religious or communal considerations. The main weakness of the temple entry movement and the Gandhian or nationalist approach in fighting caste oppression was that even while amusing the people against untouchability, they lacked a strategy for ending the caste system itself. The strength of the national movement in this respect was to find expression in the Constitution of Independent India, which abolished caste inequality, outlawed untouchability and guaranteed social equality to all citizens irrespective of their caste. Its weakness has found expression in the growth of casteism and the continuous existence and practice of oppression and discrimination against the lower castes in post-1947 India. Chapter 19, The Years of Stagnation, Swarajists, No Changers, and Gandhiji. The withdrawal of the non-cooperation movement in February 1922 was followed by the arrest of Gandhiji in March and his conviction and imprisonment for 6 years for the crime of spreading disaffection against the government. The result was the spread of disintegration, disorganization, and demoralization in the nationalist ranks. There arose the danger of the movement lapsing into passivity. Many began to question the wisdom of the total Gandhian strategy. Others started looking for ways out of the impasse. A new line of political activity, which would keep up the spirit of resistance to colonial rule, was now advocated by C.R. Das and Motilal Nehru. They suggested that the nationalists should end the boycott of the legislative councils, enter them, expose them as sham parliaments, and as a mask which the bureaucracy has put on, and obstruct every work of the council. This, they argued, would not be giving up non-cooperation, but continuing it in a more effective form by extending it to the councils themselves. It would be opening a new front in the battle. C.R. Das as the president of the Congress and Motilal as its secretary put forward this program of either mending or ending the councils at the Gaya session of the Congress in December 1922. Another section of the Congress, headed by Vallabhbhai Patel, Rajendra Prasad, and C. Rajagopalachari, opposed the new proposal, which was consequently defeated by 1,748 to 890 votes. Das and Motilal resigned from their respective offices in the Congress, and on January 1, 1923 announced the formation of the Congress Khilafat Swaraj Party, better known later as the Swaraj Party. Das was the president and Motilal one of the secretaries of the new party. The adherents of the council entry program came to be popularly known as pro-changers, and those still advocating boycott of the councils as no-changers. The Swaraj Party accepted the Congress program in its entirety, except in one respect. It would take part in elections due later in the year. It declared that it would present the national demand for self-government in the councils, and in case of its rejection, its elected members would adopt a policy of uniform, continuous, and consistent obstruction within the councils, with a view to make the government through the councils impossible. The councils would thus be wrecked from within by creating deadlocks on every measure that came before them. Both Das, born in 1870, and Motilal, born in 1861, were highly successful lawyers who had once been moderates but had accepted the politics of boycott and non-cooperation in 1920. They had given up their legal practice, joined the movement as whole-time workers, and donated to the nation their magnificent houses in Calcutta and Allahabad respectively. They were great admirers of Gandhiji, but were also his political equals. Both were brilliant and effective parliamentarians, one deeply religious and the other a virtual agnostic. Both were secular to the core. Different in many ways, they complemented each other and formed a legendary political combination. Das was imaginative and emotional, and a great orator with a capacity to influence and conciliate friends and foes. Motilal was firm, coolly analytical, and a great organizer and disciplinarian. They had such absolute trust and confidence in each other that each could use the other's name for any statement without prior consultation. The no-changers, whose effective head was Gandhiji even though he was in jail, argued for the continuation of the full program of boycott and non-cooperation, effective working of the constructive program, and quiet preparations for the resumption of the suspended civil disobedience. The pro-changers and the no-changers were soon engaged in a fierce controversy. There was, of course, a lot of common ground between the two. Both agreed that civil disobedience was not possible immediately and that no mass movement could be carried on indefinitely or for a prolonged period. Hence, breathing time was needed, and a temporary retreat from the active phase of the movement was on the agenda. Both also accepted that there was need to rest and to reinvigorate the anti-imperialist forces, overcome demoralization, intensify politicization, widen political participation and mobilization, strengthen organization. Keep up the recruitment, training, and morale of the cadre. In fact, the national movement was facing the basic problem that any mass movement has to face. How were they to carry on political work in the movement's non-active phases? It was in the answer to this last question that the two sides differed. The Swarajists said that work in the councils was necessary to fill in the temporary political void. This would keep up the morale of the politicized Indians, fill the empty newspaper spaces, and enthuse the people. Electioneering and speeches in the councils would provide fresh avenues for political agitation and propaganda. Even without congressmen, said the Swarajists, the councils would continue to function and, perhaps, a large number of people would participate in voting. This would lead to the weakening of the hold of the Congress. Moreover, non-congressmen would capture positions of vantage and use them to weaken the Congress. Why should such vantage points in a revolutionary fight be left in the hands of the enemy? By joining the councils and obstructing their work, congressmen would prevent undesirable elements from doing mischief or the government from getting some form of legitimacy for their laws. In other words, the Swarajists claimed that they would transform the legislatures into arenas of political struggle, and that their intention was not to use them, as the liberals desired, as organs for the gradual transformation of the colonial state, but to use them as the ground on which the struggle for the overthrow of the colonial state was to be carried out. The no-changers opposed council entry mainly on the ground that parliamentary work would lead to the neglect of constructive and other work among the masses, the loss of revolutionary zeal and political corruption. The legislators who would go into the councils with the aim of wrecking them would gradually give up the politics of obstruction, get sucked into the imperial constitutional framework, and start cooperating with the government on petty reforms and piecemeal legislation. Constructive work among the masses, on the other hand, would prepare them for the next round of civil disobedience. As the pro-changer-no-changer clash developed, the atmosphere of dismay in nationalist ranks began to thicken, and they began to be haunted by the fear of the repetition of the disastrous split of 1907. Pressure began to develop on the leaders to put a check on their public bickerings. Both groups of leaders began to pull back from the brink and move towards mutual accommodation. This trend was helped by several factors. First, the need for unity was felt very strongly by all the congressmen. Secondly, not only the no-changers, but also the Swarajists realized that however useful parliamentary work might be, the real sanctions which would compel the government to accept national demands would be forged only by a mass movement outside the legislatures, and this would need unity. Lastly, both groups of leaders fully accepted the essentiality of Gandhiji's leadership. Consequently, in a special session of the Congress held at Delhi in September 1923, the Congress suspended all propaganda against council entry, and permitted congressmen to stand as candidates and exercise their franchise in forthcoming elections. Gandhiji was released from jail on February 5, 1924 on health grounds. He was completely opposed to council entry as also to the obstruction of work in the councils, which he believed was inconsistent with non-violent, non-cooperation. Once again, a split in the Congress loomed on the horizon. The government very much hoped for and banked on such a split. When releasing the Mahatma, the Bombay government had suggested that he would denounce the Swarajists for their defection from the pure principle of non-cooperation, and thus considerably reduce in legislatures their power for harm. Similarly, Reading the Viceroy told the Secretary of State for India, on June 6, 1924, the probability of a split between Swarajists and Gandhiji is increasing. Munjay, the Swarajist leader from the central provinces, adds that the Swarajists are now driven to concentrating all their energy on breaking Gandhiji's hold on the Congress. But Gandhiji did not oblige. Step by step, he moved towards an accommodation with the Swarajists. In fact, his approach towards the Swarajists at this stage brings out some of the basic features of his political style, especially when dealing with co-workers with whom he differed, and is therefore worth discussing, however briefly. Gandhiji's starting point was the fact that even when opposing the Swarajist leaders, he had full trust in their bona fides. He described them as the most valued and respected leaders, and as persons who have made great sacrifices in the cause of the country, and who yield to no one in their love of freedom of the motherland. Moreover, he and Das and Motilal Nehru throughout maintained warm personal relations based on mutual respect and regard. Immediately after his release, Gandhiji refused to publicly comment on council entry till he had discussions with the Swarajist leaders. Even after meeting them, while he continued to believe in the futility and even harmful character of the Swarajists' program, he remained convinced that public opposition to the settled fact of council entry would be counterproductive. The courageous and uncompromising manner in which the Swarajists had functioned in the councils convinced Gandhiji that, however politically wrong, they were certainly not becoming a limb of imperial administration. To the contrary, he noted, they have shown determination, grit, discipline, and cohesion, and have not feared to carry their policy to the point of defiance. Once assumed the desirability of entering councils, and it must be admitted that they have introduced a new spirit into the Indian legislatures. Gandhiji was also pained by the bickerings in the worst of taste among the proponents of the two schools. As he wrote in April, even the changers and the no-changers have flung mud against one another. Each has claimed the monopoly of truth and, with an ignorant certainty of conviction, sworn at the other for his helpless stupidity. He was very keen to end such mudslinging. In any case, felt Gandhiji, council entry had already occurred, and now to withdraw would be disastrous, and would be misunderstood by the government and the people as a rout and weakness. This would further embolden the government in its autocratic behavior and repressive policy, and add to the state of political depression among the people. The last straw came when the government launched a full attack on civil liberties and the Swarajists in Bengal in the name of fighting terrorism. It promulgated an ordinance on October 25, 1924, under which it conducted raids on Congress offices and house searches, and arrested a large number of revolutionary terrorists and Swarajists and other congressmen including Subhas Chandra Bose and two Swarajist members of the Bengal legislature, Anil Baran Roy and S.C. Mitra. Perceiving a direct threat to the national movement, Gandhiji's first reaction was anger. He wrote in Young India on October, "The Rowlatt Act is dead, but the spirit that prompted it is like an evergreen. So long as the interest of Englishmen is antagonistic to that of Indians, so long must there be anarchic crime or the dread of it, and an edition of the Rowlatt Act in answer." As an answer to the government's offensive against the Swarajists, he decided to show his solidarity with the Swarajists by surrendering before them. As he wrote in Young India, "I would have been false to the country if I had not stood by the Swaraj party in the hour of its need. I must stand by it, even though I do not believe in the efficacy of council entry, or even some of the methods of conducting council warfare, and again, though an uncompromising no-changer, I must not only tolerate their attitude and work with them, but I must even strengthen them wherever I can." On November 6, 1924, Gandhiji brought the strife between the Swarajists and no-changers to an end, by signing a joint statement with Das and Motilal that the Swarajist party would carry on work in the legislatures on behalf of the Congress, and as an integral part of the Congress. This decision was endorsed in December at the Belgaum session of the Congress, over which Gandhiji presided. He also gave the Swarajists a majority of seats on his working committee. Elections to the legislative councils were held in November 1923. The Swarajist Manifesto, released on 14 October, took up a strong anti-imperialist position. The guiding motive of the British in governing India is to secure the selfish interests of their own country, and the so-called ref onus arc, a mere blind to further the said interests under the pretense of granting responsible government to India, the real object being to continue the exploitation of the unlimited resources of the country by keeping Indians permanently in a subservient position to Britain. It promised that the Swarajists would wreck the sham reforms from within the councils. Even though the Swarajists got only a few weeks to prepare for the elections and the franchise was extremely narrow, only about 6.2 million or less than 3% had the right to vote, they managed to do quite well. They won 42 out of 101 elected seats in the Central Legislative Assembly. They got a clear majority in the central provinces. They were the largest party in Bengal, and they fared quite well in Bombay and UP, though not in Madras and Punjab because of strong casteist and communal currents. In the Central Legislative Assembly, the Swarajists succeeded in building a common political front, with the independents led by Ma Jinnah, the Liberals, and individuals such as Madan Mohan Malaviya. They built similar coalitions in most of the provinces, and they set out to inflict defeat after defeat on the government. The legislatures, reformed in 1919, had a semblance of power without any real authority, though they had a majority of elected members. The executive at the center or in the provinces was outside their control, being responsible only to the British government at home. Moreover, the viceroy or the governor could certify any legislation, including a budgetary grant, if it was rejected in the legislature. The Swarajists forced the government to certify legislation repeatedly at the center, as well as in many of the provinces, thus exposing the true character of the reformed councils. In March, they succeeded in electing Vithalbhai Patel, a leading Swarajist, as the president of the Central Legislative Assembly. Though intervening on every issue and often outvoting the government, the Swarajists took up at the center three major sets of problems on which they delivered powerful speeches, which were fully reported in the press and followed avidly every morning by the readers. One was the problem of constitutional advance leading to self-government, second of civil liberties, release of political prisoners, and repeal of repressive laws, and third of the development of indigenous industries. In the very first session, Motilal Nehru put forward the national demand for the framing of a new constitution, which would transfer real power to India. This demand was passed by votes 2. It was reiterated and passed in September by votes 2. The government had also to face humiliation when its demands for budgetary grants under different heads were repeatedly voted out. On one such occasion, Vithalbhai Patel told the government, "We want you to carry on the administration of this country by veto and by certification. We want you to treat the Government of India Act as a scrap of paper, which I am sure it has proved to be." Similarly, the government was defeated several times on the question of the repeal of repressive laws and regulations and release of political prisoners. Replying to the official criticism of the revolutionary terrorists, C.S. Ranga Iyer said that the government officials were themselves criminals of the worst sort, assassins of the deepest dye, men who are murdering the liberties of a liberty-loving race. Lala Lajpat Rai said, "Revolutions and revolutionary movements are only natural. There can be no progress in the world without revolutions and revolutionary movements." C.R. Das was no less critical of the government's repressive policy. He told the Bengal Provincial Conference, "Repression is a process in the consolidation of arbitrary power, and I condemn the violence of the government, for repression is the most violent form of violence, just as I condemn violence as a method of winning political liberty." The Swarajist activity in the legislatures was spectacular by any standards. It inspired the politicized persons and kept their political interest alive. People were thrilled every time the all-powerful foreign bureaucracy was humbled in the councils. Simultaneously, during 1923-24, congressmen captured a large number of municipalities and other local bodies. Das became the mayor of Calcutta, with Subhas Bose as his chief executive officer, and Vithalbhai Patel, the president of Bombay Corporation, Vallabhbhai Patel of Ahmedabad Municipality, Rajendra Prasad of Patna Municipality, and Jawaharlal Nehru of Allahabad Municipality. The no-changers actively joined in these ventures since they believed that local bodies could be used to promote the constructive program. Despite their circumscribed powers, many of the municipalities and district boards, headed by a galaxy of leaders, set out to raise, however little, the quality of life of the people. They did excellent work in the fields of education, sanitation, health, Ariti untouchability, and Hadi promotion, won the admiration of friend and foe, and quite often aroused popular enthusiasm. The Swarajists suffered a major loss when C.R. Das died on June 16, 1925. Even more serious were a few other political developments. In the absence of a mass movement, communalism raised its ugly head, and the political frustrations of the people began to find expression in communal riots. Actively encouraged by the colonial authorities, the communalists of all hues found a fertile field for their activities. Its preoccupation with parliamentary politics also started telling on the internal cohesion of the Swaraj Party. For one, the limits of politics of obstruction were soon reached. Having repeatedly outvoted the government and forced it to certify its legislation, there was no way of going further inside the legislatures and escalating the politics of confrontation. This could be done only by a mass movement outside. But the Swarajists lacked any policy of coordinating their militant work in the legislatures with mass political work outside. In fact, they relied almost wholly on newspaper reporting. The Swarajists also could not carry their coalition partners forever and in every respect, for the latter did not believe in the Swarajists' tactic of uniform, continuous and consistent obstruction. The logic of coalition politics soon began to pull back the Swarajists from militant obstructionism. Some of the Swarajist legislators could also not resist the pulls of parliamentary perquisites and positions of status and patronage. The government's policy of creating dissension among the nationalists by trying to separate the Swarajists from the liberals, militant Swarajists from the more moderate Swarajists, and Hindus from Muslims began to bear fruit. In Bengal, the majority in the Swaraj Party failed to support the tenants' cause against the zamindars, and, thereby, lost the support of its prominent, mostly Muslim members. Nor could the Swaraj Party avoid the intrusion of communal discord in its own ranks. Very soon, a group of responsivists arose in the party who wanted to work the reforms and to hold office wherever possible. The responsivists joined the government in the central provinces. Their ranks were soon swelled by N.C. Kelkar, Mr. Jayakar, and other leaders. Lajpat Rai and Madan Mohan Malaviya too separated themselves from the Swaraj Party on responsivist as well as communal grounds. To prevent further dissolution and disintegration of the party, the spread of parliamentary corruption, and further weakening of the moral fiber of its members, the main leadership of the party reiterated its faith in mass civil disobedience and decided to withdraw from the legislatures in March 1926. Gandhiji too had resumed his critique of council entry. He wrote to Srinivasa Iyengar in April 1926, "The more I study the council's work, the effect of the entry into the councils upon public life, its repercussions upon the Hindu-Muslim question, the more convinced I become not only of the futility but the inadvisability of council entry." The Swaraj Party went into the elections held in November 1926 as a party in disarray, a much weaker and demoralized force. It had to face the government and loyalist elements and its own dissenters on the one side, and the resurgent Hindu and Muslim communalists on the other. A virulent communal and unscrupulous campaign was waged against the Swarajists. Motilal Nehru was, for example, accused of sacrificing Hindu interests, of favoring cow slaughter, and of eating beef. The Muslim communalists were no less active in branding the Swarajists as anti-Muslim. The result was a severe weakening of the Swaraj Party. It succeeded in winning 40 seats at the center and half the seats in Madras, but was severely mauled in all other provinces, especially in UP, CP, and Punjab. Moreover, both Hindu and Muslim communalists increased their representation in the councils. The Swarajists also could not form a nationalist coalition in the legislatures as they had done in 1923. Once again, the Swarajists passed a series of adjournment motions and defeated the government on a number of bills. Noteworthy was the defeat of the government on the Public Safety Bill in 1928. Frightened by the spread of socialist and communist ideas and influence, and believing that the crucial role in this respect was being played by British and other foreign agitators sent to India by the Communist International, the government proposed to acquire the power to deport undesirable and subversive foreigners. Nationalists of all colors, from the moderates to the militants, united in opposing the bill. Lala Lajpat Rai said, "Capitalism is only another name for imperialism. We are in no danger from Bolshevism or communism. The greatest danger we are in is from the capitalists and exploiters." Motilal Nehru narrated his experiences in the Soviet Union and condemned anti-Soviet propaganda. He described the Public Safety Bill as a direct attack on Indian nationalism, on the Indian National Congress, and as the Slavery of India Bill No. 1. T. Prakasam said that the bill's main aim was to prevent the spread of nationalism among workers and peasants. Diwan Chaman Lal, then a firebrand protege of Motilal, declared, "If you are trying to preach against socialism, if you are demanding powers to suppress socialism, you will have to walk over our dead bodies before you can get that power." Even the two spokesmen of the capitalist class, Purushottam Thakurdas and G.D. Birla, firmly opposed the bill. In March 1929, having failed to get the bill passed, the government arrested 31 leading communists, trade unionists, and other left-wing leaders, and put them on trial at Meerut. This led to strong criticism of the government by the nationalists. Describing the arrests as presaging a period of terrorism, Gandhi said that the motive behind these prosecutions is not to kill communism. It is to strike terror. He added, "Evidently, the government believes in a periodical exhibition of its capacity, supersede all law, and to discover to a trembling India the red claws which usually remain under cover." The Swarajists finally walked out of the legislatures in 1930 as a result of the Lahore Congress resolution and the beginning of civil disobedience. Their great achievement lay in their filling the political void at a time when the national movement was recouping its strength. And this they did without getting co-opted by the colonial regime. As Motilal Nehru wrote to his son, "We have stood firm. While some in their ranks fell by the wayside, as was inevitable in the parliamentary framework, the overwhelming majority proved their mettle and stood their ground." They worked in the legislatures in an orderly, disciplined manner and withdrew from them whenever the call came. Above all, they showed that it was possible to use the legislatures in a creative manner even as they promoted the politics of self-reliant anti-imperialism. They also successfully exposed the hollowness of the Reform Act of 1919, and showed the people that India was being ruled by lawless laws. In the meantime, the no-changers carried on laborious, quiet, undemonstrative, grassroots constructive work around the promotion of khadi and spinning, national education, and Hindu-Muslim unity, the struggle against untouchability and the boycott of foreign cloth. This work was symbolized by hundreds of ashrams that came up all over the country, where political cadres got practical training in khadi work and work among the lower castes and tribal people. For example, there was the Vedchi ashram in Bardoli Taluka, Gujarat, where Chimanlal Mehta, Jugatram Dev and Chimanlal Bhatt devoted their entire lives to the spread of education among the Adivasis, or Kali Paraj, or the work done by Ravishankar Maharaj among the lower caste Baralyas of Kheda district. In fact, Gandhian constructive work was multifaceted in its content. It brought some much-needed relief to the poor. It promoted the process of the nation in the making, and it made the urban-based and upper caste cadres familiar with the conditions of villages and lower castes. It provided Congress political workers or cadres continuous and effective work in the passive phases of the national movement, helped build their bonds with those sections of the masses who were hitherto untouched by politics, and developed their organizing capacity and self-reliance. It filled the rural masses with a new hope and increased Congress influence among them, Without the uplift of the lower castes and Adivasas, there could be no united struggle against colonialism. The boycott of foreign cloth was a stroke of genius which demonstrated to rulers and the world the Indian people's determination to be free. National schools and colleges trained young men in an alternative, non-colonial ideological framework. A large number of young men and women who dropped out and went back to the officially recognized educational institutions, but many often became whole-time cadres of the movement. As a whole, constructive work was a major channel for the recruitment of the soldiers of freedom and their political training, as also for the choosing and testing of their officers and leaders. Constructive workers were to act as the steel frame of the nationalist movement in its active satyagraha phase. It was therefore not accidental that Khadi Bandar workers, students and teachers of national schools and colleges, and Gandhian ashrams as inmates served as the backbone of the civil disobedience movements, both as organizers and as active satyagrahas. The years 1922 to 27 were a period of contradictory developments. While the Swarajists and Gandhian constructive workers were quite active in their own separate ways, there simultaneously prevailed virulent factionalism and indiscipline in both the camps. By 1927, on the whole, an atmosphere of apathy and frustration had begun to prevail. Gandhiji wrote in May 1927, "My only hope therefore lies in prayer and answer to prayer." But underneath, after years of rest and recoupment, the forces of nationalism were again getting ready to enter a period of active struggle. This became evident in the rise of youth power and the national response to the Simon Commission. Chapter 20. Bhagat Singh Surya. Sen and the Revolutionary Terrorists. The revolutionary terrorists were severely suppressed during World War I, with most of the leaders in jail or absconding. Consequently, in order to create a more harmonious atmosphere for the Montagu-Chelmsford reforms, the government released most of them under a general amnesty in early 1920. Soon after, the National Congress launched the non-cooperation movement, and on the urging of Gandhiji, C.R. Das and other leaders, most of the revolutionary terrorists either joined the movement or suspended their own activities in order to give the Gandhian mass movement a chance. But the sudden suspension of the non-cooperation movement shattered the high hopes raised earlier. Many young people began to question the very basic strategy of the national leadership and its emphasis on non-violence, and began to look for alternatives. They were not attracted by the parliamentary politics of the Swarajists or the patient and undramatic constructive work of the no-changers. Many were drawn to the idea that violent methods alone would free India. Revolutionary terrorism again became attractive. It is not accidental that nearly all the major new leaders of the revolutionary terrorist politics, for example, Jogesh Chandra Chatterjee, Surya Sen, Jatin Das, Chandrasekhar Azad, Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev, Shiv Varma, Bhagwati Charan Vora and Jaidev Kapoor, had been enthusiastic participants in the non-violent, non-cooperation movement. Gradually, two separate strands of revolutionary terrorism developed, one in Punjab, UP and Bihar, and the other in Bengal. Both the strands came under the influence of several new social forces. One was the upsurge of working-class trade, unionism after the war. They could see the revolutionary potential of the new class and desired to harness it to the nationalist revolution. The second major influence was that of the Russian Revolution and the success of the young socialist state in consolidating itself. The youthful revolutionaries were keen to learn from and take the help of the young Soviet state and its ruling Bolshevik party. The third influence was that of the newly sprouting communist groups with their emphasis on Marxism, socialism, and the proletariat. The revolutionaries in northern India were the first to emerge out of the mood of frustration and reorganize under the leadership of the old veterans, Ramprasad Bismal, Jogesh Chatterjee, and Sachindranath Sanyal, whose Bandi Juwan served as a textbook to the revolutionary movement. They met in Kanpur in October and founded the Hindustan Republican Association, or Army, to organize armed revolution to overthrow colonial rule and establish in its place a federal republic of the United States of India, whose basic principle would be adult franchise. Before armed struggle could be waged, propaganda had to be organized on a large scale. Men had to be recruited and trained, and arms had to be procured. All these required money. The most important action of the HRA was the Kakori robbery. On August 9, 1925, 10 men held up the 8-down train at Kakori, an obscure village near Lucknow, and looted its official railway cache. The government reaction was quick and hard. It arrested a large number of young men and tried them in the Kakori conspiracy case. Ashfaqullah Khan, Ramprasad Bismal, Rashan Singh, and Rajendra Lahiri were hanged. 4 others were sent to the Andamans for life, and 17 others were sentenced to long terms of imprisonment. Chandrasekhar Azad remained at large. The Kakori case was a major setback to the revolutionaries of northern India, but it was not a fatal blow. Younger men such as Bijoy Kumar Sinha, Shiv Varma and Jaidev Kapoor in UP, Bhagat Singh, Bhagwati Charan Vora and Sukhdev in Punjab set out to reorganize the HRA under the overall leadership of Chandrasekhar Azad. Simultaneously, they were being influenced by socialist ideas. Finally, nearly all the major young revolutionaries of northern India met at Firoza Shah Kotla Ground at Delhi on September 9, 1928. Created a new collective leadership, adopted socialism as their official goal, and changed the name of the party to the One Lindistan Socialist Republican Association, Army. Even though, as we shall see, the HSRA and its leadership was rapidly moving away from individual heroic action and assassination and towards mass politics, Lala Lajpat Rai's death. As the result of a brutal Lathi charge when he was leading an anti-Simon Commission demonstration at Lahore on 30 October 1928, led them once again to take to individual assassination. The death of this great Punjabi leader, popularly known as Sher-e-Punjab, was seen by the romantic youthful leadership of the HSRA as a direct challenge. And so, on December 17, 1928, Bhagat Singh, Azad and Rajguru assassinated. At Lahore, Saunders, a police official involved in the Lathi charge of Lal Lajpat Rai. In a poster put up by the HSRA after the assassination was justified as follows. The murder of a leader respected by millions of people at the unworthy hands of an ordinary police official was an insult to the nation. It was the bounden duty of young men of India to efface it. We regret to have had to kill a person, but he was part and parcel of that inhuman and unjust order which has to be destroyed. The HSRA leadership now decided to let the people know about its changed objectives and the need for a revolution by the masses. Bhagat Singh and B.K. Dutt were asked to throw a bomb in the Central Legislative Assembly on April, against the passage of the Public Safety Bill and the Trade Disputes Bill, which would reduce the civil liberties of citizens in general and workers in particular. The aim was not to kill, for the bombs were relatively harmless, but, as the leaflet they threw into the assembly hail proclaimed, to make the deaf hear. The objective was to get arrested and to use the trial court as a forum for propaganda so that people would become familiar with their movement and ideology. Bhagat Singh and B.K. Dutt were tried in the assembly bomb case. Later, Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev, Rajguru and tens of other revolutionaries were tried in a series of famous conspiracy cases. Their fearless and defiant attitude in the courts. Every day they entered the courtroom shouting slogans, Inquilab Zindabad, down, down with imperialism, long live the proletariat, and singing songs such as Sarfaroshi ki tamana ab hamare dil mein hai, our heart is filled with the desire for martyrdom, and Mera rang de basanti chola, dye my clothes in saffron color, the color of courage and sacrifice, was reported in newspapers. Unsurprisingly, this won them the support and sympathy of people all over the country, including those who had complete faith in nonviolence. Bhagat Singh became a household name in the land. And many persons all over the country wept and refused to eat food, attend schools, or carry on their daily work when they heard of his hanging in March 1931. The country was also stirred by the prolonged hunger strike the revolutionary under trials undertook as a protest against the horrible conditions in jails. They demanded that they be treated not as criminals but as political prisoners. The entire nation rallied behind the hunger strikers. On 13 September, the 64th day of the epic fast, Jatin Das, a frail young man with an iron will, died. Thousands came to pay him homage at every station passed by the train carrying his body from Lahore to Calcutta. At Calcutta, a 2-mile-long procession of more than 6 lakh people carried his coffin to the cremation ground. A large number of revolutionaries were convicted in the Lahore conspiracy case and other similar cases, and sentenced to long terms of imprisonment. Many of them were sent to the Andamans. Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev, and Rajguru were sentenced to be hanged. The sentence was carried out on March 23, 1931. In Bengal, too, the revolutionary terrorists started reorganizing and developing their underground activities. At the same time, many of them continued to work in the Congress organization. This enabled them to gain access to the vast Congress masses. On the other hand, they provided the Congress with an organizational base in small towns and the countryside. They cooperated with C.R. Das in his Swarajist work. After his death, the Congress leadership in Bengal got divided into 2 wings, one led by Subhas Chandra Bose and the other by J.M. Sengupta. The Yugantar group joined forces with the first and Anushilan with the second. Among the several actions of the reorganized groups was the attempt to assassinate Charles Tegart, the hated police commissioner of Calcutta, by Gopinath Saha in January 1924. By an error, another Englishman named Day was killed. The government came down on the people with a heavy hand. A large number of people, suspected of being terrorists or their supporters, were arrested under a newly promulgated ordinance. These included Subhas Chandra Bose and many other congressmen. Saha was hanged despite massive popular protest. The revolutionary activity suffered a severe setback. Another reason for stagnation in revolutionary terrorist activity lay in the incessant factional and personal quarrels within the terrorist groups, especially where Yugantar and Anushilan rivalry was concerned. But very soon younger revolutionaries began to organize themselves in new groups, developing fraternal relations with the active elements of both the Anushilan and Yugantar parties. Among the new revolt groups, the most active and famous was the Chittagong group led by Surya Sen. Surya Sen had actively participated in the non-cooperation movement and had become a teacher in a national school in Chittagong, which led to his being popularly known as Masterda. Arrested and imprisoned for 2 years, from 1926 to 1928, for revolutionary activity, he continued to work in the Congress. He and his group were closely associated with the Congress work in Chittagong. In 1929, Surya Sen was the secretary, and 5 of his associates were members of the Chittagong District Congress Committee. Surya Sen, a brilliant and inspiring organizer, was an unpretentious, soft-spoken and transparently sincere person. Possessed of immense personal courage, he was deeply humane in his approach. He was fond of saying, "Humanism is a special virtue of a revolutionary." He was also very fond of poetry, being a great admirer of Rabindranath Tagore and Qazi Nazrul Islam. Surya Sen soon gathered around himself a large band of revolutionary youth including Anant Singh, Ganesh Ghosh, and Lokanath Bal. They decided to organize a rebellion, on however small a scale, to demonstrate that it was possible to challenge the armed might of the British Empire in India. Their action plan was to include occupation of the two main armories in Chittagong, and the seizing of their arms, with which a large band of revolutionaries could be formed into an armed detachment, the destruction of the telephone and telegraph systems of the city, and the dislocation of the railway communication system between Chittagong and the rest of Bengal. The action was carefully planned, and was put into execution at 10 o'clock on the night of April 18, 1930. A group of 6 revolutionaries, led by Ganesh Ghosh, captured the police armory, shouting slogans such as Inquilab Zindabad, down with imperialism, and Gandhiji's Raj has been established. Another group of 10, led by Lokanath Paul, took over the auxiliary force armory along with its Lewis guns and 303 army rifles. Unfortunately, they could not locate the ammunition. This was to prove a disastrous setback to the revolutionaries' plans. The revolutionaries also succeeded in dislocating telephone and telegraph communications and disrupting movement by train. In all, 65 were involved in the raid, which was undertaken in the name of the Indian Republican Army, Chittagong branch. All the revolutionary groups gathered outside the police armory where Surya Sen, dressed in immaculate white khadi dhoti and a long coat and stiffly ironed Gandhi cap, took a military salute, hoisted the national flag among shouts of Bande Mataram and Inquilab Zindabad, and proclaimed a provisional revolutionary government. It was not possible for the band of revolutionaries to put up a fight in the town against the army which was expected. They therefore left Chittagong town before dawn and marched towards the Chittagong hill ranges, looking for a safe place. It was on the Jalalabad hill that several thousand troops surrounded them on the afternoon of 22 April. After a fierce fight in which over 80 British troops and 12 revolutionaries died, Surya Sen decided to disperse into the neighboring villages. There they formed into small groups and conducted raids on government, personnel and property. Despite several repressive measures and combing operations by the authorities, the villagers, most of them Muslims, gave food and shelter to the revolutionary outlaws and enabled them to survive for 3 years. Surya Sen was finally arrested on February 16, 1933, tried and hanged on January 12, 1934. Many of his co-fighters were caught and sentenced to long terms of imprisonment. The Chittagong Armory raid had an immense impact on the people of Bengal, as an official publication remarked. It fired the imagination of revolutionary-minded youth, and recruits poured into the various terrorist groups in a steady stream. The year witnessed a major revival of revolutionary activity, and its momentum carried over to and there were numerous instances of death-defying heroism. In Midnapore district alone, 3 British magistrates were assassinated. Attempts were made on the lives of 2 governors, 2 inspectors, general of police were killed. During this 3-year period, 22 officials and 20 non-officials were killed. The official reaction to the armory raid and the revival of revolutionary terrorist activity was initially one of panic and, then of brutal reprisals. The government armed itself with 20 repressive acts and let loose the police on all nationalists. In Chittagong, it burnt several villages, imposed punitive fine on many others, and in general established a reign of terror. In 1933, it arrested and sentenced Jawaharlal Nehru to a 2-year term in jail for sedition. He had in a speech in Calcutta condemned imperialism, praised the heroism of revolutionary youth, even while criticizing the policy of terrorism as futile and out of date, and condemned police repression. A remarkable aspect of this new phase of the terrorist movement in Bengal was the large-scale participation of young women under Surya Sen's leadership. They provided shelter, acted as messengers and custodians of arms, and fought, guns in hand. Pritalata Wadadar died while conducting a raid while Kalpana Dutt now Joshi was arrested and tried along with Surya Sen and given a life sentence. In December 1931, 2 schoolgirls of Kamila, Santi Ghosh and Suniti Chowdhury, shot dead the district magistrate. In February 1932, Beena Das fired point-blank at the governor while receiving her degree at the convocation. Compared to the old revolutionary terrorists, as also Bhagat Singh and his comrades, the Chittagong rebels made an important advance. Instead of an individual's act of heroism or the assassination of an individual, theirs was a group action aimed at the organs of the colonial state. But the objective still was to set an example before the youth and to demoralize the bureaucracy. As Kalpana Joshi Dutt has put it, the plan was that when, after the Chittagong rebellion, the government would bring in troops to take back Chittagong, they, the terrorists, would die fighting, thus creating a legend and setting an example before their countrymen to emulate. Or as Surya Sen told Ananda Gupta, a dedicated band of youth must show the path of organized armed struggle in place of individual terrorism. Most of us will have to die in the process, but our sacrifice for such a noble cause will not go in vain. The Bengal revolutionaries of the L92Os and 1930s had shed some of their earlier Hindu religiosity. They no longer took religious oaths and vows. Some of the groups also no longer excluded Muslims. The Chittagong era cadre included many Muslims like Sattar, Mir Ahmad, Fakir Ahmad Mian, Tunu Mian, and got massive support from Muslim villagers around Chittagong. But they still retained elements of social conservatism, nor did they evolve broader socio-economic goals. In particular, those revolutionary terrorists who worked in the Swaraj Party failed to support the cause of Muslim peasantry against the zamindars. A real breakthrough in terms of revolutionary ideology and the goals of revolution and the forms of revolutionary struggle was made by Bhagat Singh and his comrades. Rethinking had, of course, started on both counts in the HRA itself. Its manifesto had declared in 1925 that it stood for abolition of all systems, which make the exploitation of man by man possible. 4. Its founding council, in its meeting in October, had decided to preach social revolutionary and communistic principles. Its main organ, the Revolutionary, had proposed the nationalization of the railways and other means of transport and large-scale industries such as steel and shipbuilding. The HRA had also decided to start labor and peasant organizations and to work for an organized and armed revolution. In a message from the death cell, Ramprasad Bismal had appealed to the youth to give up the desire to keep revolvers and pistols, not to work in revolutionary conspiracies, and to work in the open movement. He had asked the people to establish Hindu-Muslim unity and unite all political groups under the leadership of the Congress. He had also affirmed his faith in communism and the principle that every human being has equal rights over products of nature. Bhagat Singh, born in 1907 and a nephew of the famous revolutionary Ajit Singh, was a giant of an intellectual. A voracious reader, he was one of the most well-read of political leaders of the time. He had devoured books in the Dwarkada's library at Lahore on socialism, the Soviet Union and revolutionary movements, especially those of Russia, Ireland and Italy. At Lahore, he organized several study circles with the help of Sukhdev and others, and carried on intensive political discussions. When the HSRA office was shifted to Agra, he immediately set up a library, and urged members to read and discuss socialism and other revolutionary ideas. His shirt pockets always bulged with books which he constantly offered to lend his comrades. After his arrest, he transformed the jail into a veritable university. Emphasizing the role of ideas in the making of revolution, he declared before the Lahore High Court, "The sword of revolution is sharpened on the whetting stone of ideas." This atmosphere of wide reading and deep thinking pervaded the ranks of the HSRA leadership. Sukhdev, Bhagwati Charan Vora, Shiv Varma, Bijoy Sinha, Yashpal, all were intellectuals of a high order. Nor would even Chandrasekhar Azad, who knew little English, accept any idea till it was freely explained to him. He followed every major turn in the field of ideas through discussion. The draft of the famous statement of revolutionary position, The Philosophy of the Bomb, was written by Bhagwati Charan Vora, at the instance of Azad, and after a full discussion with him. Bhagat Singh had already, before his arrest in 1929, abandoned his belief in terrorism and individual heroic action. He had turned to Marxism and had come to believe that popular broad-based mass movements alone could lead to a successful revolution. In other words, revolution could only be achieved by the masses for the masses. That is why Bhagat Singh helped establish the Punjab Naujawan Bharat Sabha in 1926, becoming its founding secretary, as the open wing of the revolutionaries. The Sabha was to carry out open political work among the youth, peasants and workers. It was to open branches in the villages. Under its auspices, Bhagat Singh used to deliver political lectures with the help of magic lantern slides. Bhagat Singh and Sukhdev also organized the Lahore Students' Union for open legal work among the students. Bhagat Singh and his comrades also gave expression to their understanding that revolution meant the development and organization of a mass movement of the exploited and suppressed sections of society by the revolutionary intelligentsia, in the course of their statements from 1929 to 1931, in the courts as well as outside. Just before his execution, Bhagat Singh declared that the real revolutionary armies are in the villages and in factories. Moreover, in his behest to young political workers, written on February 2, 1931, he declared, "Apparently, I have acted like a terrorist. But I am not a terrorist. Let me announce with all the strength at my command that I am not a terrorist and I never was, except perhaps in the beginning of my revolutionary career. And I am convinced that we cannot gain anything through those methods." Then why did Bhagat Singh and his comrades still take recourse to individual heroic action? One reason was the very rapidity of the changes in their thinking. The past formed a part of their present, for these young men had to traverse decades within a few years. Moreover, effective acquisition of a new ideology is not an event. It is not like a religious conversion. It is always a prolonged historical process. Second, they were faced with a classic dilemma. From where would come the cadres, the hundreds of full-time young political workers who would fan out? Among the masses, how were they to be recruited? Patient intellectual and political work appealed to be too slow and too akin to the Congress style of politics which the revolutionaries wanted to transcend. The answer appeared to be to appeal to the youth through propaganda by deed, to recent the initial cadres of a mass revolutionary party through heroic dramatic action and the consequent militant propaganda before the courts. In the last stage, during and, they were mainly fighting to keep the glory of the sacrifice of their comrades' wider sentence shining as before. As Bhagat Singh put it, he had to ask the youth to abandon revolutionary terrorism without tarnishing the sense of heroic sacrifice by appearing to have reconsidered his politics under the penalty of death. Life was bound to teach, sooner or later, correct politics. The sense of sacrifice once lost would not be easy to regain. Bhagat Singh and his comrades also made a major advance in broadening the scope and definition of revolution. Revolution was no longer equated with mere militancy or violence. Its first objective was national liberation, the overthrow of imperialism. But it must go beyond and work for a new socialist social order. It must bend exploitation of man by man. The Philosophy of the Bomb, written by Bhagwati Charan Vora. Chandrasekhar Azad and Yashpal defined revolution as independence, social, political and economic, aimed at establishing a new order of society in which political and economic exploitation will be an impossibility. In the Assembly bomb case, Bhagat Singh told the cowl, Revolution does not necessarily involve sanguinary strife, nor is there any place in it for individual vendetta. It is not the cult of the bomb and the pistol. By revolution we mean that the present order of things, which is based on manifest injustice, must change. In a letter from jail he wrote, "The peasants have to liberate themselves not only from foreign yoke but also from the yoke of landlords and capitalists." In his last message of March 3, 1931, he declared that the struggle in India would continue so long as a handful of exploiters go on exploiting the labor of common people for their own ends. It matters little whether these exploiters are purely British capitalism, or British and Indians in alliance, or even purely Indians. Bhagat Singh defined socialism in a scientific manner. It must mean abolition of capitalism and class domination. He fully accepted Marxism and the class approach to society. In fact, he saw himself above all as a precursor and not maker of the revolution, as a propagator of the ideas of socialism, and communism as a humble initiator of the socialist movement in India. Bhagat Singh was a great innovator in two areas of politics. Being fully and consciously secular, he understood, more clearly than many of his contemporaries, the danger that communalism posed to the nation and the national movement. He often told his audience that communalism was as big an enemy as colonialism. In April 1928, at the Conference of Youth where Naujawan Bharat Sabha was reorganized, Bhagat Singh and his comrades openly opposed the suggestion that youth belonging to religious communal organizations should be permitted to become members of the Sabha. Religion was one's private concern and communalism was an enemy to be fought, argued Bhagat Singh. Earlier in condemning communal killings as barbaric, he had pointed out that communal killers did not kill a person because he was guilty of any particular act, but simply because that person happened to be a Hindu, Muslim, or Sikh. But, wrote Bhagat Singh, a new group of youth was coming forward who did not recognize any differences based on religion, and saw a person first as a human being and then as an Indian. Bhagat Singh revered Lajpat Rai as a leader, but he would not spare even Lajpat Rai when, during the last years of his life, Lajpat Rai turned to communal politics. He then launched a political ideological campaign against him. Because Lajpat Rai was a respected leader, he would not publicly use harsh words of criticism against him, and so he printed as a pamphlet Robert Browning's famous poem, The Lost Leader, in which Browning criticizes Wordsworth for turning against liberty. The poem begins with the line, "Just for a handful of silver he left us." A few more of the poem's lines were, "We shall march prospering, not throw his presence. Songs may inspirit us, not from his lyre. And blot out his name then, record one lost soul more." There was not one word of criticism of Lajpat Rai. Only, on the front cover, he printed Lajpat Rai's photograph. Significantly, 2 of the 6 rules of the Naujawan Bharat Sabha, drafted by Bhagat Singh, were to have nothing to do with communal bodies or other parties which disseminate communal ideas, and to create the spirit of general toleration among the public, considering religion as a matter of personal belief of man, and to act upon the same fully. Bhagat Singh also saw the importance of freeing the people from the mental bondage of religion and superstition. A few weeks before his death, he wrote the article Why I Am an Atheist, in which he subjected religion and religious philosophy to a scathing critique. He traced his own path to atheism, how he first gave up belief in the mythology and doctrines of Sikhism or any other religion, and in the end lost faith in the existence of God. To be a revolutionary, he said, one required immense moral strength, but one also required criticism and independent thinking. In the struggle for self-emancipation, humanity had to struggle against the narrow conception of religion, as also against the belief in God. Any man who stands for progress, he wrote, has to criticize, disbelieve, and challenge every item of the old faith. Item by item, he has to reason out every nook and corner of the prevailing faith. Proclaiming his own belief in atheism and materialism, he asserted that he was trying to stand like a man with an erect head to the last, even on the gallows. Government action gradually decimated the revolutionary terrorist ranks, with the death of Chandrasekhar Azad in a shooting encounter at a public park at Allahabad in February 1931. The revolutionary terrorist movement virtually came to an end in Punjab, UP, and Bihar. Surya Sen's martyrdom marked an end to the prolonged saga of revolutionary terrorism in Bengal. A process of rethinking in jails and in the Andamans began. Large number of the revolutionaries turned to Marxism and the idea of a socialist revolution by the masses. They joined the Communist Party, the Revolutionary Socialist Party, and other left parties. Many others joined the Gandhian wing of the Congress. The politics of the revolutionary terrorists had severe limitations. Above all, theirs was not the politics of a mass movement. They failed to politically activate the masses or move them into political actions. They could not even establish contact with the masses. All the same, they made an abiding contribution to the national freedom movement. Their deep patriotism, courage and determination, and sense of sacrifice stirred the Indian people. They helped spread nationalist consciousness in the land, and in northern India the spread of socialist consciousness owed a lot to them. Chapter 21. The Gathering, Storm, 1927-29. In the years following the end of the non-cooperation movement in 1922, the torch of nationalism had been kept alive by the Gandhian constructive workers who dug their roots deep into village soil, by the Swarajists who kept the government on its toes in the legislatures, by the Koya tribals in Andhra, who heroically fought the armed might of the colonial state under the leadership of Ramachandra Raju from 1922 to 24, by the Akalis in Punjab, by the Satyagrahis who flocked to defend the honor of the national flag in Nagpur in 1923, and countless others who engaged themselves in organizational, ideological, and agitational activities at a variety of levels. It was, however, from the latter part of 1927 that the curve of the mass anti-imperialist upsurge began to take a marked upward turn. As with the Rowlatt Bills it was the British government that provided a catalyst and a rallying ground by an announcement on November of an all-white commission to recommend whether India was ready for further constitutional progress, and on which lines. Indian nationalists had for many years declared the constitutional reforms of 1919 as inadequate, and had been clamoring for an early reconsideration of the constitutional question. But the government had been adamant that the declared period of 10 years must lapse before fresh proposals were considered. In 1927, however, the Conservative government of Britain, faced with the prospect of electoral defeat at the hands of the Labour Party, suddenly decided that it could not leave an issue which concerned the future of the British Empire in the irresponsible hands of an inexperienced Labour government. And it was thus that the Indian Statutory Commission, popularly known as the Simon Commission after its chairman, was appointed. The response in India was immediate and unanimous, that no Indian should be thought fit to serve on a body that claimed the right to decide the political future of India was an insult that no Indian of even the most moderate political opinion was willing to swallow. The call for a boycott of the commission was endorsed by the Liberal Federation led by Tej Bahadur Sapru, by the Indian Industrial and Commercial Congress, Arid by the Hindu Mahasabha. The Muslim League even split on the issue, Muhammad Ali Jinnah carrying the majority with him in favor of boycott. It was the Indian National Congress, however, that turned the boycott into a popular movement. The Congress had resolved on the boycott at its annual session in December 1927 at Madras, and in the prevailing excitable atmosphere, Jawaharlal Nehru had even succeeded in getting passed a snap resolution declaring complete independence as the goal of the Congress. But protests could not be confined to the passing of resolutions. As Gandhiji made clear in the issue of Young India of January, it is said that the independence resolution is a fitting answer. The active appointment of the Simon Commission needs for an answer, not speeches, however heroic they may be, not declarations, however brave they may be, but corresponding action. The action began as soon as Simon and his friends landed at Bombay on February 3, 1928. That day, all the major cities and towns observed a complete hartal, and people were out on the streets participating in mass rallies, processions, and black flag demonstrations. In Madras, a major clash with the police resulted in firing and the death of one person. T. Prakasam symbolized the defiant spirit of the occasion by baring his chest before the armed policemen who tried in vain to stop him from going to the scene of the killing. Everywhere that Simon went, Calcutta, Lahore, Lucknow, Vijayawada, Pune, he was greeted by a sea of black flags carried by thousands of people, and ever new ways of defiance were being constantly invented. The youth of Pune, for example, took advantage of the fact that for a long stretch between Lonavala and Pune, the road and the rail track ran within sight of each other. They climbed into a lorry and drove alongside the train that was carrying Simon and company, waving black flags at them all the way from Lonavala to Pune. In Lucknow, Kalikuzzaman executed the brilliant idea of floating kites and balloons, imprinted with the popular slogan, "Go Back." Simon over the reception organized in Kaiserbagh by the Talukdars for members of the commission. If humor and creativity was much in evidence, so too was popular anger at the manner in which the police dealt with the protesters. Lathi charges were becoming all too frequent, and even respected and senior leaders were not spared the blows. In Lucknow, Jawaharlal and Govind Ballabh Pant were beaten up by the police. But the worst incident happened in Lahore, where Lala Lajpat Rai, the hero of the extremist days and the most revered leader of Punjab, was hit on the chest by Lathis on 30 October and succumbed to the injuries on November 17, 1928. It was his death that Bhagat Singh and his comrades were seeking to avenge when they killed the white police official, Saunders, in December 1928. The Simon boycott movement provided the first taste of political action to a new generation of youth. They were the ones who played the most active role in this protest, and it was they who gave the movement its militant flavor. And although a youth movement had already begun to take shape by 1927, it was participation in the Simon agitation that gave a real fillip to the formation of youth leagues and associations all over the country. Jawaharlal Nehru and Subhas Bose emerged as the leaders of this new wave of youth and students, and they traveled from one province to another, addressing and presiding over innumerable youth conferences. The upsurge among the youth also proved a fruitful ground for the germination and spread of the new radical ideas of socialism that had begun to reach Indian shores. Jawaharlal Nehru had returned from Europe in 1927, after representing the Indian National Congress at the Brussels Congress of the League Against Imperialism. He also visited the Soviet Union, and was deeply impressed by socialist ideas. It was with the youth that he first shared his evolving perspective. Although Jawaharlal Nehru's was undoubtedly the most important role, other groups and individuals too played a crucial part in the popularization of the socialist vision. Subhas Bose was one such individual, though his notion of socialism was nowhere as scientific and clear as Jawaharlal's. Among groups, the more important ones were the Naujawan Bharat Sabha in Lahore, and the small group of communists who had formed the Workers' and Peasants' Parties with the specific aim of organizing workers and peasants, and radicalizing the Congress from within. As a result, the young people who were being drawn into the anti-imperialist movement were also simultaneously becoming sympathetic to the ideas of socialism. And youth groups in some areas even developed links with workers' and peasants' struggles. Lord Birkenhead, the Conservative Secretary of State responsible for the appointment of the Simon Commission, had constantly harped on the inability of Indians to formulate a concrete scheme of constitutional reforms, which had the support of wide sections of Indian political opinion. This challenge too was taken up, and meetings of the All-Parties Conference were held in February, May and August 1928 to finalize a scheme which popularly came to be known as the Nehru Report, after Motilal Nehru, its principal author. This report defined dominion status as the form of government desired by India. It also rejected the principle of separate communal electorates on which previous constitutional reforms had been based. Seats would be reserved for Muslims at the center and in provinces in which they were in a minority, but not in those where they had a numerical majority. The report also recommended universal adult suffrage, equal rights for women, freedom to form unions, and dissociation of the state from religion in any form. A section of the Muslim League had in any case dissociated itself from these deliberations. But by the end of the year it came clear that even the section led by Jinnah would not give up the demand for reservation of seats. For Muslims, especially in Muslim-majority provinces, the dilemma in which Motilal Nehru and other secular leaders found themselves was not one that was easy to resolve. If they conceded more to Muslim communal opinion, then Hindu communalists would withdraw support, and if they satisfied the latter, then Muslim leaders would be estranged. In the event, no further concessions were forthcoming, and Jinnah withdrew his support to the report and went ahead to propose his famous 14 points, which were basically a reiteration of his objections to the Nehru Report. Young and radical nationalists led by Jawaharlal Nehru had their own, very different objections to the Nehru Report. They were dissatisfied with its declaration of dominion status, on the lines of the self-governing dominions, as the basis of the future constitution of India. Their slogan was complete independence. And it was in December 1928 at the annual session of the Congress at Calcutta that the battle was joined. Jawaharlal Nehru, Subhas Bose and Satyamurthy, backed by a large number of delegates, pressed for the acceptance of Purna Swaraj, or complete independence as the goal of the Congress. Gandhiji, Motilal Nehru, and many other older leaders felt that the national consensus achieved with such great difficulty on dominion status should not be abandoned in such haste, and a period of 2 years be given to the government for accepting this. Under pressure, the grace of period for the government was reduced to a year, and, more important, the Congress decided that if the government did not accept a constitution based on dominion status by the end of the year, the Congress would not only adopt complete independence as its goal, but it would also launch a civil disobedience movement to attain that goal. A resolution embodying this proposal won over the majority of the delegates, and further amendments seeking immediate adoption of complete independence were defeated. If civil disobedience was to be launched after the end of the present year of probation and grace, as Gandhiji called it, then preparations had to begin in right earnest. Gandhiji cancelled his plans for a European tour, and explained in the issue of Young India dated January 31, 1929, "I feel that I would be guilty of desertion if I now went away to Europe. The voice within me tells me that I must not only hold myself in readiness to do what comes my way, but I must even think out and suggest means of working out what to me is a great program. Above all, I must prepare myself for next year's struggle, whatever shape it may take." Gandhiji had of course been preparing the people for the future struggle in multifarious ways. For one, since his release from jail in 1924 on medical grounds, he had been traveling incessantly through the country. By the beginning of, he had already toured Kathiawad, Central Provinces, Bengal, Malabar, Travancore, Bihar, United Provinces, Kutch, Assam, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, and Orissa, many of them not once but twice. In 1929, in his 60th year, he began a tour of Sindh, then proceeded via Delhi to Calcutta, then on to Burma, and back to Calcutta. In April, he began a 6-week tour of Andhra Pradesh, in which he visited 319 villages. In June, he was in Almora, in the hills of UP, and in September he covered the UP plains. The end of the year saw him in Lahore for the annual Congress session. He had also planned a visit to Kohat in the northwest frontier province, but was refused permission by the government. The significance of these mass contact tours was expressed by Gandhiji in these words: "I travel because I fancy that the masses want to meet me. I certainly want to meet them. I deliver my simple message to them in few words, and they and I are satisfied. It penetrates the mass mind slowly but surely." While in his pre-1929 tours, Gandhiji's emphasis had been on the constructive program, Khadi, Hindu-Muslim unity, and the removal of untouchability. He now began to prepare the people for direct political action. In Sindh, for example, he told the youth to prepare for the fiery ordeal, and it was at his instance that the Congress Working Committee constituted a foreign cloth boycott committee to promote an aggressive program of boycott and public burning of foreign cloth. In Calcutta, on March, Gandhiji took the lead in initiating the campaign of public burning of foreign cloth by lighting a bonfire in a public park before a crowd of thousands. The government issued warrants for his arrest, but allowed him to go to Burma on his scheduled tour and face trial on his return. His arrest sparked off bonfires of foreign cloth all over the country, and when he returned to face trial, another wave of bonfires was lit to defy the government. Gandhiji warned the people that while they must carry on all manner of preparations for civil disobedience, they must remember that civil disobedience had not yet begun, and that they must as yet remain within the law as far as possible.